On the ethereal peak, clouds and mist swirled around the mountain, the air thick with spiritual energy. Beyond the secret realm gate of the Piao sect's rear mountain, a beautiful woman in a white long dress was giving instructions to the two people before her. Linger Su Xiao, this time your master will enter seclusion for at least 10 years, at most 100. The beautiful woman's figure was light and slender, her white dress clinging to her waist and abdomen outlining her perfect curves. Her skin was fair as snow, like finely carved, beautiful jade, warm and smooth. Her face was gentle and lovely, exuding countless charms. Her waist, supple as a water snake, had not a trace of extra flesh, slender enough to hold with one hand. Her long black hair was fastened atop her head with a jade hairpin, a few strands drifting in the wind, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. Her breath was as delicate as orchids, seemingly carrying a faint fragrance of flowers. Her entire person radiated the unique charm of a mature woman, elegant and seductive. She was Ji Shui, the supreme elder of the Piao sect. Before her stood a young woman in a green dress and a white-haired old man in a gray robe. Ji Shui looked at the young woman in the green dress and said, Linga, you are now the sect master of the Piao sect. While your master is away, you must manage the sect's affairs well. If you encounter difficulties, go and consult the other supreme elders. I have already spoken with them. The young woman in the green dress had a trace of reluctance in her eyes and nodded, saying, Yes, master. Su Xiao. Ji Shui then looked at the white-haired old man beside her, whose face was covered in wrinkles, seeming nearly at death's door. Su Xiao shuddered, hurriedly leaning on his wooden staff and stepping forward, nodding. This disciple is here. Ji Shui shook her head and sighed. Last month you failed the nascent soul tribulation, and your cultivation has fallen to the foundation establishment stage. You have no hope of cultivating again in this life, and your lifespan is now less than a year. I have a lifespan pill here that can allow you to live 50 more years. In these 50 years, find a Tao companion and live well. Preferably leave behind descendants so you won't have come to this world in vain. After speaking, she moved her hand slightly, and a small porcelain white bottle appeared in her slender fair fingers. This disciple thanks master. Su Xiao reached out, his old face excited as he received the lifespan pill. In his heart, he was almost crying with joy. Great. Finally, there was something valuable to give away. A month ago, he had failed the tribulation to ascend to the spirit transformation stage, and his cultivation had dropped directly from the 9th level of the nascent soul stage to the 1st level of the foundation establishment stage. With this failure, his heart had died. He had no chance to cultivate again, and could only sit and wait for death. Having transmigrated to this cultivation world 1,000 years ago, the system simply refused to show up, forcing him to cultivate the hard way. But even having been apprenticed to the supreme elder Ji Shui of the Piao sect, his ordinary aptitude ultimately stopped him at the nascent soul stage. Fortunately, just yesterday the 10,000-fold return system had appeared. As long as he gave items to the Daughter of Fortune, he would receive a huge return. Originally, to deal with the tribulation, he had drained his savings and had nothing decent to give away. Now with this lifespan pill, there was finally startup capital for the system. Damn system, it took 1,000 years to come out. This old man is almost dead. Cursing inwardly, Su Xiao once again sincerely thanked Ji Shui. Detected Daughter of Fortune Ji Shui. Fortune level SSS return multiplier 100x bond level 1 hint. The first gift to an SSS level Daughter of Fortune will definitely trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit. Remark, as bond level increases, the return multiplier gradually increases. An SSS level Daughter of Fortune. Su Xiao's old eyes lit up and the hand holding the lifespan pill began to tremble slightly. Master is actually an SSS level Daughter of Fortune with a 100-fold return from the start. Su Xiao was astonished. This should be the highest level Daughter of Fortune ever to appear. Even the sect master junior sister Dugu Ling was only at the SS level. Ji Shui once again instructed Dugu Ling to help Su Xiao find a companion for the rest of his life, then prepared to enter the secret realm to go into seclusion. Su Xiao quickly called out, Master, wait. Ji Shui turned back her gentle and beautiful face, slightly surprised. Su Xiao, is there anything else? Su Xiao's eyes darted around, and he quickly raised both hands, offering the only low-grade magic weapon he had, the thin wooden staff. Inside the thin wooden staff was a low-grade magic sword, also the last magic weapon he had kept for self-defense. He had only used it as a walking stick, but now he had to seize the moment to give it away. After all, if Master went into seclusion, there would be no other chance to give her anything. He said with a somewhat sorrowful tone, Master, once you leave, I fear you will never see your disciple again. This is the last thing I can give you. Although it is only a low-grade magic sword, it counts as your disciple, fulfilling his filial piety at the end of his life. I hope Master will accept it as a keepsake. Su Xiao spoke sincerely, but in his heart, he was worried Ji Shui would refuse. Giving things was not so easy, and the system required that gifts be natural and reasonable. Otherwise, the gift would be judged invalid. Now he was about to die of old age, so giving a gift to his master as a memento was very reasonable, right? Alas, Ji Shui shook her head and sighed, looking at this white-haired disciple with nothing but regret in her eyes. On the path of cultivation, one contended against heaven. Su Xiao, after all your talent was insufficient to carry on. She reached out her white, delicate hand and took the wooden staff from Su Xiao. All right, Su Xiao, for these 50 years, just live peacefully in the Piaomiao sect as a mortal and enjoy life. With your junior sister here, no one will bully you. After saying this, she shook her head and stepped into the secret realm. The heavy bluestone doors on both sides slowly closed. Outside the door, only Su Xiao and Dugu Ling remained. Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting the low-grade magic sword. For the first gift to Ji Shui, a 10,000-fold critical hit triggered, returning the magic treasure, Nanming Li Huo Sword. The Nanming Li Huo Sword has been stored in the system space vault. The host may retrieve it at any time. Nanming Li Huo Sword, a magic treasure. Su Xiao's eyes were filled with joy. He hadn't expected that gifting a low-grade magic sword would earn him a magic treasure. As expected of a 10,000-fold critical hit. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, he naturally knew how rare magic treasures were in this cultivation world. Ordinary magic tools were divided into lower grade, middle grade, upper grade, and supreme grade. The wooden staff he had given away was only a low-grade magic tool. But above the supreme grade magic tool, there was another treasure born from heaven and earth, and that was the magic treasure. This Nanming Li Huo Sword was a magic treasure that all cultivators dreamed of. In the entire Piaomiao sect, there were actually only 3 treasures that could truly be considered magic treasures. Unexpectedly, now he himself had one. Truly worthy of the 10,000-fold critical hit triggered by an SSS-level Daughter of Fortune. Staring at the peerless divine sword radiating red light in the space vault, Su Xiao felt very satisfied. Fortunately, he had just given away his walking stick. The system space vault was a giant storage space that he could use at will, much better than those storage pouches. Now he no longer needed to use a storage pouch. Senior brother, don't worry. In these last 50 years, I will find you a beautiful Dao companion. Dugu Ling smiled and looked over. I promise to satisfy you, senior brother. Her beautiful phoenix eyes sparkled, revealing her lively intelligence. Her skin was white and soft as snow, like delicate, beautiful jade. Her figure was tall and slender, standing gracefully like a blooming flower. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall down to her waist, carrying an alluring fragrance. Her collarbone lines were elegant, showing off her charm to the fullest. Her snow-white neck was long and slender, noble and graceful. Her green dress clung to her body, revealing her perfect figure at a glance. Su Xiao looked back at this beautiful junior sister, a trace of emotion in his eyes. Dugu Ling was his childhood sweetheart from the same village, and back then Ji Shui had taken a liking to her, and so had taken him into the Piaomiao sect as well. But nothing had ever happened between them. After 1,000 years, they were still just senior and junior brother and sister. After all, she possessed extraordinary talent and was already the sect master of the Piaomiao sect. And he now was only an inner sect elder about to die of old age. Junior sister, no need for such trouble. I am about to die anyway, and I don't wish to live another 50 years. This lifespan pill I gift to you. On the terrace outside the sect's secret realm behind the mountain, Su Xiao smiled benevolently as he handed over a small porcelain white bottle. Dugu Ling frowned slightly upon seeing this, and said, Senior brother, this was specially left by Master to extend your life. Senior brother, let's not give up on ourselves. After taking the longevity pill, you still have 50 years left. In a while, this junior sister will find you a beautiful wife. Just retire peacefully within the sect. Dugu Ling looked at the white-haired, frail old Su Xiao before her and sighed inwardly. She recalled how in his youth senior brother was so devastatingly handsome that she nearly lost her Dao heart and fell for him completely. She never expected that after 1,000 years senior brother had become this old. Sighing inwardly, Dugu Ling felt a small pang of sorrow. Such a handsome man in his day, now reaching the end of his life. At the sight of this, Su Xiao still retrieved the longevity pill back into his spatial storage. Indeed, giving it away so casually was unreasonable. The system wouldn't accept it either. He gazed at Dugu Ling's exquisite beauty and sighed with a smile. Junior sister, I'm already this old. Why would I still need a wife? Wouldn't that just be a misfortune for some innocent young lady? So what if you're old? Senior brother was so handsome back then. Even now, aged as you are, you still retain some of that old charm. Moreover, you are the senior brother of I, the sect master of Piaomiao sect, and a disciple of the supreme elder. Those young ladies from great families would be more than eager to marry you and form ties with our Piaomiao sect. Senior brother, rest assured. Back in the village your parents took me in, I won't let their lineage end with you. Su Xiao smiled and nodded. Although Dugu Ling possessed extraordinary talent and had become sect master, she never forgot the kindness shown by his family in those days. She was a good girl who understood gratitude. Let's go, senior brother. I'll escort you back to the outer mountain. Dugu Ling smiled. Piaomiao Peak had 2 mountain peaks divided into the outer mountain and the inner mountain. The inner mountain was smaller and served as the sect's most important territory, where the inner elders and inner disciples resided. The outer mountain was larger and housed the outer elders and outer disciples. A month ago, Xiao had failed his tribulation transcendence. His cultivation had fallen back to foundation establishment stage 1, and he had lost the ability to fly on his sword. Therefore, the treacherous inner mountain was no longer suitable for him to reside, so he moved to a secluded spot on the outer mountain to retire. At this moment, Dugu Ling had already summoned her flying sword hovering in front of her, and she leapt onto it first, saying, "Senior brother, hurry and come up." Xiao blinked his eyes. His aged body shuffled forward in small steps. Without his wooden cane, his walking was now unsteady and swaying. "This, junior sister. I'm too old, I can't jump up." Standing beside the flying sword hovering at waist height, he now had absolutely no way to leap onto it. Although he was at Foundation Establishment Stage 1, and still had spiritual power within him, his body was simply too old to muster any strength. "Sigh. Senior brother, let me help you." Seeing this, a pang of sorrow arose in Dugu Ling's heart. Senior brother being old is truly pitiful. She came down, embraced Xiao, and the two of them landed together on the flying sword. On the flying sword, Xiao couldn't keep steady and moved his arms restlessly. "Senior brother, don't move around." Dugu Ling grabbed Xiao's hand and pulled it down to her waist, saying, "Just hold on to my waist." Xiao laughed awkwardly, saying, "Yes. Junior sister, when people get old, their hands and feet don't obey them anymore. My apologies." He sighed inwardly. Back when they were both young, although they hadn't taken that final step, everything else that should have been done between them had been done, as sweet and intimate as any young couple in love. Just as the two were on their wedding night, what a coincidence. Ji Shui arrived in time and rescued Dugu Ling ahead of schedule. Xiao was absolutely furious at that thought. Whenever he recalled this matter, his chest would tighten with a lament at life's injustice. Such a beautiful bride just gone. The two flew on the sword with the magnificent scenery of Piaomiao Peak's inner and outer mountains spread out below them. Clouds and mist swirled around with towering majestic peaks. Piaomiao Peak was located in the eastern part of the Panlong continent near the 100,000 Mountains and was the oldest cultivation sect in the region. "Senior brother, don't lean so close." Although Dugu Ling felt a little uncomfortable, she did not resist. In her entire life, she had only ever been intimate with senior brother. She had never even held hands with another man. Deep down, she still truly loved senior brother. Of course, that was the young senior brother. Now that senior brother had aged, she no longer had those impulses of those years. Xiao stood behind, holding on to Dugu Ling tightly, his entire body trembling with fear. "Junior sister, slow down. Senior brother is old, he can't take such excitement." Although Dugu Ling's sword flew steadily, the altitude was simply too high here, and the aged Xiao was becoming somewhat afraid of heights. Since his failed thunder tribulation and fall to Foundation Establishment Stage 1, his appearance had become haggard beyond recognition. Now even some old age ailments had begun to appear. Fortunately, he didn't have senile dementia, otherwise even the system would have come for nothing. The flying sword descended to a secluded courtyard on a mountainside of the outer mountain. This was Xiao's current residence. There was a path here connecting to the outer hall, which was convenient for someone of his advanced age. Dugu Ling carried Xiao down, and seeing him still pale with lingering fear, she felt an ache in her heart. "Senior brother, rest assured, in these last 50 years I will find a good woman to take care of you." Dugu Ling stepped forward and embraced the senior brother she had once loved. The skin all over his body had become shriveled with age, but she didn't care. This was her family. Xiao sighed. "Junior sister, you should go. Manage the sect well. I can manage on my own. You are now the master of a sect. Your Tao heart must be strong. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are but ordinary affairs." Dugu Ling released. Xiao took a deep breath and nodded. "Senior brother, just wait for my good news." Xiao took the bulging pouch from her, and his expression suddenly lit up. Wonderful, this was once again startup capital for the return system. "Junior sister, senior brother thanks you greatly." He did not refuse. This was exactly what he needed now. In the future, when he prospered, he would naturally repay her 1,000 times over. "Senior brother, the sect has many matters awaiting my attention, so I won't stay longer. Senior brother, take care." With that a hint of complexity in her eyes, Dugu Ling flew away on her sword from the outer mountain. The outer disciples climbing the nearby mountain, upon seeing Dugu Ling soaring into the sky, each had eyes filled with awe and reverence. "It's Sect Master Dugu. I see. The Sect Master must have come to visit Elder Su." Alas, Elder Su was so highly respected, kind, and upright. How could he have failed to pass the heavenly tribulation? Heaven is unjust. I heard Elder Su only has 1 year left to live. His cultivation dropped back to Foundation Establishment First Stage after failing the tribulation. How pitiful. Elder Su, You died so tragically. Several outer sect disciples could barely hold back their tears. Over the past 1,000 years, Su Xiao had earned immense goodwill within the Piamiao sect, deeply revered by countless disciples. It was no exaggeration to say that in terms of moral prestige, Su Xiao even far surpassed his junior sister Duguling. After all, his celestial demeanor and refined appearance spoke for itself. There was weight to his presence. What are you all babbling about? Our elder Su hasn't died yet. 1 year of life is still life. At this crucial final moment for Elder Su, I've made my decision. I will break through to Foundation Establishment stage and show Elder Su my resolve. Our Elder Su is an inner sect elder. Do you think he'd even spare a glance for a chi-refining outer sect disciple like you? You're overthinking this. Those outer sect disciples ascending the mountain road gazed toward the distant picturesque courtyard of Su Xiao in the distance. Reverence flickered across each of their faces. Elder Su was truly the exemplar of their Piamiao sect. Su Xiao returned to his courtyard room and sat cross-legged upon the bed. This courtyard had been meticulously selected and constructed for him by Duguling. Built on the outer mountain where spiritual energy flourished abundantly, surrounded by falling leaves and verdant trees, a scene of serene beauty. Moreover, for his convenience of travel, it was not far from the mountain path and main road. Simply walking down a small trail, one could ascend smoothly to the outer sect's grand hall. Southern Ming's Sword of Departing Fire. Su Xiao sat before his bed and retrieved from his spatial storage a spirit treasure sword that radiated a faint crimson glow. The treasured blade measured 3.5 feet in length. Its hilt was crafted from some unknown red jade, crystalline and translucent. The blade itself was forged from dark red divine iron, naturally imbued with spiritual energy, its radiance concealed within. This clearly surpasses those previous spirit artifacts by more than just a little. Su Xiao's heart swelled with joy. Now he could sense the special connection between himself and this Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire. Needless to say, when the system returned the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire, it had already allowed him to perfectly refine the weapon. Now this sword was like an extension of his own limbs, capable of being controlled with perfect agility. With a subtle thought, the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire suddenly levitated into the air. Then under Su Xiao's control, it shot directly out the window like a crimson meteor soaring into the clouds. Afterward, at an extraordinary speed, it descended vertically. After effortlessly severing several massive ancient trees, the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire slowly returned through the window, levitating before him once more. So incredibly powerful. Su Xiao's heart raced with excitement. Previously, his most powerful spirit artifact was a superior grade artifact, and his cultivation realm was nascent soul 9th stage. Just now, when he commanded the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire, not to mention whether it surpassed his strongest state, it possessed at least nascent soul realm attacking power. A cultivator at Foundation Establishment 1st stage relying on a heaven-earth treasure had actually achieved nascent soul realm attacking might. Unthinkable. However, not just any Foundation Establishment cultivator could perfectly refine a spirit treasure. Su Xiao smiled faintly as he sheathed the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire. Being able to control the sword perfectly was all thanks to the system which had refined it for him. As for gifting the Southern Ming Sword of Departing Fire to someone and then having it returned, that probably wouldn't work. He had no reason to gift a treasure away at present. In fact, he didn't even want anyone to know he possessed such a supreme divine artifact. Better to keep it for self-protection first. Afterward, he retrieved the life extension pill Ji Shui had given him. After a moment of contemplation, he swallowed it in one gulp. Since he now had 100 superior spirit stones, he might as well take it directly and add 50 years to his lifespan first. Congratulations to the host. Lifespan increased by 50 years. Character panel activated. Name Su Xiao. Age 1008 years. Realm Foundation Establishment, 1st stage. Special Constitution none. Remaining lifespan, 51 years. Oh, there's also a character panel. Su Xiao glanced at the panel that appeared in his field of vision after taking the life extension pill. There was nothing particularly useful, just that his lifespan had indeed increased to 51 years. At this moment his body began to undergo transformation. His organs, once depleted of qi and blood and grown aged and withered, now regained vitality at this very instant. His 5 senses grew acute and clear. His body no longer carried the stiffness of advanced age, but began to regain its suppleness. Rising from the bed, Su Xiao paced back and forth. Though his appearance had not changed much, his bearing was distinctly different from before, more upright, moving with the wind. Although he still had a face full of wrinkles and pure white hair, at least there was vitality within. He was no worse than any young person. After all, he was still a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Now it's time to plan out the use of these 100 superior spirit stones. With the matter of his body resolved, the most important thing now was not to go around giving things to the daughters of fortune. Instead, it was to first purchase a batch of cultivation resources. Otherwise, wouldn't it be strange to randomly give someone else spirit stones? That simply wouldn't make sense. Heaven forbid some young lady might actually think he was trying to keep her as a mistress. Having made his decision, Xiao took out a yellow transmission talisman. He formed a hand seal and spoke into the talisman, Lu Danian. It's me, your elder Su. Come to my place when you're free. I want to go down the mountain to buy some things. Accompany me on this trip. Soon a respectful yet eager response came from the other end of the transmission talisman. Yes. Yes. Elder Su, please wait. This disciple will come right away. Right away. Shortly after putting away the transmission talisman, a stocky, towering, middle-aged man arrived at the courtyard on a flying sword. He bowed reverently before the dwelling ahead. Disciple Lu Danian pays respects to Elder Su. Xiao walked out the door and regarded this honest-looking, robust, middle-aged man with an approving smile. This person was his junior sister Dugu Ling's disciple, currently serving as the outer sect law enforcement elder. Though he was Dugu Ling's disciple from the moment he entered the sect, it had been Xiao who personally guided him. It could be said that his current cultivation of nascent soul 6th stage was entirely due to Xiao's efforts. As for Xiao himself, he had no personal disciples. All had been spent helping his junior sister train hers. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian's ox-sized eyes turned red and tears gushed forth unbidden. Elder, rest assured, with me here you can go wherever you wish. This disciple will fly Elder around for a lifetime. Saying this, he couldn't help but kneel before Xiao, weeping like a child, clutching Elder Su's leg tightly, without letting go. Elder had been so good to him his whole life. Now, this was just too tragic. With only a year left to live, he couldn't bear to see Elder pass away. What's going on? I'm not dead yet. Why are you crying so bitterly? The nearest major human city to the Piao sect was Tiger Roar City. Situated in the eastern part of the Panlong continent, Tiger Roar City belonged to the Donglai Kingdom. To be precise, the Piao sect was also within the borders of the Donglai Kingdom. However, as one of the oldest sects on the Panlong continent, the Piao sect held a transcendent status above the Donglai Kingdom and was not constrained by it. Due to its proximity to the Piao sect, Tiger Roar City was far more prosperous than several nearby cities. Cultivators could be seen everywhere in the city, making it a vital hub for cultivators to exchange goods. Uncle Master, we've arrived. Let me help you down. Lu Danian attentively helped the white-haired old man behind him descend from the flying sword. They stopped at the city gate. Human cities had a rule: flying swords were not permitted within the city walls, a rule observed by all cultivators. Uncle Master, where are we going to buy things? Lu Danian put away his flying sword and looked at the dense crowds queuing at the city gate, then asked Xiao. The latter stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, let's go to the largest trading firm in Tiger Roar City, the Zilai Trade House. I'm familiar with that place. It'll be a quick purchase. Yes. Uncle Master, wait a moment. Lu Danian reached into his chest, and instantly a small carriage appeared before the two. The carriage was exquisitely crafted with a mechanical horse at the front and a passenger cabin at the back. It was a marvelous magical artifact, much like the communication talisman earlier. It had no grade and served only for daily convenience. After helping Xiao into the cabin, Lu Danian drove the carriage from the front. Tiger Roar City was bustling with crowds flowing through the streets. Lu Danian's exquisite mechanical carriage moved along the road, drawing many gazes. Oh, an elder of the Piao sect. Judging by his robes, he must be an outer sect elder. What a beautiful carriage. I wish I could have one. The Piao sect certainly has an impressive presence. Alas, if only I could join the Piao sect in this lifetime. The mechanical carriage made its way through the crowd and soon arrived before a grand and imposing 3-story pavilion. It's an honored guest from the Piao sect. Please, esteemed seniors. This way, please. After putting away the carriage and entering, the old steward at the main hall immediately spotted Xiao and Lu Danian. When the old steward saw Xiao's face, he froze in shock on the spot, his face turning red with excitement. It's actually Elder Su. This humble one pays his respects to Elder Su. The old steward excitedly bowed to Xiao. This Elder Su held an extraordinary status in the Piao sect. He was an inner sect elder. Even the manager of this Zilai trade house in front of him treated him with the utmost courtesy. Xiao smiled warmly and said, Haha, Steward Chun, I've come here to buy a few things for the younger generation. There's quite a lot, so perhaps we should talk upstairs on the 3rd floor. Of course. The old steward replied obsequiously, please, both of you. This humble one will take you to the private room on the 3rd floor. The manager will come personally to serve you soon. In the beautifully appointed fragrant private room on the 3rd floor, a charming woman dressed in a purple gown entered leisurely. Hee, I didn't expect it to be Elder Su of the Piamiao sect. For an elder to visit our Zilai Trade Association in person is truly our association's honor. The purple-dressed woman looked at the two at the table, stepped forward to greet them, and extended her fair, slender hand to pour tea for them. Su Xiao raised his eyes to look at her. She wore a flowing purple gauze dress. Her face was as breathtaking as a blooming flower, radiant and alluring. Her skin was snow-white, smooth and delicate. She was tall and slender with graceful curves, and her fair, shapely jade-like legs were faintly visible beneath her skirt, radiating an enchanting charm. Her neckline was slightly low, revealing her impressive figure. The most striking feature was the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye, which made her all the more seductive and irresistible. This was Zi Yun, the manager of the Zilai Trade House in Tiger Roar City. Manager Zi, it's been a long time. You've become even more extraordinary, Su Xiao said with a chuckle. How could I compare with Elder Su? Hee, Elder, what do you wish to purchase at our Zilai Trade House this time? Zi Yun sat to one side and said with a flower-like smile, as long as Elder Su speaks up, our trade house will certainly offer a satisfactory price. She looked at Su Xiao, a faint gleam flickering deep in her eyes. Rumor had it that Su Xiao, intersect elder of the Piamiao sect, had failed his thunder tribulation a month ago, his cultivation dropping to the foundation establishment stage, and that he was approaching the end of his life. Fortune-favored maiden detected Zi Yun. Fortune level A. Return multiplier 10x. Bond degree 1. An A-rank fortune-favored maiden. Looking at his current vigor, it did not seem as serious as the rumors claimed. Just as Su Xiao was about to speak, a system voice echoed beside his ear. Over these past 2 days, he had encountered quite a few female cultivators and discovered one thing: fortune-favored maidens were not found everywhere. They were relatively rare. Even C-rank fortune-favored maidens were uncommon. Composing himself, Su Xiao smiled and said, Haha, I need quite a bit this time, so I'll have to trouble you, Manager Zi. Zi Yun's eyes brightened, and she smiled. Elder Su, just tell me what you need. The price is easy to discuss. Su Xiao had already decided what he wanted to buy on the way here. He said slowly, 20 low-grade magical artifacts, 200 foundation establishment pills, and 20 golden core nourishing pills. That's roughly it. After he finished, Zi Yun blinked in surprise. Beside him, Lu Danian's ox-like eyes widened as he stared over. Uncle Master, why buy so many things? Does Uncle Master have that many spirit stones? He was a bit dumbfounded. Originally, he had planned to foot the bill himself as an act of filial piety, but now he decided to keep his mouth shut. Well, Manager Zi, do you have everything in stock? Su Xiao asked with a smile. Since it was a natural and proper way to give gifts, these items were relatively easy to offer. Foundation establishment pills were pills used by cultivators in the foundation establishment stage to cultivate, while golden core nourishing pills were used by cultivators in the golden core stage. Together with the low-grade magical artifacts, they were all essential cultivation resources, the hard currency of the cultivation world. Moreover, he himself currently needed foundation establishment pills for cultivation. We have them. Of course we have them. Zi Yun's expression turned overjoyed. This was a big deal. Elder Su, please follow me to the 2nd floor. There are over 100 low-grade magical artifacts laid out there. Elder Su, please take your pick. A quarter of an hour later, at the entrance of the Zilai Trade House, Su Xiao had spent 50 high-grade spirit stones to obtain what he needed. Among them, 20 low-grade magical artifacts cost 20 high-grade spirit stones in total. 200 foundation establishment pills cost 20 high-grade spirit stones. 20 golden core nourishing pills also cost 20 high-grade spirit stones. The original total was 60 high-grade spirit stones, but because Su Xiao was an intersect elder of the Piamiao sect, and a regular customer, a discount was given, and only 50 high-grade spirit stones were charged. The alluring, charming Zi Yun and Steward Chun watched them off at the entrance, their eyes brimming with joy. 50 high-grade spirit stones. This was a huge fortune. Lu Danian invited Su Xiao into the carriage, but the latter glanced at the graceful Zi Yun and told Lu Danian to wait a moment. Then he took out a low-grade golden hairpin magical artifact he had specially selected earlier and brought it before Zi Yun. He stroked his snow-white beard, his face crinkling into a smile. Manager Zi, this golden hairpin is so beautiful. I think it suits a beauty like you perfectly. Your trading house lowered the price by 10 high-grade spirit stones. I would like to present this golden hairpin to you, Manager Zi, as a token of my gratitude. Su Xiao finished speaking. The smiles on Zi Yun's and Steward Chen's faces instantly froze. Even Lu Danian behind them blinked his ox-like eyes in shock, as if he couldn't believe what was happening. What was Uncle Master doing? Was he flirting with a girl? Steward Chun and Lu Danian stood frozen in awkwardness, and even the alluring Zi Yun seemed dazed. A venerable white-haired old man had actually given Ziyun a gift. What? A hairpin, an item so intimate and personal. They did not dare utter a word. Steward Chun and Lu Danian did not dare say a single word. Given Elder Su's standing in Piao sect, they did not even dare let out so much as a peep. Ziyun snapped back to herself and blinked her beautiful eyes several times at the warm natural smile on that withered old face. Surprise was there, and confusion followed by a flicker of hidden delight. Old fool, on the verge of death and still thinking about pretty girls. Ziyun sneered inwardly. She was a woman who had seen the world. When such a venerable senior gave her a hairpin, what else could it mean? Wasn't it simply that he had that sort of desire? But he was far too old. She could not accept it. Of course, even if he were not old, she would not accept a man's gift out of nowhere. Thank you, Elder Su. Elder Su, if you need to buy anything in the future, you must take care of my Zilai merchant house's business. Ziyun still tucked the golden hairpin into her robe in front of everyone. Even if she did not accept it, she could not make this venerable inner-sect elder of Piao sect lose face before so many people. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled, haha, of course. With Manager Z here, I will naturally come to your esteemed establishment for my future needs. System congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a low-grade Dharma hairpin. The first gift to Ziyun triggered a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the supreme-grade Dharma artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin, a supreme-grade Dharma artifact. When spiritual energy is infused into it, it unleashes a Fire Phoenix attack, and its power rises with the user's cultivation realm. The supreme-grade Dharma artifact, the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin. Looking at the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin gleaming within his spatial storage, Su Xiao felt a secret delight. This returned reward was far too thrilling. Although a supreme-grade Dharma artifact was 1 grade below a magic treasure, it was still an ultimate artifact rarely encountered in this cultivation world. Even before at the 9th level of Nascent Soul, he had not possessed a single supreme-grade Dharma artifact. Even the sect master Dugu Ling, his junior sister, had only 2 supreme-grade Dharma artifacts on her. If sold for spirit stones, it would fetch an astronomical price. Ziyun watched the man's ethereal, immortal-like bearing and righteous demeanor, and a trace of mockery flashed through her heart. Old fellow, you really can put on an act. After the two sides parted, Su Xiao boarded the carriage with Lu Danian's support. The carriage ambled on, heading along East Avenue toward the city gate. At the entrance of Zilai Merchant House, Steward Chun watched the slowly departing carriage and said with a strange look, Manager, I heard Elder Su has only 1 year of life left. Who would have thought the old gentleman still had such thoughts? Truly hale and hearty despite his age. Ziyun straightened her impressive figure and said with a hint of pride, doesn't this prove that this manager's charm is extraordinary? All right, old Chun, go back to work. Elder Su has little life left, so I expect he will still come here to spend spirit stones. We must receive him well. This is a fat sheep. East Avenue was lively and prosperous with all kinds of shops and an endless stream of people. In the carriage, Lu Danian glanced with his ox-like eyes at Su Xiao, who was meditating cross-legged, and said with a concerned, honest face, Senior Uncle, just hold on a little longer. Master is already finding a Dao companion for you. When the time comes, she will definitely not be inferior to that Ziyun. He could understand from the bottom of his heart. Su Xiao opened his eyes and looked at Lu Danian as if he were an idiot. The latter continued, Senior Uncle, if it really comes down to it, tomorrow I will have a few pretty female outer sect disciples attend to you, honored elder. I am the outer sect law enforcement elder, so they would not dare refuse. Su Xiao's face darkened, and he let out a heavy breath. Then he smacked Lu Danian's thick head. You little wretch, what are you saying? Are you trying to exploit the female disciples of our sect? Su Xiao said with disdain, is your senior uncle that kind of person? I gave that Ziyun a gift merely out of courtesy. Even if I explain more, you still would not understand. Danian, your senior uncle, is not that sort of man. There was another reason I gave Ziyun that gift. It is not what you think. You just have to trust your senior uncle. Lu Danian looked at the other man's sincere old face and nodded emphatically. That was what he thought. How could a man as venerable as his senior uncle be interested in those pretty exteriors? So he had been the one thinking wrong. However, he did not ask what the exact reason was, because he chose to believe his senior uncle unconditionally. When the carriage reached an intersection, a crowd had gathered on the road ahead, and from within it came the sound of an argument. Boss, these 3 Foundation establishment pills contain so many impurities and are of such poor quality. How can you have the face to sell them to my junior sister? Outside a shop, a young man in a light blue robe shouted at the 4 or 5 shop assistants in front of him, his face twisted in anger. You are defrauding customers. Beside the young man stood another man and 3 women. They were also dressed in light blue robes, the standard uniform of the outer sect disciples of Piao sect. All 5 were outer sect disciples of Piao sect. Among them a slender female disciple with a pretty face held 3 white pills in her hand, and looked at the shop assistants with a wronged expression in her eyes, seemed slightly red. At the entrance to the shop the middle-aged manager in charge smiled with relative courtesy. Honored customers, in this humble shop, once a deal is done it is done. The transaction was already completed in the shop, just now. Now after all this time you come back asking to exchange the pills. Who can say whether you yourself swapped in these 3 Foundation establishment pills to extort us? The male disciple who had stepped forward furrowed his brow and fell silent. The pretty female disciple who had bought the pills immediately explained, I did not swap them. I did not. These 3 Foundation establishment pills were bought at your pharmacy. You cheated me. Looking aggrieved, the young woman's fair pretty face flushed slightly. She was very upset. She had barely managed to scrape together 3 mid-grade spirit stones intending to buy 3 Foundation establishment pills and return to establish her foundation. In the end she had encountered an unscrupulous merchant. This was all her savings. Seeing how beautiful the female disciple was, the male onlookers around came forward one after another to speak up for her. These damned profiteers even cheat a beauty, utterly shameless. Have they not seen that she is a disciple of Piao sect? Are they not afraid the people of Piao sect will come after them? Under the accusations of the onlookers the middle-aged shopkeeper smiled calmly. Everyone, do not be impatient. This shop has always done honest business and would never sell defective pills. I think someone must have switched this young lady's pills. Miss, I think you had better hurry after the thief who switched the pills. He probably has not run far. You may still catch him and get them back. The moment those words were spoken, not only the 5 Piao sect outer sect disciples, but even the surrounding onlookers grew angry. This pharmacy was clearly out to extort people. Seeing that they still would not leave, the middle-aged manager revealed a trace of core formation cultivator pressure. Immediately the onlookers and the 5 Piao sect disciples all changed expression. This manager turned out to be a core formation stage cultivator. Fighting was not permitted within the city, but those with higher cultivation naturally had more right to argue. The pretty woman's face turned pale. She realized that her 3 mid-grade spirit stones would probably be very difficult to get back. What is going on? On the carriage, Xiao looked at the crowd blocking the road ahead and asked. Lu Danian said, Senior Uncle, a few outer sect disciples from our sect have gotten into a transaction dispute with the shop. We do not need to bother with it. It should break up soon. There were many Piao sect outer sect disciples in Xiao City, and such disputes happened every day. Generally for small matters like those involving spirit stones and pills the sect did not intervene. The disciples had to resolve them on their own, or there would be no end to the work. Xiao nodded. System detected a daughter of Fortune Lin Yenner. Fortune level C. Return multiplier 10x. Bond level 1. Hint: fortune level will rise as special opportunities are gained. Oh. The system's voice sounded in his ear, and Xiao's expression shifted slightly. Is a C-rank daughter of Fortune also subject to the tenfold initial return? Xiao's eyes brightened, and he hastily waved his hand. Dash and stop the carriage. They are fellow disciples of our sect. Since we have encountered them, let us go take a look. Yes, Uncle. Lu Danian immediately nodded. His uncle's words were as good as heaven's decree. Whatever he said, he said. Over by the crowd, the middle-aged manager watched the group of protesting customers with calm composure, a faint sinister smile flashing in his eyes. These disciples of the Piao sect were truly soft petals in a greenhouse, naive and easy to deceive. He held the moral high ground now. Even if elders from the Piao sect arrived, they could not do a thing about it. Besides, the Piao sect rarely intervened over such trivial matters involving mid-grade spirit stones. Junior sister, just let it go. Though these 3 Foundation establishment pills are of poor quality, they still hold some effect. With enough luck you might still manage to establish your foundation. 2 ordinary-looking female disciples beside her offered words of comfort. This shopkeeper clearly had no intention of refunding their money, and there was nothing they could do. The 2 male disciples who had come along were losing face. Junior Sister Lin was their white moonlight. They wanted to stand up for Junior Sister Lin, but the other party now held the moral high ground and was a high-stage core formation cultivator. They really did not dare to cause any more trouble. The crowd of onlookers gnashed their teeth in anger. Unscrupulous merchants, truly bringing shame upon Tiger Roar City. Ahem, what is going on up ahead? Is someone bullying disciples of our Piao sect? Just as everyone was about to disperse, a hoary voice drifted from the back of the crowd. Shortly after, Xiao, clad in gray robes, walked over with Lu Danian in blue. When the onlookers around caught sight of the trigram patterned blue robe on Lu Danian, they were stunned where they stood. An outer sect elder of the Piao sect. In an instant, joy surged through the surrounding crowd. You damn scoundrel. Now that an elder from the Piao sect has arrived, let us see how long you can keep up that arrogance. They were as if pumped full of adrenaline, their faces flushing with excitement as they prepared to watch the middle-aged shopkeeper fall on his face. When those 5 disciples caught sight of Lu Danian's features, their faces brightened with delight. Disciple. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu. As the enforcement elder of the outer sect, Lu Danian appeared frequently, and virtually every outer sect disciple knew him. Ahem. Lu Danian did not respond, but instead cast a glance towards Su Xiao beside him. The 5 disciples looked again, carefully studying Su Xiao's face, and felt as though struck by 5 bolts of lightning. They kowtowed repeatedly before Su Xiao. The girl with the delicate features and slender figure was so overwrought, she could barely hold back her tears. Kowtowing as she wiped away her tears, she cried out, "Disciple Lin Yener begs Elder Su to uphold justice for me." The commotion from the 5 Piaomiao sect disciples instantly shocked everyone around. That white-haired old man. His status was evidently extraordinary, far surpassing that of the outer sect elders standing nearby. The middle-aged shopkeeper and his clerks at the storefront, upon seeing the suddenly appeared senior figure from the Piaomiao sect, turned pale as sheets. A flicker of panic crossed the middle-aged shopkeeper's eyes. Could it be? Could he really be this unlucky? Having the sect's top management drop by at just this moment. Rise, rise. Tell me what wrong has been done to you, and I shall set it right. Su Xiao stepped forward and gently helped Lin Yener and the others to their feet, nodding with a warm smile as he regarded the young woman before him. Lin Yener wore a pale blue robe that accentuated her slender willow-like figure. Her skin was fair as snow, her beauty like a painting. She resembled a newly bloomed green lotus, radiating an enchanting youthful aura. The system's certified daughter of fortune, her appearance at the very least was impeccably crafted. Lin Yener and the other 4 gazed at Su Xiao with mixed excitement and astonishment. They never expected to encounter Elder Su, renowned throughout the sect, at such a critical moment. He was a man of high virtue and prestige, known within the sect for his kindness and amiability. One of the male disciples hurried forward, pointing at the unscrupulous merchants across the way, and recounted the earlier incident with heavy embellishment. With Elder Su backing them, the 5 of them were bursting with confidence. Even if the Lord Mayor of Tiger Roar City himself had come, they would have insisted on getting junior sister Lin's spirit stones refunded today. The onlookers around grew increasingly eager, and some even recognized the venerable senior figure from the Piaomiao sect. That is Elder Su Xiao of the inner sect from the Piaomiao sect. This senior is Su Xiao, the sect leader's senior brother. It is over for this shop. They bullied disciples of the Piaomiao sect, and got caught red-handed by inner sect Elder Su. After hearing the male disciple's accusations, Su Xiao turned and smiled toward the middle-aged shopkeeper and his group. Beside him, Lu Danian played his part, perfectly unleashing a terrifying nascent soul pressure that enveloped the shopkeeper and his crew. Feeling this sudden, overwhelming pressure, the middle-aged shopkeeper and his 4 or 5 clerks collapsed to their knees with a thud. The middle-aged shopkeeper's face was now ashen, all traces of his earlier arrogance completely gone. He had just heard. This white-haired senior was none other than Elder Su Xiao, the inner sect elder of the Piaomiao sect, and senior brother to the sect leader. Elder Su. It is all a misunderstanding, a great misunderstanding. After forcing himself to his feet, the middle-aged shopkeeper hurried over to Su Xiao and Lu Danian to offer apologies. Elder Su, there must have been a misunderstanding. This young lady's pills must have been switched by someone. It has nothing to do with our shop. He dared not admit the truth. If he confessed, and the girl reported him to the Lord Mayor's mansion, he would be completely finished. How unfortunate. All he wanted now was to spend money to make this go away. Su Xiao smiled. Fear not. Our Piaomiao sect values reason. If the pills were indeed swapped, I shall personally apologize to you on behalf of our juniors. Dash and fetch those 3 Foundation establishment pills so we may examine them and see if they originated from this shop. Yes, Uncle, Lu Danian replied. No need. The middle-aged shopkeeper's face whitened further as he hastily spoke. No need to investigate. We will compensate. We will offer triple compensation. A nascent soul cultivator had countless methods to trace the origin of those pills. Su Xiao smiled. Are you certain no investigation is needed? Our Piaomiao sect would never take undue advantage of you. We are certain. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the sweat from his brow and forced a grin. Elder Su deigning to visit our humble shop is an honor in itself. How could we trouble you with such trivial matters? Elder Su need not worry. We at the shop will compensate on behalf of that thief 9 mid-grade spirit stones. With that, he retrieved 9 jade-white spirit stones that shimmered faintly from his storage pouch. This was mid-grade spirit stone, each one exchangeable for 10 low-grade spirit stones, and 1 high-grade spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 mid-grade ones. The 9 mid-grade spirit stones were placed directly into Lin Yener's hands, her expression frozen in a daze, still somewhat lost in thought. Afterward, she looked at Su Xiao, her beautiful eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude. Elder Su is simply too wonderful. Su Xiao, seeing this, did not refuse and smiled as he said to the middle-aged shopkeeper, In that case, we thank you for your generosity. Not at all. This is only what we should do. The middle-aged shopkeeper wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his heart finally breathing a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had not dug too deeply. Meanwhile, the onlookers around found immense satisfaction watching the shopkeeper and his crew suffer humiliation before Elder Su. Some even flushed with red faces, secretly wishing they too had such a senior figure to back them up. After being complimented by the shopkeeper a few more times, Su Xiao approached Lin Yin'er and smiled. "Your name is Lin Yin'er." Lin Yin'er looked startled and quickly bowed respectfully. "Outer sect disciple Lin Yin'er, thanks Elder Su. Judging by your chi condensation 9th layer, you are precisely at the stage where you need a foundation establishment pill for your breakthrough." Su Xiao slowly retrieved 10 pure white flawless pills from his spatial ring and handed them to her. "I happen to have several foundation establishment pills here that I have no use for. No need for you to go buying them. Consider them a gift from me." At these words, everyone around was once again dumbfounded. The 4 companions beside her gazed at her with expressions of utter envy. And it was not just them. Even the onlookers stood there slack-jawed and staring at Su Xiao. This was Su Xiao, the inner sect elder of the Piaomiao sect. 10 foundation establishment pills given away as casually as that. What incredible fortune this girl had. Lin Yin'er was gazed upon by her 4 companions beside her, their expressions filled with envy. She extended her fair, delicate hand, trembling slightly, as she accepted the 10 foundation establishment pills from Su Xiao's palm, her beautiful face flushing crimson down to her neck. Her heart raced with overwhelming excitement. She could scarcely believe this stroke of fortune. Disciple. Thank you, Elder Su." Lin Yin'er examined the 10 foundation establishment pills in her hand, noting their remarkable clarity and brilliance compared to the previous 3. These must be of exceptional quality. Gazing at Su Xiao before her with his white hair and beard and weathered features, she recalled the rumors she had heard on the outer slopes of Piaomiao Peak. It was said this Elder Su had only 1 year of life remaining. Her heart ached at the thought. She could not bear to see such a virtuous elder pass away like this. "System, congratulations. You gifted 10 foundation establishment pills. First gift to Lin Yin'er triggered a 100-fold critical hit, returning 1 peerless face-retaining pill. Peerless face-retaining pill upon consumption, youth is preserved forever and beauty shall never fade. Peerless face-retaining pill." Su Xiao's eyes lit up slightly upon hearing the system's voice in his ear. The face-retaining pill was a special elixir, one most cherished by female cultivators. A peerless-grade face-retaining pill had never appeared on the market before. Even a single superior-grade face-retaining pill could easily fetch hundreds of superior spirit stones and still be impossible to obtain. This reward was truly absolutely fantastic. Calming his heart, Su Xiao gazed at the respectfully attentive Lin Yin'er and spoke slowly. "Young friend Lin, with these 10 foundation establishment pills, your advancement to foundation establishment should be without question. If you encounter difficulties in your cultivation, come find me. I shall assist you." With these words, Su Xiao departed leisurely in the carriage, surrounded by the envious and longing gazes of the crowd, with Lu Danian accompanying him. Fortune's favored daughters were rare. Everyone he encountered, he must befriend well to facilitate future gifting and returns. This Lin Yin'er was an excellent candidate for such mutual benefit. No, not taking advantage, rather a win-win situation. Disciple bids farewell to elder. Lin Yin'er and the others watched the carriage fade into the distance, still immersed in the wonder of that extraordinary encounter. "Junior sister, you've struck it rich. 9 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 foundation establishment pills. This is a tremendous opportunity." The 2 female companions beside her practically drooled with envy. They cursed themselves with regret. Why hadn't they purchased some foundation establishment pills earlier? If they had been deceived, surely Elder Su would have gifted them something too. "Junior sister Lin, Elder Su just said you could go to him if you encounter cultivation difficulties. That's the greatest fortune of all." The 2 male disciples beside them flushed crimson, their faces contorted with barely contained excitement. This meant their beloved junior sister had gained the patronage of Elder Su. Compared to that, the 10 foundation establishment pills seemed utterly insignificant. Did they not see how Elder Lu behaved like a lackey before Elder Su? Even if Elder Su had only 1 year left to live, it was still an enormous fortune. Lin Yin'er was still at a loss, overwhelmed by her companion's words. She gazed toward where Elder Su had departed, her little heart pounding rapidly in her chest. She never imagined such a legendary stroke of fortune would fall upon her. Joy and elation filled her being. Lin Yin'er's beautiful face glowed crimson, her breath growing shallow and rapid. "Elder Su has been so gracious to me." After their initial excitement subsided, the 4 companions gazed at Lin Yin'er, a sense of loss evident in their expressions. Why hadn't such a magnificent opportunity befallen them instead? The heavens were unjust indeed. The surrounding crowd had not yet dispersed, each casting envious glances at Lin Yin'er. TSK. So this is what it's like to be a disciple of a great sect. Their fortune is truly astonishing. I so wish I could become a disciple of Piaomiao sect. So dashing. Elder Su is so handsome even with his age. I want to bear children for Elder Su. In this old man's view, with Elder Su's patronage, this young lady may soar to great heights someday. Fortune descends from heaven. Everyone hopes it will find them. The crowd sighed with a mixture of envy and lamentation. Heaven sent fortune. Everyone yearns for it to befall themselves. At the city gates, Lu Danian put away the carriage, then stared at Su Xiao with a peculiar expression. The latter furrowed his white brows, seeming to understand something. He raised his leg and kicked Lu Danian squarely on the rear, bellowing, "I told you your Shirbois has reasons for giving things away." "What kind of look is that?" "Why, yes. Yes, Shirbois has reasons. Rest assured, Shirbois, I understand everything." Lu Danian dodged another kick from Su Xiao, grinning foolishly. After these two instances of gifting, Lu Danian had begun to sense faintly his Shirbois' true intentions. While he smiled foolishly on the surface, his heart secretly grieved within. Shirbois was truly too lonely, too isolated. This time back, he must inform the sect master Shirzuan as soon as possible, urging his Shirzuan to find a beautiful Dao companion for Shirbois. Though Shirbois had only 1 year of life remaining, he must still experience the joy of being a man. If Shirbois was too embarrassed to speak of it, then, as his disciple, he absolutely must fulfill this filial duty. Summoning his flying sword, Lu Danian respectfully helped Su Xiao onto it. The sword then shot into the sky, carrying both men directly toward Piaomiao Peak. At a secluded courtyard on the outer mountainside of Piaomiao sect, Su Xiao bid farewell to Lu Danian and sat upon the straw meditation cushion in his room. It seems that the first gift to each fortune's favored daughter will stably trigger a critical hit. He took out the exquisite, beautiful 9 Heavens Phoenix pin, which emanated a faint crimson glow, sensing its contained formidable might. He nodded in satisfaction. Peerless grade artifacts were essentially the most powerful trump cards a cultivator could possess. With several such artifacts, even killing enemies above one's level would be effortless. I'll keep it for now, either for my own use or to gift to others later. Su Xiao stored it back into his spatial vault, then took out that peerless face-retaining pill, translucent and crystal clear. This too was a treasure rarely encountered in the cultivation world, though it likely would be of no use to him now. He didn't know much about face-retaining pills. If he took it, and it preserved his current aged appearance, that would truly be unfortunate. To be safe, it would be best to find an opportunity to gift this to someone else. No female cultivator could resist the temptation of a peerless face-retaining pill. I can find an opportunity to give it to junior sister. She's an SS-rank, fortune's favored daughter. First gift to her, another critical hit. Perfect. With a plan in mind, he stored away the face-retaining pill and prepared for his first cultivation session after failing his tribulation. Currently, he was at Foundation Establishment first stage. The cultivation realm divisions of this world were as follows: Qi, refining; Foundation Establishment, core formation; nascent, soul spirit transformation; void, refining, and so on. Each major realm had 9 stages, and cultivators at different stages consumed different pills to assist their cultivation. For instance, since he was currently at Foundation Establishment, he needed to take Foundation Establishment pills to accelerate his cultivation. Of course, ordinary cultivators who couldn't afford Foundation Establishment pills could only cultivate through sheer willpower, which depended entirely on their natural talent. But he still had 190 Foundation Establishment pills. He could use them freely. For him, with the system, cultivation resources were of no concern. Piaomiao Longevity Art. Su Xiao swallowed 1 Foundation Establishment pill and began circulating the Piaomiao sect's inner disciple cultivation method, the Piaomiao Longevity Art. This was a supreme cultivation technique accessible only to inner disciples. Ordinary outer disciples could only practice the diminished version, the Piaomiao incantation, first. The instant the Foundation Establishment pill entered his stomach and the Piaomiao Longevity Art completed just 1 circulation, the bottleneck within his body shattered with a boom. System, congratulations. Your realm has advanced to Foundation Establishment second stage. So quickly. Su Xiao sensed the realm of Foundation Establishment stage 2, his gaze slightly shifting. He deduced it should be due to the spiritual energy that had been depleted during the Thunder Tribulation, gradually recovering after taking the life-prolonging pill. Thus his cultivation realm advanced at such a rapid pace. Pressing on relentlessly, Su Xiao continued his meditation on the cushion, allowing the essence of the Foundation Establishment pill to rapidly dissolve within his body. Originally, 1 Foundation Establishment pill could sustain a cultivator's practice for 3 days, yet in merely 1 night, Su Xiao consumed 5 pills. His realm directly elevated to Foundation Establishment Stage 4. After breaking through to Foundation Establishment Stage 4, his cultivation speed finally slightly diminished. Possessing the experience from his previous cultivation to Nascent Soul Stage 9, his current cultivation velocity under the enhancement of Foundation Establishment pills had reached an astonishing rate. Only when the second day dawned did Su Xiao rise from the meditation cushion, feeling refreshed and energized. Such rapid cultivation speed, if continued without pause, would drain one's mental faculties. He He intended to first stabilize his realm before resuming gradual cultivation. He still had 51 years of lifespan remaining. No rush, taking it slow was prudent. There were 184 foundation establishment pills remaining in the spatial storage. More than enough. Outer Mountain Hall Sect Plaza. At this moment, numerous outer sect disciples in blue robes had commenced their breathing and meditation practice on the Jade Plaza. This location represented one of the most spiritually dense areas across the entire Outer Mountain, a favored free cultivation site for disciples. These outer sect disciples predominantly resided at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages, incapable of sword flight. Only upon reaching the core formation stage, having mastered sword flying techniques, could one break free from terrestrial constraints and soar through the skies. Core formation cultivators constituted the sect's backbone. Whenever an outer sect disciple ascended to the core formation stage, the sect would promptly assign official responsibilities. Some exceptionally talented disciples might even catch the attention of inner sect elders being recruited into the inner mountain, becoming inner sect disciples, which was the most coveted aspiration for all outer sect members. Among the meditating crowd on the plaza, Lin Yenner stood out with her delicate frame and youthful charm. Eyes closed, she sat cross-legged practicing the ethereal manual, an outer sect technique. She had already reached Qi refining stage 9, on the verge of secluding herself to use the foundation establishment pill for a breakthrough. Even now, she remained exhilarated by yesterday's extraordinary encounter. During her practice, she would occasionally open her beautiful eyes, quietly marveling at their elder Su. With such a respectable senior in the sect, she felt even greater identification with her identity as a Piao sect disciple, convinced her future held infinite promise. Senior brother, have you heard? Yesterday, junior sister Lin was deceived by a rogue merchant in Xiao City, but she encountered our esteemed elder Su. As Lin Yenner meditated, disciples around couldn't help but glance over. Envy flickered in everyone's eyes. Fortuitous encounters were truly rare and unpredictable, yet Lin Yenner had somehow obtained one. Of course. Oh my. Junior brother, this matter spread like wildfire through our outer sect last night. How could I not know? Our elder Su is truly a once-in-10 millennia benevolent soul. He was actually willing to stand up for us outer sect disciples. The discussions gradually spread, with nearly all disciples on the plaza gathering in small groups conversing about this matter. I heard that when that rogue merchant saw elder Su appear, he was so terrified, he wet himself. He even knelt and presented junior sister Lin with 9 medium-grade spirit stones as compensation. That was truly satisfying. Huh. Our junior sister Lin only spent 3 medium-grade spirit stones, and now she's earned 6. Talk about a windfall. You're missing the crucial point. Junior sister Lin didn't just gain 6 medium-grade spirit stones. I heard our esteemed elder Su personally gifted her 10 high-quality foundation establishment pills afterward. That's the key point. Oh yes. 9 medium-grade spirit stones, 10 foundation establishment pills. Sigh. Why can't such good fortune happen to me? With 10 foundation establishment pills, given junior sister Lin's talent, she might even directly cultivate to foundation establishment stage 2. So envious. At this moment, several more female disciples chimed in. That's nothing. You don't know this. When elder Su was departing, he said Lin Yenner could come to him whenever she encountered cultivation difficulties. That's her true fortuitous encounter. Good heavens. So envious. How can there be such an excellent elder? I'm going to find elder Su. I want to be his attendant. Get real. This kind of opportunity is rare. If you go to elder Su's courtyard right now, he might just kick you out. Sigh. Lin Yenner is truly blessed with incredible luck. The discussions around varied in volume, some naturally drifting to Lin Yenner and her 2 nearby senior martial sisters. One of her senior martial sisters smiled at Lin Ye, junior sister. You've become famous now. Everyone's envious of you. Another senior martial sister encouraged. Junior sister, since elder Su has said so, why not go find him? With elder Su's guidance, your foundation establishment is practically guaranteed. Lin Yenner's cheeks flushed, completely unable to continue meditating. Looking at her 2 senior martial sisters, she said somewhat bashfully, senior sisters, that wouldn't be appropriate. Elder Su probably just said it casually. Besides, with elder Su's foundation establishment pills, I should be able to establish my foundation. The slightly plump senior martial sister who had encouraged her said, Junior sister, how can you let such a great opportunity slip away? Sigh. Too foolish. Another leaner senior martial sister's eyes lit up as she said, Junior sister, elder Su has helped you so much, and he lives right here on our outer mountain. You should at least go thank him. Otherwise it would be too improper. Hearing this, a thoughtful glint flickered across Lin Yenner's eyes. Her senior sister was right. Elder Su had helped her so much, and he conveniently lived within the outer sect. He was already running out of lifespan, all alone. Being so old and frail, he must be terribly lonely. Regardless, she should personally go thank him. Having made her decision, she bid farewell to her 2 senior martial sisters and returned to her own quarters. The Piao sect's disciple quarters were uniformly arranged with male disciples on one side and female disciples on the other, all essentially single rooms. Lin Yin'er returned to her neat, fragrant room. After some thought, she brought along a box of crispy pastries her mother from home had prepared. Visiting empty-handed would show insufficient sincerity. Though the pastries weren't valuable, they could convey her heartfelt gratitude. Disciple Lin Yin'er SP specifically came to pay respects to Elder Su. Outside the small courtyard, Lin Yin'er was so nervous her words stumbled. It took all her courage to barely make her way here. Su Xiao, reclining in a rocking chair sipping tea, had long sensed her approach. His eyes brightened slightly as he looked at the beautiful young girl of 19 or 20 before him, and he nodded with a smile. She wore a light blue robe, her figure graceful and enchanting. Her fair, delicate features radiated youthful beauty, her budding form standing elegant and poised. She resembled a pure, delicate lotus floating in water. So it's you, Lin Yin'er. I remember you. Su Xiao waved. The courtyard gate is unlocked. Come in. As he had anticipated, this girl, blessed with exceptional fortune, had come to him of her own accord. Hearing Su Xiao's aged voice, Lin Yin'er's delicate frame shuddered. Trembling, she pushed open the low courtyard gate and cautiously stepped inside. 3 houses stood within the courtyard. Elder Su, clad in a gray robe, sat beside a wooden table on an old wooden armchair. He gazed at her with a kind, gentle smile, warm and approachable. Lin Yin'er hurried forward, presenting the exquisite pastry box with both hands. Kneeling on one knee, she stammered nervously. Elder, disciple has come today to express gratitude for the elder's kindness yesterday. These are renowned pastries from my hometown, brought as a token of thanks for the elder. Her body stiffened with tension, her head bowed, scarcely daring to meet Su Xiao's gaze. The gap in status between them within the Piao sect was simply too vast. The other was a highly respected inner sect elder, the senior brother of the sect master, while she was merely an overlooked outer sect disciple. She feared her visit might have been presumptuous toward Elder Su, and worried he might disdain her humble pastries. He rise, place it on the table. Su Xiao ceased his rocking and straightened his aging frame, gesturing toward the wooden table beside him. Lin Yin'er quickly stepped forward and respectfully set the pastries upon the table. The pastries were packaged in a rosewood box adorned with golden engravings, clearly not something ordinary families could afford. Sit, young friend Lin. No need to be so stiff. Seeing how excessively nervous she was, Su Xiao offered a soothing smile. Simply treat me as an ordinary withered old man approaching the end of his days. Lin Yin'er was overwhelmed by such graciousness. Flustered, she exclaimed, No, no. Elder Su, you must. You'll surely live for many more years to come. The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Had she not just touched upon the elder's painful subject? She dared not sit beside Elder Su. The elder's presence was simply too commanding. Her heart was now filled with such anxiety that she wished to flee immediately. Elder Su. I shouldn't disturb the elder's rest any longer. Elder Su, disciple shall take her leave now. Speaking inarticulately from nervousness, Lin Yin'er stood beside Su Xiao like a frightened kitten. Hearing this, Su Xiao's white brows twitched slightly. Leave? He absolutely could not allow her to depart like this. He needed to find a reason to continue giving her things. His aged eyes flickering, he smiled gently. No rush, young friend Lin. Do you currently have a master within the outer sect? Lin Yin'er blinked her clear bright eyes and shook her head. No. Elder disciple is only at the 9th stage of Qi refining, not yet at foundation establishment. Su Xiao nodded. Outer sect disciples below foundation establishment were managed uniformly, with outer sect elders taking turns teaching Dharma in the main hall. Only upon reaching foundation establishment could one potentially be accepted as a disciple by an outer sect elder for focused cultivation. Su Xiao smiled and said, Young friend Lin, I perceive your talent is commendable. With 10 foundation building pills, you should be able to reach foundation establishment. Yesterday's encounter with young friend Lin was, I believe, a fortunate connection. Hereafter, should you encounter any difficulties within the sect, do not stand on ceremony. Come find me. Lin Yin'er's heart was racing with excitement. Elder Su spoke in this manner yet again. The first time might have been casual words, but the second time Elder Su must genuinely intend to help her. Overjoyed within, Lin Yin'er immediately knelt before Su Xiao, kowtowing with sincerity. Disciple. Thanks to the elder. Thanks to the elder. Su Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. As I said, we share a karmic connection. Young friend Lin, could you do me a favor? Lin Yin'er rose, her face flushed, and said, Please speak, elder. If there is anything within my power, I shall do it for the elder. Her gaze was resolute, carrying a firm determination. She now understood that forming a bond with Elder Su was the greatest turning point, the greatest fortuitous opportunity in her cultivation journey. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. When one grows old, the shoulders always ache. Young friend Lin, could you massage my shoulders? This old bag of bones can barely move about. Lin Yin'er was stunned by this request. This was far too simple, wasn't it? Simply massaging the shoulders. No problem, Lin Yin'er answered hastily. She took a deep breath, rolled up her sleeves 3 inches, revealing her fair, slender hands. Then, carrying a waft of fragrance, she walked behind Su Xiao's rocking chair and began gently massaging his shoulders. Elder Su, just tell me if the pressure is too light or too heavy. Lin Yin'er was earnest and tender. She feared applying too much force, causing discomfort to the elder. Su Xiao felt the gentle movements on his shoulders and nodded in satisfaction. About right, yes. Continue like this. A look of enjoyment spread across his face as he let out a relieved breath. This girl did possess some talent for massage after all. Watching the elder's weary face gradually relax, Lin Yin'er was overjoyed within. The elder had shown her such kindness that she wished to do something for him in return. Moreover, seeing the elder so solitary in his old age, she wished to accompany him more. While receiving the massage, Su Xiao opened the box on the table, took a bite of a pastry, and chewed twice. Delicious, young friend Lin. These pastries are truly excellent, far superior to those confections in the dining hall. Lin Yin'er was overjoyed to hear this, and said with a bright smile, if Elder Su enjoys them, I shall have my mother send more over so the elder can enjoy them often. Su Xiao smiled and nodded, drinking tea, eating pastries, and savoring the massage. Such a life in retirement seemed rather pleasant indeed. Time passed moment by moment. Lin Yin'er seemed tireless, continuously massaging Su Xiao's shoulders. Approaching noon, Su Xiao finally called a halt. Young friend Lin, that's sufficient. Thank you. Lin Yin'er hastily stepped aside. No. Elder Su has shown me such great kindness. This is nothing. If Elder Su enjoys it, I shall come every day to massage the elder's shoulders. There's no need to come every day. Let's discuss this after you reach foundation establishment. Su Xiao rose. Though aged, his frame was still upright and dignified. Gazing at the youthful, vibrant Lin Yin'er before him, he smiled and asked, do you currently possess any protective artifacts? Lin Yin'er was taken aback. No. My spirit stones are insufficient. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao smiled and retrieved 3 inferior-grade artifacts from his spatial treasury. A jade hairpin, a ring, and a spirit sword. These were artifacts he had selected at the Zilai trading house. Choosing such styles was precisely for the convenience of gifting them to a destined young cultivator. Young friend Lin, you massaged me for so long. I must repay your kindness. This jade hairpin is an inferior-grade attack artifact, this ring is an inferior-grade defensive artifact, and this is an inferior-grade spirit sword. Looking at the utterly stunned Lin Yin'er, Su Xiao smiled. I no longer have use for these artifacts. We share a karmic connection, and you assisted me, so accept them for your protection. Lin Yin'er widened her eyes upon hearing this. She was so shocked, she nearly turned to stone. 3 inferior-grade artifacts. That was equivalent to 3 superior spirit stones. This was far too precious. Was Elder Su really going to give them to her? Su Xiao took her hand and placed the artifacts within it, smiling. No need for formality. To me, this is nothing. Young friend Lin, with these 3 artifacts, no one in the outer sect will be able to bully you. Lin Yin'er gazed at the artifacts in her hand, then looked at Su Xiao's aged, deeply lined face. Her eyes grew red and tears fell one by one. Kneeling, she wept as she expressed her gratitude. Disciple. Thanks the elder for his profound kindness. Elder, should you have any instructions hereafter, disciple shall not hesitate to risk her life. Shock gradually transformed into immense joy. Lin Yin'er knew she had encountered a great noble benefactor. System notification, host successfully gifted 3 inferior-grade artifacts. Returns medium-grade artifact, jade gold hairpin, medium-grade artifact, dark light ring, medium-grade artifact, falling star sword. 3 medium-grade artifacts have been stored in the spatial treasury. Hearing the system voice beside his ear, Su Xiao smiled with satisfaction in his heart. This should be an ordinary 10-fold return with no critical hit triggered. 1 medium-grade artifact was roughly worth 10 inferior-grade artifacts. Though there was no critical hit, it was still steadily profitable. Excellent. Tears of gratitude welled up in Lin Yin'er's eyes. After sincerely bidding farewell to Su Xiao once more, she respectfully withdrew from the side courtyard. Looking at the 3 faintly glowing artifacts in her hands, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Elder Su was truly too good to her. From now on, she would definitely repay his kindness. She would be willing to do anything for him. Walking along the path from the side courtyard, she came to the main road leading up the mountain. Her 2 senior sisters were already waiting at the junction. Senior sisters, how are you here? Lin Yin'er looked at them, a hint of surprise in her eyes. The slightly plump senior sister smiled and said, Junior sister, we saw you going to Elder Su's courtyard, so we just came to have a look. How did it go? Elder Su is very kind, right? Did he give you any guidance? The slender senior sister also looked at Lin Yin'er with expectation. No, he didn't give me any guidance. Lin Yin'er shifted her beautiful eyes. No guidance. That's impossible. Junior sister, you stayed at Elder Su's place for an entire morning. Did he really not teach you anything? What? The plump senior sister still didn't believe it. Lin Yin'er said, really no. Elder Su's shoulders were sore, so I was massaging his shoulders. What? Massaging his shoulders? The two senior sisters were stunned, then light flashed in their eyes. This is a good thing. It shows Elder Su has a good relationship with you. He took a liking to you. The plump woman smiled. It's fine. If he didn't guide you this time, come again next time. He'll definitely give you cultivation guidance then. The two senior sisters were very excited. If Lin Yin'er built a good relationship with Elder Su, then they being close to her would definitely be taken care of together in the future. Even if they couldn't eat the meat, they could still drink the broth. Huh. Junior sister, why are you holding so many artifacts? The slender senior sister noticed something and exclaimed this. These are 3 low-grade artifacts. Junior sister, where did you get these? Lin Yin'er blinked. Thinking of Elder Su's warm smile, she said joyfully, Elder Su gave them to me. He said they were payment for massaging his shoulders. Boom. Hearing this, the two senior sisters felt as if they had been struck by lightning and could not recover for a long time. A whole morning of shoulder massaging, and he gave away 3 low-grade artifacts. Such a thing was beyond their comprehension. No. The two senior sisters roared inside. Why? Why was it not them? Artifacts. Even if you added the 2 of them together, they still had not a single one. Inside the side courtyard, Xiao returned to his old rocking chair. There had been a box of 8 crispy cakes on the side table, but during the massage, just now only 3 were left. The crispy cakes brought by young friend Lin are quite tasty. Xiao picked up another piece, eating it while sipping tea. The cakes must have been filled with 100 flour filling. After eating, a fragrant aftertaste filled his mouth. Phew. 3 mid-grade artifacts, no rush. I'll give them away when the chance comes. He already had a plan. For these Qi refining and foundation establishment disciples, low-grade artifacts were more than sufficient. As for mid-grade artifacts, it was best to give them to cultivators at the core formation stage and above, as the returns should be greater. Given the system's usual nature, gifts had to be reasonable. He could not give them away recklessly. He checked his spatial storage. There were 16 low-grade artifacts left. There were still 184 foundation establishment pills, 50 high-grade spirit stones, and 20 golden core nourishing pills for core formation cultivators. With so many items, he could give them out slowly. There was no rush. That Lin Yin'er had decent aptitude. Once she reached foundation establishment, he could send another wave of gifts. The next morning, the sect square exploded. Lin Yin'er did not come. She was in her own room, already in seclusion, to break through to the foundation establishment realm. More than 1,000 outer sect disciples in the square had lost all interest in sitting meditation and breathing exercises. They clustered in groups to discuss what happened yesterday with Lin Yin'er. My dear mother, have you all heard? This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. My 9 heavens, immortal emperor. 3 artifacts. Elder Su gave junior sister Lin 3 more low-grade artifacts yesterday. Some disciples in the square had already gone mad. Although they were low-grade artifacts, each one was an artifact that could only be bought with a high-grade spirit stone. Giving them away so casually was unacceptable to them. Do you know why Elder Su gave junior sister Lin artifacts? It was only because junior sister Lin massaged Elder Su's shoulders, and Elder Su gave them away. Crazy, absolutely crazy. Massaging shoulders for half a day earns 3 low-grade artifacts as a reward. This world is too insane. I slaved away completing sect missions, and only after all these years could I afford 1 low-grade artifact. That Lin Yin'er just massaged his shoulders and got 3. I don't accept this. I want to die. Oh. Some calmer disciples had already begun analyzing what was really going on. Don't panic. There's still a chance. There's a chance. Listen to my analysis. Elder Su is nearing the end of his lifespan. With everything he has accumulated over the past 1,000 years, he must still have many good things on him. Elder Su has no Dao companion, no descendants, and no disciples. This means Elder Su's current possessions have no one to inherit them. That is why he is so generous. After this analysis, all the disciples around them swarmed over with curiosity. The man continued, junior sister Lin was just lucky enough to catch Elder Su's eye. It's not because she has anything special. Now let's act immediately and try our luck at Elder Su's place. If he is happy, he might casually toss out a pile of artifacts and pills. Won't we all get rich? After the analysis, everyone's eyes flared with excitement. It made sense, perfect sense. If Elder Su wouldn't give his possessions to his own people, who else would he give them to? Was he planning to take them into his coffin? Elder Su, I'm coming. I want to be your adopted son, no your adopted grandson. I'm going to. I'd even serve Elder Su tea and water, wash his feet, and make his bed. As long as he is happy enough to reward me with 1 pill, I'll be fully satisfied. Me too, me too. If Elder Su is willing to give me an artifact, I'd even warm his bed. This junior sister, have you taken a look at that squash face of yours? Even I wouldn't be willing. Get the hell out of here. The crowd was making a lively racket, but only a handful truly dared to go down the mountain to Su Zhao's courtyard. These people had thrown away all shame. As long as there was a way, they were willing to risk life itself, let alone lose face. Quite a few female cultivators with some beauty sold their bodies in exchange for resources. We disciples pay our respects to Elder Su. The voices of a crowd of disciples came from outside. Su Xiao in the courtyard was baffled. What were they up to now? Why the hell were so many outer sect disciples coming to his place? Su Xiao rose and walked outside the courtyard. Looking at the dense crowd kneeling before him, he slightly frowned with his white brows. A bold outer disciple said, Elder Su, you live alone on the outer mountain, so it must be inconvenient to tidy the courtyard. No matter. Since Elder Su has come to the outer mountain, how could we disciples just stand by? Leave the cleaning to me. After saying that, before Su Xiao could respond, he took out a broom from his storage pouch and rushed into the courtyard, beginning to sweep frantically. His diligence and devout expression left Su Xiao dumbfounded. When the surrounding disciples saw that the chore of sweeping the courtyard had been snatched away, all of them instantly became restless. Elder Su, senior brother Xiao is too tired sweeping alone. Ooh, I'll go help him. Oh, Elder Su, there's a hornet's nest next to your courtyard. Oh, those are venomous wasps. Leave it to me, just leave it to me. Elder Su, behind your courtyard several big trees have fallen. It's a bit unsightly. No worries, disciple will go right now to reattach them for you, ensuring they look exactly as before they were cut. Seeing that the quick-witted disciples had all found tasks and stayed to work, the rest began brainstorming. Elder Su, these rooms of yours might leak. When it rains, let me inspect and repair them for you. This fence isn't fastened firmly. I'll leave it to me. Elder Su, I'll sweep your rooms. I'll polish the floor. I'll unclog the toilet. Watching each outer disciple come up with all kinds of bizarre tasks, Su Xiao blinked, still somewhat bewildered. What's going on here? Since one doesn't strike a smiling face, he didn't rebuke these outer disciples. After a brief thought, he suddenly understood. Well, the matter of giving Lin Yin or something must have spread. Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. These disciples, no need to guess, were surely envious of Lin Yin'er and wanted to gain some benefits from him. Heh, none of you do proper work. You only think of shortcuts. He returned to his rocking chair, and without speaking watched with amusement as dozens of outer disciples worked around him. Giving things away was naturally impossible. Would he do something without benefits? Once the disciples' enthusiasm faded, they would leave on their own. No matter. Just as he was rocking and savoring tea, the system's voice sounded in his ear. Detected daughter of Fortune Jean Liuxiang. Fortune level C. Return multiplier x10. Bond level 1. Oh, there's a daughter of Fortune here. Su Xiao's aged eyes widened, and he looked toward the direction the system indicated. Immediately, a woman dressed in a light blue robe came into view. She was a beautiful young woman watering the green plants he had planted in the corner of the courtyard. Her eyes kept darting towards Su Xiao from time to time. Clearly she too had come to try her luck. Su Xiao's eyes lit up slightly. Without speaking, he closed his eyes and silently observed the woman with his divine sense. There were too many people now to make a move. He would wait until fewer remained, then slowly find an opportunity to give her something. Elder Su seemed to be looking at me just now. Jean Liuxiang, while watering, began to feel excited. Her beautiful big eyes flashed with glimmers. She sensed that her guess might be right. Ever since the news that Elder Su gave something to Lin Yin'er spread among the outer sect, she had secretly analyzed why Elder Su would do such a thing. Judging from that special look Elder Su gave her just now, she sensed it. Elder Su was likely an old man feeling lonely and having thoughts about beautiful female cultivators. Jean Liuxiang was not one of those naive and innocent female disciples, as she had cultivated step by step to the foundation establishment second level. It all relied on her flexible mind and her understanding of men's nature. Although she had never had physical intimacy with a man, she could manipulate the fellow disciples around her at will to obtain cultivation resources. Her reaching foundation establishment second level was due first to her outstanding appearance and second to her grasp of men. Just as I thought. Jean Liuxiang was inwardly encouraged. An old man is still a man. As long as it's a man, it's impossible for him not to like beautiful female cultivators like us. With confidence, she glanced at those solicitous disciples around and sneered inwardly. A bunch of fools, not even knowing what Elder Su really wants, yet wasting their efforts. Even those ugly-faced women came completely lacking self-awareness. Heh. As time slowly passed, Jean Liuxiang watered the plants bit by bit. She was not anxious. As long as Elder Su didn't drive her away, she had ways to deal with a man like him. By then, those sweeping the courtyard had swept it 3 times, and there was truly nothing left to sweep. Seeing Su Xiao sitting on the rocking chair unmoved, they let out a long sigh and could only respectfully take their leave. What could they do? They couldn't keep working in Elder Su's courtyard forever, could they? Alas, it seems this fortune is not so easily obtained. The courtyard sweepers left first, and the rest, losing confidence, came one by one to bid farewell to Su Xiao. The latter also smiled and said goodbye. After all, they had worked, so he sent them off with a smile. By the afternoon, only one person remained in the courtyard, Jean Liuxiang. Elder Su. This disciple has finished watering the flowers and will now take her leave. With graceful steps, Jin Liuxiang walked before Su Xiao and bid farewell softly. A trace of anticipation in her eyes, she secretly watched the old man before her. Su Xiao then rose looking at the woman in front of him. Her sect robe clung to her body, perfectly outlining her delicate curves. Her face was charming and alluring, her skin snow-white and flawless. Her figure was stunning, her robe barely able to contain her chest. Her lower abdomen was flat without a trace of excess flesh, with a slender willow waist. Her bewitching eyes shimmered with a tender, affectionate light. What a seductive little vixen. Su Xiao let out a gentle breath, looked at the woman, and said with a smile, "Young friend, what is your name?" Hearing this, Jin Liuxiang's expression brightened. Asking for her name, she was the first. Jin Liuxiang looked at Su Xiao with burning eyes, and seemingly a little shy said, "This disciple is Jin Liuxiang." Su Xiao nodded and asked, "What cultivation stage are you at now?" A sea-level daughter of fortune. Judging by her appearance, she was only around 20 and had already reached the foundation establishment realm. She was also a talented disciple. Those certified by the system were indeed never wrong, and every one of them was a beauty. Ha! Su Xiao laughed. Today I've troubled young friend Jin. You have watered the flowers and plants in my small courtyard. I see affinity between us. Here are 10 foundation establishment pills. I am too old to use them now, so I give them to you as thanks. After saying this, he took out 10 pure white foundation establishment pills from his spatial storage and handed them to Jin Liuxiang. Looking at the 10 pills in her hand, her eyes widened, instantly filled with pleasant surprise. Then she immediately knelt down and expressed her gratitude. This disciple thanks Elder Su. At the same moment, those outer disciples who had not yet left and were secretly watching from a distance in the courtyard were all dumbfounded. Elder Su actually gave something. The disciples hiding in the distance were those unwilling to leave. They simply wanted to see whether Elder Su would actually give anything away. Unexpectedly, he really did. Moreover, he gave it to the last disciple who remained. Now their hearts were filled with extreme regret. Could it be that they hadn't worked long enough? How infuriating. If only they had known, they wouldn't have left. In the courtyard, Su Xiao gazed at Jin Liuxiang kneeling before him in gratitude, as a system notification echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 foundation establishment pills. First gift to Jin Liuxiang has triggered a 100-fold critical hit, returning a Supreme Longevity Pill. Supreme Longevity Pill upon consumption lifespan increases by 300 years. 300 years of lifespan. Su Xiao's heart surged with joy. Wasn't this exactly what he needed? His current lifespan was only 51 years, and it would remain unchanged until he advanced to nascent Soul Knight stage. Only upon transcending the tribulation thunder and breaking through to the deity transformation realm would his lifespan ceiling increase from 1,000 years to 3,000 years. Only then would he truly be restored to full strength, returning to his peak. At that time, his appearance would rejuvenate, and he could once again become that stunningly handsome man he once was. Excellent. With 300 years of lifespan and the system by his side, he could casually cultivate to deity transformation, easy and simple. Looking at Jin Liuxiang before him, Su Xiao felt pleased. He stepped forward and helped her rise. Young friend Jin, there's no need for such formalities. Since we share this destiny, should you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation, come find me. I shall assist you. Jin Liuxiang's beautiful eyes flickered with subtle light. Gazing at the kind-hearted elder smiling before her, she internally scoffed. Elder Su, as expected, is simply an old man at the twilight of life, craving female companionship. As Su Xiao helped her up, her eyes rolled, and suddenly she pounced forward. It seemed she had lost her footing. Jin Liuxiang collapsed into Su Xiao's embrace. Su Xiao was immediately startled. Oh dear. Elder Su, I'm so sorry, I just twisted my ankle. Jin Liuxiang slowly steadied herself against Su Xiao's body before graciously stepping away. But now she was absolutely certain. Elder Su was 100% that kind of person. Haha, no trouble at all. Su Xiao smiled calmly and lightly. Young friend Jin, do be careful. Should you have any difficulties in the future, come find me. Only then did Jin Liuxiang respectfully bow and express her gratitude. Disciple thanks the elder for his benevolent grace. Elder Su's profound kindness. I shall never refuse any command the elder gives in the future. After several more bows of gratitude, Jin Liuxiang departed with complete confidence. Her heart was filled with tremendous excitement. Compared to Elder Su, those senior brothers and junior brothers, along with her own master Zhou Xiao, were simply insignificant. As long as she could curry favor with Elder Su in the future, her cultivation path would be completely secured. Joyful, elated. On her way back, Jin Liuxiang had already begun contemplating her plans for the days ahead. The scene that unfolded in the courtyard left those watching from hiding utterly stunned. What on earth just happened? That scheming vixen Jean Liuxiang had actually thrown herself into Elder Su's embrace. And Elder Su didn't even resist? Good heavens! What did they just witness? At this moment, the hearts of these dozen disciples lingering in the distance seemed to have suffered an enormous shock. Could Jean Liuxiang possibly be using her beauty to seize Elder Su's resources? Elder Su, you absolutely must not be seduced by that scheming woman. In the courtyard, Su Xiao returned to his room, sitting on the meditation cushion, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. Jean Liuxiang was indeed a woman with some schemes. But it didn't matter. As long as she was a destined daughter of fortune, he would accept them all without reservation. These were his opportunities for mutual benefit, one after another. In the future, when he achieves the great Tao of longevity, he would rely on the returns from these destined daughters of fortune. Taking out the supreme longevity pill gleaming with crystalline radiance from his spatial storage, Su Xiao examined it carefully. Once such an item reached supreme grade, it commanded an astronomical price. The longevity pill Ji Shui had given him was probably only medium grade, capable of adding merely 50 years. Yet this one supreme grade pill granted 300 years. Without further hesitation, Su Xiao swallowed the longevity pill in one gulp with no intention of giving it away. In an instant, a tremendous vitality surged within his body. This vitality began from his 5 viscera and 6 organs, spreading step by step throughout his entire body. Eventually, his entire being seemed filled with vigor, as if he were young again. Not only did his withered skin and aged appearance improve slightly with wrinkles fading, but his internal organs and tendons had been deeply repaired by this single supreme longevity pill. They were no weaker than those of an ordinary young person. In some aspects, they even far surpassed them. This satisfied him deeply. The effect is quite good. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Name Su Xiao. Age 1008 years. Cultivation Foundation Establishment, 4th stage. Special physique none. Remaining lifespan 301 years. It seems longevity pills cannot be used repeatedly. Su Xiao examined his remaining lifespan, realizing the supreme longevity pill must have overwritten the effects of the previous longevity pill. Afterward, he sat upon the meditation cushion and began cultivating the ethereal longevity art. Cultivation requires balance and moderation to endure eternally. The next day, it wasn't just the sect square that was buzzing. Now both the male and female dormitory areas were in an uproar. Someone had spread the news of Su Xiao giving Jean Liuxiang 10 Foundation establishment pills. Now the entire outer sect was discussing this extraordinary event. Elder Su gave something away again yesterday. 10 Foundation establishment pills. 10 whole Foundation establishment pills. That Jean Liuxiang only went to Elder Su's courtyard to water the flowers and plants, and Elder Su gave her 10 Foundation establishment pills just before she left. Insane. Elder Su has truly lost his mind. In the dormitory area, disciples gathered in groups. First it was Lin Yin'er receiving a gift, now it's Jean Liuxiang. Have you all noticed something? Elder Su gives to the acknowledged beauties of our outer mountain. You? What do you mean by that? I won't allow you to defame Elder Su like this. No. Don't misunderstand. Elder Su is a person of noble character and integrity. He naturally couldn't be such a person. What I mean is beauties are probably more likely to catch Elder Su's attention. After all, Elder Su is also a man. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Elder Su is already so old. Do you really think he'd have such inclinations? I don't believe it. There must be another reason. That's right. Jean Liuxiang was the last one to leave Elder Su's courtyard. Elder Su must have seen her perseverance. Exactly. That's how it must be. Such a kind person as Elder Su must have been testing us, and only Jean Liuxiang completed that test. In an instant, Su Xiao's grand and dignified image was firmly re-established. The crowd in the residential area buzzed with constant discussion, but nearly all of it was directed at condemning Jean Liuxiang. They claimed this woman had already reaped her rewards yet refused to stop, and was now attempting to seduce Elder Su to secure even greater benefits. However, Elder Su was a man of principle and noble character, and he had outright rejected her. As for the opportunities that came with Elder Su after this incident, all the disciples understood they were far from easy to obtain. She would simply need to plan carefully. In the female cultivator's residential area, within a beautifully fragrant and exquisitely appointed room, Jean Liuxiang gazed at the 10 Foundation establishment pills in her hands, her sense of dissatisfaction growing ever more profound. Lin Yin'er spent half a day in Elder Su's private residence and received 3 lower-grade magical artifacts. I spent half a day there and only got 10 Foundation establishment pills. Could something be wrong? Jean Liuxiang slowly began to speculate in that direction, massaging his shoulders. Lin Yin'er, I believe you saw exactly what Elder Su needed. During that half-day you offered yourself to him directly, didn't you? A glint of sharp light flashed in her beautiful eyes as she pieced together what had likely occurred. 3 lower-grade magical artifacts represented an astronomical sum to these outer sect disciples. Elder Su would never have so readily given those away. Lin Yin'er must have done something during that half-day. Even if she hadn't completely yielded herself, she had certainly provided Elder Su with sufficient benefit. Once she understood, Jin Liuxiang's heart grew increasingly troubled. In terms of beauty, she firmly believed herself no inferior to Lin Yin'er. As for cultivation, she stood several realms above Lin Yin'er. If the other could obtain such rewards, why should she not? After coming to this realization, a look of resolute determination appeared in her eyes. But she was calculating and meticulous and had prevented Zhou Xiao from succeeding. Still, yielding herself was merely a question of when, not if. She understood the unspoken rules of this sect quite clearly. Now that she had gotten to know Elder Su, compared to him, Zhou Xiao was nothing. Elder Su. If I were to serve him well in his later years, perhaps his future legacy would all be mine. Golden light erupted in Jin Liuxiang's eyes. What mattered was physical appearance. No, tangible real benefits were what truly mattered to her. She also wished to travel further on the path of cultivation and rise above ordinary people. Elder Su being somewhat older was something she could accept. After making up her mind, she sat beside her dressing table and began to groom herself. It would be tonight. She would fully capture Elder Su and compel him to tilt more resources toward her. Lin Yin'er was currently in secluded cultivation. This was an excellent opportunity to advance. In the afternoon, Su Xiao had already been cultivating upon his meditation cushion for a full day. The pace at which the Foundation establishment pills were being assimilated had slowed, and so far only 2 had been digested. His realm had reached the 5th layer of Foundation establishment. Though this speed was slower than the previous few days compared to others, it was like riding a rocket. Exhaling softly, Su Xiao paused his cultivation method, preparing to rest his spirit before continuing. Joy filled his heart. Cultivating at this pace, returning to his peak, was merely a matter of time. His spatial bag was now filled with both magical treasures and supreme-grade artifacts. There was no need to worry about his strength. Even if a nascent soul cultivator were to attack him, he could withdraw unscathed or even counterkill them. One could say that a single Nanming Li Fire Sword had brought his combat power nearly back to its peak. This disciple has come specifically to pay respects to Elder Su. At that moment, several feminine voices reached them from outside the door. Su Xiao's expression shifted slightly. He rose and opened the door from within. Outside stood 5 or 6 female disciples, all dressed in pale blue long robes. Outer sect disciples. What brings you here? The system had not detected any fortune girls. These were merely ordinary female disciples. Among them, a girl with a melon-shaped face and an ordinary countenance swallowed hard. Gathering her courage, she knelt and boldly declared, Elder Su. Living alone here must surely be quite inconvenient, correct? This disciple wishes to serve you. To pour tea and water for Elder Su. I can also cook. I beg Elder Su not to disdain me. Seeing someone else speak first, a nearby girl with a round flat face knelt and cried out, Me too. Me too. Elder Su, let me serve as your maid. I will serve Elder Su with all my heart. The remaining girls all dropped to their knees, each vying to become Su Xiao's personal servant. Some even declared they would do anything. They had all come after hearing the rumors about Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang. After discussing it among themselves, they had come to Su Xiao's place to try their luck. If by some chance the elder took a fancy to them, they would have reached the heavens in a single step. Su Xiao swallowed. Looking at these 5 or 6 women, he silently shook his head. What sort of situation was this? Even the melon-faced and flat-faced ones had shown up. There were 1 or 2 who were passable to look at, but neither was a fortune girl. He naturally understood what these people were thinking. But now he was a respected and virtuous inner sect elder. How could he take sect disciples as servants and maids? Should word get out, his reputation would suffer greatly. Dear young friends, I am quite content being alone. There is no need to trouble yourselves. Su Xiao declined with a smile. Hurry back now, lest others think I am using my seniority to oppress you young ones, huh? His words carried a kind and gentle warmth reminiscent of an elder's tender affection. Without returning any gifts, these people had no connection to him whatsoever. 5 or 6 female cultivators exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with profound disappointment. As expected, how could a venerable elder like Elder Su casually distribute resources for no reason? Those damn wretched boys spreading rumors about Elder Su, utterly detestable. They made them waste this trip for nothing. Daring not to disturb Su Xiao further, the 5 or 6 women bowed respectfully and awkwardly departed the courtyard, heading outward. Just as they reached the mountain path junction, Jin Liuxiang, dressed in a pale blue robe, came walking by. Upon seeing Jin Liuxiang, a flash of mockery instantly crossed these women's eyes. This woman came too. No need to guess. She must have the same idea as them. They waited eagerly to see how Elder Su would drive her away. Meanwhile, Jean Liuxiang glimpsed their expressions and guessed the situation quite accurately. She confidently walked toward the side courtyard. Hey, what's she putting on such airs about? Elder Su won't fall for that trick. This old lady wants to see her come out with her tail between her legs. The squash-faced woman's expression instantly soured. Had it not been for the others holding her back, she would have cursed the woman outright. Wait, we're staying right here. This old lady wants to see what expression she makes when she's thrown out. Inside the small courtyard room, Jean Liuxiang entered the house at Su Xiao's invitation. Gazing upon the enchanting and beautiful Jean Liuxiang, who had specially dressed up for this occasion, Su Xiao smiled kindly. He was pondering what excuse he could use to give her something. Jean Liuxiang had come under the pretense of thanking him for the 10 Foundation establishment pills. Taking a deep breath, her cheeks slightly flushed, she gathered her courage and said, Elder Su, your disciple presumes to discuss a matter with you. Oh. Su Xiao glanced at her. Before he even spoke, she had already opened her mouth. A matter to discuss. Young friend Jean, what would you like to say? Su Xiao sat by the bed smiling faintly. From her expression, he could roughly discern what she was after. Seeing that Su Xiao seemed somewhat interested, Jean Liuxiang's confidence gradually grew. Please do not take offense, Elder Su. You have reached the twilight of your years, and your thunder tribulation has failed. Your path of cultivation should be beyond salvation. Jean Liuxiang boldly declared, I have heard that you have merely 1 year of life remaining. This disciple is willing to serve as your attendant, attending to you until Elder Su ascends to the heavens. A faint crease appeared between Su Xiao's brows. He began to contemplate. Having a maid was not impossible. In other words, he wouldn't need any excuse to give her things anymore. Moreover, she truly was quite beautiful. His eyes brightened. Based on this consideration, Su Xiao chuckled and said, Are you truly willing? She laughed softly and said, This disciple is willing. Jean Liuxiang had her own calculations. The man had only a year left, so her service wouldn't be lengthy. In the end, she would not only obtain a substantial amount of cultivation resources, but might even become a disciple under Elder Su, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. Since that is the case, so be it. Su Xiao smiled. Young friend Jean, rest assured. Regarding cultivation resources, I will not let you worry. I shall assist you. Thank you, Elder. Jean Liuxiang was overjoyed, her beautiful eyes shimmering with gratitude. She would no longer need to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Gazing at Su Xiao, triumph gleamed in her eyes. However, he had lived for 1,000 years, and was certainly no fool. She needed to show sincerity first, and he had already given her 10 precious Foundation establishment pills. Her charming face flushed as she drew near with her proud, alluring figure. Congratulations, host. Bond level with Fortune's chosen daughter Jean Liuxiang has increased to 2. Fortune's chosen daughter Jean Liuxiang. Fate rank C. Return multiplier 20x. Bond level 2. The next morning the two dressed and prepared themselves. So this is how one levels up to rank 2. The room was filled with lingering, intoxicating fragrance. Su Xiao walked to the table and sat down. Smiling, he asked, Young friend Jean, do you possess any magical artifacts? Jean Liuxiang, her face still flushed, brightened. I have an inferior grade magical sword. It was a gift from my master. She sat somewhat awkwardly and shyly on the bed. Upon hearing this, Su Xiao smiled faintly. He retrieved a mid-grade magical artifact, the Jasper gold hairpin, and an inferior grade defensive ring from his spatial storage. He also took out 10 superior grade spirit stones. After placing them on the side table, he said, 1 mid-grade magical artifact, 1 inferior grade magical artifact, 10 superior grade spirit stones. Young friend Jean, I believe these are the limit of what you can use now. Keep them for protection. A mid-grade magical artifact. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Jean Liuxiang was utterly astounded. Gazing at the jade gold hairpin that radiated a faint lustrous glow upon the table, her heart surged with excitement. Her breathing quickened. And 10 high-grade spirit stones. That was equivalent to 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A flush of crimson spread across Jean Liuxiang's face as boundless joy welled within her. She swept everything on the table into her storage pouch in one swift motion. Elder Su, thank you so much. From now on I will come by every few days to attend to you, Elder Su. Jean Liuxiang was overjoyed. She impulsively threw her arms around Su Xiao. A faint fragrant breeze stirred in the air. In her heart she felt nothing but contempt for her own master Zhou Xiao. When she had formally become his disciple, all he had given her was a single low-grade spirit sword. But Elder Su, how generous he was, how magnificent. Su Xiao chuckled, it's merely a trifle. As I said, little friend Jean and I are destined to cross paths. Even if you didn't tend to this old man, I would still have gifted these to you. Since the other party had shown such sincerity, naturally, he could not treat her poorly. As he had said all along, this was a win-win situation. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting the mid-grade magical artifact, the Emerald Jade Hairpin. First-time bond enhancement triggered 1,000-fold critical return. You have received the supreme grade magical artifact Ocean Calming Pendant. Ocean Calming Pendant, a supreme-grade magical artifact. Upon activation, it releases the weak water of the four seas to corrode enemies. It can be used for both offense and defense. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting a low-grade spirit ring. You have received 2 mid-grade spirit rings in return. Congratulations, host, for successfully gifting 10 high-grade spirit stones. You have received 200 high-grade spirit stones in return. The return was successful, and the 1,000-fold critical had even been triggered. Xiao nodded with satisfaction. After enjoying a tender moment together, Jean Liuxiang blushed and respectfully took her leave. Quite bold, haha. Dismissing the thought, Xiao began to organize his spatial storage. After this round of returns, the contents of his spatial storage had multiplied many times over. Among his treasures was the Southern Bright Li Huo Sword. His supreme-grade artifacts included the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin and the Ocean Calming Pendant. He also possessed the supreme-grade Elixir, the Supreme Appearance-Retaining Pill. Additionally, he had 240 high-grade spirit stones, 172 foundation establishment pills, 16 low-grade magical artifacts, 3 mid-grade spirit rings, and 1 mid-grade spirit sword. These resources alone were enough to establish a small sect. The myriad-fold return system was truly exhilarating. In high spirits, Xiao sat cross-legged upon a cattail cushion, activated the profound wandering longevity art, and began his cultivation with great delight. Jean Liuxiang's face remained flushed for a long while. It was not only because she had just obtained a substantial trove of cultivation resources. It was also because she had experienced intimacy for the first time and felt a slight discomfort. Elder Su surely still has many other wonderful treasures. I must build a close relationship with Elder Su in the future, and in these final days of his life, serve him with utmost devotion. Becoming Dao companions was naturally out of the question. Elder Su was highly revered within the sect. If word of these matters were to leak out, it would bode ill for both of them. She had to keep this strictly confidential. She would certainly never speak of it, and Elder Su would be even less likely to spread it. Jean Liuxiang was immensely pleased. Now she no longer needed to be at the mercy of her ugly master's whims. Zhou Xiao, a hideous middle-aged man. Even the aged Elder Su was 100 times more handsome than him. Moreover, Elder Su was also exceptionally kind. One could tell at a glance that he was a benevolent soul. The transaction he had struck with her was merely born of his advanced age, loneliness, and solitude. Whether in character, wealth, standing, or sheer munificence, Elder Su vastly surpassed that repulsive Zhou Xiao. Jean Liuxiang now found everything about Zhou Xiao agreeable. Compared to Zhou Xiao, he reduced the man to utter insignificance. Elder Su is truly wonderful. Jean Liuxiang's heart brimmed with ecstatic joy. At the junction of the mountain path. Senior sister, Jean Liuxiang is out. The pancake-faced girl tugged at the warty-faced girl, and the group of female cultivators instantly perked up. They had hidden nearby for an entire night, all for the sake of winning this bet. Finally, Jean Liuxiang appeared. When they beheld her countenance, each of them was struck dumb as if by a thunderbolt. Jean Liuxiang was still beautiful, no doubt, but her makeup was slightly smudged. Boom. The warty-faced female cultivator and the others were completely dazed. They were no naive young girls. The oldest among them was nearly 40. One look at Jean Liuxiang's state with her unsteady gait told them everything. They knew she must have been wrestling with some formidable man all night long. This sight only cemented the suspicion in the minds of those 5 or 6 women. Oh, Elder Su, you must not be bewitched by this vile woman. They collapsed amidst the trees, utterly unable to accept the reality they had witnessed today. The moment Jean Liuxiang returned to her room in the residential area, she bolted the door and went into seclusion to cultivate. 10 foundation establishment pills would sustain her for a considerable length of time. Once they ran out, she planned to visit Elder Su and ask for more. For an affluent Elder Su, the resources she needed were merely trinkets. How blissful! By the afternoon, the entire outer mountain was in an uproar. Rumors concerning Elder Su spread farther and wider until virtually every outer disciple was discussing the matter. At the outer sect's main square. Impossible. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe that Elder Su is such a person. I don't believe it either. Elder Su is venerable, noble, and kind-hearted. You claim that such an amiable old senior is involved with an outer disciple. I would sooner die than believe it. Fellow junior brothers. This is no longer a matter of belief. Someone has witnessed Jean Liuxiang emerging from Elder Su's courtyard, and she stayed there an entire night. Think about it. Elder Su has only ever gifted things to 2 people. One was Lin Yan'er, the other is Jean Liuxiang. Both are great beauties of our outer sect. Before Lin Yan'er received those 3 low-grade magical artifacts, she had stayed in Elder Su's courtyard for an entire morning. And Jean Liuxiang is even more extraordinary. She stayed an entire night. I didn't believe it at first either, but now I hear Jean Liuxiang has gone into seclusion. She must have reaped an abundant harvest from Elder Su. But that still doesn't prove Elder Su has any ambiguous relationship with them. Junior brother face reality. Elder Su is a good man, but he is also a man. At this point perhaps both Lin Yenner and Jean Liuxiang are entangled with Elder Su in ways that are far from innocent. No, I can't accept this. Elder Su, please come out and say something. Elder Su, tell me, this isn't real. The disciples beat their chests and stamped their feet in anguish. They simply could not bring themselves to accept such a truth. They wished for Elder Su to remain a flawless senior of the sect, guiding and protecting them as they grew. But regardless of how they felt, the rumors surrounding Su Xiao had thoroughly spread this time. Eventually word even reached the rear hall of the Great Hall, where the outer sect elders gathered. In the resplendent rear hall, Lu Danian, clad in a Bagua Taoist robe, sat off to one side. His honest face shifted between embarrassment, stifled laughter, nervousness, and finally settled into an expression of relief. Uncle Master, if you had such intentions, you should have simply told your disciple earlier. There was no need to spend so freely. More than a dozen outer sect elders in similar attire were also seated in the main hall. Among them were both men and women, all senior figures presiding over the affairs of the Qingyun sect's outer sect. Their expressions were similar to Lu Danian's, but with more strangeness and awkwardness. Rumors about this matter had already run rampant throughout the outer mountain, and the disciples under their command had long reported it to them. An elderly man could not help but speak first, that is. Elder Lu, since you are close with Elder Su, perhaps you should go and consult with Elder Su to get the facts straight. If it is indeed a rumor, we can quickly take action and instruct those below not to spread it carelessly. After all, Elder Su is highly respected in our sect. If such rumors are not stopped, they may cause significant damage to both the Qingyun sect and Elder Su himself. None of the outer sect elders could bring themselves to believe it. Su Xiao was senior in standing and high in rank. In all of the sect's 1,000-year history, he had remained virtually untarnished. How could anyone claim that Elder Su, who was nearing the end of his life, was involved in illicit relations with the young female disciples of the outer sect, or even suspected of using cultivation resources to maintain them? They would never in a million years believe such a thing could involve the highly respected Elder Su. He was practically past death's door. Did he even possess the desire, let alone the strength? I don't believe it. Not for all the sky would fall. Looking around at the assembled senior elders of the outer sect, Lu Danian's expression turned somewhat strained once more. He had witnessed his own uncle's behavior firsthand, giving gifts to beautiful female cultivators without any apparent reason. The accusations of keeping concubines among the female disciples likely held truth. Elders, Lu Danian spoke solemnly. I suggest we refrain from troubling Uncle Su on this matter. Uncle Su's lifespan is drawing to a close, and he already suffers the loneliness of being alone on our outer mountain. Would you really wish to disturb our highly respected Uncle Su over such foolish matters? It's absurd. The more than 10 elders of the outer sect frowned and nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, the situation was too absurd. No one could bear the shame of even asking Elder Su about it themselves. Lu Danian continued with righteous indignation. Moreover, Uncle Su is advanced in years and moves with difficulty. What harm could there be in befriending several female disciples he takes a liking to and offering them small gifts? Uncle Su has lived a life of hardship. With the thunder tribulation now failed, who can say he shouldn't have young female disciples to tend to him in his twilight years? Elders, these rumors spreading through the outer sect must be quelled immediately. I ask that you return and instruct your disciples not to speak further on the matter. As Lu Danian finished speaking, the surrounding elders initially nodded in agreement. But upon closer reflection, each one turned to face him with looks of utter shock. What sort of remarks were these from Elder Lu? From his tone, it seemed Elder Su actually did have contact with the female disciples. The elders' expressions gradually grew strange, filled with disbelief. They could not believe that Elder Su would do such a thing. Impossible. Sensing the strangeness from the elders around him, Lu Danian spoke with slight awkwardness. The sect leader previously hinted to me that he intends to find a Tao companion for Uncle Su in due time, so that Uncle Su may live out his remaining years peacefully within the sect and leave behind an heir. Therefore, elders, before Elder Su's companion enters the sect, these rumors in the outer sect must be stopped. We cannot allow such gossip to interfere with Uncle Su's union. I entrust this matter to you all. This bombshell left the surrounding elders utterly stunned. A Tao companion. Elder Su, who was nearly ready for the grave, was looking for a companion to leave an heir. Shock, even dread. Each outer sect elder displayed some remarkable expression, yet no one dared to voice opposition. Elder Lu's meaning was the sect leader's meaning. What else could they say? Even if they still didn't believe it, doubts were now stirring within them. Could it be that Elder Su in his twilight years had suddenly developed an interest in women? Too surreal. Too bizarre. but outwardly the elders said little expressing their agreement. Regardless of whether Elder Su truly kept concubines, this rumor must not spread further. The scandal of kept women had to be suppressed immediately. Over the following month, the outer sect began strictly curbing the disciples' speech, forbidding any discussion of rumors about Su Xiao in public. At least publicly, the disciples of the outer sect, fearful of the consequences, fell completely silent. During this period, Su Xiao began cultivating simultaneously with high-grade spirit stones and foundation establishment pills. With both methods working in tandem, his cultivation reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. 3 high-grade spirit stones and 10 foundation establishment pills were consumed. His cultivation advanced 2 minor realms in a month, and the pace had stabilized. But even at a steady clip, that was a speed far beyond the reach of most cultivators. Few could afford nearly limitless high-grade spirit stones and foundation establishment pills at the foundation establishment stage. During this time, Jean Luixiang had sought him out twice. Su Xiao gifted her 20 foundation establishment pills and received 40 Yunjin pills used by core formation cultivators in return, another mutually beneficial exchange. Under Su Xiao's patronage, Jean Luixiang had also reached the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. As for Lin Yin'er, he had not seen her for a month. She was likely still in seclusion, attempting to break through to foundation establishment. Major realm breakthroughs were notoriously difficult. Some disciples secluded themselves for half a year or even a full year. This evening, Jean Luixiang's supply of foundation establishment pills was about to run out. After adorning herself in her fragrant room, she walked cheerfully toward Su Xiao's courtyard. With an unlimited supply of foundation establishment pills, her cultivation had advanced rapidly. Jean Luixiang now considered her arrangement with Elder Su an absolute bargain. Though the disciples of the outer sect had initially voiced criticism toward her, they had since fallen quiet, and now regarded her with eyes full of reverence. Some female disciples even looked upon her with intense envy. It was not merely the material benefits. Her vanity had been immensely satisfied as well. Even if Su Xiao publicly acknowledged their relationship, now she would not refuse. In fact, she rather looked forward to it. Elder Su was the true power figure she wished to attach herself to. At the mere thought of her master Zhou Xiao, Jean Luixiang now felt inexplicably nauseated. For the past month, she hadn't even wanted to see him. Junior sister Jean. She wanted to find Elder Su again. How many times is this now? Absolutely despicable. What exactly does that decrepit old man have to offer? Gazing at her swaying, captivating figure, the young man felt as though his lungs might burst with rage. At the mere thought of his junior sister's situation, he trembled uncontrollably, seething with fury. Junior sister, this time master will not let you off. You damned couple. A young man with a long face and ordinary features. He wore the light blue outer sect robe as an officer of the enforcement team, and he was the senior disciple of Zhou Xiao. He was also the nominal senior brother of Jean Luoxiang. Ever since Jean Luoxiang had been accepted as a disciple by their master, he and another junior brother could hardly take their eyes off her. Such a beautiful junior sister. Even across the entire outer sect, her looks were second to none. But after getting to know her, he discovered that Jean Luoxiang was not as graceful and charming as she appeared. She was nothing short of a scheming vixen, swindling a large pile of spirit stones and pills from him and his junior brother. And in the end, neither he nor his junior brother had ever touched so much as her hand. Infuriating. Now, for the sake of cultivation resources, she had actually taken up with Elder Su. He felt utterly humiliated. Although he knew that his master Zhou Xiao also had designs on junior sister Jean, he could no longer hold back. He had to inform his master and let him deal with that shameless pair. Elder Su, outwardly venerable and virtuous, a model of propriety. But in secret, he was engaging in such vile deeds. He even had outer sect elders suppress public opinion. Shameless. A disgrace at his age. Burning with rage, the long-faced young man headed straight for Zhou Xiao's cave dwelling. Behind the male disciples' dormitory area, there stood an elegant and spacious courtyard. This was the residence for outer sect elders and stewards, and Zhou Xiao lived here. At this moment, Zhou Xiao sat in the main hall of the courtyard, listening to the long-faced youth's report. With a sharp crack, he smashed the teacup in his hand. Zhou Xiao was an ugly, middle-aged man, short in stature, his face covered with pockmarks. His face contorted with fury as he rose and roared, "Jean Luoxiang. That bitch." His face was livid, chest heaving, his entire body trembling from the shock of the long-faced youth's news. Jean Luoxiang was a female disciple he had specifically chosen for his own enjoyment. She was exceptionally beautiful, young, and delicate, and he had already invested a low-grade magic weapon in her, waiting for her to yield. Unexpectedly, Elder Su had snatched her away mid-course. "Ma Lu, tell me, how many times has that bitch Jean Luoxiang gone to Elder Su's private residence this month?" Zhou Xiao demanded furiously. At first, he had refused to believe the rumors. He could not imagine that a man as venerable as Elder Su would do such a thing. But now his senior disciple had seen it with his own eyes, more than once. Combined with Jin Liuxiang's recent cold attitude toward him, even if he wanted to disbelieve it, he had no choice but to believe it. Bitch. The long-faced youth Ma Lu said viciously, this is the third time, master. Junior sister Jean has gone to Elder Su's private residence for the third time. Moreover, every time she went I made sure to observe her. All 3 times junior sister didn't return to her quarters until the next morning. And every time she came out her face was radiant with satisfaction. Clearly she had been carrying on with Elder Su. Master, we absolutely cannot let junior sister Jean off lightly. Beside Ma Lu sat a tall thin male disciple, Ma Lu's junior brother. As one of the victims, he too was furious, his face flushed with anger. Zhou Zhao's countenance turned savage, making his ugly face even more repulsive. Those pockmarks seemed to ooze with greasy fluid, utterly disgusting. He gritted his teeth and sat down, watching the sky darken outside. The mere thought of Jin Liuxiang and Su Xiao made him feel sick all over, restless and uneasy. A cruel glint flashed in his eyes. Zhou Xiao said in a low voice, so Jin Liuxiang has gone to Elder Su again, just now. Yes. Ma Lu promptly replied, she must have, master. Who knows, the two of them might be rolling in bed right now. Damn it. Zhou Xiao was sick at heart. He had never imagined that something like this would happen to him. If the other party had been an ordinary disciple, he would have gone straight to their door on charges of adultery and killed them on the spot in the name of the enforcement team. But Elder Su was no ordinary disciple. He was an intersect elder and the sect master's senior brother. Master, we absolutely cannot let them off so easily. We dare not offend Elder Su, but that Jin Liuxiang must be severely punished. Ma Lu and his junior brother fanned the flames from the side. Zhou Xiao frowned in thought, then seemed to reach a decision. His eyes glinting, he sneered, Elder Su only has a high reputation. In truth, he's just a foundation establishment cultivator now. Nothing to worry about. That bitch Jin Liuxiang must have set her sights on Elder Su's legacy, which is why she's willingly doing such things with him. Now that I know of it, I'll naturally never let that bitch get what she wants. Get ready. In a moment you'll come with me to Elder Su's residence to catch them in the act. Ma Lu and the other disciple were stunned. Master, are we really going straight to Elder Su's residence? Wouldn't that be inappropriate? But he's the martial uncle of Elder Lu. Their master Zhou Xiao was only at the core formation stage and an outer sect steward. Would it really be appropriate to catch an intersect elder in adultery? Zhou Xiao sneered. Hell, if you don't tell, and I don't tell, who will know what happened tonight? Once we catch them in the act, Elder Su certainly won't dare to spread it around, nor will he dare to call for help. At that time, Elder Su might even have to offer us a large hush fee to keep our mouths shut. As for Jin Liuxiang, she'll naturally never dare to fool around with Elder Su again, and will have to stay obediently under my tutelage. This approach killed 2 birds with 1 stone. As long as he caught them in bed, he could both extort a fortune and resources from Elder Su and gain a hold over Jin Liuxiang. That little beauty would have to obey his every command from then on, doing whatever he asked, wouldn't she? Bitch, just you wait. I'll deal with you properly. Seeing that his 2 disciples were still hesitant, Zhou Xiao waved his hand and said with a sinister smile, you needn't worry. Elder Su is at death's door now, so he's bound to care about preserving his reputation in his final years. Besides, he's just an old man at the foundation establishment stage now. He poses no threat to us at all. Rest assured. Hearing this, Ma Lu and the other disciple were relieved and nodded in agreement. What master said is correct. As long as we catch them in the act, we can not only get a hush fee, but also gain complete control over Jin Liuxiang. The 3 secretly made their plans. When the moon had risen high in the sky, they changed into night attire and under the cover of moonlight crept towards Su Xiao's private residence. In a private courtyard of Su Xiao, within a chamber upon the bed, Jin Liuxiang breathed softly as a delicate blush colored her cheeks. Elder Su, you are so generous. Surely you still possess a great many resources, are you not? Su Xiao chuckled. Not that many, not that many. But Liuxiang, rest assured. Though I may not have an abundance, what I have is certainly enough for you. Even if I were to ascend beyond this mortal world, I would never treat you poorly. Inwardly he smiled. Naturally, he would not mistreat her. Her bond with him had already risen to level 2. Even her fortune rating had ascended to B rank in recent days. In the days ahead, he would continue to bestow gifts upon her, achieving a mutually beneficial goal. This was precisely Jin Liuxiang's destined opportunity. Through their time together, he had discerned that although she was somewhat avaricious and possessed her own subtle schemes, on the whole she was a woman of character and principle. She was never secretive with him, openly stating whatever she desired, which meant Su Xiao did not even need to fabricate excuses to offer her gifts. A woman of such fortune was practically tailor-made for him. He made his decision. He would cover all her cultivation resources, sparing no expense. Truly. Liuxiang, thanks, Elder Su. Jin Liuxiang's face lit up with delight, a crimson blush spreading across her fair cheeks. At that moment, Su Xiao turned his gaze toward a certain direction beyond the house. What is it, Elder? Jin Liuxiang's expression shifted. Su Zhao's eyes turned grave. Several people are approaching the courtyard. I suspect they are not up to any good. As he extended his divine sense, he swiftly donned his gray robe. Within the range of his spiritual perception, 3 furtive figures had appeared creeping toward his small courtyard. Though his cultivation base had fallen to the foundation establishment stage, his divine sense had not diminished. It remained at the nascent soul 9th level. While it could not accomplish much in combat, his ability to probe and perceive far surpassed that of ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. Someone is coming. Hearing this, Jin Liuxiang's countenance changed. She hastily climbed off the bed and dressed herself in the sect robe. Indeed, 3 thieves. Su Xiao sneered coldly, an aged face twisting with derision. From the path the trio had taken in their stealthy approach, he could tell their intentions were nefarious. Most likely they had come to investigate the affair between him and Jin Liuxiang. Go, he uttered softly. Instantly a fiery red sword light shrieked forth, flying out through the window. The blazing crimson radiance illuminated the land, its imposing might astonishing. The elder, Jin Liuxiang, now fully dressed, was utterly shaken. The crimson flying sword Elder Su had just unleashed possessed a power that moved heaven and earth. Even she felt her heart and liver tremble. See this. This is definitely a high-grade magic artifact, or above. Perhaps even a supreme-grade artifact. Jin Liuxiang was both overjoyed and deeply shaken. The old man was after all once a powerful expert at the nascent soul 9th level. Even though he had fallen to the foundation establishment stage, he was far beyond what ordinary cultivators could withstand. Not far outside the courtyard, when Zhou Xiao and his 2 companions saw the fiery red sword light soaring into the sky from the room. All 3 stood stunned, jaws dropped in astonishment. Sensing the overwhelming might it contained, they were paralyzed with terror, rooted to the spot in momentary disbelief. Zhou Xiao's heart pounded. This absolutely could not be a technique a foundation establishment cultivator could employ. And that crimson treasure sword. He felt it was at least a high-grade magic artifact. How could Elder Su still possess such strength? Impossible. Master, what do we do? Beside him, Ma Lu and the other man were so frightened they could not move. It was over. They had been exposed. And Elder Su was terrifyingly powerful. Seeing the fiery flying sword about to strike, the 3 hastily summoned their own magic swords, raising them in a desperate attempt to block with their sword arts. Boom, boom, boom. Yet the moment their flying swords touched that crimson blade, they were shattered to pieces, utterly incapable of halting its advance. Impossible. Zhou Xiao's face contorted in terror as he roared in desperation. But it was already too late. Under Su Zhao's divine sense, the southern bright Li Huo Sword swept across the trio's lower bodies in an instant. In the blink of an eye, their thighs were severed by the fiery sword, their upper bodies collapsing to the ground in endless agony. With a clear resonant ring, the flying sword soared into the sky once more before returning to Su Zhao's dwelling. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiao and his companions lay writhing in pain upon the ground, their eyes filled with terror. A single strike had utterly subdued them. The wounds at the severed sections of their legs had already been seared into black charcoal by the flames. Even if they sought to reattach their limbs in the future, they would have to cut away a portion of the dead flesh, losing several inches of height. Su Xiao opened the door and walked out of the courtyard, with Jin Liuxiang arriving at the wooded area where the 3 lay fallen. Master, it's Yue. When Jin Liuxiang recognized the 3 people on the ground, her eyes trembled and her face filled with astonishment. Su Xiao glanced at the ugly middle-aged man and sneered, Liuxiang, are these your master and fellow disciples? Why, yes. Elder Su, he is Zhou Xiao. The perceptive Jin Liuxiang instantly deduced her master's purpose in coming. At this moment her heart was filled with nothing but contempt for these 3, and she wished they would die on the spot. Zhou Xiao and his companions, staring at the pair before them, were terrified beyond measure. Elder Su, Jin Liuxiang. It's over. Elder Su, a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao wailed miserably on the ground, his face ghastly pale, his ugly features twisted with profound terror and regret. Who would have thought that this Elder Su, who had failed his thunder tribulation, still possessed such terrifying strength? Ruined. Utterly ruined. Su Xiao smiled gently and stepped forward. Zhou Xiao, I remember you. You serve under my nephew Lu Danian, don't you? Why have you come to my residence in the dead of night? I merely assumed you were some kind of thief, so I struck first. By now he naturally understood their true purpose. Wasn't it to catch him in an illicit affair? During this period, Jin Liuxiang had already told him all about these 3 master and disciple types. None of them cultivated properly, all they did was covet Jin Liuxiang. Such people had no hope of attaining the great Tao. The sect needed to be properly disciplined. Su Xiao sighed inwardly. At this moment, he conveniently exempted himself from such judgment. He was merely building a good rapport with the woman of fortune to facilitate future gifts and walk the path of immortality. That's right, Elder Su. I am indeed the subordinate of your nephew, Elder Lu. Elder Su, please, for the sake of Elder Lu, spare me. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhou Xiao and his companions lay on the ground, cupping their fists, repeatedly begging without end. Elder Su. We were merely momentarily bewitched, that's why we snuck over to inquire about Elder Su's affairs. Mainly because Jean Liuxiang is my disciple. I'm worried that she might be bullied by Elder Su, so I resorted to this despicable scheme. Elder Su, please. Just spare us. Zhou Xiao struggled to his feet and knelt before Su Xiao with half his body lowered, kowtowing repeatedly to apologize. Beside him, Ma Lu and the others were only at the Foundation establishment realm. With their legs severed, they lacked the strength to rise. Jean Liuxiang gazed at her ugly and lowly master, feeling nothing but disgust in her heart. She then stole a glance at Su Xiao's tall, upright, and handsome figure. In that moment, her heart was filled with pure joy. Elder Su truly is someone worth entrusting herself to. This was the backing she should be latching onto. Admiration and reverence flooded her. As Su Xiao displayed his overwhelming strength and wealth, his image rose grandly in Jean Liuxiang's heart. Su Xiao's white brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Zhou Xiao and said, Zhou Xiao, you've been foolish indeed. Liuxiang is here, and I've simply been guiding her cultivation. That's all. You. Seeing Elder Su sigh, Zhou Xiao's face turned ashen with fear. Regardless of whether anything happened between them, if they couldn't obtain Elder Su's forgiveness, there would be no place for them in the Piamiao sect. Their very lives might be at stake. After all his careful calculations, he had overlooked one crucial point. Elder Su's strength had not diminished as much as he thought. Elder Su, please spare me just this once. Your disciple dares not commit such folly again. Zhou Xiao didn't care about anything else anymore. He rushed forward and clutched Su Xiao's legs, continuing to beg for mercy. Su Xiao shook his head and said, Liuxiang, he is your master. Tell me what should be done to someone who sneaks into an elder's cave residence at night with ulterior motives. Jean Liuxiang gazed at Zhou Xiao with contempt and said coldly, Elder Su, simply killing him would be best. Zhou Xiao's complexion turned ashen upon hearing her words. Liuxiang, I'm your master. I even gave you a lower-grade spirit sword as a gift. Liuxiang, please intercede for your master before Elder Su. Master implores you. Jean Liuxiang said, displeased, Don't call me Liuxiang. Yes, Miss Jean. Please have mercy on me. Spare my life. Zhou Xiao pleaded pitifully. Jean Liuxiang furrowed her delicate brows slightly. She desperately wished Zhou Xiao would die, this repulsive man. But this matter still required Elder Su's final decision. Su Xiao sighed and said, Death is too harsh a punishment. Zhou Xiao, you're also from the enforcement squad, so let's have Lu Danian handle this according to sect regulations. Afterward, he stopped listening to Zhou Xiao's pitiful pleas. Taking out a transmission talisman and performing an incantation, he said softly, Danian, come to my cave residence. Something has happened. Come alone. Soon Lu Danian arrived hastily on a flying sword. When he saw the several people scattered in the forest beside the small courtyard, he froze in shock. What's going on here? Lu Danian glanced at Jean Liuxiang, then glanced at Su Xiao. He could only swallow hard. The senior uncle doesn't even avoid me anymore. Yet in his heart, he felt somewhat pleased. At the very least, the senior uncle trusted him. Zhou Xiao, what are you doing here? Lu Danian glared at the three people on the ground, his brow deeply furrowed. Su Xiao recounted the entire incident to Lu Danian. As for his relationship with Jean Liuxiang, Su Xiao only mentioned that they had struck up a connection and that he had been guiding her cultivation through the night. Although the excuse was somewhat flimsy, Su Xiao had his own plans in mind. Lu Danian was after all a fine man. Zhou Xiao, you dare to be so audacious. After hearing the story, Lu Danian kicked Zhou Xiao several times and said viciously, Dare to investigate Elder Su's affairs. You're tired of living. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Zhou Xiao was soon beaten black and blue. His face was even uglier now. Elder Lu, spare my life. Zhou Xiao wailed on the ground. Su Xiao said, Danian, handle this according to sect regulations. Jean Liuxiang shall also sever her master-disciple relationship with Zhou Xiao. Lu Danian nodded repeatedly in agreement. He then turned to Zhou Xiao with fury and said, Zhou Xiao, if it weren't for Elder Su interceding for you, my temper today would have been enough to beat you to death. Tonight go back and pack your things. Tomorrow morning at dawn the three of you get out of here. Piamiao sect has no place for disrespectful disciples who disrespect their elders. Zhou Xiao's heart soared with joy upon hearing this. He hastily said yes. Yes. Thank you, Elder Lu. Thank you, Elder Su, for your mercy. For him, being able to keep his life was enough. With his golden core cultivation, he could do quite well as a wandering cultivator. This was the best possible punishment. Why haven't you left yet? If I see you again tomorrow, I'll strike you down on sight. Lu Danian roared. Zhou Xiao frantically bowed and thanked the two elders. Then he cradled his charred, severed legs and woke Ma Lu and the others. The three of them stumbled away in terror, dragging their wounded legs behind them. Lu Danian then approached Su Xiao and said with shame, "Senior uncle, it's all my fault. I failed to manage my subordinates properly and alarmed you." He was puzzled in his heart now. Hadn't the senior uncle's cultivation fallen to the foundation establishment realm? Yet he had easily subdued Zhou Xiao. The senior uncle must still possess at least late golden core strength. Truly worthy of being the senior uncle. Su Xiao smiled and said, "It's nothing. Danian, it seems that the rumors about Liu Xiang being with me have caused some misunderstanding among the outer disciples. The enforcement squad must do its best to clarify these rumors, otherwise your senior uncle will have a difficult time." Lu Danian understood immediately and nodded. "Senior uncle, rest assured. Any disciple who dares to gossip about senior uncle's affairs without permission will be punished by sect rules." Excellent. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Beside him, Jin Liuxiang watched the usually stern and formidable enforcement elder acting so obediently before Su Xiao, and her beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary brilliance. At this moment, she felt even more grateful for having chosen the right person. With Elder Su by her side, her cultivation path would be worry-free. Su Xiao pondered briefly and said, "Danian Liuxiang has a predestined connection with your senior uncle. Her talent is considerable, and she has already reached the third stage of foundation establishment. How about this? Let her become a nominal disciple under your tutelage. This way no scoundrels like Zhou Xiao with ulterior motives will dare approach her. What do you think?" Lu Danian glanced at the loosely clad Jin Liuxiang beside him, whose pretty face was slightly flushed, and was suddenly struck with confusion. What was going on? "This, senior uncle. This doesn't seem appropriate." Lu Danian's face was full of grievance. "What doesn't seem appropriate? It's settled then." Su Xiao gave the other no chance to resist. "A nominal disciple is nothing serious." He then turned to Jin Liuxiang and said, "Liuxiang, would you be willing to have Lu Danian as your master?" Jin Liuxiang's eyes sparkled brilliantly. She knelt and bowed deeply to Su Xiao, saying, "Thank you, Elder Su. The disciple is willing." Her heart was bursting with excitement. Enforcement Elder Lu Danian was the sect master's disciple. If she became Lu Danian's disciple, wouldn't she have a connection with the sect master Dugu as well? That way, even if Elder Su passed away one day, she would still have Lu Danian and the sect master to rely on. Jin Liuxiang gazed at Su Xiao so moved, she could almost weep. Elder Su had been too kind to her. He had even arranged her future after his death so thoroughly. She would serve the elder well until his final moments. "Uncle, this really isn't appropriate." Lu Danian felt like he was about to cry. His uncle had basically assigned him a death-defying task. Worse still, he had a dark premonition that Lin Yin'er might also end up as his disciple in name. Over the years, he knew that the sect master harbored feelings for his uncle. Even though the sect master repeatedly claimed she wanted to find a companion for her uncle, that was solely her business. If anyone discovered he was helping his uncle maintain a secret lover, he'd be in deep trouble. What's wrong with that? "Danian, do you feel your cultivation has grown too great for you to obey your uncle now?" Su Xiao gazed at Lu Danian, his white brows slightly furrowed. That commanding presence emanating from within and etched into his very soul made Lu Danian's heart race and his body tremble. "No, I'll follow my uncle's wishes. Young friend Jin Yu shall be my disciple in name." Lu Danian immediately nodded. Su Xiao's expression softened once more as he smiled. "That's the spirit. Just keep this between us. Don't mention it to junior sister. Liuxiang, pay your respects to your master." Golden Liuxiang's bewitching eyes flickered as she quickly turned and bowed before Lu Danian. "This disciple greets master." Lu Danian wore a bitter expression. "Sigh. You're merely a nominal disciple, it's just an honorary title. Young friend Jin needn't bother with such formalities." It was settled. With this agreement, trouble would undoubtedly follow in the days ahead. Su Xiao spoke up. "Danian, there's no need for you to provide cultivation resources for Liuxiang. Your uncle will handle those arrangements." He then helped Golden Liuxiang to her feet. "Liuxiang, it's late today, so I won't offer guidance. Here are 20 foundation establishment pills for your cultivation use. When they're consumed, be sure to come find me." Su Xiao declared magnanimously, "Don't stand on ceremony. Take what you need. Liuxiang, I'll cover all your cultivation resources from here on out." Both Golden Liuxiang and Lu Danian were stunned. The former was moved by Su Xiao's generosity, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Lu Danian was shocked by Su Xiao's magnanimous gesture. His uncle was truly serious. "Disciple, thank you, Elder Su." Golden Liuxiang accepted the 20 foundation establishment pills and knelt before Su Xiao again, weeping with emotion. Elder Su was the greatest benefactor in her life, the only man she acknowledged. He was aging, yes, but still handsome for a mature man. A major tycoon. Lu Danian swallowed hard, blinking his ox-like eyes at Su Xiao repeatedly. No wonder his uncle could easily win over a young beauty like Golden Liuxiang. With such lavish generosity, even he would be willing to offer himself. Enough rise, Su Xiao helped Golden Liuxiang to her feet. Then he looked at Lu Danian meaningfully. Danian regarding these matters. Before he could finish, Lu Danian eagerly interrupted, "Rest assured, uncle. I understand completely. These matters won't be leaked, even a word. Young friend Jean is simply destined to cross paths with uncle, and uncle merely guides her cultivation at night." Nodding, Su Xiao was satisfied with his response. Lu Danian had already become a skilled wingman. After some final instructions, Su Xiao prepared to return to his room to rest. "Uncle, wait." Lu Danian stepped forward with a mysterious expression. "As for Zhou Xiao and the other 3 shall I?" As he spoke, he touched his own neck, making his meaning clear. Su Xiao let out a snort. "Although I never want to see that Zhou Xiao again, our Piao sect is a righteous orthodox sect. How could we resort to such demonic methods? Danian, let them descend the mountain first for now. You'll handle what comes after." Lu Danian's eyes brightened with a flash of killing intent as he clasped his fists. "Yes, uncle. This disciple understands." After Su Xiao departed, only Lu Danian and Golden Liuxiang remained. The latter held the 20 Foundation establishment pills, watching his retreating figure. It was only then that she realized how handsome that towering figure truly was. So charismatic. "Enough, stop staring." Lu Danian instantly regained his dignified presence as the enforcement elder of the outer sect. He gazed at Golden Liuxiang and said gravely, "Young friend Jean, Elder Su is growing old and lonely. During this final period you must keep him company well, never betray his feelings. If you cause Elder Su distress, our Piao sect will not show you any mercy." Golden Liuxiang's expression immediately changed. She hurriedly nodded. "Master, this disciple understands. Rest assured, Master. Elder Su has done me a great favor, and I will make every effort." Lu Danian nodded. "Good. Also, don't call me Master. You're merely a nominal disciple registered under me with no real master-disciple bond." Having said this, Lu Danian summoned his sword and rode away upon it. Golden Liuxiang blinked, her beautiful eyes filled with delight. With Elder Su by her side, she felt full of hope for the future. Inside the small courtyard room, the system's voice rang out. "Congratulations on successfully gifting 10 Foundation establishment pills to the host. 20 Yunjin pills have been returned." "Why only count 10? Su Xiao sat on his meditation cushion, his old eyes shifting slightly. No need to say more. He'd obviously given 20 pills, which exceeded what she could use at her current level. The system refused to honor it. As expected, whether pills, magical artifacts, or any other cultivation resources, one must give reasonably, exactly what the recipient can use. Otherwise, the system simply won't acknowledge the transaction. Never mind, I'll be careful next time. This round wasn't a loss anyway. 20 Yunjin pills were worth the equivalent of 200 Foundation establishment pills. Still a win-win situation. Closing his eyes, Su Xiao began his daily cultivation, circulating spiritual energy through his meridians using the Piao eternal life art. Several days later, explosive news spread once again among the outer sect disciples. Golden Liuxiang's master Zhou Xiao and her 2 senior brothers had all been expelled from Piao sect. Moreover, the beautiful Golden Liuxiang from the outer sect had unexpectedly become a nominal disciple of Elder Lu. This news detonated like an atomic bomb among the outer sect disciples. The emotions that the outer sect leadership had been suppressing exploded all over again at this moment. In the residential area, outer sect disciples gathered in small groups, whispering conspiratorially. Their expressions were utterly fascinating, as if they'd heard some jaw-dropping scandal that shattered their worldview. "Stop speculating. That's exactly how it is. Golden Liuxiang has truly attached herself to Elder Su. Good heavens. I never expected such a respected elder in our sect with such noble character to lose his integrity in his later years." That Golden Liuxiang broke through to the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment in just 1 month. Foundation establishment pills are used up endlessly in her hands. I heard that Zhou Xiao, the deacon who served as Golden Liuxiang's master, had designs on her. When Elder Su found out, he was expelled from the sect. Even his 2 disciples couldn't escape the consequences. The disciples who had just heard the news were struck dumb with shock. Elder Su couldn't possibly be such a person. They refused to believe it. The atmosphere of morbid curiosity grew increasingly intense as the disciples began to let their imaginations run wild. TCH. Zhou Xiao discovered the affair between Elder Su and Jean Liuxiang. Elder Su flew into a rage and used his connections to expel Zhou Xiao and his master from the sect. Elder Su couldn't possibly be that kind of person, right? Alas, under normal circumstances, no. But when women are involved, who can say? And besides that, Jean Liuxiang is so beautiful. My goodness. Never thought Elder Su would be such a person behind closed doors. For some outsider green tea bimbo, he actually expelled the entire Zhou Xiao lineage from Piao sect. How terrifying. Keep your voice down. Don't let anyone else hear. If the law enforcement squad catches us discussing Elder Su's affairs, Zhou Xiao is the perfect example of what happens. At these words, all the disciples fell silent. Currently, the law enforcement squad was being extremely strict. Anyone who dared discuss Elder Su's affairs within the sect. The light offenders would lose a year of spirit stones. The severe ones. Xiao was the perfect example. How terrifying. Elder Su, when you grew old, why did you become like this? The disciples could barely recognize you anymore. Although many outer disciples still refused to believe it, seeds of doubt about Elder Su's tarnished reputation had already been planted in their hearts. Sigh. Behind the outer mountain Great Hall, the law enforcement hall, Lu Danian listened to the reports from the law enforcement squad members. Below, his brow furrowed into the shape of the Chinese character For Chuan. The rumors about Elder Su were spreading like wildfire throughout the outer sect, and try as he might, he simply couldn't suppress them. Since collective punishment wouldn't be fair, could his law enforcement squad really arrest every disciple who gossiped and expel them from the mountain? A middle-aged official said with a worried expression, Elder Lu, perhaps you should advise Elder Su to show some restraint. The outer mountain is buzzing with rumors again. I'm afraid news of Elder Su's affairs has even spread to the inner mountain by now. It wasn't just the outer disciples gossiping. These past 2 days, even the law enforcement squad officials hadn't refrained from discussing Elder Su's affairs. That Jin Liuxiang didn't even bother hiding anymore, strutting openly to Elder Su's private courtyard every time. The law enforcement squad was in quite a predicament. Lu Danian slammed the table and roared, show restraint. Elder Su was merely guiding Jin Liuxiang in her cultivation. Don't you people read too much into everything? Yes, yes. The officials inwardly cried out in frustration, yet none dared speak another word. Xiao from the law enforcement squad had dug too deeply into Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang's affairs just 2 days ago and was directly beaten half to death before being expelled from the mountain. With such a terrifying example before their eyes regarding Elder Su's matter of keeping a mistress among the female disciples, they now didn't even dare to breathe a word. Elder Su, your final days approach, yet suddenly you've developed an interest in female cultivators. Your reputation is being ruined. Just then a streak of light flew in from outside the door. In an instant, a woman in a blue long skirt descended gracefully outside the door. The woman possessed a pair of noble spirited phoenix eyes as bright and enchanting as stars in the night sky. Her absolutely beautiful face carried an otherworldly elegance as striking as the most beautiful flower in all creation. Her fair skin shimmered with a captivating luster as smooth as the world's most precious jade. Her swan-like slender neck possessed a perfect curve, and her delicate slender collarbone radiated the utmost feminine charm. Her beautiful blue skirt clung tightly to her body, accentuating her perfectly curved jade-like figure to the extreme. As a gentle breeze passed, her waterfall-like black hair cascading to her slender waist stirred slightly, seemingly carrying an incomparably enchanting fragrance. The visitor was precisely Lu Danian's master, the sect leader of Piamiao sect, Dugu Ling. The people inside the law enforcement hall, upon seeing the woman who entered, immediately changed expressions. They respectfully clasped their fists and said, "Disciples, pay respects to sect leader Dugu." Dugu Ling's expression carried a hint of coldness as she glanced at Lu Danian, waving her jade-like hand. "All of you leave. I have business with Lu Danian." Yes. The outer sect law enforcement squad personnel inside the hall ran as if their lives depended on it, not daring to stay a single moment longer. It's over. Elder Lu is finished. Covering up for Elder Su's kept mistress, and now the sect leader has come to hold him accountable. Some officials even felt a twisted sense of schadenfreude. Sect leader Dugu, please deal with Elder Lu and Elder Su as well. If this haze of foul air isn't stopped soon, Piamiao sect's reputation will be completely ruined. For an elder of such seniority as Elder Su, only the sect leader and grand elders taking action could have even a slight effect. Lu Danian. Dugu Ling had her hands clasped behind her back. The moment her cold, clear voice emerged, Lu Danian before her was thoroughly startled. Disciple greets master. Lu Danian hurried forward, and without saying a word immediately knelt before Dugu Ling. Master, this has nothing to do with your disciple. Lu Danian was completely terrified, immediately selling out Su Xiao the moment she arrived. In his entire life, he had only seen Dugu Ling wear such an expression 3 times, and each time it had been accompanied by the fall of countless cultivators. Senior uncle, it's not that your junior nephew doesn't want to help you, but I simply can't withstand this pressure. Seeing this, Dugu Ling slightly frowned her delicate brows and said coldly, "Tell me everything that old scoundrel Su Xiao has been doing lately, one detail at a time. If you dare defend him before me, you can go die." Lu Danian's face turned deathly pale. In an instant, his eyes filled with terror. "Master, the matter is like this. Senior Uncle Su insisted on keeping a mistress all on his own." On a sunny, bright morning, Su Xiao lay on the bed. Jin Liuxiang's face slightly flushed as she rested beside him, her beautiful eyes gently closed. "I need to find opportunities to get to know more destined beauties." Su Xiao stroked his goatee, a contemplative look flickering in his eyes. When giving things to destined beauties, one cannot be mindless about it. If he wants the system to return more, he must increase the quantity. Moreover, the first gift to a destined beauty can stably trigger a critical bonus. Even if he only gives once to each destined beauty, it would still be an incredible profit. Seems like I should wander around more when I have free time. Who knows, I might encounter a few more destined beauties. For a respected elder like himself, simply saying, "We have fate," and giving something once should be perfectly reasonable. Just as he was about to wake Jean Liuxiang and send her back, suddenly Su Zhao's eyes moved. His divine sense detected an incomprehensibly powerful spiritual energy rapidly approaching. Not good. Liuxiang, hurry and get dressed. The sect leader is here. After saying this, Su Xiao directly got out of bed and put on his gray robe. Upon waking in a fright and hearing that the sect leader had arrived, Jean Liuxiang's enchanting face drained of all color. She knew that sect leader Dugu was Elder Su's junior sister. If she saw them in this state, the consequences would be unthinkable. The two hastily dressed. As Jean Liuxiang was about to leave, bang! The door was blasted open by a surge of spiritual energy. Then Dugu Ling in her blue dress, radiant as light itself, stood at the doorway. She glanced at Jean Liuxiang in the room, and her expression immediately darkened. Jean Liuxiang was so frightened, her beautiful face twisted in fear, gazing at that absolutely stunning figure before her, that even she had to admit defeat to her heart immediately chilled. Could this be Piaomiao Sect's sect leader Dugu Ling? Disciple Jean Liuxiang pays respects to sect leader Dugu. Jean Liuxiang immediately stepped forward, fell to her knees, and performed a grand salute. Get lost, Dugu Ling said without even looking at Jean Liuxiang, her gaze fixed instead on Su Xiao in a casual tone. Yes. Jean Liuxiang timidly retreated from Dugu Ling's side, glancing back at Su Xiao, fear clearly visible in her eyes. Dugu Ling's sect leader was so terrifying. That oppressive aura made her feel as fragile as an ant in the other's presence. After Jean Liuxiang left, Dugu Ling closed the door. Watching Su Xiao's slightly embarrassed expression, she spoke with unusual amusement. Senior brother, I told you junior sister would find you a beautiful Dao companion. Can you not even endure for a few days? I had no idea that as senior brother ages, his desires only grow stronger. Noticing the reproach in her tone, Su Xiao sighed with a wry smile. Junior sister, there is nothing between me and that Jean Liuxiang. I was merely offering her guidance in cultivation. Please do not overthink this. He shook his head inwardly. A concealment was impossible. Dugu Ling and he had grown up together since childhood. Even though his aptitude was limited, preventing him from reaching the soul transformation stage, and thus unable to become her Dao companion, she harbored an inexplicable desire for control over him. It was simply because in his youth he had been too handsome and charismatic, leaving an indelible impression in junior sister Dugu's heart. Stop deceiving me, I do not blame you. All men grow alike with age. Dugu Ling sneered coldly before taking a seat near the table. She then grew serious. Senior brother, your matters have already reached the inner sect. Because of you, both masters and my reputations have suffered. Cease these affairs immediately, they are not to happen again. Otherwise I shall discipline you in master's stead. She felt genuinely angered. How could her senior brother seek another woman behind her back? For 1,000 years, she had always intervened the moment any such inclination appeared. Her senior brother could grow old and die, yet he belonged only to her. If he were to choose a Dao companion, it must be her selection alone. Su Xiao waved his hand with a smile, explaining, Junior sister. There are reasons for my actions, and do not judge by appearances alone. That Jean Liuxiang shall not come here again. Over this period, his bond level with Jean Liuxiang had remained at stage 2. Clearly excessive contact could not raise the bond further. Whether she came or not made little difference. He needed to discover new methods to elevate the bond. Not only her, I heard there is also some Lin in her. Dugu Ling's exquisite brows shifted slightly. Su Xiao smiled. Junior sister need not worry, and my connection with young friend Lin is purely coincidental with no other implications. Dugu Ling nodded, her expression growing complex as she gazed at Su Xiao. Senior brother, once I find your Dao companion, you may do as you please. Rising, she offered a graceful smile. Only then will I cease meddling in your affairs. Detected daughter of luck. Dugu Ling luck grade SS refund multiplier 50x bond level 1. Observing his peerlessly ethereal junior sister, Su Xiao heard the system's affirmation once more. Hearing her words, he sighed inwardly. For the sake of his path to immortality, he could hardly grant her wish. The system's rules were clear. He must bestow gifts upon daughters of luck to receive refunds in return. Su Xiao cleared his throat, stepping forward. Junior sister, fear not. I shall be more careful henceforth. As he spoke, his aged eyes gleamed, and from his spatial storage he retrieved a faintly glowing pill. This was a peerless youth-preserving pill specially prepared for Dugu Ling. This expenditure would surely yield considerable returns. Approaching Dugu Ling, Su Xiao stroked his handsome goatee, holding out the pill. Junior sister, I chance upon this peerless youth-preserving pill in my twilight years. I intended to reserve it for my old age, but since you grew upset today over my affairs, this humble senior feels deeply apologetic. Please accept this pill and may it bring you joy. Su Xiao's eyes shone with confidence. No female cultivator could refuse a youth-preserving pill, let alone one of peerless quality. A youth-preserving pill. Peerless quality. Dugu Ling's breathtaking features froze in surprise. Gazing at the pill in Su Xiao's hand, she immediately accepted it, examining it closely. Such a peerless quality youth-preserving pill truly exists. Senior brother, where did you obtain this? Do you realize such an item cannot be purchased even with spirit stones nowadays? The moment Dugu Ling beheld the peerless youth-preserving pill, all thoughts of her senior brother's infidelity vanished from her mind. In its place surged an overwhelming excitement. She had toiled painstakingly before and could barely secure a mid-grade youth-preserving pill. Such pills were exceedingly rare. Even a mid-grade specimen was fiercely sought after by countless female cultivators. Though a mid-grade pill could sustain her youthful visage in old age, its effects were undoubtedly far inferior to those of a peerless youth-preserving pill. In the Hahuan sect, this item alone could command thousands of high-grade spirit stones. Excitement coursed through her. The coldness that had marked Dugu Ling's face completely dissolved, replaced by a faint blush rising to her cheeks. Her senior brother had actually gifted her such an invaluable treasure. Su Xiao smiled gently. Junior sister remained composed. It is hardly anything of great value. Senior brother, thank you. Swallowing her saliva in excitement, Dugu Ling could no longer contain her joy and stepped forward to embrace Su Xiao. A delicate fragrance wafted toward him. I knew it. Throughout this life, senior brother has always treated me the best. Dugu Ling was overjoyed. In this moment, she seemed to sense the senior brother of old, the man who had long haunted her dreams. After their tender moment, Dugu Ling's exquisite face flushed crimson as she dressed in her upper robe. She gazed at Su Xiao with a sigh. Senior brother, my Piaomiao longevity art was cultivated based on the pure Yin constitution. I'm afraid in this lifetime, senior brother and I can never become Dao companions. Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. It matters not, junior sister. If not in this life, then in the next. To have spent 1,000 years with junior sister, Su Xiao have been more than content. He knew that the reason Dugu Ling had progressed so extraordinarily over 1,000 years, reaching the 9th stage of transformation god, was entirely due to her being a pure Yin constitution rarely seen in 10,000 years. This was also why Ji Shui had taken notice of her in the first place. Although this constitution allowed rapid cultivation, one could not form bonds with men, otherwise the pure Yin constitution would be broken and cultivation speed would greatly decrease. Until the next realm after transformation god, the void refining stage, junior sister Dugu would need to maintain her pure Yin virginity. Dugu Ling looked at Su Xiao, her gaze carrying a hint of guilt. Senior brother, I've wronged you so much in this life, yet you're still willing to give me such a precious ultimate youth-retaining pill. Senior brother, I finally understand your devotion. These 1,000 years you've had it hard. In the future, if you have such desires, I won't stand in your way. But senior brother, show some restraint. Don't let everyone know about it. Su Xiao's aged eyes brightened at her words. What he wanted was precisely this. She wouldn't interfere and master was in seclusion. Those supreme elders had no time to concern themselves with such matters. From now on, he could freely send gifts to the luck-infused daughter. Before leaving, Dugu Ling instructed, Senior brother, I've already been searching for a Dao companion for you. Rest assured, I'll find a woman whose features resemble mine to be your destined partner. That way, during your final decades, it will be as if I'm constantly by your side. Having said this, Dugu Ling clutched the youth-retaining pill and flew away from the courtyard, her heart overflowing with excitement. She could hardly wait to return and test the effects of this ultimate youth-retaining pill. Meanwhile, Su Xiao plopped down into a chair. Staring in the direction Dugu Ling had departed, his expression gradually froze. A woman resembling junior sister as his Dao companion. Junior sister. Somehow this feels rather perverse. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted the ultimate youth-retaining pill. First gifting to Dugu Ling has triggered a 1000-fold critical hit. You have received the 3000 Great Dao Pill. 3000 Great Dao Pill, a celestial divine pill born in response to heaven and earth's fortune. Upon consumption, one randomly comprehends one of the 3000 Great Daos. Boom. The system's voice thundered in Su Xiao's mind like a clap of divine thunder. Comprehend one of the 3000 Great Daos. Su Xiao gazed at the fist-sized golden divine pill now appearing in his spatial inventory, his eyes filled with incredible joy. Comprehending even a single Great Dao. This was what cultivators yearned for above all else. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he naturally understood that upon reaching the transformation god stage, one began to touch the so-called heavenly Dao. The bottlenecks existing within both the transformation god and void refining stages fundamentally required comprehending a certain degree of the 3,000 great Daos to overcome. Master Ji Shui's seclusion was precisely to enter a secret realm and comprehend one of the 3,000 great Daos. Too damn amazing. Su Xiao hastily shut the door and retrieved that fist-sized divine pill from his spatial inventory. Rays of 7-colored light swirled upon its surface as if celestial mist encircled it. Truly extraordinary and magnificent. Why is it so large? Do I have to take bites out of it? The moment he brought the 3,000 great Dao pill to his lips, the divine pill seemed to sense his intent and transformed into a streak of 7-colored light that flew into Su Xiao's mouth. Afterward, a peculiar energy surged within his body. Mysterious law power enveloped his entire being, and in that instant he felt as though ascending to an immortal realm, beginning to sense the profound mysteries of the 3,000 great Daos. Congratulations, host. You have comprehended the Earth Fire Dao from the 3,000 great Daos. Name Su Xiao, age 1,008 years, Cultivation Foundation, Establishment 7th Stage, Special Constitution, Earth Fire, remaining lifespan 301 years. After a long while, the law power enveloping Su Xiao's body finally dissipated. He snapped back to his senses, feeling the Earth Fire Dao he had just comprehended, his aged face blooming with rosy color. It's actually the Earth Fire Dao. His heart surged with extraordinary excitement. Each of the 3,000 great Daos could lead directly to the immortal paradise of longevity. And he had directly comprehended the Earth Fire Dao. Within the Fire Dao, among the 3,000 great Daos, there were numerous branches. Earth Fire was precisely the three-essence true fire, the Earth Fire among the fires of heaven, earth, and humanity. This was the fire born from wood and stone, also the most commonly used flame in everyday life. As for heavenly fire, it was the tribulation fire of 9 heavens and thunder, essential for crossing tribulations. Human fire, meanwhile, was the heart fire generated within the human body, also known as karma fire. With a mere lift of his hand and subtle thought, the power of Earth Fire law manifested. A clump of brilliant, burning yellow-red flames appeared in Su Xiao's palm. Its supreme temperature made the entire room surge with scorching heat. It was hard to imagine what state anyone struck by such a small flame would end up in. So incredible. Su Xiao excitedly dismissed the Earth Fire and retrieved the Southern Ming fire-separating sword. The already crimson and searing sword blade, after Su Xiao activated the Earth Fire divine ability, began burning with flames of ultimate temperature. Su Xiao observed the combined might of both, swallowing hard. After comprehending the Earth Fire Dao, the power of his Southern Ming fire-separating sword had also spontaneously increased by several-fold. To be honest, with his current foundation establishment 7th stage cultivation augmented by the Southern Ming fire-separating sword and Earth Fire in terms of attack power alone, he was already comparable to when he was at nascent soul 9th stage, perhaps even more ferocious. Impressive. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, sheathing both the Earth Fire and the Southern Ming fire-separating sword. At this moment his confidence soared. Though his cultivation realm still lagged somewhat, his actual power had been greatly enhanced once again. Moreover, after comprehending the Earth Fire Dao, there would be no more bottlenecks in the transformation god and void refining stages. As long as he survived the tribulation lightning of nascent soul 9th stage, then with the system's assistance, his cultivation would soar through the heavens, allowing him to catch up with junior sister. I can hardly wait now, haha. Su Xiao sat cross-legged on his meditation cushion, nodding with satisfaction and chuckling. Time passed swiftly. In the span of 2 months, Jin Liuxiang had consumed 30 foundation building pills, which triggered a return of 60 essence gold pills, allowing her to advance to foundation building 5th stage. Meanwhile, Su Xiao, fed with abundant resources, successfully broke through to golden core 1st stage. Over these 2 months, the rumors surrounding Su Xiao within the sect gradually subsided. After sect leader Dugu Ling personally instructed Lu Danny, the latter rallied a contingent of enforcement officers to diligently hunt down those caught speaking ill of him behind closed doors. Those caught were savagely beaten and had a month's spirit stone allowance forfeited. The outer disciples fell completely silent, too terrified to even whisper about Su Xiao unless locked within their own rooms. Something had become an unspoken taboo at Piamiao sect. However, an incident soon erupted that once again set the sect ablaze with gossip. This time, no matter how hard the enforcement team attempted to suppress it, they could not quell the panic spreading among the outer disciples. Zhou Xiao, the master of Jin Liuxiang, had died. Along with his 2 disciples, all 3 were found mysteriously dead beyond the walls of Huxiao City. After being expelled from Piamiao sect, they had leveraged their respectable cultivation to secure guard positions and settle in Huxiao City. Who could have foreseen that after a trip outside the city on official business, all 3 of their corpses would be discovered in the dense forest beyond Huxiao City? The news spread swiftly through Piao sect, leaving every outer disciple trembling with dread. To cross Elder Su and meet such a grim fate. Now these disciples were too terrified to even breathe loudly. If the enforcement team caught you, it was merely a beating and a deduction of spirit stones. But if you inadvertently offended Elder Su, you would not live to see tomorrow. And so the image of the highly respected and upright Su Xiao underwent a dramatic transformation in the hearts of his fellow sect members. From a kindly elder, he had become a hypocritical senior, whose reputation for virtue concealed a debauched nature. Moreover, this elder wielded immense power and commanding status within the sect. The disciples, upon catching even a distant glimpse of Su Xiao, dared not approach to pay their respects. Even some beautiful young female disciples would turn pale and tremble at their cores merely watching Elder Su walk by. In the modest courtyard on the outer mountain, having ascended to the core formation stage, Su Xiao stroked his goat beard and asked with bewilderment after hearing Lu Danny's report, "Dan Yin, how has my reputation deteriorated so thoroughly? The disciples now flee from me as though I were a vicious beast, and some even weep at the sight of me. Is your senior martial brother truly that terrifying?" Clad in his 8 trigrams Taoist robe, Lu Danny swallowed hard. Gazing at his senior martial brother's utterly bewildered expression, he too felt profoundly bitter within. The enforcement team's strenuous efforts to suppress public opinion were fast approaching collapse. Everything had been perfectly fine initially, but to fulfill his senior's orders, he had secretly dealt with Zhou Xiao and the other two. Somehow the matter had leaked into the sect's interior, and now the enforcement team was nearly undone. Still, if his senior's reputation suffered, so what? He would soon enter death meditation anyway, as long as he himself lived comfortably in the meantime. Trembling, Lu Danny plucked up his courage and said, "Senior brother, once Master finds you a companion, please consider restraining yourself. Otherwise, if these rumors continue to spread, our enforcement team will find ourselves quite cornered." Su Xiao chuckled lightly. "Fear not, Dan Yin. Have you not noticed that I have not sought out Jin Liuxiang these past days? Your senior brother is not that sort of man." "Exactly the sort." Lu Danny dared not voice this, simply nodding with a foolish grin. After some further instructions, Lu Danny departed the small courtyard and returned to the enforcement hall to continue directing the squad's suppression efforts. At noon, 2 female disciples, one slightly plump, the other slender, arrived nervously to pay their respects in the courtyard. Seeing them, Su Xiao smiled. "I recall you too. How fares friend Lin? I trust she has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage." The two were of course Lin Yinner's 2 closest senior sisters from the outer sect. Gazing upon Elder Su's seemingly amiable expression, their faces paled. The present Elder Su had become the very definition of taboo in the minds of these outer disciples. A terrifying old man who grew angry and killed. The plump senior sister composed herself and kowtowed in terror, saying, "Elder Su, please save junior sister Lin. She cannot return from Jinshi City." Su Zhao's white brows stirred slightly. "What has befallen friend Lin?" The plump senior sister hurriedly explained. "Elder Su's senior sister Lin broke through to the Foundation establishment realm a month ago and returned to Jinshi City to visit her family. There the Xuanma sect detained her. The Xuanma sect's young master Li Jui has set his sights on junior sister Lin and insists upon taking her as his concubine. The Xuanma sect has pressured the lord of Jinshi City, and it has already been arranged to bring junior sister back to the Xuanma sect for marriage in 3 days." A frown crossed Su Zhao's brow, his expression turning grave. Xuanma sect. That insignificant demonic clan dared to snatch away his daughter of fortune. Unforgivable. How did you come to know of this matter? Su Xiao asked quietly. Seeing Su Xiao take the matter seriously, the plump senior sister's heart leaped with hope. Junior sister sent us a transmission talisman. But now her entire family is under surveillance by the Xuanma sect, unable so much as to leave the city gate. Elder junior sister is deeply distressed. She does not love the Xuanma sect, nor does she care for Li Jui. Yet now that the lord of Jinshi City has consented to this marriage, her family, however unwilling, cannot resist. Elder junior sister is one of our Piao sect disciples. Her final message asked us to find a way to rescue her. Elder, we outer disciples have no master to rely upon, so we could only think of you. Both girls wore earnest expressions, their eyes filled with urgency. Junior sister was in danger, and the Xuanma sect holds some renown in the northern reaches of Donglai Kingdom. Only Elder Su could defend her. Did she not mention her identity as a Piao sect disciple? Su Zhao's gaze grew sharply focused. She did. The plump senior sister replied. But the Xuanma sect's people claim that sects do not meddle in such marital matters, and even insinuated that this union would bring the Xuanma sect and Piao sect closer together as relatives by marriage. Closer by marriage, my foot. Su Xiao sneered internally, his eyes laced with disdain. The Xuanma sect was at best a third-rate sect on Panlong continent, barely worthy to carry Piao sect's shoes. Lin Yinner was clearly his daughter of fortune. He would not of course stand idle. Straightening his thoughts, Su Xiao smiled. I understand. You have both worked hard. He produced 6 foundation establishment pills, distributing 3 to each girl. Friend Lin and I share a karmic bond. Rest assured, I will bring her back to the sect. These pills are my token of gratitude for your information. Overcome with joy, the two accepted the foundation establishment pills and kowtowed repeatedly to Elder Su. After instructing them not to disclose the matter to outsiders, the two retired with deep respect. Su Xiao rose to his feet, murmuring with a smile, "It has been quite some time since I last left the sect. This journey will serve as a pleasant excursion. Perhaps if fortune favors me, I might encounter another daughter of fortune and gather further benefits." 3 days later, the Xuanma sect went to Jinshi City to fetch the bride in no particular rush. A hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes as he summoned his mid-grade magical artifact, the Meteor Sword. Placing his feet upon the flying sword, he rose into the skies, making his way directly toward Xiao City. On the 3rd floor of Zilai Merchant Shop, in a beautifully fragrant private room, Manager Ziyun danced her enchanting figure as she stepped inside with a smile. She wore that purple gauze dress, her legs faintly visible beneath the flowing skirt. Her magnificent figure was captivating, radiating an intoxicating charm. She blinked her alluring, tempting eyes. Slowly approaching Su Xiao's side, she poured him a cup of tea. Elder Su, what are you here to purchase this time? Don't worry, Elder Su, as long as you can name it, this humble shop will certainly not disappoint you. Ziyun sat down beside Su Xiao with a soft grace. She gazed at this handsome old man with his outward dignity, a trace of unusual color lingering in her eyes. Ever since Su Xiao had given her a magical hairpin, she knew he would come back to see her. With her charm, there was no need to even think about it. Su Xiao stated directly, "Manager Z, I am here to purchase a batch of spell talismans of high quality. Spell talismans inscribed with magical techniques within would release a one-time spell upon activation. They were excellent helpers for cultivators to protect themselves and fight enemies. But high-quality talismans were extremely rare, generally given by sect elders as protective items for their young prodigies." Ziyun raised her elegant brows slightly, her charming eyes gleaming as she asked, "I wonder what level of quality Elder Su requires. Do you have nascent soul stage talismans?" Su Xiao asked with a smile. Nascent soul stage talismans, once activated, could unleash power equivalent to a single strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Although they had little use against nascent soul cultivators, they posed a tremendous deterrent against those below the nascent soul realm. Of course, this was of no real use to Su Xiao at present. What he truly coveted was the soul transformation stage talismans returned after gifting nascent soul talismans, or even the void refinement stage talismans that hardly existed. This time, bringing his destiny daughter back from Jinshi City, he naturally needed to prepare more thoroughly. Nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Ziyun's expression shifted and she chuckled. "Elder Su, you've come to the right place. In all of Xiao City, only my Zilai Merchant Shop possesses nascent soul cultivator talismans. Moreover, there aren't many of these top-tier talismans in stock." Both parties were well aware that the highest quality talismans available on the market was the nascent soul stage. Su Xiao asked, "I wonder how many your shop has in stock?" A hint of excitement blooming in her heart, Ziyun replied, "We have 9 remaining. 5 lightning attraction talismans, 2 earth fire talismans, and 2 ice sword talismans. Elder Su, all the talismans at our Zilai Merchant Shop are painstakingly refined by soul transformation stage cultivators of absolutely superior quality. Keeping them for your young ones, who knows? They might save their lives at a critical moment." Su Xiao nodded and asked, "How many spirit stones per talisman?" "Not expensive. Only 20 high-grade spirit stones. Not too pricey. In that case, I'll take them all." Upon hearing this, Ziyun's face immediately filled with overwhelming joy. This old man was truly generous with his spending, not even bothering to negotiate. She was going to make a substantial profit today. Not long after, Ziyun respectfully entered carrying the 9 talismans. The spirit stones were exchanged on the spot, and the other party offered Su Xiao a discount totaling only 160 high-grade spirit stones. After securing these talismans, Su Xiao's old eyes twinkled slightly. Taking 3 lightning attraction talismans from his spatial storage, he gazed at this enchanting grade 8 destiny daughter and stroked his beard with a smile. "Manager Z, ever since our last parting, I've found that we share a particularly strong affinity. This old Taoist has limited lifespan remaining, and these talismans won't all be used. Seeing that Manager Z has yet to reach the nascent soul realm, I would like to gift these 3 nascent soul lightning attraction talismans to you for self-defense, to forge a bond of goodwill." Su Xiao felt confident about this. Cultivators from merchant shops valued spirit stones above all else and would never refuse. "Gift me 3. Ziyun looked at Su Xiao in shock. This old man was truly willing to spend for her. 3 lightning attraction talismans. That was worth 60 high-grade spirit stones. That was a fortune anywhere. At that moment, she suddenly understood why this inner sect elder from the Miaopao sect had failed his thunder tribulation. With his mind consumed by such pursuits, it would be strange if he hadn't failed. Ziyun immediately accepted the 3 lightning attraction talismans from Su Xiao's hands. She would never refuse such a good deal for all the world. Elder Su, you are far too generous. Ziyun secured the 3 lightning attraction talismans. Rising gracefully, she approached Su Xiao and embraced him. A gentle breeze carried a lingering fragrance. Elder Su, men like you are rarely seen. Ziyun sighed. Even aged Elder Su remains this handsome. If you were young, you must have bewitched countless female cultivators, no doubt about it. A smile graced Ziyun's enchanting face. Now Elder Su has grown old with limited years remaining, otherwise this concubine would have wished to be Elder Su's Dao companion. She also had her own calculations. With him giving so much, if she showed nothing in return, it would seem utterly lacking in etiquette. Elder Su, as a distinguished elder of the Miaopao sect, must have accumulated countless spirit stones over 1,000 years to be so generous. Though nothing could come of their relationship, she needed to keep him firmly tied to spending at Zilai merchant shop. Besides, although Elder Su was old, he was truly handsome. That was a special kind of charisma. Elder Su, you must come to my Zilai merchant shop next time. A blushing charm adorned Ziyun's face, and she said no more. Su Xiao smiled. With a beauty like Manager Z here, this old Taoist would naturally not go elsewhere. Their relationship had advanced, and next time gifting would be even more natural. Another stable win-win partner secured. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 3 nascent soul lightning attraction talismans. 3 soul transformation purple sky thunder talismans have been returned. Purple sky thunder talisman, upon activation, releases purple sky heavenly thunder against enemies with power equivalent to a single strike from a soul transformation 9th-stage cultivator. The following day noon, Jinshi City, situated in the northern region of the Donglai Kingdom, 1,000 li from the Piamiao sect, not a great distance at all. Su Xiao drifted down leisurely on his sword, arriving outside Jinshi City in just an hour or two. The spatial storage held 3 purple thunder talismans with the power of nascent soul 9th stage. Safety was assured. Moreover, his Nanming Li Huo Sword had achieved harmony with the earth-fire Dao, granting him strength not inferior to his former self. The city of Jinshi was vast and bustling, with carriages flowing like rivers. Outside an imposing mansion, 2 black-robed disciples of the Xuanma sect blocked Su Xiao's path. Old man, scram if you don't want to die. This Lin mansion is now under the control of our Xuanma sect. No one is allowed near. The 2 men had ferocious faces emanating the aura of early foundation establishment as they glared at Su Xiao ahead. These were elite disciples of the Xuanma sect. Around 7 or 8 disciples of equal cultivation had come, accompanied by an elder leading the group. Their purpose was to ensure that in 2 days the young master could marry the Lin family's young lady. Su Xiao watched these 2 arrogant Xuanma sect disciples, a flicker of surprise passing through his elderly eyes. Were the people of Xuanma sect always this audacious nowadays? What are you staring at? Keep looking, and I'll gouge out those eyeballs of yours. You decrepit old fool, 1 foot already in the coffin, why haven't you crawled away yet? The 2 Xuanma sect disciples strutted about imperiously, not a single courteous word escaping their lips when addressing the frail-looking Su Xiao. Their Xuanma sect dominated the nearby cities. Even the Donglai Kingdom could do nothing about them. Behind them stood the backing of a demonic sect. One could say this third-rate Xuanma sect ran wild and rampant around Jinshi City. Still not leaving? Looks like you need a good beating, you doddering old fool. One of the Xuanma sect disciples launched himself forward, about to kick Su Xiao's frail old body flying. The latter's expression turned cold. In an instant, a ball of red-yellow flames appeared and whooshed toward the Xuanma sect disciple. The fist-sized fireball touched the demonic sect disciple. Immediately the flames spread with terrifying speed. The Xuanma sect disciple was seized with alarm and desperately tried to extinguish the fire. But this red-yellow flame clung to him like a maggot attached to bone. Impossible to extinguish no matter how hard he tried. If anything, the burning only grew more intense. Old man, who are you? Stop it. The Xuanma sect disciple had become a human, torched the fierce flames roaring. He shrieked in terror and anguish. The other Xuanma sect disciple's face turned ashen with fear. He rushed forward to help, but it was to no avail. In merely 10 breaths' time, the Xuanma sect disciple, wreathed in earth fire, was reduced to a pile of black ashes falling to the ground. You? Who are you? The remaining Xuanma sect disciple stared at Su Xiao in utter horror. This white-haired old man appeared to possess only foundation establishment realm cultivation. Yet how could his strength be so terrifying? Such a terrifying fire technique. He had never heard of nor seen anything like it. Why didn't you ask that just now? Su Xiao shook his head, cold light flickering in his gaze. It seems in recent years, without someone to knock some sense into your demonic sect, you've developed the delusion that you're invincible in this world. It's time my Piao sect taught you a lesson. When the Xuanma sect disciple heard the words Piao sect, his eyes widened in shock. Piao sect. So their opponent was someone from the Piao sect. Didn't the Piao sect usually remain detached from worldly affairs? Could it be that for some insignificant outer sect disciple, they would make an enemy of Xuanma sect? But he had no time to contemplate further. The red-yellow scorching earth fire was already spreading across his body. With extreme terror and desperate wails, this Xuanma sect disciple met the same fate, reduced to scattered black ashes. He raised his foot. Boom. The Lin family gate was kicked open by Su Xiao's seemingly frail figure. Inside, in the central courtyard, several Xuanma sect disciples sat drinking wine and eating meat. The household servants and maidservants attended nearby, all with terrified expressions, cowering submissively. How did you get in? Didn't the people outside stop you? The several Xuanma sect disciples' expressions changed upon seeing Su Xiao. How did this ancient old man just walk right in? Were the two brothers out there eating dumplings for nothing? Hey, old-timer. I'm talking to you. How did you get in here? Didn't you know this Lin mansion is now under our Xuanma sect's control? The disciples stood up and strode towards Su Xiao with sinister expressions. The leader among them possessed late Foundation establishment cultivation and glared viciously at the old man before him. If the old man gave even one unsatisfactory answer, he was prepared to cut down this doddering fool on the spot. But before any of them could react, Su Xiao made a single gesture. The Nanming Li Huo Sword burst forth, transforming into a shooting star as it lunged toward the group. As the disciple of Grand Elder Ji Shui of the Piao sect, he too had lived a life of utmost arrogance. These Xuanma sect disciples were extremely distasteful to him. This had little to do with Lin Yin'er anymore. If he was displeased, he would simply kill. Before these Xuanma sect members could even begin to respond, the Nanming Li Huo Sword, resembling a crimson meteor, sliced through the central courtyard. In just a breath or two, it pierced through the chests of every demonic sect disciple. The speed was blinding, the power overwhelming. Even with protective artifacts, they stood no chance against the Nanming Li Huo Sword enhanced by earth fire. This was the might of nascent soul 9th stage. The demonic sect disciples clutched their blazing chests and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. One by one, they collapsed to the ground, gazing at the old man before them in utter terror. You? Who are you? The fierce flames began to spread across their chests. In endless fear and despair, the demonic sect disciples were all incinerated into black ashes. I told all of you, ask first. Su Xiao sheathed his sword and shook his head with a smile. Though even if they had asked, he still would have killed. The searing heat and the gruesome death of the Xuanma sect disciples struck such terror into the servants and maids that their very livers and gallbladders seemed to shatter. They screamed wildly, scrambling desperately to flee. Murder! Murder! At this moment, 4 figures emerged from the grand hall ahead, drawn by the commotion. Among them were a black-robed elder, a middle-aged man, a beautiful woman in her prime, and Lin Yin'er in a white dress. When Lin Yin'er clearly saw Su Xiao's face beyond the gate, her youthful and beautiful countenance froze instantly. Su Elder is here. She stood rooted to the spot, stone-like. In an instant, she understood the full story. Surely senior sister informed Su Elder of her situation. At this moment, her heart surged with incomparable excitement. It was as if she had seized the final straw of salvation. Disregarding the black-robed man beside her, she ran straight towards Su Xiao. Su Elder. His previously kind and warm smile replayed endlessly in her heart. At this instant, tears gushed from her eyes. She had no family in the Piao sect, but now Su Elder was her family. Su Elder came to rescue her. Young friend Lin, I have already learned of your circumstances. Su Xiao looked at Lin Yin'er, clutching his arm, weeping like a watering can. He patted her head gently and spoke with benevolence. Come with me. Return to the sect and cultivate properly. No one will dare to bully you. Yes. Lin Yin'er gripped his hand tightly. She was finally saved. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman before them gazed at Su Xiao, hope flickering in their eyes. This Su Elder. He must be an elder of the Piao sect. The Piao sect came to rescue Yin'er. Meanwhile, the black-robed elder beside them stared at the Xuanma sect disciples reduced to ashes on the ground. His sinister and ruthless old face darkened instantly. Immediately after, a colossal aura of nascent soul realm erupted forth, instantly enveloping Su Xiao. How bold of you! You dare to kill a disciple of my Xuanma sect. Did you truly not consider the consequences? Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, you will never escape the Xuanma sect's pursuit for the rest of your life. The black-robed old man's eyes were as fierce and sinister as an eagle's. He stared at Su Xiao as an immense aura of a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator poured out from him. In an instant, the entire Lin Manor was enveloped by his terrifying, overwhelming nascent soul aura. The mortal servants hiding nearby, once caught under the pressure, all fainted on the spot and sustained severe injuries. The middle-aged man and the beautiful woman beside him retreated in fright. They were only core formation cultivators who, under the dreadful pressure released by the black-robed old man, their faces turned ghastly pale. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. "Eldering, please calm your anger. There must be some misunderstanding," the middle-aged man hurriedly shouted. Terror gripped his heart. Elder Ing, a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator, was a senior elder of the Xuanma sect with real power. His cultivation was profound, and he had mastered the Xuanma art to an extraordinary degree. If it came to a real fight, that kind-hearted elder from the Piaomiao sect probably would not be his match. After all, he had not sensed any nascent soul aura from the other party. Perhaps this elder Su was only an outer sect elder with seniority, but shallow strength. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Elder Ying's eyes blazed with murderous intent as he spoke menacingly. "There is no misunderstanding. 8 of my Xuanma sect disciples are dead. This old Taoist has committed a capital crime." The Piaomiao sect, an ancient decrepit sect that chases after fame. The rumors painted as mysterious, but I would like to see whether it is truly worthy of its name. Anger and contempt mingled in his eyes as he looked at Su Xiao, who seemed to be only at the core formation stage, and his murderous intent was already stirred. Since the man had come alone, he must only be an outer sect elder of the Piaomiao sect. By killing 8 core formation disciples of the Xuanma sect, even if he killed this old Taoist, the Piaomiao sect would have no justification. He was courting death. His hands moved abruptly, and in an instant, a surge of black fiendish aura was born from Elder Ying's hands. It circled once above his head, then turned into a huge, ghostly face, and shot fiercely towards Su Xiao. "Whoever kills a disciple of my Xuanma sect shall die." The black, ghostly face carried horrifying might, and its blood-red maw was as large as half the face, as if it wanted to swallow Su Xiao in one gulp. The latter's aged face showed a trace of disgust. It seemed that all these people from the demonic sect were fools who had been made stupid by practicing demonic arts. He slightly raised his 2 old withered palms. Red and yellow flames were born from the void. As soon as the 2 fist-sized flames appeared, a terrifying wave of heat came rolling forward. As if about to melt the air itself, the flames transformed into 2 fire phoenixes, charged forward and slammed into the dreadful ghostly face with a puff. Sizzling sounds of burning rose one after another. In less than 2 breaths, that ghost face devouring attack was burned away completely by Su Xiao's flames, leaving nothing behind. Elder Ying's expression changed drastically, and a trace of shock flickered in his sinister eyes. The middle-aged man and the woman behind Elder Ying also looked at Su Xiao in shock. This elder, although he seemed not to have reached the nascent soul stage, his fire arts were truly terrifyingly powerful. Could this be the true heritage of the Piaomiao sect? Swoosh. Just as everyone came to their senses, still immersed in shock, Su Xiao moved his sword fingers, and a flaming meteor shot into the sky. The flaming meteor then swooped down, heading straight for Elder Ying's chest. "Old man of the Piaomiao sect, do not underestimate my Xuanma sect." Elder Ying flew into a rage. A round shield of refined iron flew out from his chest. The shield was gilded with gold, and once summoned, it transformed into a Vajra light wall that protected him. This was his proud high-grade magic artifact, the Golden Light Shield. With his 6th-level nascent soul cultivation, its defensive power was astonishing. No magic sword could shatter the defense of his Golden Light Shield. Boom! The Nanming Li Huo Sword slammed into the Vajra light wall, erupting in a tremendous shockwave. Lin Yin'er, the middle-aged man, and the others were blasted backward, nearly unable to keep their footing. A battle between nascent soul cultivators was indeed terrifying. Crack! Under the impact of the Nanming Li Huo Sword, cracks burst out one after another from the point where the sword tip had pierced. The red and yellow flames wrapped around the sword blade hissed, burning the light shield until its brilliance dimmed. Seeing this, Elder Ying was greatly shocked. He even found it utterly inconceivable. Boom! As a magic treasure, the Nanming Li Huo Sword's immensely powerful blade carried scorching flames. In an instant, it smashed the Vajra light wall manifested by the Golden Light Shield into pieces. And this was only the power contained in Su Xiao's 1st-level core formation cultivation. If he reached the nascent soul stage, the Nanming Li Huo Sword and the earth fire would become even stronger. Impossible! Elder Ying's gloomy eyes trembled with great shock. Before he could even react, the Nanming Li Huo Sword struck the Golden Light Shield itself, and with a bang, it blasted the gilded round shield into pieces. Immediately after, its momentum did not diminish. With a sharp whoosh, the sword flew straight through Elder Ying's withered chest at a staggeringly fast speed. The opponent's sword control art was too fast. He did not even have a chance to use any other technique before he was pierced through by the sword flames, searing his body. "Why you?" Elder Ying clutched his chest, fear spreading across his old face. He would never have dreamed that an ordinary core formation old man could unleash such a powerful attack. His indestructible golden light shield could not even block a single blow. The red and yellow flames on his chest blazed fiercely, threatening to burn his entire body. But he was severely wounded and his spiritual power was fading. He had no strength left to suppress the terrifying flames. You are courting death, old villain. The Xuanma sect will never let you go. Ah! In an instant, flames engulfed Elder Ying's entire body. Amid endless terror and despairing howls, he was burned into a charred lump. He was deader than dead. Withdrawing the Nanming Li Huo Sword, Xiao stroked his dashing goatee and glanced at the deathly pale members of the Lin family before and behind him. He said with a slight smile, I am the old Taoist Xiao, an inner sect elder of the Piamiao sect. I have come to take Lin Yin'er back to the sect for cultivation. Which one of you is the head of the Lin family? With an air of calm detachment, Xiao, who had just slaughtered a band of Xuanma sect disciples, now looked like an ordinary old man. Utterly harmless. The middle-aged man in brocade recovered his senses and, face pale, walked over on trembling legs. He came before Xiao and, still somewhat frightened, clasped his fists in salute. I pay my respects to Elder Su. I am Lin Dadong of the Lin family. Lin Yin'er's father. The beautiful woman beside him, dressed in palace attire and with a graceful figure, also walked over trembling. Her features were lovely. She appeared to be in her 30s, and she exuded the mature charm of a married woman. Both of them were astonished. This elder Xiao was actually an inner sect elder. Yin'er has even come to know an elder of the Piamiao sect's inner mountain. Lin Yin'er looked at Xiao, her pretty bright eyes full of worship and reverence. Elder Su was too powerful. At that moment, a plump middle-aged man in a golden robe ran in frantically from outside the main courtyard of the Lin family. When he saw the Xuanma sect disciples burned to black ash, and Elder Ying, who had become charcoal, his greasy plump face turned ashen in an instant. With terror written all over his face, he said to Lin Dadong, Brother Lin. This. What exactly happened? How did Elder Ying and the others become like this? He was Jin Hao, the city lord of Jinshi City. This marriage arrangement had been handled by him personally. Now, before Li Jui, the young master of the Xuanma sect, had even come to formalize the marriage, all the members of the Xuanma sect were already dead. He was so frightened that he nearly fainted. After a short while, Lin Yin'er introduced Xiao to the three of them in detail. Lin Dadong and Jin Hao's faces changed drastically at the words. An inner sect elder of Piamiao sect with such lofty status. Even the sect leader's senior brother. Even the disciple of Piamiao sect's supreme grand elder. Lin Dadong, Jin Hao, and the others were momentarily shocked beyond measure. The white-haired old man before them, with his immortal air and ethereal celestial bearing, actually possessed such an exalted status in Piamiao sect. And how could Lin Yin'er, an ordinary outer sect disciple, have come to know this inner sect elder? Lin Dadong and his wife were both shocked and overjoyed. Jin Hao, the city lord of Jinshi City, was shocked and terrified. It was he who had acted as the matchmaker when Li Jui of Xuanma sect took a fancy to Lin Yin'er of the Lin family. Now this high-ranking elder of Piamiao sect had come to take the girl, and he had even killed Elder Ying and his group. How could he explain himself to young Master Li Jui in 2 days' time? The group stood in the courtyard. Xiao glanced at Lin Yin'er beside him and said with a kind smile, Young brother Lin, your Yin'er has a karmic connection with this old Taoist. I can see she is clever and obedient, and I have a mind to nurture her. This old Taoist is taking her back to Piamiao sect to cultivate. As for the Xuanma sect marriage, let it be called off. Lin Dadong and his wife were stirred with excitement. For such a senior of Piamiao sect to think highly of Yin'er, her prospects in the sect would be boundless in the future. Yes, Lin Dadong said excitedly. We will do exactly as Elder Su says. Elder Yin'er will be in your care from now on. Jin Hao, however, was full of bitterness and bowed in terror before Xiao. Elder Su, the Xuanma sect has issued an ultimatum for this marriage. They must take the young lady of the Lin family as wife no matter what. Brother Lin, you agreed to it back then. If you go back on your word, Xuanma sect will definitely not let it go. Lin Dadong looked at Jin Hao, his thick brows furrowing slightly. He had indeed agreed, but that was because he feared Xuanma sect's tyranny. He did not want his daughter to marry a scoundrel like Li Jui. He had long since made inquiries. Li Jui, the young master of Xuanma sect, had no fewer than 10 concubines alone. He was an out-and-out lecherous scum. If Yin'er went to Xuanma sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao looked at Jin Hao, his old eyes carrying a trace of sternness, and said, Only City Lord Jin, you took it upon yourself to arrange a marriage for a disciple of my Piamiao sect. Not holding you accountable is already generous of this old Taoist. Go now. Go to Xuanma sect and annul the marriage yourself. Tell them that Lin Yin'er is returning to my Piamiao sect to cultivate. Jin Hao's face turned ghastly pale once again. He was only at the first level of nascent soul, and Elder Ying and his followers had died miserably in Jinshi City. If he went to Xuanma sect to cancel the marriage now, would that not be sending him to his death? Elder Su, Jin Hao fell to his knees with a thud in front of Su Xiao, his face full of entreaty. Elder, you killed Elder Ing and the others. How can I possibly go to Xuanma sect now? Would that not be walking straight into the trap? Elder, to tell the truth, I did not want to play matchmaker either. But the young lady of the Lin family is beautiful. Li Jui saw her once and never forgot her, and he has been threatening and luring me ever since. Please, Elder, act on behalf of my Jinshi city. Go to Xuanma sect in the name of Piaomiao sect and annul this marriage. Since the other party could kill Elder Ing, his cultivation must undoubtedly be profound. What was more, he was a high-ranking inter-sect elder of Piaomiao sect. Compared with Xuanma sect, Jin Hao dared even less to offend Elder Su Xiao. Su Xiao looked at that oily fat man with faint disdain in his old eyes. How could someone like this become the city lord of Jinshi city? Truly underhanded rules exist everywhere. Lin Dadong and his wife also frowned deeply. If the annulment did not go smoothly, and those Xuanma sect disciples came knocking and found Elder Ing killed, Jinshi city would be in trouble. As Su Xiao was pondering, the system's voice suddenly sounded. Detected a fated enemy, Li Jui. Identity: young master of Xuanma sect. Mission issued: slay the fated enemy Li Jui. Mission reward: the next gift is guaranteed to trigger a 1,000-fold critical hit. A mission. Su Xiao's old eyes shifted, a gleam flashing through them. Fine. I might as well kill him while I'm here before leaving. Clearing his throat, Su Xiao said with dignity, since City Lord Jin has said so, this old Taoist will help to the end and settle this matter of Li Jui for you. Tell me, what is the current situation of Xuanma sect? On hearing this, the three of them, Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and Lin Dadong's wife, immediately felt relieved. Truly worthy of a famous righteous sect, the leader of the orthodox path. Piaomiao sect indeed had depth and a sense of responsibility. Seeing this, Lin Yenner felt even more flattered and moved. Elder Su was so kind. He was truly so good to her. In this lifetime, she could never repay Elder Su's kindness. Jin Hao quickly said, Elder Su, this is how it is. 2 days from now, Li Jui, the young master of Xuanma sect, will lead the Xuanma sect bridal escort here to fetch the bride. At that time, if Elder Su steps forward and annuls the engagement in the name of Piaomiao sect, it will be settled. With Elder Su's seniority in Piaomiao sect, Li Jui will surely have scruples and not dare to disobey. In that way, my Jinshi city will be safe, and the young lady of the Lin family will be able to smoothly return to Piaomiao sect to cultivate. Jin Hao was excited inside. An inter-sect elder of Piaomiao sect was speaking up for his Jinshi city. Xuanma sect should not dare to disobey. Su Xiao nodded slightly. Then he said slowly, then for these 2 days. Jin Hao hurriedly interjected, during these 2 days, please stay in my city lord's mansion, Elder Su. My city lord's mansion will receive Elder Su with the highest honors. Very well. Then let us wait for this Li Jui to come. 2 days passed in a flash. During that time, Jin Hao lavished hospitality upon Su Xiao in the city lord's mansion, with fine dishes and fine wines appearing in endless succession. Piaomiao sect stood aloof and transcendent. With Su Xiao's current identity, even if the emperor of Donglai Kingdom came, he would have to step forward and pay his respects. At dawn, Tu Li, outside Jinshi city, a large procession flew over on flying swords. After landing, they summoned from their storage pouches one ornately decorated puppet carriage after another. The carriages were draped with red cloth embroidered with dragons and phoenixes, while the surrounding Xuanma sect disciples followed in red robes. In the foremost carriage sat cross-legged an effeminate young man wearing a flowing red cape. The young man wore a red flower on his chest and was dressed as a bridegroom. His eyes held both longing and a sharp gleam. At the thought of Lin Yenner's pure lovely face, he wished he could enter the bridal chamber that very night. He was Li Jui, the young master of Xuanma sect. Clearing his throat, Li Jui laughed loudly and called out, 3 elders. Young master. The 3 vanguard elders shouted in unison. 5 flags vanguards. Here, young master. The 5 black-robed vanguards responded with laughter. Attendant disciples. Here, young master. The dozens of elite disciples around him saluted with cupped fists. Li Jui's eyes gleamed. Today your young master is taking a bride. All of you stay sharp. No matter whether Lin Yenner agrees or not, today we are taking her back to the sect and holding the wedding ceremony right there. Yes, young master. The crowd roared at the top of their lungs, eyes brimming with excitement. When the young master married, they would again receive a generous reward of resources. Lin Yenner of Jinshi City could scream until her throat went hoarse. Today she would still have to obediently return to the sect with the young master and enter the bridal chamber. Before the gate of Jinshi City, Jin Hao, together with the city officials and the Lin family, was already waiting in welcome. Before long, the Xuanma sect's bridal escort arrived up ahead. Before they could even make out the figures, Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others felt a terrifying, transcendent, nascent soul pressure bearing down on them from every direction. Spiritual energy churned violently, and waves of roaring air howled one after another. The moment the Xuanma sect's bridal escort arrived at Jinshi City, a group of nascent soul cultivators released their oppressive auras, enveloping all the greeters up front. This was the escort's opening show of force. Too powerful. Even among this Xuanma sect bridal escort, there were several presences at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the Jinshi City officials, and fear flickered in their eyes. The Xuanma sect had casually dispatched a bridal escort whose strength far surpassed everything Jinshi City could muster. No wonder it was known as one of the great demonic sects. The people of Jinshi City were utterly shaken by the Xuanma sect members approaching from the front. The Piaomiao sect had only sent Elder Su. This marriage was probably not going to be easy to call off after all. Welcome, young Lord Li of the Xuanma sect. Haha, it has only been a few days, young lord, but you look even better. Please come in. As the bridal escort drew near, City Lord Jin Hao stepped forward to greet them with an ingratiating smile. Though he wore a smile, his heart was heavy with worry. The nascent soul pressure around him weighed down on him so heavily that he could hardly breathe. He did not even dare to bring up the matter of calling off the marriage. Even less did he dare to mention that Eagle Elder and the others had been killed by Elder Su. Li Jui gave a cold laugh and casually waved a hand at Jin Hao. When he saw Lin Yenner standing beside Lin Dadong and his wife, his eyes flew wide, and a sharp light flickered in them. She wore a plain white long dress, her figure slender and graceful, pure and captivating. Her slim, willowy form stood as gracefully as a light willow branch. Her fair, delicate face radiated endless youthful beauty like a lotus rising from water, breathtaking and soul-stirring. Her snow-white smooth skin gleamed with a fine luster, and her long neck was elegant and alluring. A slight breeze stirred her black hair into a graceful dance, giving her a charm unique to a young maiden. After marveling at her beauty, Li Jui stepped forward and leapt down from the carriage. Then, surrounded by a crowd of Xuanma sect members, he clasped his hands behind his back and demanded coldly, "Jin Hao, what is the meaning of this? I told you already. This young lord has come today to receive the bride, and this is how you have arranged Miss Lin. Where are the phoenix coronet and the bridal gown? Do you really mean to let Miss Lin return to the sect and marry me dressed like this?" Boom. Li Jui's nascent soul stage aura poured out like a flood. Seeing the young lord displease the Xuanma sect members around him, all unleashed their nascent soul auras to the utmost, pressing down on the whole area. On the Jinshi City side, everyone's expression changed. Feeling the fierce beast-like nascent soul pressure, they could not withstand it and retreated step by step. Even Lin Yenner's pretty face turned pale, and she clung tightly to her mother. "Young lord, please calm your anger." Jin Hao hurried over to Li Jui, his face bitter. His plump body trembled slightly as if he wanted to speak, but could not find the words. Now surrounded by the Xuanma sect crowd, he utterly did not dare to mention the annulment. "Elder Su, please come out now." "Jin Hao, it seems you no longer wish to stay in Jinshi City. Hurry up and take Miss Lin back, change her clothes, and bring her here again." Li Jui bellowed in fury, his sinister narrow eyes flashing with blazing anger. If not for Lin Yenner's beauty pleasing him, he would not have bothered to waste any more words on Jin Hao, and would have simply beaten him to a pulp. "Did you not hear the young lord? Go now." The 3 elders and the 5 banner vanguards glared with wide, angry eyes, all looking at Jin Hao with hostility. It seemed that if he showed the slightest reluctance, they would erupt without hesitation. This frightened Jin Hao so much that he trembled uncontrollably, his heart crying out in misery. Ahead, Lin Dadong and the other Jinshi City people were also filled with worry. The Xuanma sect had come prepared. Elder Su, would he really be able to call off this marriage? Just as Jin Hao was caught in a dilemma, an old man's laughter drifted over from a carriage on the side. Just then, an old man in gray robes with snow-white hair and beard slowly stepped out of the carriage and descended. "Li Jui, this old man will take Lin Yenner away. Let this marriage be called off." When Su Xiao stepped before the crowd, Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and their party finally heaved a sigh of relief. With this inner elder of the Piaomiao sect backing them, they finally had the confidence to face the Xuanma sect and say no. "What?" Hearing what the white-haired old man said, Li Jui's expression changed drastically, and his dark, narrow eyes filled with shock and fury. "Who are you, old man? Who are you to speak here?" Li Jui shoved Jin Hao aside and stepped forward in fury to demand an answer. A crowd of Xuanma sect members followed behind him. Their bearing was so fierce and their pressure so strong that the people of Jinshi City changed expression once again. "Haha, this old man is Su Xiao, inner elder of the Piaomiao sect. Lin Yenner is a disciple of my Piaomiao sect, and the Piaomiao sect does not agree to this marriage," Su Xiao said coldly with a trace of mockery and contempt in his old eyes. "Inner elder of the Piaomiao sect. Su Zhao's words struck every Xuanma sect member's heart like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. Members of the Piaomiao sect had actually come. Li Jui and his men were shaken to the core, and an inner elder of the Piaomiao sect no less. Would a mere outer disciple really alarm an inner elder of the Piaomiao sect? Stunned at first, Li Jui and the others were somewhat dazed. But when they sensed that the white-haired old man seemed to be only at the core formation stage, the Xuanma sect members glared at him with renewed rage. A puny old man at the core formation stage dares to claim he is an inner elder of the Piaomiao sect. He spins lies without even drafting a script. How dare Jinshi City disobey the Xuanma sect's order? They even hired someone to impersonate a Piaomiao sect elder and annul the marriage. Courting death. Old man, at your age you dare to impersonate a Piaomiao sect elder. You must be tired of living. A brutish man saw Su Xiao blocking the way and instantly leaped forward intent on killing him. He was the Fire Banner Vanguard at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Jinshi City clearly had no intention of handing over the bride, so he decided to make an example of someone. The brutish man conjured a magical long saber and slashed straight down at Su Xiao's head. His nascent soul's spiritual energy blazed forth. The long saber flashed brightly, and the slash carried earth-shaking might. Boom! In that instant, a fiery crimson divine sword shot out. The Nanming Li Huo Sword bearing boundless might flew straight toward the middle of the long saber. Clang! The long saber collided with the divine sword and was instantly snapped in two. It then shattered the Fire Banner Vanguard's 2 protective artifacts and blew his head clean off. Red and yellow flames began to burn on both the broken saber and the Fire Banner Vanguard. In less than 3 breaths, the broken saber melted into a pool of molten gold and iron in the fierce flames. As for the Fire Banner Vanguard, his headless body was burned to charcoal by the flames, a sight too horrific to behold. A sharp hiss of breath. It all happened so quickly that the people on both sides had no time to react. Then the Fire Banner Vanguard's charred body fell with a thud. Only then did everyone turn to Su Xiao in disbelief and draw in a sharp breath. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. You? Li Jui stared in disbelief at the aged old man before him. He was certain now. The spiritual energy the other party had just released was clearly only at the early core formation stage. But wielding that crimson flying sword, even nascent soul cultivators could not stand against him. Moreover, how dare he kill members of his Xuanma sect? Astonishment turned into blazing fury. Li Jui's eyes were bloodshot and his gaze was saturated with murderous intent as he stared at the old man ahead. The surrounding Xuanma sect members were also shaken by Su Zhao's thunderous methods. The Fire Banner Vanguard and nascent soul 3rd layer cultivator protected by several Dharma artifacts had been killed by him so easily. Unbelievable. Meanwhile, on Jin Hao and Lin Dadong's side, the people of Jinshi City were so frightened that their faces turned deathly pale, their expressions full of terror. Elder Su, why did he suddenly start killing? Wasn't the agreement that he would only cancel the engagement? Lin Dadong and his wife shielded Lin Yenner behind them, their faces equally shocked. Elder Su was so advanced in years and normally looked so amiable. How could he become so terrifying, just like a different person the moment he met Xuanma sect members? With this, the matter could no longer be turned around. They would face the Xuanma sect's endless vengeance. In fact, Lin Dadong was already thinking of running away at this moment. If the two sides fell into a complete breakdown, he would immediately take his wife and daughter, flee, and go into hiding under assumed names. If a war between Piaomiao sect and Xuanma sect arose because of Lin Yenner, his Lin family, mere spirit tea merchants, would surely die without even a burial place. Su Xiao leisurely put away his divine sword, looked at the row of Xuanma sect disciples ahead who no longer dared to move, and smiled faintly across his old face. Li Jui daring to make a move against an inner sect elder of my Piaomiao sect. Do you know that doing so will spell the annihilation of your Xuanma sect? Though his voice was aged, it carried the awe-inspiring authority of one who commands respect without rage. The profound heritage of an ancient sect was on full display at that moment. This was invincible confidence. Why you? Are you truly an inner sect elder of Piaomiao sect? Li Jui's face turned slightly pale. At first he had refused to believe it. But after seeing the divine sword displayed by that old core formation cultivator, his conviction wavered. That divine sword, shrouded in its own flame light, was at the very least a supreme quality Dharma, sword of extreme offensive power. It might even be a paragon among supreme quality Dharma swords. Otherwise, no reason could explain how an insignificant old core formation cultivator had slain the Fire Banner Vanguard. Suddenly something occurred to Li Jui. His expression changed and his eyes turned sharp. Where is Eagle Elder? What have you done to Eagle Elder? A bad premonition rose violently in his heart. But he did not dare be too insolent in front of Su Xiao. After all, Piaomiao sect's name as the foremost righteous sect was no idle boast. Su Xiao said nonchalantly, that old fellow was disrespectful to me, so all of them are already dead. What a... The Xuanma sect members' expressions changed once again. Eagle Elder and his group had also died at the hands of this old man. Despicable. Old man, you have gone too far. Li Jui was burning with fury, his entire face flushed red. But the last shred of reason told him he must not make enemies with Piamiao sect. The other party was an inter-sect elder of Piamiao sect. If they killed him, Xuanma sect could not withstand Piamiao sect's wrath. He had to go back and discuss this with his father. By now the idea of taking Lin Yenner as a concubine had long been pushed out of his mind. Such a trivial matter was nothing compared to Piamiao sect. He could not figure out why an inter-sect elder of Piamiao sect would come alone to rescue a mere outer disciple. He simply could not understand. Going too far. Su Xiao gave a scornful laugh. So what if I have? I'm bullying you, so what? What can a wet behind the ears little brat like you do to me? If you have the guts, make a move. Watch me run you through with a single sword strike. A good-for-nothing dandy like you. Apart from chasing women, what else can you do? You are nothing but a reeking pile of garbage. The mockery was off the charts, dealing Li Jui a 1,000-fold critical hit. You? Old man, how dare you? Li Jui was almost exploding with rage at the old man's words. Had this old man truly come for Lin Yenner, he was obviously just picking a quarrel with the Xuanma sect. Old man, go to hell for this young master. You have killed so many of my Xuanma sect's disciples. Even if Piamiao sect comes to demand an accounting, my Xuanma sect is the one in the right. Li Jui immediately drew a high-grade precious sword, clearly intending to fight Su Xiao to life or death. Young master, you must stay calm. The three elders beside him blocked Li Jui. Their old eyes flickered, who despite their anger, rationality held the upper hand. Killing this old man would forge an irreconcilable enmity with Piamiao sect. Even if they were justified, Xuanma sect would still be put in a very passive position. After all, the two sects were not in the same league at all. Su Xiao continued his mockery. And you three old, undying wretches. Look at how old you are, yet you still indulge this brat in doing as he pleases. At your age, have you just wasted your lives like pigs and dogs? Rumble. Su Xiao's words exploded in everyone's hearts like a thunderclap. Now not only the Xuanma sect members, but even the people on the Jinshi city side looked at Su Xiao in complete bewilderment. Elder Su, what on earth is going on? They had already killed so many of the enemy's men. A Xuanma sect had already exercised great restraint. If he simply used Piamiao sect's background to apply a little pressure, the engagement could be withdrawn smoothly. But the other side clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. He was even cursing at the three elders. Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others were nearly stupefied. Even Lin Yenner, standing behind, was dazed, unable to understand Elder Su's actions. Old man, what did you say? I think you are truly asking for death. For Piamiao sect sake, I originally wanted to spare your life, but today, even if the King of Heaven himself came, you would still have to die. The faces of the three black-robed elders twisted with rage at Su Xiao's words. These three were none other than the supreme three elders of Xuanma sect, in charge of all matters inside and outside the sect. Perhaps he is merely someone on the periphery of Piamiao sect, throwing his weight around by borrowing its authority. Li Jui had long been itching with rage. Hearing what the three elders said, he took out his Dharma sword and summoned the Xuanma sect disciples. All Xuanma sect disciples, heed my command. This old Su Xiao killed our people and insulted us. Seize him at once and hack him into 10,000 pieces. Hearing this, all the Xuanma sect disciples flashed fierce, killing intent in their eyes. Afterwards, everyone produced their Dharma artifacts and surged towards Su Xiao like a tide. Today this old man would surely die. On the Jinshi city side, the people were so frightened that their faces lost all color. One by one they scrambled backward, evading the offensive of the Xuanma sect disciples. Their cultivation was still too weak. They did not dare resist alongside Elder Su. Jin Hao, Lin Dadong, and the others were completely dumbfounded. What in the world was going on? Elder Su was simply too fierce. Anyone who didn't know might think he had some deep blood feud with Xuanma sect. Old Su, accept your death. At the front, Li Jui led the three elders as the vanguard with a group of elite demonic cultivators behind. With such a lineup, even a spirit transformation cultivator would easily be overturned if caught off guard, let alone this insignificant old Su. Him foolish beyond help. Su Xiao was not flustered at all, only smiling slightly. He could tell that the strongest among these demonic cultivators were the three elders, each of them at the 9th level of nascent soul. Even with the Nanming Li Huo Sword, he would find it somewhat troublesome. But he had long since formed a plan. Spirit Transformation 9th Layer Xiao Thunder Talisman, it is your turn now. With a purple talisman in hand, Su Xiao was as steady as Mount Tai, his eyes filled with anticipation. Gazing at the group of demonic cultivators ahead, Su Xiao channeled his spiritual energy to to activate the Foundation Establishment 9th Stage Purple Thunder Talisman returned by the system. The moment the talisman was activated, a ferocious wind and thunder howled forth from the purple talisman. Immediately the heavens and earth changed color and dark clouds gathered. A Foundation Establishment 9th Stage and his group of demonic cultivators ahead. Foundation Establishment Thunder. Damn it. How could Foundation Establishment Thunder appear suddenly? Is that talisman from the old man earlier? The eldest among the 3 elders snapped back to awareness, a look of utter disbelief flickering across his eyes. Could the talisman their opponent had deployed be a Foundation Establishment level talisman? Retreat. Fall back. Return to the sect. Sensing the irresistible force in the sky, the 3 elders shouted urgently, not daring to confront it head-on. But it was already too late. The Foundation Establishment Thunder had locked onto everyone below. In an instant, a massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking precisely toward Li Jui and the 3 elders. Lightning crackled and flashed. The overwhelming pressure of the Foundation Establishment stage permeated the surroundings. At this moment, the people of Jinshi City trembled in fear. Foundation Establishment. A Foundation Establishment cultivator actually existed. The purple lightning, as thick as an ancient tree, struck Li Jui and the 3 elders the instant it materialized. In a single breath, the immense lightning force consumed all 3. The residual thunder waves surged outward, and not a single one of the surrounding Xuanma sect disciples survived. This was a Foundation Establishment 9th Stage strike. Even the aftermath sent the 4-banner vanguards group of nascent soul cultivators flying. No. Within the thunder, the 3 elders strained to endure, using their lifetime of cultivation. But Li Jui, with his comparatively lower cultivation, could not withstand this thunder. Amidst unbearable agony and despair, Li Jui cast a final glance at the white-haired elder before being instantly obliterated. Even in his last breath, he couldn't comprehend how his Xuanma sect had offended Xiao. The opponent had acted as if they harbored a profound, blood-soaked vendetta. He could never understand. With his physical form and Tao destroyed, he turned to ash. The Foundation Establishment 9th Stage Purple Thunder Talisman's might was staggering, and after slaying Li Jui, its power showed no signs of diminishing. Within the Pillar of Thunder, the 3 elders were overwhelmed one by one in utter desperation. This single strike of purple thunder divine lightning reduced them all to ash and smoke. Xiao's aged eyes sparkled with brilliant light. How extraordinarily powerful. This purple thunder talisman returned by the system was undoubtedly far superior to any Foundation Establishment talisman crafted by void refinement cultivators. Products from the system are always exceptional. As the thunder dissipated, Li Jui and the 3 elders at the center had been utterly destroyed, leaving no remains. The 4-banner vanguards group of demonic sect disciples had been struck far away by the lightning, their bodies charred black. But they were not dead, yet still clinging to their final breaths. It's over. The Xuanma sect. It's over. They gazed at the composed, gray-robed elder ahead, their hearts overflowing with despair and shock. The talisman's power was terrifyingly immense. This was no ordinary Foundation Establishment talisman. They even suspected it might be a void refinement talisman they had never heard of before. But they had no time to contemplate further. The Southern Ming Flame Sword, imbued with the might of terrestrial fire, systematically eliminated every demonic sect cultivator. Not one would be spared. In mere moments, the entire dozen-strong bridal escort team had been utterly annihilated by Xiao, leaving no survivors. Li Jui himself had been struck by lightning and reduced to mere ashes. Terrestrial fire consumed the entire bridal escort, reducing them all to blackened remains. Xiao stepped forward and retrieved a storage pouch from the ground. This was Li Jui's storage pouch. Crafted from special scales, this storage pouch represented the pinnacle of such artifacts and had survived the devastating thunder. A brief examination by Xiao filled him with delight. Inside lay over 400 high-grade spirit stones, 3 high-grade magical artifacts, and more than 30 embryo transformation pills for nascent soul cultivators. This kid was quite the fortune. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his spatial repository. Returning to the people of Jinshi City, he found them frozen in shock like stone statues, utterly bewildered by his thunderous display of power. Xuanma sect's young master Li Jui, the 3 elders. So many elite disciples. Were they all dead? They could hardly believe their eyes. This seemingly kind elder Su was actually terrifyingly powerful. Though his cultivation level was not high, the items he produced included even a Foundation Establishment Thunder Talisman. Could this be the incredible heritage of an ancient sect, the Piaomiao sect? Young friend Lin. Xiao smiled as he addressed the stunned Lin Yener. Lin Yin'er walked out from the crowd, her face deathly pale, and knelt before Su Xiao. Disciple is present. She was completely astounded by Su Xiao's overwhelming power. Elder Su was truly worthy of being the sect master's senior brother, an inter-sect elder of lofty status. Even after failing his tribulation, he retained world-destroying power. Incredibly powerful. Her heart raced with mounting excitement. With Elder Su's protection, the Xuanma sect would never dare harass her again. Su Xiao smiled and said, "The matter is resolved. Let's go return to the sect. Young friend Lin and I share a fate. In the sect you shall become a registered disciple of Lu Danian. I will provide for your cultivation resources." Lin Yin'er's beautiful face showed profound shock. Become a registered disciple of the law enforcement elder. That was the disciple of Grand Master Dugu. Elder Su was truly too generous to her. Touching tears flowed again. She knew that being with Elder Lu was merely a nominal connection. Elder Su was treating her as a true successor. Disciple, thank you deeply for your kindness. Lin Yin'er knelt and bowed 3 times to Su Xiao, her fair forehead reddening from the genuine force. Ha! Su Xiao waved his hand and laughed. As I've said, we share a fate. Congratulations to the host for completing the elimination of the Destiny's enemy task, obtaining 1,000-fold return opportunity. The next gift will certainly trigger a return. Su Xiao's elderly eyes gleamed subtly. He withdrew a nascent soul thunder guiding talisman, 10 foundation establishment pills, and 10 high-grade spirit stones from his spatial repository. Take these as your entrance gift for joining Lu Danian's sect. I'll cover it on his behalf. Su Xiao smiled. Keep the nascent soul thunder guiding talisman safe. If danger arises in the future, it can save your life. Lin Yin'er gazed at his kind face, tears streaming uncontrollably. Trembling, she accepted the gifts and kowtowed 3 more times to Su Xiao. Elder Su, whatever you wish me to do, Yin'er shall do. Yin'er shall serve Elder Su alone from this day forward. Behind her, Lin Dadong, Jin Hao, and the others stood utterly stunned. Elder Su was indeed taking a special interest in Lin Yin'er, intending to nurture her. The Lin family was truly blessed. Lin Dadong and his wife were flushed with excitement. Such a powerful, prestigious inter-sect elder of the Piaomiao sect had taken an interest in Yin'er. Yin'er would soar to greatness. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the Thunder Guiding Talisman to Lin Yin'er, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the Void Refinement 9th Stage, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. A system voice sounded, and Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. The 9 Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman. Indeed, the system had returned this venerate Void Talisman of which he had never before heard. With this talisman in hand, one would possess the ultimate strike of a venerate Void cultivator. Jin Hao approached with a terrified expression, bowing repeatedly before Su Xiao. Elder Su. My humble Jinsong City. I'm afraid we're in grave trouble. Upon hearing these words, Su Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. Jin Hao meant that with so many elite members of the Xuanma sect having perished along with the sect master's son Li Jui, if the Xuanma sect learned of this, they would undoubtedly spare no retribution against Jinsong City. Once Elder Su departed, Jinsong City would face terrible calamity. Su Xiao surveyed the terrified gathering from Jinsong City and offered reassurance, "Fear not." He harbored no fear whatsoever. The mere Xuanma sect didn't even merit tying Piaoxiao sect's shoes, yet they dared to come knocking. Should they truly arrive, they would be sealing their own fate. Hearing these words, Jin Hao and his companions finally exhaled with relief, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, Elder Su. Lin Dondong and his wife stepped forward, respectfully paying their thanks to Su Xiao. Su Xiao replied, "Young friend Lin Yin'er has won my favor, and I intend to cultivate her. Rest assured, while I stand within Piaoxiao sect, none shall dare mistreat Yin'er." The couple's faces radiated with joy as they bowed deeply. To have a senior from Piaoxiao sect watch over Yin'er was an extraordinary fortune. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Su Xiao summoned his meteor sword, preparing to escort Lin Yin'er back to their sect. She watched him standing poised upon the blade of flush, crossing her pure and lovely features. Elder Su wishes me to share his sword. What an enormous honor. With a light leap, Lin Yin'er landed behind him. Yet unaccustomed to being carried through the sky, she wavered on her feet and clutched his back for balance. Elder Su. I'm sorry. I've never ridden a sword before. Lin Yin'er's cheeks flushed crimson, though she dared not release her grip. A warm smile touched his weathered face as he spoke kindly. Yin'er, hold fast to me. Once you reach the foundation establishment stage, you'll be able to ride a sword on your own. Lin Yin'er gave a gentle nod. After seeing off the crowd with Lin Yin'er, Su Xiao rode his sword back. North of Jinsong City, nestled among the mountains, dozens of black structures stood clustered together, with dark energy surging throughout. Within a spacious chamber, a middle-aged man clad in black robes suddenly opened his eyes, shock blazing within them. This is bad. The soul lamps. His figure darted like a startled swan toward the soul lamp chamber. Upon entering, he witnessed row upon row of bright blue soul lamps extinguishing one by one. Elder Sanyan's soul lamp went dark. Vanguard 5 Flag's soul lamp was extinguished. Finally, when he saw Li Jui's soul lamp die out, his vicious eyes widened in fury, brimming with endless killing intent. No, Jui, my son. Who killed you? Li Tianba will tear them to pieces and avenge you. His eyes bled with blood, his face contorted in shock and rage. So many experts from the Xuanma sect had gone to Jinsong City for the wedding, yet were they all annihilated? He would have vengeance. In the northern reaches of Donglai Kingdom, Su Xiao flew through the clouds with Lin Yin'er. Though the pace was unhurried, she was experiencing heights like this for the first time. Gazing at the mountains and rivers below, her heart still raced with fear. She clung tighter to Su Xiao. He flew steadily but slowly, mindful of her discomfort. How what a fruitful journey this has been, Su Xiao thought to himself. Beyond the 9 heavens' divine thunder talisman, the finest gain had been the high-grade spirit stones. His spatial pouch now held 550 high-grade spirit stones, enough to ease future expenses. From Li Jui's storage bag, he had also obtained over 30 nascent soul pills. At 10 high-grade spirit stones, each few nascent soul stage cultivators could afford them. Most obtained one sporadically to accelerate cultivation, as nobody possessed the resources for continuous use. Detected. Destined enemy, Li Tianba. Identity, Sect Master of Xuanma Sect. Mission issued, eliminate destined enemy, Li Tianba. Mission. Reward next gift guaranteed to trigger 10,000-fold critical strike. Another mission. Su Xiao's aged form paused mid-step. A spark of interest ignited in his eyes. A 10,000-fold critical strike. What a valuable task. He'd heard whispers that the Xuanma Sect Master was a soul transformation cultivator, likely Li Jui's father. A hint of calculation crossed his ancient gaze as Su Xiao redirected his sword toward the Xuanma Sect mountains. Elder, are we returning? Lin Yin'er looked puzzled. Su Xiao smiled. Not back. We're going elsewhere. Oh, very well. Lin Yin'er nodded. Whatever the elder said, she dared not question. We head to Xuanma Sect now. There's something I still need to finish, and I'll handle it while we're there. Xuanma Sect. Lin Yin'er's eyes widened in alarm. Elder Su had just slain Li Jui and his companions. Going to Xuanma Sect now was far too perilous. Within Xuanma Sect, the furious Li Tianba summoned all remaining elders and disciples to gather at the main courtyard. Hundreds stood in dark clusters below, all Xuanma Sect disciples, including many Foundation establishment cultivators and several nascent soul practitioners. These represented the sect's greatest strength. Disciples of Xuanma Sect, heed my command. Your young master Li Jui has perished at Jinsong City, as have Elder Sanyin and Vanguard 5 Flags. This time our Xuanma Sect will lay waste to Jinsong City and hunt down their killers. We shall avenge them. From the front platform, Li Tianba roared with barely contained fury. Revenge! 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 The elders and disciples below roared their response, their voices thick with wrath. How dare some insignificant Jinsong City strike at our Xuanma Sect's young master? They have no concept of their own survival. With our forces advancing, this day shall mark Jinsong City's destruction. Though Jinsong City claimed some of our fighters and dealt significant damage to our sect's foundations, this time the sect master leads personally. Those bandits are doomed. Let's move to Jinsong City to demand accountability. All who offend our Xuanma Sect shall be exterminated. Li Tianba's commanding voice echoed as his formidable soul transformation fourth realm aura erupted. The elders and disciples below were visibly shaken, their eyes blazing with combat readiness as they mounted their swords in formation, eager to avenge Li Jui and Elder Sanyin. Hundreds of cultivators soared through the sky on flying swords as the profound demon art unfolded, billowing dark demonic energy, surging heavenward in a breathtakingly spectacular display. The cultivators and mortals nearby all changed expression at the sight. For the profound demon sect to mobilize such a massive force, something momentous must have occurred. High above, Li Tianba stood at the forefront of the throng. His black robe fluttered as the imposing aura of spirit transformation radiated from him. Around him, the deep, sinister, demonic chi howled and raged, while below a dense sea of cultivators brandished their banners in thunderous support. He seemed like a demon god descending from the heavens, towering above the earth. He appeared to command all creation, gazing down upon the world with sovereign disdain. Goldenstone City. Kill! 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 Shouts roared across heaven and earth, brimming with fury and hatred, refusing to subside. This scene terrified the cultivators and mortals near the profound demon sect, their very souls trembling in fright. Just how had Goldenstone City offended the profound demon sect? Judging by this display, Goldenstone City was bound to face utter annihilation. Time to flee. These people knew the profound demon sect was in a towering rage. Anyone foolish enough to approach without reading the situation would die, without even knowing how. Just as Li Tianba was about to launch his sword forward and speed straight to Golden Stone City, an aged figure suddenly appeared before the profound demon sect's assembled host. The old man trod upon a flying sword, his gray robes drifting gently in the breeze. His white hair and beard shimmered in the sunlight, and with that ancient yet transcendent bearing he seemed altogether like an immortal or a deity. Who goes there ahead? How dare you block the profound demon sect's path? Withdraw at once. Otherwise you will die without a burial place. Li Tianba raised his hand, signaling the disciples behind him to halt. From the old man's aura alone, he was clearly no ordinary figure. Had it been otherwise, Li Tianba would not have bothered with words. He would have struck and killed him long ago. Su Xiao let out a light chuckle. Gazing at the cold, fierce, middle-aged man in black robes who bore a faint resemblance to Li Jui, he spoke in an aged tone. Are you Li Tianba, the sect master of the profound demon sect? Li Jui's father. Li Tianba was startled at the question. This man knew his son Li Jui. His eyes glinting with murderous light, he pondered briefly before answering coldly. That's right, I am Li Tianba. Old man, do you know something about my son Li Jui? If you do, speak quickly. Who was it that killed him? My profound demon sect has unleashed its full might, and we will avenge my poor son. Su Xiao nodded inwardly. Then an unremarkable-looking black talisman slowly materialized in his hand from his spatial storage. This was the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Talisman of the Void Refinement 9th layer. To complete the system's rather challenging task, he would need such a devastating weapon. I am Su Xiao, an inner sect elder of the Misty Cloud sect. A hint of mockery gleamed in Su Xiao's aged eyes as he said, Li Tianba, your son, went to Golden Stone City to seize a disciple of our Misty Cloud sect as his concubine, gravely violating the bottom line of our sect. Acting according to the Misty Cloud sect's rules, I have already eliminated those who violated our sect's disciples. Your son Li Jui was one of them. Rumble. Su Xiao's words struck the ears of every profound demon sect disciple like a thunderclap from the nine heavens. Amid the rolling black, demonic chi, the crowd stared in disbelief at the old man on his sword, their eyes brimming with shock. The Misty Cloud sect. This old man is an inner sect elder of the Misty Cloud sect. And he killed the young master and the three elders. One after another, the profound demon sect cultivators recoiled in shock, their faces twisting in horror. The Misty Cloud sect, how dare they? Li Tianba stared at Su Xiao, the fury in his eyes reaching its absolute peak. Like an erupting volcano, his rage surged forth as if it had become physical. Yet contrary to his nature, he suppressed the blaze within his heart. If this matter involved an ancient and mysterious sect like the Misty Cloud sect, then it had grown far more complicated. For the past several thousand years, the righteous and demonic sects had coexisted in peace on the Panlong continent, relying entirely on mutual restraint. Unexpectedly, a mere outer disciple of the Misty Cloud sect had garnered such importance from the sect. They even sent an inner sect elder. And what's more, he had struck and killed. You vile old thief Su Xiao. Your Misty Cloud sect killed my profound demon sect disciples without distinguishing right from wrong, including my own son. Do you have any idea what the consequences of this will be yet? Li Tianba sensed that the other party was only at the core formation stage. Though doubt lingered in his mind, he still sneered contemptuously. If a war breaks out between the righteous and demonic paths, your Misty Cloud sect will bear full responsibility. Old thief. Even if I kill you here today, the Misty Cloud sect will have nothing to say. It will all be your fault. As he spoke, the spiritual power of spirit transformation surged around him, and he prepared to strike down the old Taoist and avenge his son. A mere core formation cultivator could not possibly hold a very high position in the Misty Cloud sect. Yet his extreme fury blinded him to the question of how this man, with only core formation cultivation, had managed to slay so many of the profound demon sect's masters. Heh! Su Xiao stood upon his flying sword, a faint smile on his aged face. He could feel the murderous intent directed at him, but it was like an egg dashing itself against a rock. Against a single devastating strike at the 9th layer of the Void Refinement realm, let alone a mere spirit transformation cultivator like Li Tianba, everything belonging to the profound demon sect would be reduced to ashes. As for the consequences, why should he care? As an inner sect elder of the Misty Cloud sect, what could these trashy demonic cultivators possibly do to him? Profound demon sect, you forcibly seized disciples of our Misty Cloud sect. Today I, Su Xiao, on behalf of the Misty Cloud sect, shall annihilate you all. As he finished speaking, spiritual power surged into the black talisman. The bright sky, which had been bathed in sunlight, was instantly shrouded in dense black clouds, not a single ray of sunlight remaining. Thunder rumbled and roared across heaven and earth, while colossal arcs of lightning flickered within the clouds, their heaven-crushing pressure seeming to strike at any moment. Li Tianba and his profound demon sect disciples were enraged by Su Xiao's arrogant words. Yet sensing the ominous transformation of the clouds above, their faces turned deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror. This. is actually the pressure of a void refinement cultivator. The Misty Cloud sect would actually dispatch such a cultivator to battle? Impossible. No, it can't be. Void refinement cultivators of the righteous sects haven't made a move in thousands of years. Sectmaster. Sectmaster. This is bad. Sectmaster, we must retreat at once. A void refinement cultivator from the Misty Cloud sect. There is no way we can withstand him. The remaining sect elders near Li Tianba had already been scared out of their wits by the gathering thunderous energy in the sky above. One after another they pleaded with Li Tianba to escape the thunderous domain immediately and save their own skins. This was already beyond what the profound demon sect could withstand. Old thief, your Misty Cloud sect has crossed the line. Li Tianba's face was extremely ugly. He could feel the surging void refinement lightning in the sky locking onto him. No matter what, he could no longer escape. Cease your attack at once. This matter, we can still negotiate. Fear. Shock. Li Tianba had yielded. This dense void refinement pressure was not even from an ordinary void refinement cultivator. This was very likely a mighty figure of the late void refinement stage. Negotiate. Su Xiao sneered. Negotiate my ass. I came here to take your dog life. You petty demonic sect, indulging your disciples and seizing our Misty Cloud sect's disciples. Isn't that just courting death? As his words fell, the thunder in the sky finished building its power. Rumble. A colossal violet thunderbolt descended like a dragon. This bolt was more than 10 times thicker than the earlier purple firmament divine thunder. Like divine light descending from the heavens, it instantly engulfed all the profound demon sect disciples ahead, smashing down upon them, without mercy. The moment the colossal purple thunder appeared, it flattened the entire Xuanma sect below. Countless buildings shrouded in dark malevolence were utterly obliterated by the world-destroying lightning, crushed to ruins in a single devastating blast. Not even a splinter of wood or a fragment of stone remained. Everything was pulverized into dust by the thunder from the 9 heavens. Scoured clean away. The cultivators of Xuanma sect could not survive a single breath within that monstrous purple-white thunder. Their bodies disintegrated piece by piece. First limbs, then organs, until absolutely nothing was left. Li Tianba, whose cultivation was the highest among them, managed to endure 3 breaths sustained by his soul transformation realm and an array of magical artifacts. But that was all, merely 3 breaths. Once time ran out, his artifacts were shattered into fragments by the lightning, and his physical form was completely decomposed by the thunderous radiance. In the end, like an insignificant speck, he vanished within the immense thunder. He could not fathom how Su Xiao, an inner sect elder of Miaozong, could wield such devastating heavenly thunder. This power of lightning was far beyond what a spirit transformation stage cultivator could command. This was the power of heaven itself. But he had no chance to think further. His body and soul perished together. Compared to the thunder from the 9 heavens, Li Tianba was nothing more than a tiny ant, easily crushed. Even his magical artifacts and every item in his storage pouch could not withstand such devastating lightning, all dissolving into nothingness. After the thunder annihilated all the cultivators of Xuanma sect, it continued to unleash its immense power. The very heart of the sect was completely destroyed. Even the trees and beasts within this mountain range were utterly obliterated, pounded into fragments by the thunder. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had fallen from the sky. In merely a few breaths, every trace of Xuanma sect was erased. The dark clouds in the sky parted and bright, dazzling sunlight once again bathed the earth below. But the former grounds of Xuanma sect had been transformed into a vast expanse of blackened, scorched earth utterly devoid of any vitality. Holy crap! This power is absurdly tremendous. The astonishment in Su Xiao's old eyes never once faded. Too powerful. This 9 heavens divine thunder talisman was terrifyingly strong. Was this really the power of a peak spirit transformation cultivator? Even his own master Ji Shui at the spirit transformation stage would likely suffer grave injuries under such a thunderous assault. The system is absolutely broken. Su Xiao coughed lightly twice and quietly departed on his sword. With such a massive disturbance, it was certain that cultivators within dozens of li could sense it. Surrounding the Xuanma sect, the cultivators nearby had witnessed the entire course of the thunder's destruction. Their faces were now ashen, their eyes filled with terror. Each one stood rooted to the spot like stone, unable to snap out of it for a long while. Could the Xuanma sect have enraged the will of heaven and been punished by heavenly lightning? Too terrifying. Too horrifying. Such formidable thunder from the 9 heavens was something they had never heard of nor seen before. Some Foundation establishment stage cultivators hurriedly mounted their swords to investigate. Upon seeing the scorched, lifeless black earth where the Xuanma sect's headquarters had been, everyone fell dumbstruck. The Xuanma sect was gone. Several miles away on a small hillside, Lin Yin'er, dressed in white, stood equally stunned. She had just witnessed that dark mass of Xuanma sect cultivators in the sky. She had assumed that Elder Su might encounter trouble while handling affairs. But everything that followed completely exceeded the limits of her understanding. Thunder from the heavens. An immensely powerful thunderbolt 10 times stronger than any technique Elder Su had previously used. With just a single strike, it annihilated the entire Xuanma sect in an instant. Now not a single cultivator remained in the sky. Could this have been done by Elder Su? An overwhelming sense of worry and guilt welled up in Lin Yin'er's heart. All because of her. Elder Su had destroyed an entire sect. She dared not imagine it. Her cognitive understanding was utterly insufficient to comprehend such an event. Did Elder Su treat her too well? It made her feel genuinely uneasy. Yin'er, let us go? The matter is settled. Oh, let us return to the sect. Su Xiao glided toward her on his sword and picked up the still-dazed Lin Yin'er. He looked back and smiled. The Xuanma sect has committed wrongdoing. Heaven itself has already punished them. From now on the Panlong continent, there will be no place called Xuanma sect. His manner was light and serene. Su Xiao wore a kind, amiable smile, appearing every bit the benevolent and virtuous cultivator one would expect. Thank you, Elder Su. Yin'er will belong to you for the rest of her life. Lin Yin'er swallowed hard. Elder Su, truly worthy of being the sect master's senior brother. So overwhelmingly powerful. There is no need for such words. We are destined to cross paths, and this is all something I should do. As soon as Su Xiao finished speaking, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission eliminating the enemy of destiny, Li Tianba. Next reward guaranteed to be a 10,000-fold critical strike. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. His flying sword drifted leisurely onward toward Miaozhong. Not far from Xuanma sect, within the stone metal city, inside the city lord's mansion, Jin Hao was treating Mr. and Mrs. Lin as distinguished guests, hosting them lavishly. Although the Lin family was merely merchants dealing in spiritual tea, Lin Yin'er had caught the attention of an inner sect elder of Miaozhong. In the future, Lin Yin'er was destined for great prospects within Miaozhong. The nascent soul realm would be within easy reach. For a family with such capability and backing, Jin Hao would never dare to neglect them. Brother Lin, please do not be angry. I only agreed to help that Li Jui propose a marriage arrangement because the Xuanma sect threatened me. Brother Lin's sister-in-law, from now on in Stone Metal City, whether it is your spiritual tea business or spiritual pill business, this city lord's mansion will wholeheartedly support the Lin family. All taxes will be exempted. I will personally introduce spiritual pill suppliers to you, dear brother. Let me punish myself with this cup of wine. Punish myself. Within the opulent golden hall, Jin Hao continuously offered apologies, terrified that Mr. and Mrs. Lin would be displeased. The couple wore pleasant expressions and harbored no intention of seeking trouble from Jin Hao. In their hearts, they were overjoyed. Yin'er had received the protection of Elder Su of Miaozhong. Even at her current foundation establishment realm, her family was already benefiting. Considering this, the Lin family's future looked incredibly promising. Yin'er was truly blessed. At that moment, several Stone Metal City guards hurried into the main hall. Seeing Jin Hao, one guard said with a panicked expression, "City Lord, terrible news. Word has come from outside. The Xuanma sect has been wiped out. All sect disciples have been turned to dust. Even the sect master Li Tianba died within Xuanma sect. Xuanma sect no longer exists. Not even a single intact piece of wood remains." Upon hearing this, Jin Hao and Lin Dongdong were struck dumb, frozen in shock. The Xuanma sect wiped out. Could it be? The first thing they thought of was Su Xiao and Miaozhong. Jin Hao's legs gave out, and he collapsed onto the ground. He looked at the pale-faced Lin Dongdong and cried out in terror, "Brother Lin, this marriage proposal has nothing to do with me. Brother Lin, you must speak well of me to Elder Su. We are both natives of Stone Metal City. We have been friends for years. My life depends entirely on you, dear brother." At the mountain gate of the Piaomiao sect, Su Xiao set Lin Wan'er down and flew back to his courtyard on his sword. He then summoned Lu Danian and instructed him to continue taking Lin Wan'er as his nominal disciple. Upon hearing this, Lu Danian's expression was nothing short of spectacular. "Senior uncle. Doing it again." Yet he didn't dare utter a single word of protest, nodding vigorously in agreement. Now that even Dugu's sect master had been won over by senior uncle and turned a blind eye to these matters, how could a mere disciple like himself dare to defy senior uncle? He had no choice but to comply. In the female disciples' quarters of the outer mountain, when the two senior sisters, one plump and one thin, saw Lin Wan'er return safely, both were overwhelmed with joy. Returning to their room, Lin Wan'er said, "Senior sisters, I owe this all to you. Elder Su saved me from the Xuanma sect." She recounted the general events that had transpired. However, regarding the matter of annihilating the Xuanma sect, she held back, not daring to reveal it. This matter was too terrifying, and she was worried about it in her heart. The plump senior sister exclaimed excitedly, "Junior sister, With Elder Su watching over you in the Piao sect, you'll soar to great heights. Do you realize that Jin Liuxiang, just by serving Elder Su, is now Elder Lu's nominal disciple? Elder Lu, the law enforcement elder of the outer sect, disciple of Sect Master Dugu. Junior sister, don't be timid. Serve Elder Su well. Perhaps one day you too can become Elder Lu's disciple. Hearing this, Lin Wanner's eyes flickered slightly. She simply nodded and said, Elder Su had already told her to become Elder Lu's nominal disciple. The plump senior sister continued to advise junior sister. You absolutely must not be shy from now on. Although Elder Su is old, I heard he was devastatingly handsome in his youth. Even now, as old as Elder Su has become, I think he's still much more handsome than those young disciples. Junior sister Elder Su still has Jin Liuxiang serving him. You must seize your opportunity and serve Elder Su more often. The thin senior sister nodded repeatedly beside her, adding excitedly, That's right, junior sister. With your beauty, Elder Su is sure to like you. That green tea bimbo, Jin Liuxiang, we have nothing to fear from her. The two of them spoke one after another, nearly bewildering Lin Wanner. What is going on here? Seeing Lin Wanner still confused and innocent, both sighed deeply. Junior sister, it seems she really hasn't served Elder Su yet. If this continues, she'll definitely be outdone by Jin Liuxiang sooner or later. They too had received benefits from Su Xiao and now eagerly wished for Lin Wanner to rise in status so they could benefit as well. After sighing, the plump senior sister quickly whispered into Lin Wanner's ear about the rumors concerning Elder Su and Jin Liuxiang. Senior sister, this can't be true. How could kind and gentle Elder Su do such things? Lin Wanner's first reaction was disbelief. She refused to believe that Elder Su helped her for such purposes. Impossible. The plump and thin senior sisters sighed once more upon seeing this. Junior sister is still too young and naive. If not for finding her beautiful, why would Elder Su send her resources and rescue her from the Xuanma sect? The two of them admonished junior sister. Elder Su is highly respected in the sect as a senior elder. These things cannot be done openly naturally. That Jin Liuxiang understood this, which is why she broke through to Foundation Establishment 5th stage so quickly. Junior sister, think carefully. Why would Elder Su help you if not for your beauty? Elder Su has done so much for you. If you remain indifferent, I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to get by in the Piao sect in the future. The two didn't say more. These matters needed to be said only once. The key was for junior sister Lin to come to her own realization. Lin Wanner fell silent. Could Elder Su really be such a person? She still didn't believe it. But thinking carefully, she was merely an outer sect disciple. Was there truly anything about her that Elder Su would find appealing to send her so many things? Her heart was torn. Just then voices came from outside the door. Junior sister Lin, I heard you've returned. Elder Lu wants you to come for your apprenticeship. After the apprenticeship, you'll be Elder Lu's nominal disciple. Upon hearing this, the plump and thin senior sisters were first startled, then overjoyed. They quickly pulled Lin Wanner up and pushed her out the door. At nightfall, Jin Liuxiang came to the room and knelt before Su Xiao in formal worship. Liuxiang, it's been some time since we last met. Have you used up all your resources? Su Xiao gazed at her with slightly moving old eyes, stroking his goatee. Jin Liuxiang replied respectfully, yes. Elder, disciple has used quite a bit these past days, but has made rapid progress. Due to Sect Master Dugu's involvement, she hadn't come for 2 months. Su Xiao retrieved 10 Foundation Establishment pills, 10 superior grade spirit stones, and 1 nascent soul earth fire talisman from his spatial storage. He then handed them to her, saying, Liuxiang, this earth fire talisman is a nascent soul realm talisman. Keep it on your person for self-defense. Jin Liuxiang was overjoyed at the sight of these treasures. She repeatedly bowed in gratitude before Su Xiao, and after placing everything in her storage bag, said somewhat pitifully, Elder Su, disciple missed you, but was afraid of Sect Master Dugu. The latter sighed with a smile and said, Liuxiang, it's fine now. I've sorted things out with the Sect Master. From now on, she won't meddle in my affairs. When you run out of resources, just come to me for more. Jin Liuxiang's face flushed red at these words, her eyes filled with overwhelming excitement. Only like this would she feel at ease. Then she stepped forward and embraced Su Xiao. For a moment, fragrant wind pervaded the air. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 Foundation Establishment pills, triggering 10,000-fold critical hit. Returning Heavenly Divine pill, 9-turn, Qianyuan pill. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting 10 superior grade spirit stones. Returning 200 superior grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the nascent soul earth fire talisman. Returning 2 Transcendence 9th stage Crimson Flame talismans. 9 Transmutation Primordial pill, a heavenly divine pill born from the convergence of heaven and earth's fortune. Upon ingestion, one can reverse fate and transform into a Tao body, reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, speed, and destiny. Another heavenly divine pill, simply impressive. Su Xiao checked his spatial storage. The 9 transmutation primordial pill the size of a fist shimmered with radiance, surrounded by chi from the 9 heavens emanating an immortal deity's glow. He roughly understood the system's introduction. Consuming this pill would alter his physique and fortune, completely transforming him. This was exactly what he needed now. In the past 1,000 years he had fought desperately to reach the 9th layer of nascent soul, but the root cause remained his mediocre aptitude. He lacked the talent to break through to the divine transformation stage in this lifetime. With the 9 transmutation primordial pill to reshape his physique and fortune combined with his earth fire lineage. The stages of divine transformation and void refining were within easy grasp. The following morning the two dressed themselves. Facing him, Jean Liuxiang's cheeks flushed as she felt unwell. Liuxiang, I found a junior sister for you named Lin Yenner. She's at the first stage of foundation establishment, and fate has bound us. You'll be her senior sister. Don't bully her, protect her instead. Jean Liuxiang's delicate brows furrowed slightly, her lips pouting as she offered a meaningful smile. Lin Yenner. I understand. Don't worry, Elder. Since Lin Yenner is someone you've singled out, Liuxiang will surely look after her. She harbored some disappointment within, but Elder Su's words carried weight she couldn't ignore. Su Xiao smiled. Yenner is merely an ordinary junior of mine, Liuxiang. I'm primarily drawn to her innate talent. Hearing this, Jean Liuxiang's expression shifted subtly, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Liuxiang understands. You need not worry, Elder. After a tender exchange, she bowed in gratitude and took her leave. Though rumors from the outer mountains had begun to subside, she dared not openly linger here too long. Su Xiao sat before his meditation cushion and withdrew the 9 transmutation primordial pill from his spatial storage. Like the 3,000 great Daos pill, the fist-sized divine elixir dissolved into a stream of light as it entered his mouth. Instantly, he felt his body and divine sense being repeatedly cleansed by the pill's power. Black impurities continuously seeped from his pores until his entire form became encased in a layer of dark viscous fluid. After cleansing himself, Su Xiao's appearance remained aged, yet a subtle luster shimmered across his skin, making him appear somewhat younger and more vibrant. As if shrouded in a unique cosmic fortune, he felt reborn. Both his physique and divine sense were far removed from his former body. This was an elevation of heavenly endowment. Powerful. No wonder the 9 transmutation primordial pill returns 10,000-fold. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, then consumed a spirit-nourishing golden pill and began cultivating with top-grade spirit stones. He still had 135 spirit-nourishing golden pills remaining, and his supply of top-grade spirit stones had reached 740. With resources poured in and the Tao body enhancement from the 9 transmutation primordial pill taking effect, his cultivation speed at this moment was like riding a rocket, far surpassing ordinary prodigies. Name Su Xiao. Age 1008 years. Cultivation, first stage of core formation. Special physique, earth fire Tao body. Remaining lifespan 301 years. Days later, the entire Panlong continent was shaken. The news that the demonic Xuanma sect located at the northern border of Donglai Kingdom had been wiped out in a single day spread completely. Though Xuanma sect was merely a third-rate sect on Panlong continent, it was still an established force with a divine transformation cultivator presiding over it. Such a terrifying sect-annihilating event had not occurred across Panlong continent for thousands of years. Who would have thought it would happen again now? In an instant, both righteous and demonic major sects were filled with dread, worrying about Panlong continent's future. Senior brother, the extinction of Xuanma sect appears to be anything but ordinary. I fear that if this matter is mishandled, the entire continent will be plunged into suffering. An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brows and asked, Junior brother, do we know who is behind this? According to reports from Donglai Kingdom, it seems to be an elder from Miao Zhao sect. Xuanma sect attempted to seize one of Miao Zhao sect's outer disciples, which provoked that elder. What? Just because of an outer disciple he destroyed their entire sect? Who is this elder? That's far too reckless. I've heard it was the inner sect elder named Su Xiao. Su Xiao. Could it be that apprentice of Ji Shui's? I heard he was near death. Has he lost his mind in his old age? Sai. Senior sect leader. It's probably because he's about to die. That's why he has nothing left to lose. Such people are the most terrifying. Facing death, who cares about our lives? This time we must hold Miao Zhao sect accountable and demand an explanation. Otherwise it will be difficult to appease the demonic sect's wrath. Su Xiao. This old fool capable of such things. Send a message to Miao Zhao sect immediately to verify this matter. If it truly was Su Xiao, Miao Zhao sect must hand that old fool over for accountability. Yes, senior sect leader. Among the 4 great righteous sects, Wanfo Temple. Abbot. Bad news. Xuanma sect has been annihilated in a single day. Within the grand hall of the great hero where golden light surrounded and Buddha's chants seemed to echo, an elderly monk draped in kasaya instantly opened his eyes. His aged eyes carried a trace of worry as he spoke gravely. Yuantong, what's happening? Explain in detail. Abbot, Xuanma sect was destroyed by Miao Zhao sect. It was that inner sect elder Su Xiao. Yes, exactly, that Ji Shui's eldest disciple. Why did he destroy Xuanma sect? I've heard Xuanma sect seized an outer disciple from Miao Zhao sect, provoking Su Xiao's anger. An outer disciple. The elderly monk's long brows twitched slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly shook his head. Karma cycles the mandate of heaven and earth. Yuantong, it seems Panlong continent will face another bloodbath. Send word to Miao Zhao sect, instruct them to handle this matter properly. This old monk knows something about that Su Xiao. His attempt at divine transformation failed, his lifespan nearly exhausted. Indeed, he has nothing left to lose. I hope our Buddhist sect can prevent this disaster. Yes, Abbot. The Hahuan sect, one of the 4 great orthodox sects. In a delicate chamber filled with drifting fragrance, a woman dressed in sheer gauze and a thin skirt sat cross-legged. The woman's figure was tall and captivating. Beneath the sheer veil, her delicate jade-white body boasted exaggerated, breathtakingly perfect proportions that stirred the blood. Her waterfall-like black hair shone with a subtle fragrance. Her fair water snake-like slender waist was smooth and flat, so supple and delicate that it seemed a single hand could encircle it like the tenderest willow branch. Her exquisitely beautiful, enchanting face was bewitching, as radiant and alluring as the Queen of Roses. Beneath the thin skirt, her jade-like legs were faintly visible, long and well-proportioned, while her tender water-soft skin glowed as white as spring snow. Her small, delicate jade feet were exquisite and lovely, warm and enchanting like mutton-fat jade. Her body exuded an irresistible fragrance that seemed capable of ensnaring any man under heaven, leaving him hopelessly addicted. This was the Hahuan sect's sect master, Yulinglong. A woman in a yellow dress pushed the door open and entered. Master, the investigation into the massacre of the Xuanma sect is complete. Yulinglong raised a seductive brow and let out a charming chuckle. Was it the Piaomiao sect? Yes. It said that an inner-sect elder of Piaomiao sect named Su Xiao was enraged because the Xuanma sect had abducted an outer-sect disciple of Piaomiao sect. Yulinglong's eyes shifted subtly, a flicker of recollection passing through them. So it's that handsome man, he. She smiled faintly. Su Xiao is Ji Shui's chief disciple and Dugo Ling's senior brother. I heard he was merely a convenient disciple Ji Shui took in as an afterthought when she accepted Dugo Ling. With ordinary talent, he was only meant to serve as a foil for Sister Dugu. Unexpectedly, after failing the Thunder Tribulation and nearing the end of his lifespan, he still managed to stir up such a fuss. Su Xiao. He was so handsome back then. I wonder what he looks like now that he's about to die of old age. Yulinglong recalled the sight of Su Xiao from several hundred years ago. His stunningly breathtaking appearance nearly left her dumbfounded on the spot. The yellow-dressed woman blinked and said, Master, the demonic path is furious right now, especially the Patian demon sect, which backs the Xuanma sect. If this isn't handled well, the righteous and demonic paths may become irreconcilable. Yulinglong rose, adjusting her thin pink gauze, and said, Mayor, don't worry. I'll personally question Dugu Ling in a while. Not long ago, that Dugu Ling somehow got her hands on a supreme-grade beauty retention pill and kept showing it off in front of me. That little girl is just too lucky. How enviable. The yellow-dressed woman said weakly, Master, do you think the righteous and demonic paths will go to war? It's merely a small matter. Yulinglong looked at her and laughed. So what if they fight? I'd even welcome the flames of war sweeping the Panlong continent again. That way a few more unparalleled prodigies will emerge, providing cultivation material for my Hahuan sect disciples. He. Piaomiao Mountain, a small courtyard. Just a few days, and he's already at the 2nd level of core formation. Su Xiao sat on a cushion, his aged eyes slightly open with a glint of brightness. Ever since being baptized by the 9 revolutions Qianyuan pill a few days ago, his cultivation speed had become despairingly fast. In just a few days he broke through a minor realm in core formation. If outsiders knew, they'd be stunned speechless. For ordinary cultivators, once they reach core formation, every breakthrough is extremely difficult. Some even take over 100 years. Even among those with a 500-year core formation lifespan, countless fail to reach the 7th level of core formation. In the past few days, he also found time to visit the Zilai trading house to replenish his gift inventory. He replenished the Foundation Establishment pills to 200 and low-grade magic tools to 20 pieces. As for mid-grade magic tools, there were still 4, high-grade 3, and supreme-grade 2. There were 4 nascent soul talismans and 4 spirit transformation talismans. He also acquired 3 rare mid-grade beauty retention pills, spending 300 high-grade spirit stones. Even at only mid-grade, these things were outrageously expensive. After gifting 1 mid-grade beauty retention pill, that restless and passionate Zi Yun gave him a little extra sweetness. Su Xiao was quite satisfied, and even gave a high-grade beauty retention pill in return. This kind of thing worked wonders when given to destiny-favored women. It was the perfect gift for obtaining heavenly divine pills, so he needed to prepare early. After reaching the second level of core formation, Su Xiao walked into the small courtyard and lay on a rocking chair drinking tea and enjoying retirement. At that moment a streak of light flew over from the distance. As it landed it revealed his junior sister Duguling in a green dress, noble and captivating. Her flawlessly beautiful face carried a hint of solemnity. She walked up to Su Xiao and yanked his aged body upright. "Senior brother, did you really massacre the entire Xuanma sect?" Duguling seemed somewhat angry. She looked at Su Xiao, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. How could her senior brother, an old man nearing the end of his lifespan having fallen to the foundation establishment stage, do such a thing? And all for an outer sect female disciple. That was what angered her the most. Seeing this, Su Xiao said, "Junior sister, the Xuanma sect is merely a third-rate sect. If they're destroyed, so be it. Who told them to kidnap a disciple of our Piaomiao sect?" Duguling snatched her hand back and said angrily, "Senior brother, I think you've fallen back into your old habit. You annihilated an entire demonic sect for a Lin Yener. How is that any different from the demonic path? Moreover, this matter has not only spread like wildfire within the sect, the entire Panlong continent now knows of your great deed. Senior brother, you're about to die of old age. Can you just calm down?" Duguling shook her head. Today her message talismans had nearly been flooded with incoming transmissions. Countless righteous sects had contacted her to confirm the ins and outs of the matter. Everyone worried that if it wasn't handled properly, a righteous demonic war might break out again. And the trigger for this whole affair was actually her senior brother doing it, for a pretty female disciple. Fuming. Seeing that she was displeased, Su Xiao smiled on his old face. In an instant he produced a fiery red hairpin wreathed in wisps of crimson light from his bosom. The hairpin seemed to contain boundless might. The moment it appeared, a fire phoenix seemed to sing. This was Su Xiao's supreme-grade magic artifact, the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. He had long since figured out how to get his junior sister to help him settle this matter. By giving her this gift, he could not only bribe her, but also receive a return reward, killing two birds with one stone. As for how he obtained the item, he had already thought of a story. The moment Duguling saw the beautiful phoenix hairpin, her eyes instantly lit up. A supreme-grade magic artifact. She could sense the extraordinary might within the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix Hairpin. This was the aura unique to supreme-grade magic artifacts. "Senior brother, where did you get this thing?" Duguling's fair cheeks flushed slightly. Such an exquisite supreme-grade hairpin was simply tailor-made for her. Su Xiao said unhurriedly, "I found it in their treasury after wiping out the Xuanma sect." "Junior sister, this was the most precious treasure of the entire Xuanma sect. However, since this supreme-grade artifact is a woman's ornament, it makes me uncomfortable to use it. So I'm giving it to you. In this life you are the only person I love, junior sister. If not to you, then to whom could I give it?" Duguling swallowed hard. With trembling hands, she took the Nine Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin from Su Xiao. Gently channeling spiritual power into it, a massive fire phoenix immediately soared into the sky. The phoenix's cries shook the heavens, drawing the astonished gaze of countless outer sect disciples. Duguling's heart raced with excitement as she continuously played with the crimson phoenix hairpin in her hand. This was a supreme-grade spirit tool, one she herself possessed only two of. One had been gifted by her master Ji Shui, and the other she had obtained only after countless hardships. Never did she expect that today her senior brother would present her with another supreme-grade spirit tool, and one of her favorite type at that. "Senior brother, you are truly the best." The anger in Duguling's heart vanished in an instant. Against such an overwhelming barrage of sweetness, she had virtually no defense. Overwhelmed with emotion, she threw her arms around Su Xiao. A captivating fragrance wafted toward him. "Junior sister, please don't get too excited," Su Xiao said with a rueful smile. "Senior brother, if only you could live until I break through to the tribulation void stage." Duguling smiled, her heart filled with immense joy. To obtain a supreme-grade spirit tool, destroying the Xuanma sect was nothing. A trivial matter, really. Senior brother truly loved her. All right. Let's discuss serious matters." Su Xiao said, "Junior sister, the Xuanma sect is a subordinate faction of the Patian demon sect. If they come looking for trouble, leave it to you to handle." Duguling snorted with a smile. "Rest assured, as long as junior sister is here, they won't be able to make any waves." At this moment, she seemed to sense something amiss and asked curiously, "Senior brother, how did you break through to the core formation stage again? And aren't you on the verge of death? Your spirit tools are gone too. How could you possibly annihilate the entire Xuanma sect? Senior brother, do you still have some secret you're hiding from me?" Having said this, Duguling sat down at a nearby table waiting for Su Xiao to confess. The latter smiled mysteriously. "Junior sister, although your senior brother failed his tribulation, he is not like those ordinary cultivators." "Oh, Dugu Ling's phoenix eyes gleamed slightly, and she snorted with a smile. I knew there was something wrong with you, senior brother. First he had produced a supreme-grade life preservation pill. Now he had annihilated the entire Xuanma sect. That Xuanma sect patriarch was after all a nascent soul-stage cultivator. Su Xiao said casually, recently your senior brother traveled through the 10,000 Great Mountains and stumbled upon a former cultivator's cave dwelling. Inside I found several transformation god talismans. As it turned out, when the Xuanma sect provoked me, I used a few of those transformation god talismans, and that was the end of them. Upon hearing this, Dugu Ling's phoenix eyes sparkled with excitement. Transformation god talismans. Those are extremely rare. Senior brother, your luck is simply incredible. Su Xiao smiled. Nothing special really. Just a bit of good fortune in my old age. Junior sister, I still have a few more transformation god talismans. If anyone dares to bully me in my old state, your senior brother can at least take them down with him before he dies. Dugu Ling said, senior brother. With Piamiao sect backing you, who would dare provoke you? I would be the first to refuse. Senior brother, just retire peacefully in the sect. From now on, don't go out looking for trouble anymore. Afterward, Dugu Ling bade farewell in haste. She was eager to return and thoroughly refine this supreme-grade spirit tool, the Nine Heavens Phoenix Hairpin. With this tool's assistance, her strength would reach new heights. Su Xiao watched her departing figure and shook his head with a bitter smile. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully gifted the supreme-grade spirit tool, Nine Heavens Phoenix Hairpin. The treasure UU5 Extremes Mountain has been returned. UU5 Extremes Mountain, born from heaven and earth's magnetic stones, bathed in spiritual energy. Once refined, it can enlarge or shrink at will, as hard as gold and iron. Possessing the weight of 5 mountains and 3 peaks, when it descends, even spirits and demons cannot withstand it. At Piamiao sect, the news of the Xuanma sect's annihilation once again ignited heated discussions throughout the sect. Elder Su Xiao of the inner sect was on the verge of physical deterioration, yet before death, he had destroyed an entire demonic sect for a mere outer sect female disciple. This incident left everyone at Piamiao sect utterly shaken. Elder Su, in his final moments of life, was still so powerful. The Xuanma sect had a nascent soul-stage cultivator presiding over it. The law enforcement squad led by Lu Danian had completely given up. They neither arrested people nor disciplined anyone, simply letting the sect members gossip, because they were bewildered as well. How in the world did Elder Su manage to do it? Morning. The outer sect plaza. Over 1,000 disciples couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Elder Su is truly formidable. He annihilated the Xuanma sect in a single day. Who was it that claimed Elder Su only had foundation establishment cultivation? Get out here. Oh no, oh no. Those beautiful female disciples in the sect are in trouble now. With Elder Su being so powerful, if he decides to misuse his authority, perhaps not even Sect Master Dugu could stop him. To save Lin Yenner from the Xuanma sect, Elder Su went so far as to do this. What a legend. These sect members were first shocked by Su Xiao's strength. Then they began to mock his unbridled womanizing tendencies. If he could annihilate someone's entire sect for a beautiful female disciple, what might he do upon encountering someone even more stunning? Moreover, the man was practically at death's door. Nothing could hold him back. Elder Su was terrifying. However, most of the female disciples had hearts aflutter. Elder Su is so heroic. I love a man like this. I'm so jealous of Junior Sister Lin. Elder Su is so handsome. He directly slaughtered an entire sect for Junior Sister Lin. This is the kind of lover I've only ever dreamed of. It seems Elder Su truly loves Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. He was even willing to act before his death to destroy the Xuanma sect for them. I'm completely smitten. If only such a powerful and magnificent elder would look my way. These final words came from a floor-sweeping sister nearby. The moment she finished speaking, everyone around, male and female alike, turned to look at her, their eyes filled with peculiar expressions. Sister, please look at yourself. As if Elder Su would ever look your way. The floor-sweeping sister was immediately displeased. She threw down her broom, placed her hands on her barrel-thick waist, and glared with her large round eyes. What's wrong with me? Maybe Elder Su happens to like exactly this type. The nearby female disciples were speechless. The male disciples felt like retching. In the residential area, Jin Liuxiang's charming face slightly flushed. She returned to her room. Inside, the pure and lovely Lin Yenner was in meditation. Senior sister, you're back? Jin Liuxiang closed the door and glided gracefully to sit beside Lin Yenner, her charming eyes gleaming with satisfaction as she smiled. Junior sister, I've been persuading you privately for so long, yet you simply won't listen. In the future, once Elder Su's patience runs out, you'll truly have no one to look after you. Lin Yenner gazed at the rosy flush adorning her senior sister's snow-white neck. At once she understood. Her senior sister had visited Elder Su's courtyard. She merely lowered her head, saying nothing. Over these past 2 days, she and Jean Liuxiang had grown close, both serving as nominal disciples under Lu Danian, making them fellow senior and junior sisters. To assist Lin Yenner in her cultivation and fulfill Elder Su's entrustment, Jean Liuxiang had nearly spent every day alongside her. Of course, there was another significant reason. Now that the two of them had been thrust into the eye of the storm by the sect disciples, neither dared venture to the sect's public square anymore. Lin Yenner wore an expression of profound embarrassment. Senior sister, I still haven't made up my mind. Lin Yenner found herself unable to accept it in her heart. Elder Su was such a kind and amicable elder. There was no way he would treat her so generously merely because she was beautiful. Yet upon glimpsing the breathtakingly beautiful senior sister beside her, she faltered once more. Not only did her senior sister speak this way, but everyone outside spoke the same. Jean Liuxiang smiled and said, "Then take your time to consider junior sister. A powerful cultivator of Elder Su's caliber, such a benevolent soul, truly a rare find. Someone willing to provide resources for our cultivation of his own accord, such a person hardly exists. Only someone whose lifespan is nearly exhausted would act in such a manner. This is our fortuitous opportunity." Without another word, Jean Liuxiang drew water for a bath before commencing her cultivation. Moreover, though Elder Su is elderly, he is far more handsome than those sleazy senior brothers and junior brothers. Lin Yenner blushed, remaining silent. Midday. 3 supreme and overwhelming auras descended from the west. Bearing boundless pressure and fury, the 3 individuals, upon arriving at the Piaomiao sect's mountain gate, fully unleashed their nascent soul 9th stage, might enveloping the entire Piaomiao mountain. Dueling Ling, get out here this instant. Your Piaomiao sect has torn apart our agreement and mercilessly slaughtered thousands of my demonic path disciples. If you do not provide an explanation today, my Patian demon sect shall never relent. The 3 figures stood in the heavens, their auras vast and magnificent. They wore black robes, and the man at the center was a middle-aged man with resolute, steadfast features. His eyes blazed with fury, malevolent energy surging throughout his entire being. This was precisely Mo Jitian, the sect master of the Patian demon sect, one of the 5 great demonic sects of the Panlong continent. Standing flanking Mo Jitian were 2 elderly men with silver-streaked hair and beards. Both fixed them with wrathful gazes, glaring down at the assembled disciples of the Piaomiao sect below, their hands clasped behind their backs, eyes brimming with murderous intent. They were inner sect elders of the Patian demon sect, come to demonstrate the sect's might. The disciples of the Piaomiao sect below, regardless of inner or outer mountain, all cowered in terror, retreating into the buildings. It's over, it's over. The Patian demon sect has come for us. Elder Su, the bane of our existence. For the sake of some concubine, he's brought ruin upon our entire Piaomiao sect. Amidst the terrified disciples, several nascent soul presences suddenly rose from the inner mountain. In an instant, 4 streaks of light shot toward the midair, halting before the 3 Patian demon sect cultivators. The figure at the forefront was an elegant, spirited woman in an emerald green dress. Her form was slender and graceful, her incomparably beautiful face of such breathtaking allure that it stole one's breath away. Her flawless figure beneath the green dress was shrouded in jade-white radiance, and with every gesture, she carried infinite nobility and poise. A crown of lustrous black hair fluttered gently in the breeze, dancing gracefully before her willow-like, enchanting waist. The moment this woman appeared, the heavens and earth dimmed in comparison. She was precisely the sect master of the Piaomiao sect, Dueling Ling. Behind her stood an elderly matron and 2 venerable elders. The 3 figures wore plain white robes, being senior inner sect elders of the Piaomiao sect. The 4 of them emanated equally irresistible immense pressure, all possessing cultivation at the nascent soul 9th stage. Mo Jitian, you had better watch your mouth. If you dare to provoke my Piaomiao sect, your Patian demon sect shan't remain either. Dueling Ling refused to be outdone, retorting furiously. Since she had accepted senior brother Su Zhao's favors, she would handle this matter properly and see it through. You, Dueling Ling, your Piaomiao sect is truly bullying others too much. Mo Jitian, seeing that the opposing side had killed and destroyed so brazenly, was instantly enraged beyond measure. The Piaomiao sect was truly acting with unbridled arrogance. They had annihilated an entire subordinate sect of his Patian demon sect, and still stood there so righteous and self-assured. This was absolutely intolerable. If a master can endure it, how much less can a disciple? And what if we are? A cold smile played across Dueling Ling's water nymph beauty as she gazed with contempt. A mere 3rd-rate demonic sect daring to kidnap my Piaomiao sect disciples and attempting to force them into concubinage. My Piaomiao sect merely cleansed that wretched sect as a side matter, carrying out heavenly justice on its behalf. Mo Jitian, if you depart today, we shall treat it as if nothing occurred. But should you dare to make a move, today shall be your day of doom. Mo Jitian was so enraged upon hearing this that he felt as if 5 thunders had struck him. The angular, resolute features of his face nearly contorted with fury as he glared at Juling Ling, his eyes practically spewing fire. Ah, you insufferable green behind the ears little woman. If I don't get justice today, what face does my demonic sect have to continue existing? Go to your death. Mo Jitian struck without hesitation. Suddenly, over a dozen magical demon blades materialized and floated into the air, emanating terrifying momentum. Every single one of these manifested magical demon blades was a superior grade magical artifact. This was the foundation and wealth of the Patian demon sect. Insignificant tricks. Juling Ling snorted lightly. Instantly, a sword flickering with azure light flew forth from her chest. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature plummeted drastically. Snow began to fall from the sky as if even the sunlight itself were about to freeze, transforming the surroundings into an icy cavern of 10,000 years. This was Juling Ling's supreme-grade magical artifact, the Supreme Ice Soul Sword. It was also the famed magical artifact of her master Ji Shui in her early years. Little woman, today I shall see whether you have truly inherited Ji Shui's legacy. Boom. 3 superior-grade demon blades cloaked in thick black energy hurtled directly toward Juling Ling. Boundless and vast spiritual energy covered their surfaces. Once unleashed, the very sky changed color. Crack, crack, crack. Under Juling Ling's unhurried, composed manipulation, the Supreme Ice Soul Sword encased in thick ice soared through the air to intercept the attack. The moment the 3 demon blades made contact with the Ice Soul Sword, they were instantly frozen by the extreme cold spiritual energy upon its surface and sent flying with ease. Well done. The gathered disciples of the Piaomiao sect below erupted in delighted expressions. Truly their sect master Juling Ling. Her strength was exceptionally formidable. With merely a single move, one could see that sect master Juling Ling's power vastly exceeded that demonic cultivator. So beautiful. Sect master Juling Ling is so beautiful. And powerful too. These trash demonic sect members dared to cause trouble at our Piaomiao sect, truly seeking death. With sect master Juling Ling here, what on earth is there to fear? Elder Su is truly fortunate to have such a junior sister to protect him. One by one, the Piaomiao sect disciples emerged from the buildings, their fear vanishing entirely. They stood there openly gazing at the sky, appreciating the spectacle of the nascent soul battle. As for Mo Jitian, whose 3 demon blades had been sent flying, his expression immediately turned gloomy. How strong, though it had merely been a light probing exchange just now. Through the contact of their magical artifacts, he could fully sense just how powerful that supreme-grade magical artifact of hers truly was. How vast and profound that extreme cold spiritual energy within it was. Piaomiao sect's sect master Juling Ling was likely not far from the void refining stage. Su Xiao lay reclined in a rocking chair in his small courtyard, watching Dugu Ling and Mo Jitian battle in the distant sky. A faint smile spread across his aged face. A trifling skirmish, ha. It was plain to see that both sides were exercising restraint. The Patian demon sect, for all its ferocious barking, did not dare truly make a move before the gates of the Piaomiao sect. After all, the sect masters on either side were merely figureheads. The true experts were the void refinement heavyweights of each sect. Since none of those grand masters had made a move, even if the other side screamed itself hoarse, it was only putting up a show to extort a few benefits. Only as he watched Dugu Ling and Mo Jitian exchange blows did he keenly feel how devastating the Purple Firmament Thunder Talisman, a 9th-level spirit transformation talisman returned by the system, truly was. He suspected that casually flinging out a couple of talismans would be more than Mo Jitian could endure. The magic treasure momentary 5 Extremes Mountain returned from the 9 Heavens Divine Phoenix hairpin he had already mastered entirely. With 2 magic treasures now in his hands, he commanded the might of a spirit transformation cultivator. In the sky, Mo Jitian was loath to let the matter end so anticlimactically. He bellowed at Dugu Ling as demonic chi burst from the dozen-odd demonic blades around him. In an instant, black aura surged and seethed across the heavens. Boom! With a series of sharp clangs, the demonic blades, as though answering Mo Jitian's summons, surged forward and fused into one colossal demonic blade. Black demonic aura coiled within and around the blade, and the very fabric of space quaked as it passed. So it is an ultimate-grade magic tool after all. Dugu Ling sneered at the sight. She had long heard that Mo Jitian of the Patian demon sect possessed an ultimate-grade magic weapon, the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade. Never had she imagined it was an ultimate-grade Dharma blade composed of 18 superior-grade demonic blades. Ha! Dugu Ling, hand over Su Xiao this instant. Unless that old dog dies today, the countless disciples of my demon sect shall never find peace. I have lived 2,000 years and still cannot comprehend how a dignified intersect elder of the Piaomiao sect could wipe out my entire Xian demon sect over some inexplicable outer sect female disciple. Is that old bastard senile? Mo Jitian truly wished he could demand the answer from Su Xiao personally. The man was on the verge of death itself, and still he provoked a war between the righteous and demonic paths. That moronic old geezer. The sooner he dropped dead the better for everyone. The enormous black blade reached Dugu Ling in the blink of an eye. She gave a cold snort, and the supreme ice soul sword in midair unleashed its supreme soul-searing chill. At once boundless ice winds howled furiously, and in a flash a massive layer of ice crystals condensed upon the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade, slowing its advance by 3/10. Thereafter the deep blue ice crystals encasing the supreme ice soul sword thickened still further. Within 2 breaths a colossal ice sword hovered and wheeled through the sky. With spiritual power trembling in the air, it shot straight toward the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade. The might of the 2 weapons shook the heavens, draining the faces of the Piao sect disciples below of every trace of color. Boom! As blade met sword, a torrent of overwhelming chi waves burst outward. The surging airwaves towered like the great cataclysm of heaven and earth. The elders on both sides steadied themselves, each face betraying amazement. So this was the devastation a 9th-level spirit transformation powerhouse could unleash with an ultimate-grade magic tool. Utterly overwhelming. The black and blue treasure blades openly clashed in midair, neither giving an inch, deadlocked in a stalemate. Mo Jitian released his spiritual power with wild abandon, desperately striving to keep the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade from defeat. But he appeared to be in excruciating torment. His face swelled to a liverish purple, and his huge eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Dugu Ling, by contrast, remained perfectly serene, as radiant and ethereal as ever, an immortal aura clinging to her every move. Still refusing to yield, Dugu Ling chuckled softly, lifting one delicate jade-white finger. In an instant a streak of fiery red light darted out from her beautiful black hair. It soared into the sky and transformed into several enormous fire phoenixes that wheeled and danced upon the air. With a resonant cry, the fire phoenixes hurtled directly at Mo Jitian. The black fiendish aura shielding him turned out to be as feeble as cotton before those blazing fire phoenixes instantly incinerated into nothing. What kind of magic tool is this? Another ultimate-grade treasure. Dugu Ling, just where did you get that ultimate-grade hairpin? Mo Jitian's face changed dramatically at the sight. That hairpin of hers bore terrifying power. Even among ultimate-grade magic tools it stood out like a crane among chickens. Seeing the 3 fire phoenixes about to strike before their eyes, the 2 Pytheon demon sect elders beside him let out soft sighs. The 2 elders joined forces, unleashing a black banner magic tool to defend in his place. The black banner swelled wildly and transformed into a dark light wall, barely managing to hold back the assault of the 3 fire phoenixes. Yet beneath the phoenixes' incomparably blazing flames the light wall crackled and sizzled, unlikely to hold out much longer. Sect Master Dugu. It was your sect, Su Xiao, who first annihilated my demonic paths, Xian demon sect, violating the accord between righteous and demonic. The 5 demonic sects will invite the 4 righteous sects to the Tianjiang Mountain Conference 1 month hence. When the time comes, please bring Su Xiao and give the righteous and demonic paths an explanation. If this matter is not properly resolved, the Panlong continent will be plunged into devastation. With those words, the 2 black-robed elders summoned their flying swords, ready to withdraw. Astonishment churned within their hearts. Dugu Ling, the sect master of the Piao sect, had actually acquired yet another ultimate-grade magic tool. And it was a fire-attribute offensive weapon at that. The demonic sect master was utterly outmatched. Hearing this, Mo Jitian refused to yield. No, Dugu Ling, come fight me to the death. And that old dog Su Xiao, I'll take his dog's life. An elder said in a low voice, Sect Master, leave it for a month from now. Today is about enough. The Piao sect's foundations run deep. We must deliberate carefully. If we delay any longer, we'll soon become a laughingstock for the righteous path. Mo Jitian's features twisted beyond control, his face red as a monkey's backside. In the end, he spat out a few more venomous words, savagely cursed that old dog Su Xiao once more, and only then, crestfallen, withdrew his magic tool and fled in complete disarray. Old man Su Xiao, in 1 month, I'll personally take your dog's life. From the direction in which the 3 had vanished came Mo Jitian's thunderous roar of supreme fury. Dugu Ling withdrew her magic tool and shook her head. Senior brother really knew how to stir up trouble. But for the sake of the 9 heavens' divine phoenix hairpin, she would forgive him. Her heart was filled with joy. The power of this ultimate-grade magic tool far surpassed her expectations. With ice and fire combined, her strength had risen by at least 3/10. Sect Master, you. Why do you have yet another ultimate-grade magic tool? The 3 intersect elders beside her stood utterly dumbfounded. All of the Piao sect's ultimate-grade magic tools were accounted for in the registry. This suddenly appearing divine fire phoenix hairpin had never been recorded there. Dugu Ling beamed joyfully, Elder's senior brother gave it to me. He may be on the brink of death, but he still loves me. Oh, Elder Su. The three were shaken once more, their aged eyes turning to one another in speechless disbelief. Of course they had heard the rumors about Elder Su. But how could gift-giving go as far as handing out an ultimate-grade magic tool? Oh shit. Elder Su. He really does only shower pretty young women with gifts. Even the sect master has fallen for it. Fortune Nemesis detected Mo-Jitian. Identity sect master of the Pation Demon Sect. Quest issued Slay the Fortune Nemesis Mo-Jitian. Quest reward next gift is guaranteed to trigger a 10,000-fold critical strike. What the? It's actually here again. Su Xiao sprang upright in shock and hastily gazed toward the distant sky. But Mo-Jitian had long since vanished without a trace. Not even a human shadow remained. Damn it. System, why didn't you issue the quest sooner? If you'd given it earlier, I would have slaughtered him just now. Sect leader Dugu is too powerful. Sect leader is so beautiful. Sect leader is so dashing. Below, a crowd of Piamiao sect disciples gazed up at the super goddess of their sect in the sky. Men and women alike were nearly drooling, ready to worship her as a deity. Their sect leader Dugu alone held her ground against three enemies, routing those demonic cult villains and sending them fleeing in panic. She was truly mighty. The outer mountain disciples watched with stars in their eyes, lost in sheer ecstasy. To have such a powerful goddess as their sect leader presiding over Piamiao sect, what sheer bliss. Thank goodness. I heard Elder Su courted sect leader Dugu for 1,000 years, but she never agreed. If that lecherous old fiend had won her over, our sect leader Dugu would be ruined. Would you believe it? I heard Elder Su was so devastatingly handsome in his youth that our sect leader nearly fell for him. But luckily the Supreme Elder kept watch, so Elder Su never got his way. All hail the Supreme Elder. That old lecher. He dares to covet the goddess of every male disciple in Piamiao sect. Thank goodness he's about to die of old age. At his age, he's hardly a threat anymore. Our sect leader has finally made it through the danger zone. Awesome. Over the years, the disciples had heard no shortage of rumors about the sect leader and Su Xiao. But everyone knew a crucial fact: Dugu Ling, by relying on her pure Yin body, had cultivated to the 9th level of spirit transformation within 1,000 years, setting her sights on void refinement. In other words, even after pursuing her for 1,000 years, that old lecher had never once laid a finger on their goddess of a sect leader. At that moment, every male disciple, whether in the inner or outer sect, felt utterly at ease, as though a heavy weight of resentment had been lifted. Elder Su had less than a year to live. When he finally died of old age, he would surely be filled with boundless regret and die in utter despair. Damn, that was satisfying. Tonight, all the male disciples planned to feast and drink to celebrate the old lecher's impending departure to the afterlife. Even some secretly lustful disciples who had once harbored crushes on Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er hoped the demonic sects would teach that old lecher a proper lesson and send him to an early death. A few more days later, Dugu Ling, dressed in a light green long skirt, flew out of the inner sect's great hall on her sword, heading straight toward a precarious spot in the back mountain. She landed on a terrace amidst the cliffs, knocked on a stone door, and stepped inside at a leisurely pace. Senior Uncle Zhuge, the date for next month's 9 sects meeting at Tianjiang Mountain has been set. Dugu Ling looked at a refined old man in a Taoist robe inside the cave dwelling, stepped forward to sit on a stone stool, and sighed. This time the 5 great demonic sects are unprecedentedly united. They are determined to demand an explanation from our Piamiao sect. It won't be easy. She glanced at the spiritual tea on the stone table, its fragrance wafting through the air. Her delicate, beautiful nose twitched. She immediately poured herself a cup and gulped it down in a few big swallows. Senior Uncle, this spirit tea is amazing. It works even better than high-grade spirit stones. Dugu Ling's eyes lit up. Then she downed several more cups in quick succession. Stop. Don't drink it all. This pot costs 100 high-grade spirit stones. The old Taoist looked pained and hurried over to snatch the teapot. Ling girl, you should have just 1 cup. Are you trying to drink your senior uncle dry? How black-hearted. The old Taoist had graying hair and a face as smooth as a baby's. He looked no more than 50-odd years old, far younger than Su Xiao. Seeing that barely half a pot remained, the old Taoist stashed it away with a pained expression, not daring to take it out again. Oomph. Dugu Ling shot him a glare and snorted, Senior Uncle, you're so stingy. Look at my senior brother. He gave me a supreme-grade magic artifact without blinking an eye. My senior brother is the best. The old Taoist chuckled at that, sat down, and stroked his long beard. Ling girl, what exactly has that rascal Su Xiao been up to lately? He's 1,000 years old, yet day after day, he keeps mistresses among the female disciples of the outer sect. Even I can hardly stand to watch. With a lecherous old ghost like that, how could you ever have been tempted, Ling girl? Wouldn't people laugh their heads off if word got out? The old Taoist was one of Piamiao sect's 3 supreme elders, Zhuge Wufang. Having lived to such an age, he simply couldn't fathom why that wretched brat Su Xiao would do such a thing at the end of his life. keeping mistresses. Even he, a supreme elder, couldn't bring himself to do something so shameless. Dugu Ling said with slight puzzlement, "Senior uncle, although I don't believe my senior brother is that kind of person. But it is indeed the truth. As for senior brother's motives, I'm not too sure either. Perhaps he has his own difficulties." Zhuge Wufang slammed the table and stood up. "A difficulty, my ass. That little wretch couldn't get his hands on you for 1,000 years, so now that he's about to die, he grabs a few pretty female disciples to console himself. I know all about these tricks. Your senior uncle knows them well. Very well." As Zhuge Wufang spoke, his heart suddenly began to weep. His expression turned somber. Whenever he thought of junior sister Ji Shue's enchanting grace, he could not sleep at night, tossing and turning. He had waited for his junior sister his whole life, only to end up empty-handed. There were even moments when he wished he could follow that brat Su Xiao's example and keep a few mistresses to console himself. But as a supreme elder of Piaomiao sect, he simply couldn't bear to lose face. And so even at a few thousand years old, he remained an old virgin. Dugu Ling looked at him and asked in puzzlement, "Senior uncle, why are you crying?" "Oh, it's nothing. I suddenly thought of some old memories." Zhuge Wufang composed himself and murmured, "Let's get down to business, Ling girl. The righteous and demonic forces must not go to war. The 7,000 years of peace on the Panlong continent were hard-won. Only through generations of recovery has humanity flourished once more. We cannot let that brat's mistress-keeping burn it all to ashes. In my view, if the demonic path presses us hard, just give them a supreme-grade magic artifact to quell their anger. Trading one supreme-grade artifact for the survival of our sect is not a bad deal." Dugu Ling nodded at this, feeling it was a reasonable course of action. After all, the supreme-grade artifact wasn't coming out of her own pocket. This is the supreme-grade magic artifact, the Thousand Illusions Radiant Fan. Keep it. When things reach the final step, hand it to the Patian Demon sect. The fan is flashy but impractical, Zhuge Wufang said. Once activated, it can create millions of doppelgangers to confuse enemies, and those doppelgangers do possess a certain degree of offensive power. But to any cultivator above the spirit transformation stage, it's nothing but a chicken rib, utterly useless. No big deal to hand it to the demonic sect. Dugu Ling took it and blinked at the adorable feather fan in her hand. "Senior uncle, what if the matter is resolved without giving away the artifact?" Zhuge Wufang smiled lightly. "Then you can keep it, Ling girl. At the spirit transformation stage, it's still somewhat useful." "Thank you, senior uncle." Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. Having an extra supreme-grade artifact was better than none. Her stingy senior uncle had finally been generous for once. Her sharp little mind was already racing, scheming about how to intimidate those demonic sect members into backing down. Also tell that rascal Su Xiao to stay out of trouble within the sect from now on. If he's about to die, he should stop messing around. He's still keeping mistresses. With only 50 years of life left, can't he just enjoy his old age in peace? At his age, does he still have to trouble me, his senior uncle? If he simply dies quietly of old age now, that will be his greatest contribution to our Piaomiao sect and to all of humanity. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye. Thanks to his Dao body and the ceaseless feeding of resources, in just 1 month, Su Xiao reached the 4th level of core formation. Such a pace of cultivation in the core formation stage was unprecedented and would never be matched. His mastery over the magical treasures Shiyu Wuji Mountain and the Nanming Li Huo Sword grew ever more proficient. When combined, even ordinary spirit transformation cultivators found them hard to withstand. During this period, Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner consumed 30 foundation establishment pills in total, and 50 golden condensing pills were returned in exchange. He also gave each of the 2 women 1 mid-grade beauty retention pill, and 3 top-grade beauty retention pills were returned. Everything was going well that month. But one thing left Su Xiao dissatisfied. From Lu Danian's mouth, he learned that his lofty reputation as a revered elder of the Piaomiao sect now existed in name only. Not only that, but the outer sect enforcement team had also overheard a new nickname for Su Xiao within the sect. The terrifying Old Lecher. What the hell? Who the hell started spreading those rumors about me? Su Xiao sat on a rocking chair in the small courtyard and let out a long sigh. This damned system had already ruined his reputation in his later years. The enforcement team had lain flat before, now Su Xiao was also ready to lie flat. At dawn, 4 streaks of light flew over from the inner mountain. They landed outside Su Xiao's small courtyard. Dugu Ling and 3 Intermountain elders. Hehehe. Elder Su, this retirement life of yours is truly enviable. When I fail my tribulation, I'll move here to keep you company. Among the 3 Intermountain elders, the portly round elder smiled and stepped forward to say this to Su Xiao. Su Xiao rose to greet him with a smile. Old Ju, what nonsense are you talking? With a physique like yours, the void refinement tribulation is a piece of cake. If I'm gone one day, I'll still need you to assist the sect master. Old Lu, Elder One. He greeted the other 2 elders. One was a stern-faced old man, and the other a white-haired old woman. Both smiled in return, looking at Su Xiao with a strange glint in their eyes and secret shock. Elder Su, how is it that after failing the tribulation you seem more energetic than ever? He keeps a mistress, and he gave the sect master a peerless magical weapon. Is this a deathbed resurgence? These three were veteran Intermountain elders of the Piaomiao sect, personally chosen by Ji Shui to assist Dugu Ling in managing sect affairs. They were all spirit transformation 9th level powerhouses, and all old acquaintances of Su Xiao. Dugu Ling wore a green dress. Her noble and movingly graceful figure seemed to glow. Compared to the four old folks next to her, she was like a white swan among a flock of groundhogs. Dugu Ling said, "Senior brother, let's go. Today is the date of the Tianjiang Mountain Assembly." Dugu Ling reminded him, "Senior Uncle Zhuge has declared that you should retire obediently from now on and stop causing any more trouble. Otherwise he will come find you personally." The three elders exchanged knowing smiles, secretly sizing up the man the disciples called the terrifying old lecher. Elder when the old woman could not stop shaking her head inside. The spirited lad who was once stunningly handsome enough to shake the whole sect. How had he become so dissolute in his old age? She had been blind aback, then she truly had been blind. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Junior sister, don't worry. Your senior brother is not that kind of person." After advising Su Xiao about the 9-sect assembly at Tianjiang Mountain, Dugu Ling and the other three summoned their flying swords and leaped on. Seeing this, Su Xiao snorted softly and leisurely took out a giant jade-white greatsword from his spatial storage. As soon as the greatsword was summoned, 7-colored rainbow light surged from its blade. Su Xiao stepped lightly onto it, and wrapped in a beautiful halo, he seemed like an immortal descending to the world, with unmatched bearing. This was the high-grade flying sword of Li Jui, that poser from the Xuanma sect. Utterly useless in actual combat, but it excelled in making sword flight look handsome. Showy, Dugu Ling, and the three Intermountain elders were utterly dumbfounded. Their pupils trembled, their eyes almost blinded by the radiance. Elder Su, he truly becomes more monstrous with age. Senior brother, why don't we swap swords? I think that flying sword of yours is quite interesting. No, this thing is just an ornament of no use. Your senior brother doesn't have many artifacts, so I'll make do with it. Tianjiang Mountain was the central hub of the Panlong continent. It was also a center of exchange among the great human nations of the Panlong continent, where powerhouses from every nation stationed representatives to deliberate on major affairs of mankind. The 9-sect assembly was essentially the highest level meeting at Tianjiang Mountain. Normally when such a meeting was convened, it meant that the human race was in trouble and everyone had to sit down and discuss it collectively. After flying on swords for half a day, a snow-capped peak soaring straight into the clouds stood ahead. The summit seemed shrouded in auspicious 5-colored light, a breathtaking sight from afar. The 5 flew to the summit of the snowy mountain, where 9 long tables had already been arranged in a circle on an open patch of land. This was the meeting place prepared by representatives at Tianjiang Mountain for the 4 righteous sects and the 5 demonic sects. Sister Dugu has arrived. It's been days since we last met, and Sister Dugu has grown even lovelier. It seems that peerless beauty retention pill truly works wonders. The 5 landed, and several women had already arrived at the venue. Among them, the stunningly beautiful woman draped in pink gauze stepped forward smiling as she greeted Dugu Ling and the others. "Oh, this couldn't be the recently renowned Intermountain elder of the Piaomiao sect, Su Xiao, could it? How have you aged so much? Alas, what a pity." Su Xiao looked at the peerless beauty who kept sizing him up, and his 2 white brows furrowed slightly. Sect master of the Hahuan sect, Yu Linglong. She wore a thin gauze over her dress. Her enchanting, unrivaled face seemed capable of capturing a man's soul with a single glance. Her pair of long, delicate jade legs were even fairer than the snow on the surrounding mountains. Every single move she made exuded the supreme charm of a mature woman. This woman is absolutely on another level, even on this icy, snow-covered summit. Daughter of Destiny, detected Yu Linglong. Fortune rating SS. Return multiplier 50. Bond level 1. The system's voice sounded in Su Xiao's ear. His old eyes shifted, and he stared at the Hahuan sect master with a faint glint. Then he stepped forward, cupped one fist in the other, and said with a smile, After all these years, sect master you have become even more radiant." Su Xiao was delighted inwardly, and had unconsciously begun to appraise her. Who could have thought that the sect master of the Hahuan sect was also a rare SS-grade daughter of Destiny? If he gave her something, and it triggered a return, he'd go straight to the top. "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Dugu Ling stared at the slightly dazed Su Xiao, her face instantly falling, and yanked him over. The 3 elders Zhu Lu and Wen shook their heads at the sight. Elder Su really can't move his legs once he sees a beautiful woman. Now they knew why this old man kept a mistress. Damn it, he really was an old lecher. He even had designs on those man-devouring vixens of the Hahuan sect. The moment Yu Linglong saw Dugu Ling's expression, she immediately guessed the unusual relationship between the two. A faint light flickered in her seductive eyes. Su Xiao was already on the verge of death. Could Dugu Ling still have such thoughts? Even though he was still a handsome old man, Sister Dugu truly was not picky. Suddenly, Yu Linglong's expression changed. Gazing at Su Xiao ahead, her bewitching eyes shimmered with extraordinary light. Qi fortune. Through a secret art unique to the Huan sect, she perceived the boundless qi fortune emanating from Su Xiao. How could such colossal fortune exist in an old man who had failed the thunder tribulation and was at death's door? What? She was utterly dumbfounded. Yu Linglong had never seen any man carry such overwhelming qi fortune. According to all reason, this was absolutely impossible. She swallowed excitedly. The Huan sect's cultivation art was unique. Absorbing qi fortune could greatly accelerate one's cultivation speed. And the fortune on that old man ahead was so vast, it was almost beyond belief. If she could be assisted by that man's fortune, succeeding in void refinement would be 100% certain. Sister Dugu, even though this senior brother of yours has aged, his handsomeness has not diminished from his prime. With a light step, Yu Linglong moved forward and took hold of Su Xiao's arm. An utterly intoxicating fragrant breeze washed over him. Su Xiao was stunned. This woman had raised seduction to an entirely new level. As expected of the Huan sect's sect master. Sect master, you please restrain yourself a little. I have very little lifespan left. Su Xiao found it awkward and shook his head. Yu Linglong said, what does it matter if your lifespan is nearly exhausted? If Sister Dugu likes you, then I like you too. Elder Su, when you have time, come and visit the Huan sect. I guarantee you will be received with the utmost warmth. Her eyes were full of confidence. The rumors about that man really were not exaggerated. For the sake of the qi fortune he carried, she was fully willing to build a good relationship with him. Besides, he really was very handsome. The longer she looked, the more handsome he became. Yu Linglong, look at what kind of occasion this is. If you want to flirt, go find someone else. My senior brother cannot withstand your antics. Dugu Ling grew a little angry. That woman had completely ignored her, the junior sister and sect master. But she was also puzzled. Her senior brother had already become so old. How could Yu Linglong not mind? What? Sister Dugu, look at how petty you're being. You're so strict with him. Aren't I just taking pity on this handsome old man of ours? With that, she reluctantly released Su Xiao's hand and returned to the Huan sect disciples. This smooth little combo of Yu Linglong's left the three men Zhu Lu, and when standing there dumbfounded, the three exchanged strange looks, deeply shocked. They had thought Elder Su was overcome by lust and had taken a fancy to her. Unexpectedly, Yu Linglong had turned the tables and seized the initiative. They silently sized up Su Xiao, an old man who looked 10 years older than they did, racking their brains without finding a single answer. How could such an old man already on the verge of death make the sect master of the Huan sect covet him? Unbelievable. Absolutely baffling. Dugu Ling sneered by Su Xiao's side. Senior brother, if you want an early death, then go mess around with that woman. Don't say your junior sister didn't warn you. With that, she shot Yu Linglong a vicious glare, then walked over and sat down at the table. Although she was angry, some contradictory positive emotion rose in her heart. At least her senior brother's charm was still undiminished from his youth. Worthy of the senior brother she had once loved. He could still make that wanton woman utterly spellbound. Both sides took their seats. Before long, True Person Dowie, the sect master of the Daotian sect, arrived with 3 elders. After greeting both sides, that white-haired old fellow kept sizing up Su Xiao. So this is the Su Xiao who annihilated the entire Xuanma sect for the sake of a kept little lover. Didn't he fail the thunder tribulation? And now he's only at the core formation realm. How did he do it? True Person Dowie had been staring a bit too intensely, and Su Xiao responded with an awkward smile. He had met all of these people before. True Person Dowie was another old reprobate. In the distance, golden light obscured the heavens as 3 bald elders came riding over on Buddhist light. The monks of Wanfo Temple had arrived. The 3 chanted Buddhist invocations and solemnly sat cross-legged in front of the table. Eyes closed, they recited scriptures, looking every bit like eminent enlightened monks. All in all, only the monks of Wanfo Temple seemed somewhat normal in Su Xiao's eyes. Next came the 5 great demonic sects: the Patian demon sect, the Shishua demon sect, the Tianshi sect, and the Wanda sect. Baleful aura, blood aura, corpse aura, and miasma swept in. As the disciples of those 4 demonic sects arrived, the once serene and beautiful Tianjiang mountain was instantly shrouded in a sinister shadow. Even the pristine white ice and snow nearby began to corrode, becoming riddled with holes. Where are the people of the GD demon sect? That little bastard Xiao. I saw them set out at dawn, yet they still haven't come. What the hell is he playing at? Mo Tian, the sect master of the Patian demon sect, was already irritated at the very sight of the Piamiao sect people. Now that so much time had passed, the GD demon sect was also deliberately arriving late. This made his fury blaze even higher. It wasn't that the demonic sects were disunited. It was that the new sect master of the GD demon sect was simply too fond of showing off. Even the other demonic sects could hardly stand it. Far off at the edge of the sky, an exquisite gilded palanquin, lightly carried through the air by 8 alluring demonesses, slowly drew near. The new sect master of the GD Demon Sect, Sect Master Xiao, has arrived. 3 black-robed elders cleared the way ahead, shouting, toward the mountain summit. The gilded palanquin borne by the 8 demonesses landed in the very center of the open ground. A handsome man in a dashing white robe, supporting himself on the hands of 2 demonesses, slowly descended from the palanquin. Xiao, sect master of the GD Demon Sect, pays his respects to all the seniors present. A dense chill radiated from the handsome man, the ultimate cold aura of the 9th level of spirit transformation. Including Xiao, everyone on the righteous side stared at the new sect master of the GD Demon Sect, as if he were a fool. The remaining 4 demonic sects, every one of them darkened. This pretentious poser had utterly disgraced the demonic path. It was the first time Xiao had seen Yu Linglong and Duguling. His eyes instantly darted back and forth, nearly crossing. Holy crap, the girls of these 4 righteous sects are all absolutely top tier. Master, quick, help me. I want them all. Xiao felt as if his heart was about to burst, thumping wildly. He used all the strength he could muster to keep from making a scene, so as not to embarrass himself before his 2 future wives. This figure, this face. Xiao looked at Yu Linglong, then at Duguling. His burning eyes were utterly undisguised, bursting with a blazing gleam. She is simply a supreme Tao companion tailor-made for me. Fool, calm down. Don't lose your composure just because you see a woman. You are now the sect master of the GD Demon Sect. A voice from deep within his sea of consciousness exploded in his ears, yanking him back to reality. Yes. Master, I understand. A trace of fear flashed through Xiao's eyes. He hurriedly led the 8 demon maidens and 3 elders to the GD Demon Sect's position. After taking his seat, his eyes gleamed with a hungry green light as he stared fixedly back and forth between Yu Linglong and Duguling. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. They are his, is all his. After all, he had a mighty master backing him, the one chosen by heaven of the Panlong continent. Yu Linglong and Duguling looked at this young sect master they had never seen before, and deep disgust welled up in both of their eyes at the same time. Su Zhao's expression was rather strange. It had been a long time since he had seen such a blithering idiot. Child of Fortune detected Xiao's source of fortune, the soul of an integration stage cultivator contained within his body. Quest issued: slay the Child of Fortune Xiao. Quest reward: upgrade the 10,000-fold return system's item vault, raising the quality cap of returned items. Another quest. Hearing the system's voice, Su Xiao was secretly startled. This time, it wasn't simply a bonus critical reward, but a direct upgrade of the item vault. Now he had a feeling that what the system returned had an upper limit. 4 pill-type items, the highest was the Heaven Earth Divine Pill. For magical devices, the highest was a Dharma Treasure. If it went up another level, wouldn't what it returned be heaven-defying? Awesome. This poser King Xiao had already rubbed him the wrong way. Now the system had issued another quest, and for a special Child of Fortune at that. Practically a super experience pack. But then again, the soul of an integration stage old monster hidden within the other party was no small challenge. The integration stage was the realm after void refinement. Even Su Xiao did not know much about it. It was rather mysterious. But one thing was certain: reaching integration meant one already stood at the pinnacle of the Panlong continent. Still, he was not worried. The other party was merely an integration stage soul, so its strength was surely incomplete. If it really came to a fight, it would probably not be as formidable as a full-fledged void refinement cultivator. No rush. With the system around, he would slowly take care of this poser king. Junior sister, when did this new sect master of the GD Demon Sect take office? How is it that I never heard of it? Having made up his mind to take the poser king's life, Su Xiao began to probe. Duguling's phoenix eyes flickered. She cast a disgusted glance at Xiao and said softly, it only happened recently. This Xiao stood out in the GD Demon Sect's grand competition, defeating a spirit transformation cultivator with nascent soul cultivation and shocking the entire GD Demon Sect. He was singled out by the sect's supreme elder and accepted as his last direct disciple. In the decades that followed, Xiao relied on his extraordinary talent to cultivate to the 9th level of spirit transformation and smoothly take over the position of sect master of the GD Demon Sect. By now, Xiao is only around 400 years old. His breakthrough to void refinement is all but certain. Moreover, because of Xiao's vigorous rise, the GD Demon Sect has quietly become the foremost of the 5 great demon sects. Su Xiao nodded slowly. This was a textbook protagonist template. With an integration stage soul hidden in his body, no wonder he could cultivate so fast and grow so strong. After saying that, Dugu Ling did not want to mention this lecherous, pretentious Xiao Mu again. Although he was young, strong, and gifted, the way he looked at her with those sleazy eyes made her feel nauseated. She did not even want to look at him again. Yu Linglong felt the same. Xiao Mu had initially seemed to be a young genius with a dense aura of fortune and a meteoric rise. He was exactly the kind of man her Hahuan sect favored. But his every move reeked of pretension, and his lecherous, frivolous gaze made her realize for the first time that a man could be disgustingly vile to this extent. Moreover, after witnessing the boundless, majestic fortune that surrounded Su Xiao, Xiao Mu was instantly reduced to dust by comparison. The handsome older man suits me better. Sensing the endless fortune around Su Xiao and his unique aura, Yu Linglong's seductive eyes brimmed with affection. After Xiao Mu finished showing off, no one could be bothered to say much. They simply regarded him as a joke. When the meeting began, Mo Jitian of the Patian demon sect pointed directly at Su Xiao's nose and cursed wildly. Old dog, murderous maniac, keeper of female sect disciples, as mistress's dirty old lecher. He slapped one label after another on his Su Xiao. His investigation of Su Xiao was even more detailed than what the Piaomiao sect disciples knew. Scandal after scandal came out, and he even said the names Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. Mo Jitian said angrily to Dugu Ling, "This old dog, Su, has done far more disgusting things than that. A man so lost to conscience, so vicious and cruel, a lecherous fiend. His existence is the greatest shame of the human race. If there is no accounting for this today, the thousands of lives of the Xuanma sect will not stand for it, and my Patian demon sect will not stand for it either." After Mo Jitian sat down, the people of the four righteous sects frowned slightly. If this had been based on Su Xiao's past conduct, they would certainly have argued with him on principle. But now rumors about Su Xiao had spread like wildfire across the entire Panlong continent. Mo Jitian was not wrong. Su Xiao really was the murderer who had wiped out the entire Xuanma sect over an outer sect female disciple. He had not been like this before. Why was he starting to cause trouble at the approach of old age? The three eminent monks began to lecture solemnly, going from tens of thousands of years ago all the way to the present. They blathered on about how the human race had not come so far so easily, and how everyone must unite. A long-winded brainwashing session. Bald donkey, stop nagging. If I don't let my Patian demon sect vent this anger today, none of the 5 demonic sects will stand for it. Mo Jitian remained unmoved and shot back. Dugu Ling saw that the demon sects truly did not intend to let this matter end peacefully this time, and she roughly knew that the flowing light thousand illusion fan could no longer be kept. So she said coldly, "My senior brother failed his tribulation and has little lifespan left. Mo Jitian, since you have said so much, just tell us directly what you want to do. If you want my senior brother's life, you will have to step over my corpse to take it." At these words, several people of the Patian demon sect snorted coldly. Mo Jitian said slowly, "Dugu Ling, I know your feelings for that old dog Su run deep. You would sooner let him die of old age than have him killed. Rest assured, I won't make it hard for you. How about this? That old dog Su thinks he is quite capable, doesn't he? And he even likes destroying sects. I want a one-on-one duel with him. As long as he can last one stick of incense against me, this matter will be settled. How about it?" Demanding Su Xiao's life outright meant an open rupture with the righteous path. Too risky. Directly asking for benefits would also be awkward to bring up. He could not swallow his pride. The optimal strategy was to stage a splendid duel, forcing the other side to voluntarily offer benefits and concede. Anger aside, squeezing enough benefits from the Piaomiao sect was the most important thing now. When Mo Jitian made this request, everyone present understood the implication. The 3 old monks of Wanfo Temple breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the crisis had been averted. Su Xiao nodded with satisfaction. Wasn't this rival of fortune delivering himself right into his hands? He still had 4 sovereign 9th-level talismans in his possession, along with 2 magic treasures as a fallback. If Mo Jitian came now, he would only be walking to his death. Dugu Ling let out a light laugh and narrowed her eyes. Mo Jitian, my senior brother, failed his tribulation and is merely at the foundation establishment stage. Challenging a core formation 9th-level cultivator like yourself to a duel. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed? How about this? I will fight in my senior brother's place. If you can survive 1 incense stick of time against me, then my senior brother's life shall be forfeited to atone to your sect. What do you say?" Su Xiao nearly lost his balance and tumbled to the ground when he heard that. His junior sister truly cared for him. No. This is a grudge between me, Patian demon sect, and old dog Su. I must settle it with him personally. Mo Jitian was not foolish. He only wanted benefits, not a real fight. Old dog Su was on the verge of death anyway. His life was worth nothing. Dugu Ling had anticipated he would say exactly that. She was prepared to compromise, planning to use the glimmering Thousand Illusions fan as a bargaining chip to silence the demonic cultivators. Just when everyone thought this 9-sect conference would come to a perfect close, and they had once again gloriously safeguarded the peace of the human race, a voice burning with righteous indignation suddenly leaped out a step ahead of Xiao. I disagree. Xiao rose to his feet holding a folding fan that was a magic treasure, fanning himself amidst the icy snow as he smiled. Mo, Jitian, aren't you going too far? Elder Xiao of the Misty Cloud sect failed. His thunder tribulation is advanced in years and has few years left. Such a pitiful, lonely, defenseless old man. How can you bear to harm him? Then he turned and cast a charming, almost wicked smile toward Dugu Ling. Rest assured, Sect Master Dugu. With me Xiao here, no one will harm your solitary senior brother. He had originally intended to follow the demonic sect's plan, but upon seeing Dugu Ling, he changed his mind. This was a golden opportunity to forge a bond with her. Only a supreme female cultivator like Dugu Ling was worthy of being the Tao companion of him, the child of destiny. One of them at least. Xiao unexpected move left the other 4 demonic sects dumbfounded, and Mo Jitian stared at him with shock and suspicion. What the hell was this brat up to? The 4 righteous sects all looked at Xiao with utter astonishment. Was this new sect master of the Extreme Land Demon sect really that bizarre? They were all old monsters who had lived for thousands of years, and instantly saw that this young man had taken a fancy to Dugu Ling. Xiao, what are you doing? If you don't know how to speak, then let your sect seniors come. Stop shaming our demonic sects out here. Mo Jitian gnashed his teeth in fury. The Misty Cloud sect was already about to hand over treasures, yet this brat had stabbed them in the back. And now he was even speaking up for the righteous sects. Were the people of the Extreme Land Demon sect blind to choose such a lecherous fool as their sect master? Mo Jitian. Do not show disrespect to the sect master of our Extreme Land Demon sect. 3 black-robed elders of the Extreme Land Demon sect instantly shielded Xiao glaring coldly at Patian Demon sect as they unleashed the full might of their nascent soul 9th-level auras. These were the 3 strongest inter-sect elders of the Extreme Land Demon sect, never leaving Xiao's side. Their purpose was to guarantee the absolute safety of their supreme genius. Xiao waved his fan, signaling the 3 elders to withdraw. Then he stepped forward and said calmly to Mo Jitian with a smile, Sect Master, Mo need not be angry. Old Su's life isn't worth much. If Sect Master Mo will do my Extreme Land Demon sect a favor and cease troubling Sect Master Dugu, I on behalf of the Extreme Land Demon sect will offer 2,000 high-grade spirit stones to atone to your Patian Demon sect. Boom. Xiao's words were like a thunderbolt that stunned everyone present. The Extreme Land Demon sect was paying to smooth things over for the Misty Cloud sect. And 2,000 high-grade spirit stones at that. This Xiao must be utterly mad over chasing a woman. The 3 elders of the Misty Cloud sect were dumbfounded. Their sect master's charm was too overwhelming. She had completely addled the young man's mind. Dugu Ling looked at Xiao with disgust and fell silent. Although she desperately wanted to refuse his help, who could really turn down spirit stones and magic treasures? Even though accepting this money made her feel sick and revolted, it was still money after all. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Xiao. He even swallowed quietly. The psychological threshold for Patian Demon sect had merely been 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet the other party had offered double. That bastard really was loaded with spirit stones. Naturally, I mean it. Xiao basked in the awe and shock of the surrounding gazes, his body and soul brimming with pleasure. He felt as if he were floating on cloud 9. This was essential to becoming the ultimate show-off. He loved being this flashy, this eye-catching. Then he turned his gaze to Dugu Ling's exquisite figure, his eyes burning with desire. I share a deep affinity with Sect Master Dugu. A mere 2,000 spirit stones is nothing. Sect Master Dugu, the righteous and demonic paths are branches of the same tree. Let us not damage our harmony over such a trivial matter, Dugu Ling could not bear to even look at him anymore. He was simply too sleazy. Mo Jitian was in a fine mood, having pocketed double the amount. Old dog Su, if you're about to die, stop wandering around. Just stay home and dote on your little mistress. Don't come out to wreak havoc on people anymore. Dying peacefully in your bed would be the greatest contribution you could make to the human race, With that, he sat down in high spirits. Xiao shot an extremely lecherous glance at Dugu Ling and returned to his seat. Both the righteous and demonic cultivators were still scratching their heads in bewilderment. This Xiao had actually forked over 2,000 spirit stones just to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Truly the undisputed king of posturing. Still, jokes aside, the matter had been resolved. The people of Wanfo Temple and Daotian sect finally let out the breath they had been holding. At least a great war between the righteous and demonic paths had been avoided. Just as the old monk of Wanfo Temple was about to deliver an inspiring closing speech, Su Xiao sneered and stood up. Everyone, I the Misty Cloud sect do not accept the Extreme Land Demon sect's spirit stones. His aged voice pierced through the entire assembly, once again shocking the cultivators of all 9 sects. Beside him, Dugu Ling and the 3 elders Zhu Lu, and when stared at the rising Su Xiao, disbelief written across their faces. Elder Su was refusing it. The sect master hadn't even said anything yet. They were just about to obtain a supreme-grade magic treasure for free. The righteous sects felt their hearts clench again. What was Su Xiao up to? Could he stop causing trouble? A dying old man at the foundation establishment stage had already stirred up such a mess, and now that someone was willing to help him out, he was still refusing. The attention of everyone present was captured by this elderly man with an otherworldly, dignified aura. The cultivators from Paitian Mo Zone kept swallowing nervously, worried the old codger might stir up more trouble. For their Paitian Mo Zone, this situation was actually a tremendous profit. Dugu Ling furrowed her delicate brow and whispered softly, "Senior brother, perhaps you should not speak further. Moreover, the Liuguang Thousand Illusions fan must be protected at all costs." A handsome smile played across Su Xiao's aged face. "No need to worry, junior sister. Just watch. Your senior brother will handle everything. I certainly won't let you spend a single spirit stone." What a joke. Mog Tian had been assigned a critical strike mission by the system worth 10,000 times the reward. What a perfect opportunity to teach this opponent a lesson, yet Xiao Mu dared to show off in his presence. The audacity of this little show-off is truly laughable. Faced with the shocked and anxious gazes of the crowd, Su Xiao launched into a verbal assault against Mog Tian. Mog Tian, this old Taoist has endured your provocations for far too long. You insufferable fool. How satisfying it must have been shouting old cur at me. Do you truly wish to engage me in single combat? Very well, I shall grant your wish. A duel it shall be, and not some petty squabble, but a fight to the death. With that he cast a cold, triumphant glance towards Xiao Mu in the distance. Xiao Mu, you're merely a child, meddling in the affairs of your elders. Perhaps you should go grow some hair first. 2,000 spirit stones are but a trifle to our Piamiao sect. No need for GDMO Zone to contribute. Mog Tian wishes for a duel. Then so shall this old man. Hiss. Every cultivator present, regardless of whether they walked the righteous or demonic path, was so utterly shocked by Su Xiao's words that they froze on the spot. Even the eminent monks from the 10,000 Buddha temple could not help but study this peculiar old man repeatedly. Could Su Xiao be suffering from dementia? Dao Yi from Dao Tian Gate continuously calculated with his fingers, attempting to discern Su Xiao's true intentions. Gazing at Su Xiao, who stood bathed in the attention of countless eyes, Yu Linglong's eyes shimmered with admiration. How handsome! Elder Su was becoming more and more impressive with each passing moment. She had always known that someone with such exceptional fortune could never remain in the shadows forever. If the other party could annihilate the Xuanma sect, they must possess considerable means. The elders from Shishuamo Zong, Tian Shi Zong, and Wandu Zong all wore expressions of worry. The entire conflict had originated from this old man. If he were accidentally slain by Mog Tian, the Piamiao sect might launch a war. The most astonished parties present were none other than GDMO Zong, Patian Mo Zong, and the Piamiao sect. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered by Su Xiao's intentions. If they truly fought, Elder Su would certainly be annihilated in an instant. Mog Tian gazed at this imposing, fearless elder so startled that for a moment he forgot how to respond. How was this old codger not following the usual playbook? A fight to the death. Has the old fool completely lost his mind? The one feeling the most furious right now was not Mog Tian, but rather Xiao Mu, who had initially stepped forward to mediate. Staring at Su Xiao, who commanded the entire assembly's attention and radiated confidence, he could no longer control the rage burning within. His entire face flushed crimson with fury. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you disregard this genius's magnanimous intentions? Had everything concluded here, he would have been the most brilliant figure today, successfully making his debut as the new sect master. But now all attention had been stolen by that old man. He, the sect master of GDMO Zone, had suddenly transformed from protagonist to bystander, from hero to fool. This was utterly unacceptable. Thus, Su Xiao's status shifted from a pitiful, lonely elder to his primary adversary, daring to steal Xiao Mu's limelight. This is sheer madness. Idiot. Calm down. Just as Xiao Mu's rage reached its peak, a voice echoed once more from the depths of his spiritual sea. Master, Xiao Mu immediately suppressed his fury. That old man is completely insufferable. Do you even know how many spirit stones you possess? Keep your mouth shut and watch them squabble. This master was about to curse you earlier. What a fool. Stay put. Only then did Xiao Mu reluctantly respond, yes. Master. Yet he continued to gaze at Su Xiao with simmering hatred in his eyes. The previous sensation of being the center of attention had vanished without a trace. What remained was only boundless frustration, transforming from protagonist to bystander. For a showman like him, this was more agonizing than death itself. Su Xiao, this sect master shall witness how you meet your end. How dare you spurn this sect master's gracious intentions? Seek death. Having always enjoyed smooth sailing and widespread adoration, Xiao Mu at this moment found watching Su Xiao bask in the spotlight more nauseating than swallowing a fly. Mo Tian snapped back to his senses and rose, eyeing Su Xiao with a peculiar expression. Su Xiao, you truly wish to duel me. Have you considered this carefully? He was reluctant to part with those 2,000 superior spirit stones from GDMO zone. Now he seemed to understand the Piaomiao sect's intentions. Could they be deliberately sacrificing Su Xiao to avoid compensating his sect? Highly likely. Word had it the old man had less than a year to live. Whether he died sooner or later meant nothing to the Piaomiao sect. Damn it. Others from GDMO zone had intervened on their behalf, yet they still employed such tactics. What a bunch of fools. What is there to consider? Su Xiao spoke aggressively. Today either you die or I perish. Every person present serves as witness. Should I fall by your hand, the Piaomiao sect shall seek absolutely no vengeance. The faces of the Patian Mo zone cultivators darkened. They had guessed correctly. The old man had come to meet his end. The Piaomiao sect was truly ruthless. Mo Tian glanced at Du Ling, who swallowed hard and chose to silently acquiesce. Su Xiao had hinted to her earlier. Though she did not know where her senior brother derived his confidence, she chose to trust him. Su Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider. Mo Tian's tone had softened. He felt genuinely conflicted. Killing Su Xiao would yield absolutely no benefits and would secretly antagonize a formidable enemy like the Piaomiao sect. He did not want this either. Mo Tian, could you be afraid of me killing you? Su Xiao sneered. You insufferable fool. So vocal with your mouth, yet cowardly when it comes to actual combat. Are all members of your Patian Mo zone such weaklings? He cursed without reservation, utterly unrestrained. The onlookers shook their heads upon hearing this, feeling sympathetic concern for Patian Mo zone. The bold fear the reckless fear those unafraid of death. Rumor had it Su Xiao had less than a year to live. He had already lived his fill. Now he could truly act without any fear. Mo Tian had finally kicked against the pricks. Just as Mo Tian wavered, and the crowd watched with keen interest, Xiao Mu's showman nature flared up, and he could not resist stepping forward once more. Mo Tian, since Su Xiao has accepted your challenge, I believe you should engage in combat with him. Whoever survives until the end, these 2,000 spirit stones shall belong to them. With these words, he retrieved a storage bag from his chest and cast it into the midst of the crowd. With an extremely malicious grin directed at Su Xiao, he savored the regained center of attention. Old curse Su Xiao, go die for me. This genius shall reign supreme as the most outstanding talent in the Panlong continent. Xiao Mu's storage pouch dropped to the ground, and everyone turned to stare at him in unison. 2,000 spirit stones just abandoned like that. A pair of eyes brimmed with sheer disbelief. Wasn't this new sect master of the Polar Demon sect out for old Su Xiao's life? Adding fuel to the fire, he was simply asking for greater chaos. Excellent. Sect Master Xiao truly lives up to being the once-in-10,000 years genius of our demonic sects. What generosity! On the side of the heaven-reaving demon sect, Mo Tian's eyes gleamed as he fixed them on the storage pouch ahead. Killing that old man Su Xiao had held little profit, so he had barely bothered to act. But now Xiao Mu had been rebuffed by that old dog Su and had thrown down 2,000 top-grade spirit stones to claim the old wretch's life. For the sake of sheer face, trading 2,000 spirit stones for Su the old dog's life. Mo Tian would gladly crown Xiao Mu the king of swagger. Su Xiao, you old dog. Who dares say our heaven-reaving demon sect is cowardly? Our heaven-reaving demon sect has stood for over 10,000 years, slaying countless ignorant cultivators like you. You want a battle to the death? Then so be it. If you have the skill to kill me, our heaven-reaving demon sect will never hold your Misty Cloud sect accountable. Mo Tian's expression jolted, then he clasped his hands behind his back, returning to his former arrogant and untamed bearing. Good. This is how a demon sect should conduct itself. Su Xiao's aged eyes also flickered with a faint light. In that case, I ask all those present to bear witness for me and Mo Tian. My battle with Mo Tian shall be one of life and death. Regardless of who survives in the end, this matter will be completely settled. In his heart he too was stirred with excitement. That swaggering King Xiao had actually taken the initiative to gift him spirit stones, 2,000 top-grade spirit stones at that. Could this be considered bonus reward for completing the mission? Use them. Those nascent soul 9th level talismans. Use them ruthlessly and blast that filth-mouthed Mogtian to death. The surrounding disciples of the 9 sects were still dazed. What just happened? How had matters spiraled to this point? Yet despite their astonishment, cultivators from both the righteous and demonic paths nodded in unison, agreeing to serve as witnesses for the duel. After all, once that old fellow Su Xiao died, this affair would be completely over. An elder with his lifespan nearing its end was like a ticking time bomb, filling them with unease. Yu Linglong propped her chin on her fair slender arm, gazing at Su Xiao with tender affection. She was curious. What exceptional qualities did this old man, with such overwhelming fortune, truly possess? 3 elders. If my senior brother finds himself outmatched later, act immediately to save him. Use the flowing light 1000 illusion fan to ransom his life. Du Guling frowned delicately and arranged in private. My senior brother has taken the lifespan elixir and has 50 years yet to live. He must not meet an untimely death outside the sect under any circumstances. All his life her senior brother had treated her so well, yet she was unable to repay him. She was deeply remorseful and had to grant him a complete and peaceful twilight. Rest assured, sect master. The 3 elders nodded solemnly. Even without the sect master's order they would have acted. After all, although Elder Su's reputation had suffered of late, he shared deep bonds with them, and they could not stand by and watch him be beaten to death. If anyone stirs up further strife, our 10,000 Buddhist temple shall have no choice but to subdue them with Vajra fury. The old monks too had grown uneasy from the absurdity unfolding before their eyes. No more pretenses, no more games. Whoever caused trouble next would be dealt with accordingly. Both benefactors, please proceed. As Liao Chen finished speaking, Mogtian and Su Xiao stepped onto their flying swords and shot toward the summit of a distant snowy peak. The representatives from the various nations of Tianjiang Mountain outside saw the 2 hostile figures fly out of the meeting and were struck with thunderous shock. Why had a duel suddenly broken out? Could it be that the 9 sects conference had collapsed? They were almost all the most powerful cultivators of their respective nations, and nascent soul cultivators were far from rare. One look at the spiritual energy and killing intent radiating from those 2 men revealed that this was no simple matter. This was a duel to the death. Mogtian, sect master of the heaven-reaving demon sect, a nascent soul 9th level powerhouse. Su Xiao, inner sect elder of the misty cloud sect, was also a figure renowned of late. But wait, wasn't he only at the core formation stage? Their expressions were priceless. A dying core formation old man challenging Mogtian. Good heavens. They understood now. This was a deliberate suicide to atone for some offense. Everyone watched the lopsided duel unfold. Most silently speculated how many strikes it would take Mogtian to obliterate Su Xiao. Xiao Mu remained seated, gazing at the 2 atop the peak, already imagining how stylishly he would present the spirit stones to Mogtian later. 2,000 spirit stones to make a thunderous debut as the new sect master and spread his fame across the Panlong continent. The mere thought thrilled him. How exhilarating. As for his beloved Du Guling, she might grieve for a while over her dead senior brother, but there was no rush. Once he reached the void refinement stage and stood above the world, he would slowly win her heart. His gaze had already begun drifting toward his beloved Yu Linglong. A man of destiny like him. Wouldn't those beauties of the Joyous Union sect be throwing themselves at him? Huh. So you old dog, take this. If you can withstand even one move of my Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade, I'll admit you're something. 18 top-grade Dharma blades wreathed in thick black chi materialized around Mogtian. In the next instant, under his control, they all shot towards Su Xiao. Mid-flight, they merged into a supreme-grade Dharma blade, the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade. The colossal black sword, wrapped in boundless resentment and baleful aura, vaped the snow from the surrounding mountains. Its speed and ferocity were actually 3 parts stronger than when the Misty Cloud sect had fought Du Guling earlier. He intended to slay Su Xiao in a single strike, leaving no chance to turn the tables. This old man had wiped out the Mystic Demon sect, so he was certainly no ordinary core formation cultivator. Mogtian would grant him not the slightest opening to recover. Huh. So you old dog, die peacefully now. There shall be no pain. Mogtian laughed wildly. In the distance, Du Guling and the 3 elders had made ready to save him, silently circulating their spiritual power. Boom. At that critical moment, Su Xiao moved. With a single gesture, an iron mountain materialized before him and swiftly swelled. It finally became a colossal iron mountain, 30 zhang high and 20 zhang wide. The moment it appeared, it was like a divine relic descending from the heavens, radiating unstoppable might. This was Su Xiao's treasure, the momentary 5 Extremes Mountain. The incoming Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade, though 3 zhang long, seemed like an infant before this iron mountain, tiny and utterly feeble. A thunderous crash resounded. The Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade slammed directly into the enormous iron mountain. Like the most indestructible city wall in the world, the mountain did not budge in the slightest against the supreme-grade Dharma weapon's fierce attack. Not even a single shard of iron was shaved off. What's going on? What in the world is this thing, eh? Mo Jitian was stunned. The members of the 9 sects were stunned. Even the representatives from the distant nations of Tianjiang Mountain were shocked. How had Su Xiao, a core formation cultivator, so effortlessly blocked Mo Jitian's heaven-shaking blow? Crack! At the point where the tip of the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade touched the momentary 5 Extremes Mountain, fissures began to appear. Finally, with a bang, the entire Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade was shattered by the indestructible divine stone of the momentary 5 Extremes Mountain, falling to the ground as scraps of waste iron. What the hell? This incredible sight left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. You, Su, you old bastard. I'll curse your ancestors. Mo Jitian's heart was bleeding. A loss. A complete loss. An offensive supreme-grade Dharma weapon like the Black Fiend's soul-chasing blade couldn't be bought even for 3,000 top-grade spirit stones. At that very moment, Su Xiao swiftly withdrew the momentary 5 Extremes Mountain. Immediately after, 2 nascent soul 9th-level talismans dissolved within his hands. Rumble. In an instant, dark clouds gathered densely across the sky. Countless thunderbolts crackled and danced within them, and a massive purple firmament divine thunder had already locked onto Mo Jitian completely. Whoosh! At the same time, around Mo Jitian, boundless crimson and golden flames blazed forth from the void. Their searing temperature seemed to melt the very air, burning with world-destroying fury. These were nascent soul 9th-level talismans, the purple firmament thunder talisman and the crimson flame fire talisman. That is, a spirit transformation talisman. A 9th-level spirit transformation talisman at that. Watching the purple thunder amid the dark clouds and the crimson gold flames in the distant sky, the people at the 9 sect assembly erupted in chaos. So that's it. The doubts in their hearts were finally resolved. Old man Su Xiao had been hiding such a formidable spirit transformation talisman on him all along. No wonder he was so arrogant. Sensing its power, this was at least a top-grade talisman of the 9th level of spirit transformation. The spiritual energy secretly circulating through Dugu Ling and the elders Zhu Lu and Wen gradually slackened. Elder Su has not yet used up all his spirit transformation talismans. Dugu Ling had told them that Su Xiao came across the cave dwelling of a senior cultivator in the Shirwan Mountains and obtained some high-grade talismans. It was precisely with these spirit transformation talismans that he had easily annihilated the Xuanma sect disciples. He's doomed. That Mo Jitian is doomed. The 2 spirit transformation talismans Elder Su is using are terrifyingly powerful. The elders watched the distant raging flames and rolling thunder, and a trace of fear crept into their eyes. The spirit transformation might contained in Elder Su's 2 talismans far surpassed that of ordinary spirit transformation talismans. Xiao Mu's handsome face almost turned green with fury. Watching Su Xiao's talisman techniques unfold in the distance, his eyes were full of worry, shock, and resentment. Old dog Su, you still have hidden spirit transformation talismans. Damn it. Mo Jitian, if you dare to lose this, genius will never forgive you. Feeling the overwhelming spirit transformation might radiating from Su Xiao's talismans, Xiao Mu's heart sank to the very bottom at that moment. He had never seen such formidable spirit transformation talismans. Even he, a genius, would find it no easy task to deal with such powerful talismans. The expressions of the crowd from Tianjiang Mountain turned intriguing once again. Finally, they understood how Su Xiao, who had failed his tribulation and was on the verge of death from old age, had destroyed the Xuanma sect. So after all that, he was still hiding spirit transformation talismans. Boom. Under Su Xiao's perfect mastery of the Tao of Earth Fire, the overwhelming crimson and gold flames transformed into countless fire dragons that hurtled toward Mo Jitian. The latter's resolute face had long since turned liver purple in shock. He knew old dog Su must have some tricks, but he had never imagined talismans this powerful. Old dog Su, you cheated. Mo Jitian sent out every magic treasure from his storage pouch in defense. A gigantic black umbrella unfurled and flew into the air, locking onto the thunder tribulation that was about to descend. A golden jade robe draped over his body, radiating a warm white glow to fend off the fire dragons closing in from all directions. And a black shield floated around him, manifesting a dark light wall to leave nothing to chance. These were all his top-grade magic treasures. Though flustered, Mo Jitian had a plan in mind. As long as he could withstand the offensive of those two talismans, Xiao, once his talismans were exhausted, would still be an ordinary core formation old man. Killing him would then be effortless. As for the Black Fiend soul-chasing saber, he would definitely make the Piao sect compensate him afterward. They had to get him a new one. In a contest between cultivators, victory depended on both cultivation realm and magic treasures. Whoever wielded the stronger magic treasure held the greater chance of winning. Normally, he would have no fear of common spirit transformation talismans. His 3 top-grade magic treasures could easily block them. But those 2 offensive talismans of Old Dog Su were absurdly powerful, and he would have to defend with everything he had. As for the Iron Mountain that had shattered his supreme magic saber before, since it had appeared for only an instant, he had silently accepted it as a defensive talisman technique, the kind that vanished after a single use. Once your talismans are used up, I'll crush you piece by piece. You dead, old dog. With his defensive formation in place, the divine purple thunder in the sky suddenly came crashing down. The divine thunder, several times thicker than a water barrel, had already locked onto Mo. As soon as it appeared, it struck directly upon the black umbrella above him, which had expanded in the wind. Rumble. The black umbrella spun madly, conjuring waves of light, shields, and defense. But the instant a light shield appeared, it was shattered by the divine purple thunder. It shattered over a dozen light shields in a row without losing any momentum. Drawing closer and closer to the black umbrella, it threatened to break through at any moment. Down below, countless fire dragons controlled by Xiao lunged from all directions at the light wall conjured by the black shield. Sizzling sounds rose and fell in succession. Black smoke rose continuously from the scorched shields. Finally, with a bang, the light wall could no longer endure the burning of the crimson fire dragons and burst into a mass of fragments. No, my black light shield. Old dog Su, you will die a horrible death. Mo.'s heart overflowed with regret and fear. He regretted it. He should never have accepted Su Xiao's challenge. This old man was too treacherous. The fire dragons broke through the first layer of defense and flung themselves at Mo.'s body, continuing to burn outside his golden jade robe. Like maggots clinging to bone, they could not be extinguished and could hardly be resisted. Mo. could only use every bit of his spiritual power to sustain the golden jade robe temporarily, keeping those countless fire dragons at bay. Su Xiao stepped through the air on his sword, standing in the distant sky. The jade-white giant sword beneath his feet radiated a 7-colored glow, making him look like an immortal, ethereal, and detached from the mundane world. Cool. Spectacular. And after comprehending the Tao of Earth Fire, his control over the Crimson Flame Talisman was effortless. With the divine purple thunder above, he felt that perhaps he could take the bastard's dog life with just 2 talismans. Boom. The divine purple thunder broke through another light shield. The black umbrella magic treasure could no longer withstand the supreme divine thunder's assault and split apart with a tearing sound. The thunder poured down in a torrent, striking Mo. in an instant and erupting with a heaven-shaking boom. Dark clouds and thunder churned in the sky, venting their energy to the extreme. Only after 10 full breaths did the divine purple thunder gradually disperse, revealing a charred black figure within. The Crimson Flame Talisman's power was likewise spent, having burned away the black shield and the golden jade robe completely. Ha ha. Old man Su, you've run out of talismans. I'm still alive. Next, it's time for you to die. Mo. relying on 3 top-grade magic treasures and over a dozen mid and low-grade magic treasures. At last he had survived the ferocious thunder and flames. Now, even though only 1/10 of his spiritual power remained, dealing with an old man at the core formation stage was more than enough. Kill you. The Piao sect will compensate me for all my losses. Go and die. Activating all the spiritual power in his body, Mo. cast his divine ability, conjuring a demonic phantom around himself. The phantom held a long saber and wrapped around Mo.'s body, charging straight at Su Xiao. This was his final blow. Even a spirit transformation cultivator would find it difficult to block, let alone some mere core formation old man. Old dog Su, you deserve 10,000 deaths. You're too damn sly. Mo. trembled inwardly with lingering fear. A moment ago he had nearly been turned over by Su Xiao. Too close. That old wretch should be cut into 10,000 pieces. Seeing this, Su Xiao smiled faintly and leisurely took out another talisman from his spatial warehouse. Sect Master Mo, this old man thinks you'd better go peacefully. Who told you I had no more talismans? Ha ha. The Crimson Flame Talisman in his hand evaporated in an instant. With a whoosh, countless crimson and gold flames appeared around Mo.'s phantom once more. Boom. Under Su Xiao's control, the flames transformed into countless fire dragons and surged toward Mo. in a blur. What the hell? Mo. inside the demonic phantom was stunned, completely senseless. His resolute face turned deathly pale without a single trace of blood. At the Nine Sects conference, the representatives of Tianjiang Mountain all stood straight, staring intently at Mo who was shrouded by endless fire dragons. That old man still has fire talismans. Their faces were filled with deep shock as they stared in disbelief at the scene before them. A talisman of such power at the 9th level of the spirit transformation stage. Even a void refinement cultivator would hardly be able to craft one so easily, would they? Old Man Su is still not done using them. Damn, Mo is in trouble. Countless fire dragons with devastating force incinerated that demonic phantom of Mo into nothingness. Then the flames began to cling to Mo burning wildly across his flesh. Su, you old cur. Stop it now. Damn it, this is cheating. He screamed repeatedly as the flames seared him. His spiritual energy was depleted, and he no longer had the strength to fight Su Xiao. This 9th level spirit transformation crimson flame fire talisman had become his death warrant. Su Xiao stroked his goatee and laughed. Mo this old man advises you to go to your grave peacefully, haha. One who speaks with filth in his mouth won't live long. Remember to be more careful in your next life. With a single wave of his hand. Rumble. Crimson and yellow flames blazed fiercely. Mo stripped of the protection of spiritual power and artifacts, was instantly reduced to a charred corpse. In his final moments, he was filled with fury and regret. He actually died in front of an old man who was on the verge of dying of old age. What a loss. I refuse to accept this. His soul was utterly destroyed. As the power of the crimson flame fire talisman gradually dissipated, a charred black figure fell with a thud into the snow. Su Xiao flew forward on his sword and picked up the storage pouch that was still relatively intact on the corpse. With so many eyes watching, he naturally couldn't loot the body. He would have to return it to the 2 elders of the Petion demon sect later. Even though he had killed the sect master, taking away the storage pouch was something Su Xiao could not bring himself to do. At least not in front of so many people. There was no way he could do that. The people at the 9 Sects conference in the distance were completely dumbfounded, stunned in place by the unbelievable scene. Mo just like that, he was dead. He didn't even last 2 moves. The representatives from all nations at Tianjiang Mountain also looked at Su Xiao in a daze. Where did this old man get so many top-tier spirit transformation talismans? Even though the victory was achieved with talismans, he had still killed Mo. Seizing the moment while everyone was stunned, she made a single gesture and quickly drew the storage pouch containing 2,000 high-grade spirit stones into her hand. This was Senior Brother's victory prize, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Another huge windfall. She wanted to keep it safe for Senior Brother before that disgusting Xiao Mu could go back on his word. The 3 elders Zhu Lu and Wen were completely overwhelmed by Su Xiao's formidable strength. They stared at Su Xiao with wide eyes. A top-tier, 9th level spirit transformation talisman. Elder Su, what incredible luck. He could even pick up such a divine artifact by chance. Su Xiao descended on his jade-white flying sword, landed, and threw the charred storage pouch of Mo to the 2 petrified elders of the Petion demon sect. This is Mo storage pouch. You 2 elders, a bet is a bet. Since I won, the Petion demon sect should stop stirring up trouble from now on. Su Xiao looked around at everyone still immersed in shock, and said with a smile, I killed Mo by sheer luck. Since you all sect masters and elders have witnessed this, please keep an eye on the Petion demon sect, and make sure they don't cause trouble for my Piamiao sect. After he finished, the 2 elders of the Petion demon sect snapped out of their shock. Staring at the charred black storage pouch in their hands, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. They gulped, glancing around at the crowd that was too stunned to speak. Clenching their teeth, they exchanged a look, then summoned their flying swords and shot straight back toward the Petion demon sect. They said nothing and made no move. In fact, they hadn't even had time to save Mo. The battle ended so quickly that they never imagined their sect master Mo would die at Su Xiao's hands this fast. They had to return to the sect at once to inform the Supreme Elder. A great calamity had befallen the Petion demon sect. The remaining people gradually snapped out of their shock one after another. Their eyes filled with terror were fixed on Su Xiao, and for a long while they could not utter a word. Although Mo strength was not top tier among 9th level spirit transformation cultivators, he was unquestionably a fearsome powerhouse. Facing Su Xiao's talismans, he couldn't even hold out for 2 exchanges before dying. This old man Su is truly terrifying. Yu Linglong was shocked, her pretty face flushing slightly. The amazement in her eyes gradually turned into intense delight. Gazing at Su Xiao, her delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes shimmering with radiant brilliance. Meanwhile, that poser Xiao Mu stared at Su Xiao in total bewilderment, collapsing limply into his seat. Mo is dead. That old dog Su actually defeated the 9th level spirit transformation sect master of the Petion demon sect. At this moment, he felt all the strength drain from his body. The intense rage and resentment in his heart completely consumed his mind. Then he saw that his storage pouch with 2,000 high-grade spirit stones was already clutched in Dugu Ling's hand. No, Su, you old dog. I am the protagonist. Seeing that the crowd's astonished expressions lingered, Su Xiao waved his hand and said with a smile, "Everyone, I was merely fortunate enough to obtain a few top-tier 9th-level spirit transformation talismans, and I relied on that trickery to defeat Emojitian. There is no need for astonishment. These talismans are a depleting resource. Now almost all of them are used up. In the future, I must rely on all of you as witnesses. Emojitian's death must not bring trouble to our Piao sect." Su Xiao's words reached the ears of everyone present, gradually drawing them out of their shock. Strange expressions appeared on their faces. Almost all used up. Doesn't that mean they are not completely used up yet? The sect masters and elders of Dao Tian sect, Wanfo Temple Tian Shi sect, Shi Shui Demon sect, and Wandu sect all wore bizarre expressions. Even they would find it hard to withstand those spirit transformation talismans in old man Su's hands. And this opponent was an old man on the verge of death with less than a year to live. With such great killing weapons in hand, he could do whatever the hell he pleased now. Huh, Elder Su, you are too modest. Our Dao Tian sect has been on cordial terms with your Piao sect for tens of thousands of years. The two sects share the same spirit and are as one. Serving as a witness is a trivial matter. In the future, I Dao Yi shall ask for Elder Su's generous care. Many thanks. Dao Yi Jinren, the sect master of Dao Tian sect, stepped forward and greeted Su Xiao with great enthusiasm, trying to establish a closer connection. The warmth on his face was as if Su Xiao were his long-lost blood brother. Amitba, benefactor Su, you flatter us. Our Wanfo Temple has always maintained a close friendship with Piao sect. As long as Wanfo Temple exists, the Patian Demon sect will never dare to trouble Piao sect over this matter. Liaochen, accompanied by two eminent monks, stepped forward and showed Su Xiao great respect. Elder Su, 7,000 years ago the righteous and demonic paths reached an agreement. Both belong to the human race and should unite in harmony, not engage in slaughter. If the Patian Demon sect dares to cause trouble for your Piao sect, my Shi Shui Demon sect will be the first to object. And my Tian Shi sect as well. Rest assured, Elder Su, I'll send people to keep watch over the Patian Demon sect upon my return. My Wandu sect as well. Elder Su, the righteous and demonic paths share the same bond. You can rest absolutely assured that we won't let the Patian Demon sect undermine human unity. One after another, all the sect masters and elders stepped forward to eagerly befriend Su Xiao, completely disregarding the differences in cultivation level and age. After all, no one knew how many more of those spirit transformation talismans the man still had in his possession. Moreover, he was an old man about to die of old age. Such a person, wielding overwhelming weapons with only days to live, was simply the most dreadful time bomb on Panlong continent. They absolutely must not make an enemy of him. This man now had no scruples and no fears. Su Xiao had truly become a fearsome old monster. Xiao Mu slumped in his seat, watching Su Xiao, who was surrounded by the crowd and the object of everyone's attention. His entire face twisted with rage. Su Xiao, an old man about to die of old age. Why could he steal his limelight? No, this isn't real. His twisted face was filled with hatred and unwillingness. In his heart, he could not accept the fact that he had been utterly reduced to a bystander. Idiot. Calm yourself. Even a dying old man can make you this agitated. How can you hope to rule over all under heaven in the future? How did I end up choosing such a stupid piece of trash as my disciple? The furious voice from the depths of his soul surged again, filled with both regret and helplessness. If he hadn't been desperately seeking a sea of consciousness to shelter and nurture his spiritual sense, how would he have ever chosen this worthless fool as his disciple? What an incredible display of stupidity. Master, I know I was wrong. Xiao Mu watched Su Xiao being celebrated like a star, his face flushing an ugly shade of dark red. The discomfort and anguish churning within him felt like a turbulent sea rising against him. Since encountering his master, he had never experienced such utter disregard. At the Polar Demon sect, he had always been the focal point of everyone's attention, a peerless genius. Su Laogo, stealing my spotlight. We are enemies forevermore. For someone like a king of pretense, being unable to steal the show is already unbearable. But worse still, not only did he fail to command attention, someone else seized it right from under him, and it was an old man on his deathbed. He was so furious he felt like spitting blood. It's fine, endure it. With me here you'll eventually become the ruler of Panlong continent. The voice from deep within the sea of consciousness spoke. That old man likely still possesses those top-tier spirit transformation talismans. Do not make an enemy of him. Remember, you must exercise patience now. Reach the void refining stage first. Xiao Mu's mental state was on the verge of collapsing. Suppressing the discomfort and anger churning within, he gritted his teeth and said yes. Master, I understand. Though he knew the old Su wouldn't have long left, he simply couldn't shake the resentment. He desperately wanted to strike now to flatten that old man under his heel. Meanwhile, Duguling, draped in a blue-green dress, moved with noble grace towards Su Xiao. Senior brother, these spirit stones you won. Please be sure to keep them safe. Before everyone's eyes, Duguling took Su Xiao's palm and placed the storage pouch into it. Her exquisite face shone radiantly under the sunlight reflecting off the snow. Her phoenix eyes glistened with tender affection, gazing at Su Xiao with love and admiration. Her senior brother not only loved her, but was also so formidable. He truly was the man she had admired since childhood. Duguling's eyes shimmered with adoration, showing zero hesitation in displaying her feelings before so many people. This sent ripples of astonishment through the gathered sect members, each staring in shock. Rumors had long spread that Duguling and Su Xiao were once a devoted couple in their youth, until the supreme elder Ji Shui of the Piaomiao sect had mercilessly torn them apart. Since then, Duguling had cultivated the Piaomiao eternal life art, with her pure Yin constitution, leaving them separated for a millennium. Now with the old Su on his deathbed, any chance between them was forever lost. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in sympathy. What did it matter if one's talisman skills were formidable? Without exceptional talent, one would ultimately return to dust. Just as they came, so would they depart. Before he passed, they would need to shower this walking bomb with flattery. Just don't let him go mad in his final moments and scatter talismans indiscriminately. Hiding behind the crowd, Xiao Mu watched as Duguling clung tightly to Su Xiao's hand, refusing to let go. And those openly affectionate, loving gazes. They left Xiao Mu completely stunned, rooted to the spot. What the hell? You old dog. I'll curse your ancestors for 18 generations. Xiao Mu felt as though a fly had been swallowed, utterly sickened inside. Su Laogo was actually trying to seduce his Duguling. Completely unacceptable. Aunt. Xiao Mu trembled with rage, as though confronting the greatest enemy of his lifetime, his eyes filled with vicious hatred as he glared at Su Xiao. Once he reached the void refining stage, he'd tear him to pieces. But then he remembered. That old man had reportedly failed his tribulation and had less than a year left to live. What the hell? Overwhelmed by rage, Xiao Mu went berserk and tore the magical fan in his hands into shreds. That old man was practically dead already, yet still able to do as he pleased. Xiao Mu had completely lost his composure. Su Xiao accepted the spirit stone pouch. Junior sister, thank you. Sigh. My remaining lifespan is short, but rest assured. If anyone dares to bully you during my time here, I'll fight them to the death. Senior brother, thank you. Elders Zhu Lu and Wen stood nearby, too terrified to utter a single word. Elder Su actually has designs on the sect leader. Going forward, the three of them must keep a close watch. The sect leader cannot afford to lose her pure Yin constitution at this critical moment. Elder Su was already so aged, even if he remained handsome. What was the sect leader thinking? This was absurd. Surrounding them, the sect leaders and elders stood frozen, already formulating plans in silence. Before the old Su passed, they must not provoke anyone from the Piaomiao sect. For the coming year, the Piaomiao sect would reign supreme. But Xiao Mu, witnessing their tender exchange, could barely contain himself. No, Duga, my wife. She's mine. Mine. Yet he could only seethe silently within. Unable to bear watching Su Xiao prey on younger women, he closed his eyes, refusing to witness the scene that tore at his heart. The old Su dog was dying. Soon he'd be gone. He couldn't compare to a genius like himself. Not at all. Through relentless self-persuasion, Xiao Mu finally steadied himself. Su Xiao released Duguling's hand and tossed the spirit stone pouch into his spatial storage. Nodding with satisfaction, he thought. Now this was a substantial windfall. Xiao Mu, the so-called king of pretense, lived up to his reputation. With a soft chuckle, he glanced toward Xiao Mu behind the crowd and said warmly, Sect leader Xiao, I appreciate your high-grade spirit stones. Do visit the Piaomiao sect when you have time. I'll personally welcome you, haha. The gathered onlookers felt a pang of envy. 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. A tremendous gain for the Piaomiao sect. They began to pity Xiao Mu, who had originally planned to flaunt his status and use the old man as a weapon, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Never expecting such a dramatic reversal, the old Su had actually turned the tables on the devil sect. Xiao Mu watched Su Xiao's expression of contempt and swallowed hard. Summoning every ounce of strength to suppress his hatred, he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. It's nothing. Elder Su deserves it. His heart felt as though it were being torn apart. The anguish was unbearable. Xiao Mu wanted nothing more than to strangle the old man right then. Su Xiao paid him no mind. The child of fortune, harboring the spiritual consciousness of a soul integration expert within his mind. He was already plotting how to deal with him in the future. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission, eliminating the rival blessed by fate, the devil sect leader. Reward received. The next gift bestowed will guaranteed trigger a 10,000-fold critical strike. The system rewards have been credited. Su Xiao smiled faintly, his 3 spirit transformation talismans, not wasted in slaying Mogt. Elder Su is truly remarkable. I haven't encountered a man as valiant as you in a long while. Yu Linglong shifted her body, leaning closer to Su Xiao. Sect leader, you please maintain proper decorum. Elder Su's weathered face twitched. Elder, I simply hold you in the highest esteem. Yu Linglong tilted her head upward and spoke softly. Having said that, she secretly withdrew a fragrant communication talisman from her bosom and pressed it into Su Xiao's embrace. Elder, do be sure to contact me when you have free time. Heh. Patting Su Xiao's shoulder, Yu Linglong offered a seductive smile and departed, leaving behind a waft of fragrant breeze. Dugu Ling stood to the side, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression far from pleased. That wretched woman. With so many people around, she could not make a scene. Besides, she was not yet his legitimate companion and had no rightful grounds to intervene in his affairs. Moreover, she had already accepted his favors before and could not now object to him keeping a mistress. The various sects of both the righteous and demonic paths nearby watched in near disbelief. Yu Linglong, the Hahuan sect leader renowned for her exceptionally high standards when it came to men, was actively courting the old Su. It was impossible. These sect leaders and elders broke their heads trying to fathom it. What could an old man on the verge of death possibly possess to attract the attention of the Hahuan sect's beauty, Yu Linglong? They could only conclude that the women of the Hahuan sect were truly indiscriminate. Xiao Mu watched Yu Linglong's advances towards Su Xiao, and his composure shattered once more. Suppressing the endless resentment and fury within, he did his utmost to console himself. It's nothing. Elder Su merely stole the spotlight earlier, and Lady Yu is simply introducing herself. Exactly. That must be it. How could he possibly catch my Lady Yu's eye? There is absolutely no possibility. Under such forceful self-suggestion, Xiao Mu gradually steadied his emotions. Lady Dugu can wait. He would return with honor upon reaching the void refining realm and then formally propose. As for Lady Yu, he could pursue her directly. The beauties of the Hahuan sect favored talented men, and he was precisely their type. Once the meeting adjourned, he would first seek out Lady Yu to nurture their feelings. Ideally, it would all be settled tonight. He held unfathomable confidence in his appearance and abilities. Lady Yu, your husband is arriving shortly. Today's 9 sects assembly had concluded successfully. Though the Patriarch Demonic Heaven delegation had already departed, Liao Chun of Wanfo Temple still delivered a speech on unity and camaraderie to close the gathering. Afterward, everyone bid farewell to the day's protagonist, Su Xiao, their expressions filled with reverence. Old Master Su was someone not to provoke before his death. After paying their respects, Su Xiao summoned the Jade White Flying Sword and returned to Miaozhao sect alongside Dugu Ling and the others. In the sky, Dugu Ling asked curiously, Senior brother, how many spirit transformation talismans of that caliber do you still possess? The talismans from that elder's cave abode are extraordinary. Even Master himself may be unable to refine such items. She was astonished within. Senior brother, which elder cultivator's tomb did you plunder? Elders Zhu Lu and Wen beside her were equally bewildered. Elder Su now possessing such talismans was truly terrifying. What if he still had 10 or so hidden away? They would lose sleep worrying right here within Miaozhao sect. Only they knew the truth. Elder Su had consumed the longevity pill and still possessed 50 more years of life. Su Xiao stroked his beard and laughed. Not many. Perhaps 1 or 2, senior sister. These items are used 1 less 1 each time, so we must use them sparingly. If Patriarch Demonic Heaven comes looking for trouble again, there will be no need to disturb Junior Grandmaster Zhuge. Leave everything to your senior brother. The 3 elders sighed inwardly. Elder Su, an old man armed with such divine talismans. Would any fool dare provoke him? Perhaps within the coming year none of the 9 great sects would dare offend him. They would all obediently await his natural demise. But if a year later they discovered Elder Su was still alive, what expressions would they wear? Dugu Ling continued. Then senior brother, was that Iron Mountain at the beginning also a defensive talisman? I found it somewhat different. The Iron Mountain appeared only momentarily, shattering Mo.G.Tion's Black Fiend's soul-tracking saber before vanishing. She had not detected any avatar aura from the Iron Mountain. It seemed merely an ordinary peak of iron relying entirely on its own hardness to withstand the supreme-grade magical artifact. Su Xiao's old eyes flickered slightly, and he replied casually, indeed it was also a talisman, found together within that elder's cave abode. The matter of the magical treasure should remain unmentioned for now. It was difficult to explain anyway. Why not use such a treasure during his tribulation lightning trial? Moreover, a core formation cultivator could not possibly refine a magical treasure. At least one needed to reach the spirit transformation realm to even approach such advanced treasures. At this moment, Su Xiao sensed movement within his spatial storage. Dugu Ling couldn't be bothered to expose Su Xiao's clumsy lie. She merely murmured, "Senior brother, you've cultivated in solitude for 1,000 years, so your understanding of the Hahuan sect may not be thorough enough. The arts they cultivate can devour a man's spiritual power and luck. Luck is a subtle thing, let's set that aside, but as for spiritual power alone, who knows how many cultivators have been drained to ruin." She warned solemnly, "Senior brother Yu Linglong has relied purely on her own talent to reach the 9th level of spirit transformation. If you get too close to her, you'll die an early death." Su Xiao was stunned for a moment. A word caught his attention. Luck. After taking the 9 revolutions Qianyuan pill, his luck and talent had reached the absolute peak. As for spiritual power, he felt that his mere core formation realm could never attract Yu Linglong. His appearance was hardly worth mentioning either. Handsome, yes, but old. Then could it be that his supreme luck was what had attracted Yu Linglong? Quite likely. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Don't worry, junior sister. Your senior brother knows well how dangerous those vixens can be. I won't get entangled with her. A friend, it's simply a meeting between old friends." He was only going to deliver something in return. Nothing serious. With that, Su Xiao mounted his jade-white flying sword radiant with multicolored light, bid farewell to the 4 and flew south toward Tianjiang Mountain. 10 li south of the mountain lay a picturesque maple forest. This was still within the bounds of Tianjiang Mountain. The forest was a frequent gathering place for representatives of the various nations, graced with exquisite, magnificent buildings. Her perfect figure boasted exaggerated curves, and beneath the sheer gauze her skin was fair and smooth. A bewitching fragrance permeated the air, radiating boundless allure. She was none other than Yu Linglong, the sect master of the Hahuan sect, who had been waiting for Su Xiao. She had sent her elders back to the sect while she stayed to meet him. Can that old man really have only 1 year left to live? A flicker of doubt shone in Yu Linglong's eyes, as she did not believe the rumor. If a man were nearing death, his fortune could never be as vast and majestic as Elder Su's. That old man must be hiding some secret. What a sly old fox, she chuckled inwardly. Just then a streak of rainbow light flew over from the distant horizon. The jade-white sword landed, and Su Xiao elegantly stroked his beard before leaping off. "My apologies for keeping Sect Master Yu waiting." As soon as he entered the pavilion, the surrounding fragrance instantly refreshed his spirit. Gazing at the utterly alluring Sect Master before him, Su Xiao smiled faintly and took a seat across from her. "Sect Master Yu, what words did you wish to speak to me alone?" Yu Linglong let out a coy, playful laugh. "Elder Su," Yu asked knowingly. "Though Elder Su is advanced in years, you are still the most handsome and heroic man I have ever seen. I admire you, I long for you, and that is why I summoned you here." The vast fortune emanating from Su Xiao seemed utterly inexhaustible. Her eyes widened in astonishment. The moment she drew near, immersed in that boundless sea of fortune, she felt many of the bottlenecks she currently faced in cultivation begin to loosen. Even without absorbing it, the effect was already breathtakingly marvelous. Yu Linglong felt as though she might go mad. "Elder." Unable to restrain herself, she collapsed into Su Xiao's arms. In an instant, her intoxicating fragrance spread through the air. Sensing his boundless, majestic fortune, she immediately activated the Hahuan sect's secret art and began to slowly absorb the fortune from his body. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point. Rebated to host 50 points. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point. Rebated to host 50 points. Fortune stolen by Yu Linglong, 1 point. Su Xiao's aged eyes widened. This Yu Linglong really had begun absorbing his fortune. That was it. She truly had set her sights on his fortune. But the system was returning every bit of it to him at a 50-fold rate. Damn, this system was ridiculously overpowered. Even this counted as a rebate. Meanwhile, Yu Linglong, seeing that he offered no resistance, simply closed her eyes and kept absorbing his fortune. Too much. She could never drain it all. Her heart pounded wildly. No matter how much she absorbed, his fortune truly seemed endless, with not the slightest sign of diminishing. If anything, she felt his fortune growing even vaster and deeper. Only when she could absorb no more did she look at Su Xiao. This old man was simply a supersized fortune canister. The Hahuan sect's arts required fortune to be paired with cultivation. The more fortune absorbed, the faster one's cultivation progressed. But ordinary men had little fortune, nowhere near enough for their needs. That was why the women of the Hahuan sect desperately sought out young geniuses. Yet this old man before her possessed an amount of fortune so terrifying it defied belief. So much that she couldn't absorb it all. Seeing her stop, Su Xiao smiled and said, "Sect Master Yu, why have you stopped? I'm about to die of old age anyway, so this fortune of mine is of little use. Since Sect Master Yu doesn't disdain this old man, I have nothing of value to offer. Consider this entire fortune a gift to you. Yu Linglong's eyes shot wide open. He actually knew she had been absorbing his fortune. The elder Sui. I'm sorry, I just couldn't help myself. A flicker of panic crossed her enchanting eyes. After all, this was the fearsome old man who wielded a devastating killing weapon. Su Xiao laughed. How I told you, it's all yours. Don't be polite, sect master you. This thing is useless to me. The more you absorb, the more I get back. Gazing into Su Xiao's sincere eyes, Yu Linglong's heart swelled with immense gratitude. This old man was truly too kind. Knowing that Hahuan sect women loved to absorb fortune, he not only felt no anger, but actually wanted to give it all to her. How could such a wonderful man exist in this world? Then Yu Linglong said somewhat awkwardly, Elder, it's not that I don't want to absorb more, but my fortune has already reached its limit. I can't absorb any more until I refine what I've taken. Oh, such a thing exists. Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes, stroking his beard as he gave a slight shake of his head. Already full. That didn't seem right. In the distant sky, a handsome man in white robes soared through the heavens atop a crystal longsword. The blade was exquisitely carved, and auspicious light of dragons and phoenixes shimmered around it in flight. From afar, he resembled a deity descending from the heavens. This was none other than Xiao, the newly minted Poser king, who had been trailing Yu Linglong. He had his 8 maidservants and 3 elders wait nearby, while he followed the scent of Yu Linglong that intoxicated him beyond reason. His narrow eyes blazed with scorching light. His expression brimmed with anticipation, radiating complete confidence that the moment he saw her, he would instantly win Yu Linglong over. Wasn't a peerless genius like himself exactly the sort the Hahuan sect would kneel and fawn over? Jade wife, I'm coming. His eyes glinted sharply. Just thinking of her, he could hardly contain himself. As a genius, he had cultivated a secret art that made his nose exceptionally sensitive. Even from 10 li away, he could catch the exquisite fragrance of Yu Linglong in the air. So fragrant. She truly deserved to be his jade wife. The flying sword beneath his feet radiated dazzling divine light, as Xiao eagerly chased after the scent. He was already pondering which way to strike up a conversation would seem the most natural and reasonable when he met Yu Linglong. After entering the Tenli maple forest south of Tianjiang Mountain, Xiao landed and put away his flying sword. The fragrance drifting in the air grew stronger and stronger. Xiao was utterly entranced. He hurried along, trotting toward the source of the scent. Just as he looked joyfully toward the exquisite little pavilion ahead, his whole body jolted to a halt on the spot. His eyes gradually widened, and his entire body began to tremble. A towering fury surged from the depths of his heart, pouring out as endless resentment. What did he see? No. Damn it. This can't be real. The excruciating pain in his heart seemed to have drained Xiao's soul away, and his pupils shook violently. Old dog Su. Damn your ancestors. You dare seduce my jade wife. You motherfucker. Inside the pavilion ahead, Su Xiao was holding the jade wife he had pined for. The two were lovey-dovey, inseparable as glue, with their clothes in disarray. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. My jade wife. You must have been forced by this old dog Su. Yes. Forced. Rumble. An overwhelmingly powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted from Xiao's body. The Polar Demon Sect's supreme-grade artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal soul, was already clenched in his hand. The supreme-grade artifact his master had given him, the heavenly demon myriad soul banner, had flown out of his storage pouch and was floating in the air. Countless shadowy, vengeful spirits roamed around the banner, each ferocious and menacing, roaring one after another at the two people in the pavilion. He could no longer hold back. He would utterly eradicate this ultra-lecherous old fiend. Meanwhile, the two at the pavilion immediately noticed the spiritual energy surging from afar. Someone's coming. Yu Linglong's alluring face tensed at once. She released Su Xiao and slipped the light gauze back over her shoulders. Su Xiao rose to his feet and likewise looked over in astonishment toward the source of the spiritual energy disturbance. In the distant sky, a huge banner fluttered in the wind, as if countless vengeful spirits were pouring forth from it. Its oppressive might was awe-inspiring. A 9th-level spirit transformation expert. Elder Su, be careful. Yu Linglong's expression was grave as she warned him. Before she had come, she had instructed the people of Tianjiang Mountain not to approach this place today. Why was a spirit transformation cultivator inside this maple forest? Su Xiao nodded slightly, and the two flew forward. Fool. Calm down. The voice from the depths of his sea of consciousness spoke again. Xiao, completely out of control, had bloodshot eyes. He had been driven insane by Su Xiao and Yu Linglong's illicit affair. All he wanted now was to deal with Su Xiao at once. He couldn't wait until the man died of old age. He couldn't wait a single day, not even a single hour. Why could old dog Su seduce both of his wives? This was impossible. Su Xiao and Yu Linglong are coming. Hurry and leave. That Su Xiao is rather strange. He probably still has some spirit transformation talismans on him. You have yet to reach void refinement, so you can't withstand those spirit transformation talismans. The integration stage senior felt a note of gravity in his heart. This invincible fool. All he needed to do was return to the polar demon sect and cultivate in peace. Once Su Xiao died of old age, it would be over. Why risk fighting him? Once you reach the Great Void Refinement Realm, beautiful women will be yours by the handful. Fool. Master. I can't stand this old lecher any longer. Xiao Mu's heart ached unbearably. Dugu Ling was bad enough, but now even Yu Linglong had gotten mixed up with old dog Su. At the thought of his jade wife's graceful, alluring figure, Xiao Mu's eyes spat fire, and he lost all reason. Foolish. That old man will be dead in a year. You must endure. Go. If you don't leave now, I will no longer have you as my disciple. Perhaps the integration stage Grand Cultivator's words had struck a chord in Xiao Mu's heart. The latter's body trembled slightly, a flash of fear appeared in his eyes, restoring a measure of calm. Without his master, Xiao Mu was nothing but a fart. Let alone his two wives, Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling. Everything he now possessed would go up in smoke. Master, I'm so furious. Wait until a year from now. He's just an old man on the verge of death. He's not worth our action. As for that Yu Linglong, if you want her once you become a sovereign, just seize her. There's also the sect master of the Piaomiao sect. But what you need to do now is endure. Go. The auras of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong were drawing closer and closer. Xiao Mu let out a fierce shout, suppressing the boundless hatred in his heart. He put away his artifacts, stepped onto his flying sword, and shot away as a streak of dazzling light. Endure. He had endured it today. Old dog Su. Once you die, I'll come back to claim my two wives. Right? A dying old man wasn't worth the risk of making a move. Let this old man live through the final year of his life. On this Panlong continent, these wives of his would sooner or later return to him. Old dog Su, too bad you'll be dead by then. You won't get to see this genius and his wives entering the bridal chamber. Huh. In the end, Xiao Mu came to his senses. His master was right. A dying old man wasn't even worth his attention. By the time Su Xiao and Yu Linglong flew to the scene, Xiao Mu was long gone. Only a fading streak of light remained in the sky. Why did that shout just now sound a bit like that poser king Xiao Mu? Su Xiao stroked his goatee, a hint of doubt in his mind. What was that poser king doing here? Spying on him and Yu Linglong. Damn, that was too perverted. Su Xiao shook his head, too lazy to think any further. Sooner or later the man would die at his hands anyway. If he wanted to peep, let him. Elder Su, the surrounding chill hasn't dispersed. It seems someone from the polar demon sect was here. Yu Linglong's stunningly beautiful face carried a hint of solemnity. If it was the polar demon sect, then it had to be Xiao Mu. At the thought, waves of disgust flickered in her eyes. That disgusting man. Had he actually been spying on them? So sleazy. The mere thought of that sleazy expression made Yu Linglong nauseous. Alright. Sect master, let's not bother with him. You are so beautiful, and don't look down on this old man. I have something here, not particularly precious, that I'd like to give you as a token of my regard. Oh, he's giving me a gift. A gleam appeared on Yu Linglong's face as she covered her mouth and chuckled softly, looking at Su Xiao. That old man had failed his tribulation, so besides those talismans, he probably didn't have anything of great value left, did he? Gifts for her, Su Xiao retrieved a high-grade face-preserving pill from his spatial storage. The pristine white pill exuded a lustrous glow. Even though it was high-grade, it was premium merchandise gifted by the system, far superior to the inconsistent mass-produced items commonly available in the market. Sect leader Yu, this is a high-grade face-preserving pill I had stored previously. With your captivating beauty, should you take this high-grade face-preserving pill, your youthful appearance will be preserved for years to come. Su Xiao smiled faintly. Yu Linglong, however, gazed in astonishment at the pill in his hand. A high-grade face-preserving pill. She had already gained immense fortune by absorbing his aura, yet now he intended to gift her such a rare pill. Such face-preserving pills were barely available in mid-grade on the market. High-grade versions were extremely rare. Previously, she had only ever consumed a single mid-grade one. Though cultivators' appearances aged more slowly and various methods existed to preserve youth, the face-preserving pill offered a far more convenient and effortless means of maintaining one's youthful visage. Thank you, Elder Su. Elder, you are far too kind to this humble one. Yu Linglong accepted the face-preserving pill, her heart brimming with joy as she carefully placed it into her storage pouch. A fragrant scent wafted through the air. The two shared another intimate moment. But Yu Linglong remained somewhat guarded. After he dressed in his light crimson gauze robes, Su Xiao simply offered a gentle smile. Given that his own features bore the weight of age while she was a stunning beauty, such reservations felt entirely natural. He sighed inwardly. He needed to reach the soul formation stage sooner rather than later, for only then could he reclaim his youthful handsomeness. Yu Linglong linked her arm through her exquisitely beautiful face, glowing with warmth. Elder, once I've refined this fortune, may I come visit you again? Su Xiao smiled. Of course, sect leader Yu. As I said, all this fortune is yours to take whenever you wish. You're far too kind to me, Elder. After tenderly parting, Yu Linglong mounted her sword and departed, eager to return to her sect and refine the high-grade face-preserving pill along with the immense fortune she had accumulated. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted a high-grade face-preserving pill to Yu Linglong. This marks the first time you've gifted something to her, triggering a 10,000-fold critical hit, rewarding you with 3,000 Great Dao pills. 3,000 Great Dao pills randomly grant comprehension of a Great Dao power. One 10,000-fold critical hit opportunity remains, which can be triggered on the next ordinary gift. Gazing at the fist-sized divine pill within his spatial storage, Su Xiao's weathered face lit up with delight as he nodded in satisfaction. Another batch of 3,000 Great Dao pills. No matter how many he received, he could never have enough. At the soul formation and void refinement stages, Great Dao power held particular significance. Each additional comprehension brought greater strength. Excellent. Drawing forth his jade-white long sword, Su Xiao soared toward Piao Moi sect in high spirits. He had already used the ninefold divine transformation talisman to deter all major sects, ensuring the demonic cult members would not dare trouble him for quite some time. In a spacious chamber of the extreme polar demon sect, Xiao Mu paced back and forth, his anger mounting with each passing thought. Every time memories of Su Xiao and Yu Linglong's intimacy surfaced in his mind, he grew frantically enraged, destroying the furnishings around him in a violent outburst. Old dog Su, I'll never forgive you. His eyes bulged with blood, flames seeming to erupt from their depths. After his destructive tantrum subsided, recalling his master's words helped him temper his rage and restore his composure. 1 year. This genius will endure you for 1 more year. After that, the era of this genius shall begin. Envisioning himself as the chosen one destined to rule over all, a fierce fire ignited within Xiao Mu's heart. This genius was truly the protagonist of this Panlong continent. The exquisite beauty of Yu Linglong continuously flashed through Xiao Mu's vision. His face flushed crimson. She was simply too stunningly beautiful. Enter. The door opened, and a woman clad in black stepped forward and knelt in reverence. Ai was the most beautiful among his 8 maids. Yet as Xiao Mu gazed upon her, now profound disappointment colored his eyes. Compared to women like Yu Linglong and Dugu Ling, Ai's appearance was utterly diminished. Damn it, he would have to make do for now. At Dao Tian sect, Dao Yi Jinren returned to the main hall and urgently convened all inter-sect elders for a meeting. He warned all disciples that within this year before Su Xiao's death, they must absolutely not offend anyone from Piao Moi sect. If errors were made, admit them. If struck, stand firm and endure. They were forbidden from any entanglement with Piao Moi sect disciples whatsoever. Xianmo sect served as a cautionary example. Provoking the unscrupulous, Su Xiao had resulted in their entire sect being annihilated by the ninefold soul formation talisman. This was utterly terrifying. One should not provoke a dying old man under any circumstances. The same fate had befallen one Fo Temple Tianshi sect, one Du sect, and Shishuemo sect. This extended to over 100 second and third-rate sects under the jurisdiction of the major powers. Across the entire Panlong continent, one conclusion had emerged: Piao Moi sect was untouchable. Especially that inter-sect elder Su Xiao. One must never provoke him before his natural death. At the rear mountain of Paitian Mo sect, 2 assistant elders reported all matters concerning Su Xiao to the supreme elder. That fool Mog Tian is better off dead. His absence clears the way for my son. A fool like him is unworthy of leading Paitian Mo sect forward. Prepare yourselves. Tomorrow my son Yuan Hao will assume the position of sect master. The 2 elders nodded, then asked, Supreme Elder, what of the vengeance for the demon sect master? That Su Xiao is on the verge of death anyway. What revenge is there to speak of? Inform the sect members. For this year, stay out of trouble and wait until that old Su Xiao dies first. After returning to the Piaomiao sect, Su Xiao met with the 3 elders Dugu Ling Zhu and Lu Wan. After giving his instructions, he returned to his small courtyard dwelling, where he consumed the 3,000 Great Dao pill from his spatial treasury. Congratulations, host, for comprehending the human fire path of the 3,000 Great Dao. Human fire? Su Xiao's aged eyes glinted with excitement as immense joy filled his heart. Having already comprehended the earth fire path before, he now grasped the human fire path as well. Human fire is also known as karma fire. This fire originates from within the body, presenting itself in crimson hues, and represents the most profound of the 3 fires: heaven, earth, and human. Rage fire, desire fire, heart fire, tribulation fire all fall within the domain of human fire. Experiencing this exceptionally profound human fire he had just comprehended, Su Xiao's aged eyes widened as he sensed the overwhelming power of this rule force. Possessing the power of the human fire, Great Dao grants the ability to ignite various emotional flames within enemies at will. Rage, hatred, desire, inner demons. All can be manipulated. Should one's opponent lack spiritual purity, a mere thought summons the karma fire to blaze within them. Incredible. Now with both earth fire and human fire comprehended, his flame power surges from within, and without growing ever more formidable as his cultivation advances. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiao's aged eyes brightened significantly. If I were to comprehend heaven fire as well, would that not equate to mastering the threefold true fire? The mere thought of this possibility thrilled him deeply. How extraordinary. The threefold true fire is indeed a genuine immortal technique. Such methods can truly be termed divine arts. Nodding in satisfaction, Su Xiao settled cross-legged on the meditation cushion within his room and commenced cultivating the Piao lifespan scripture. Having slain Mo Jitian, he had now earned the enmity of the demonic sects. Rapidly advancing his cultivation remained the true path to self-preservation. Moreover, the overbearing cultivator from the extreme earth demon sect awaited his reckoning, and reaching the nascent soul stage sooner would allow him to properly strategize. Name Su Xiao. Age 1008 years. Cultivation 4th stage of Golden Core. Special constitution Earth Fire, Human Fire Dao Body. Remaining lifespan 301 years. Several days later, news from the Tianjiang Mountains reached the Piao sect, and the entire sect erupted in chaos. Whether disciples of the outer or inner sect, everyone discussed this prominent figure from the Panlong continent over these past days. Their elder Su. Holy heavens! That old deviant actually took down the master of the Patian demon sect, all by himself. Is that even possible? Elder Su is truly too powerful, isn't he? But Mo Jitian was a 9th-stage transformation god powerhouse, and a sect master of one of the 9 sects. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That old deviant definitely doesn't possess such strength. I refuse to believe it. In the outer sect's main plaza, even those inner sect disciples who were rarely seen had gathered to exchange information, desperately seeking to learn more about Elder Su. They were equally curious. How could an old man who had failed his thunder tribulation possibly slay Mo Jitian, someone capable of matching sect masters? This was simply too absurd. Everyone be quiet. Listen to me. I have insider information. That old deviant discovered a former great cultivator's cave dwelling and obtained several supreme technique talismans of the 9th stage transformation god from within. That's right. He used these talismans at Tianjiang Mountain, obliterating Mo Jitian one by one. After this inner sect disciple finished speaking, those nearby stared in astonishment, all turning to look at him, using 9th stage transformation god talismans to blast someone to death one after another. Good heavens, that old deviant is shameless. Cheating. Pure and utter cheating. At this moment, many male disciples who harbored affection for Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er sighed in frustration, cursing Mo Jitian for being useless. Why couldn't he have simply eliminated that old deviant? With that old deviant returning to the sect, wouldn't they as disciples have to face this terrifying old man armed with transformation god talismans every single day? Blast it. Those beautiful female disciples of our Piao sect are doomed. Even sect master Dugu might not be able to restrain this old deviant now. That's not all. After blasting Mo Jitian to death, that old deviant reportedly forced Yu Linglong, the sect master of the Hahuan sect, into indecent conduct. The demonic sects are already spreading this news. They're claiming our elder Su is a beast of lust, threatening Yu Linglong with 9th stage transformation god talismans, forcibly demanding she serve this old deviant. And someone actually witnessed it. Just imagine how embarrassing that is. Holy heavens! What a formidable old deviant. He even targeted the alluring women of the Hahuan sect. Beast of lust, truly a fitting title. A wave of torment and fury consumed the male disciples. Meanwhile, the female disciples trembled uncontrollably. Beautiful, or plain all wore pale faces, terrified of encountering this old deviant. Fear not, fellow disciples. We only need to endure one more year. That old man's remaining lifespan is less than a year. After a year at most, our Piao sect will be completely restored to peace. Old deviant, descend to hell. Upon hearing this news, disciples from both inner and outer sects cheered enthusiastically. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Persist for just one more year, and our Piao sect, even the entire cultivation world, shall know peace once more. Thank the heavens. That old deviant's lifespan is nearly exhausted. Time passed swiftly, and a year vanished in an instant. Throughout this year, the entire Panlong continent cultivation realm experienced unprecedented tranquility. Among the various sects between the righteous and demonic paths, never before had there been such camaraderie, mutual aid, and cooperation as during this year. Not a single incident of bloodshed occurred. Disciples from different factions treated each other like brothers, not even a simple scuffle transpired. Su Xiao alone had fundamentally transformed the previously decadent cultivation culture of the Panlong continent within this single year. The outer sects plaza of the Piaomiao sect buzzed with activity as competition platforms were erected. Today marked the day of the sect competition, with outer sect disciples vying fiercely for admission into the inner sect. All participants were elite Foundation establishment disciples under 50 years of age. The final 10 victors would successfully enter the inner sect, becoming disciples of inner sect elders to study advanced techniques. 10 competition platforms were arranged. At one platform, Lin Yin'er, a youthful and enchanting disciple in outer sect robes, wielded her medium-grade spirit tool, the Meteor Sword, against her opponent. This medium-grade spirit tool had been gifted to her by Xiao several months prior. Currently, both she and Jin Liuxiang had reached the 9th stage of Foundation establishment, nourished by Foundation establishment pills and superior-grade spirit stones. Opposite Lin Yin'er stood a male disciple armed with a low-grade spirit tool. Her delicate brows slightly raised, and at the commencement of the match, she summoned the Meteor Sword and deployed the object control technique against her foe. The medium-grade spirit tool struck with overwhelming force and extraordinary speed, driving the male disciple backward, relentlessly, utterly unable to defend. Then a spirit hairpin from her lustrous black hair shot forth, and infused with spiritual energy, it released several fireballs that whooshed toward the male disciple. "I surrender." The male disciple was completely overwhelmed with terror. His opponent possessed superior cultivation and numerous spirit tools, leaving him absolutely no chance to fight back. A charming smile adorned Lin Yin'er's beautiful face as she stowed her spirit tools and descended from the platform. The enchanting Jin Liuxiang had already secured victory in her round and waited below for Lin Yin'er. "Junior sister, well done. Win one more round, and we can officially join the inner sect." Jin Liuxiang's face beamed with joy as she gently took Lin Yin'er's delicate ivory-white hand. "Senior sister, this is all thanks to Elder Su. Without Elder Su, we could never have reached this point." Speaking of Xiao, both women's expressions subtly dimmed. For the past 3 months, they had not seen Elder Su at all. His courtyard stood empty, as if he had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of contact. Elder has probably passed away in meditation. At this thought, a wave of sorrow surged through both their hearts. Especially Lin Yin'er. Elder Su had been exceptionally kind to her. She felt he had been even better to her than her own parents. Yet until Elder Su's peaceful passing, she never had the chance to repay his kindness. And she deeply regretted this. If given another chance, she would surely offer herself to repay Elder Su. The surrounding outer sect disciples observed that Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang had both advanced to the finals. They immediately became agitated. "Two shameless whores. Both of you obtained your cultivation and spirit tools by selling your bodies. What's there to be proud of?" "Exactly right. These two sluts only got this far in the competition by clinging to Elder Su's coattails. Without Elder Su, these two worthless creatures wouldn't amount to anything." Most of the verbal abuse came from female disciples, their voices rising with envy, jealousy, and resentment. In fact, a dozen or so women surrounded Lin Yin'er and Jin Liuxiang, pointing and hurling unceasing insults. The nearby male disciples remained indifferent, showing no intention of intervening. These two shameless women must have divided up the old deviant's inheritance to achieve such rapid progress. Some went further, secretly admiring the two women's appearances and figures, their eyes gleaming with improper thoughts. Such beautiful women. Even taking over as their patron wouldn't be bad. Perhaps they might even receive a share of the old deviant's inheritance. Lin Yin'er's face turned ashen, fear evident in her eyes. Jin Liuxiang puffed out her chest, positioning herself protectively before Lin Yin'er. Yet overwhelmed by the sheer number of verbal attacks, even she struggled, her jaw clenched tight. Without Elder Su's protection, their days within the sect would grow increasingly difficult. "Two worthless creatures. Elder Su has been missing for 3 months now. I'm certain he's already passed away somewhere. You still want to cling to Elder Su's support. From now on, no one will protect you. Those of base nature deserve a base fate." Surrounded by the throng hurling abuses, Lin Yin'er felt her heart sink with grief and terror. She missed Elder Su deeply. Jin Liuxiang dared not say much, only maintaining a cold silence as she gazed frigidly at the surrounding disciples. "Haha, Liuxiang Yin'er, win one more round, and you shall join the inner sect. I have already arranged your inner sect master for you. You shall become disciples under Elder One." At that moment, a kind and warm voice descended from the heavens. The two women looked up, and upon catching sight of that familiar gray robe, their noses tingled and tears streamed down uncontrollably. "Elder Su." Xiao slowly descended, riding on a jade-white sword light. He had spent the past 3 months in secluded cultivation within his cave dwelling on the inner mountain, and had only just emerged today. He still wore gray robes, but his once purely white hair was now streaked with strands of black. His complexion appeared less withered and aged than before, growing somewhat firmer and smoother. Whereas Xiao had previously resembled an elderly man of 80 or 90 on the brink of his final breath, he now looked like a vigorous man in his 60s or 70s with a tall and commanding posture. Moreover, he had grown even more handsome, truly a distinguished older gentleman. All of this was due to his breakthrough into the nascent soul realm, reaching the first stage of nascent soul. Elder, you've grown younger. Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er wiped away their tears, gazing at the elderly man before them whose hair had begun to turn black. Both were overcome with emotion. After 3 months of private sorrow, they never wanted Elder Su to perish. They wanted him to live on. Su Xiao smiled. My cultivation has merely recovered somewhat. It is a trivial matter. He then cast a cold glance at the disciples around him who had been frozen in place, cleared his throat, and said, I have told you many times. We members of the Piaomiao sect must stand united and protect one another. Do not bully your fellow disciples. You insulted and bullied Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. What crimes have you committed? Su Xiao's solemn and majestic voice, accompanied by spiritual energy, echoed loudly in the ears of every disciple present. Thud. Feeling the terrifying pressure radiating from Su Xiao, the disciples who had previously tormented Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er were petrified with fear, dropping to their knees one after another. Elder Su, it's a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. We were just joking with the 2 junior sisters. Elder Su, please do not misunderstand. Whether the female disciples who had insulted them, or the male disciples nearby, who had cursed Su Xiao in their hearts, they all knelt with pale faces, daring not to meet the gaze of this terrifying elder. He was not dead. The dreaded elder was still alive. Damn it. What was worse, they could feel the terrifying pressure of the nascent soul realm emanating from him. Not only was he still alive, but his cultivation had also broken through. Worse still, he appeared to have grown younger with black hair regrown. What on earth was happening? All the nearby disciples were utterly bewildered. Soon hundreds of disciples from the 10 arena areas gathered around. Upon seeing Su Xiao's rejuvenated appearance, they were struck like thunder. He was not dead. He had grown younger. Elder, what is going on? The elders and deacons presiding over the sect tournament also rushed over, staring at Elder Su in astonishment. The elder was still alive. When Lu Danian saw the white-haired, yet rejuvenated Su Xiao, his ox-like eyes bulged wide. He knew his uncle had consumed the longevity pill and still had 50 years of lifespan remaining. But what in the world did it mean to grow younger? Wait. Nascent soul pressure. Has Uncle regained the nascent soul realm? Uncle Su, where have you been for the past 3 months? This disciple has missed you so much. Lu Danian shamelessly approached Su Xiao, repeatedly offering his greetings and flattery. Uncle's reputation was already formidable. Even at the core formation stage, various sects had viewed him with suspicion. Now that he had returned to the nascent soul realm, even the sect master might struggle to control him. Su Xiao glanced at the trembling outer disciples kneeling nearby, stroked his goat beard, and shook his head. Danian, how did your enforcement division handle this? Those outer disciples bullied Liuxiang and Yin'er, and you as their master did nothing. A faint anger crossed Su Xiao's weathered face. If this continues, what will become of the reputation of our Piaomiao sect? Will everything fall into chaos? They must be severely punished. Lu Danian hurriedly agreed. He immediately summoned the enforcement team members maintaining order nearby, and spoke sternly to the kneeling outer disciples, offending Elder Su. Arrest all of them. Apply the sect rules. 10 rounds of whip punishment each, and deduct 1 year's spirit stone allowance. The disciples below were horrified, tears welling up in their eyes. Elder Su, we were wrong. Please have mercy on us. We will never dare do it again. These outer disciples regretted deeply. They had never expected the old man to still be alive. If they had known, they would never have dared to publicly humiliate Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er. After all, these were the concubines protected by Elder Su. Showing no mercy, the enforcement team under Lu Danian's command dragged each outer disciple away. Most of them were female disciples. 10 rounds of whipping amounted to 100 lashes. They would have preferred to die. The nearby onlookers, their faces pale with terror, watched Elder Su in dread. That elder was simply too fearsome. He was already openly protecting his concubines. Damn it. As long as the dreaded elder lived, the Piaomiao sect was doomed. Haha. Elder Su, it has been a year since we last met. You look ever more youthful. Congratulations, congratulations. Congratulations on Elder Su's return to the nascent soul realm. This is truly a great joy for our Piaomiao sect. The outer elders watching the competition warmly approached Su Xiao to offer their greetings. Their eyes filled with reverence and respect. With a terrifying elder like Su Xiao still alive, not only the Piaomiao sect, no one across the entire Panlong continent would dare provoke him. Returning to the outer sect courtyard with Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yin'er, Su Xiao found the place unchanged in his 3-month absence. Withered flowers, dust covering every surface. The 2 women excitedly began cleaning, finding joy in serving Elder Su. Su Xiao reclined on the rocking chair in the courtyard, took out spiritual tea from his spatial ring, and savored a sip. A whole year. I did not expect to break through to the first stage of nascent soul so swiftly. Returning to his inner mountain cave dwelling for 3 months, he had smoothly reached the nascent soul stage. To his delight, his withered appearance had partially recovered. At least he no longer looked so decrepit. Before entering seclusion, he had given Lin Yin'er a Thunder Attraction Talisman and a mid-grade magical artifact. The 10,000-fold critical hit from the Talisman mission reward returned a heaven-summoning Divine Lightning Talisman of the 9th stage. This was likely the strongest talisman the system could return. A mid-grade magical sword was returned as a high-grade magical sword. As for Jean Liuxiang, who already possessed a mid-grade magical artifact, he gifted her an Ice Sword Talisman, which returned 2 profound Ice Sword Rain Talismans of the Divine Transformation 9th stage. He also gave plenty of foundation building pills and high-grade spirit stones. Counting his expenses during seclusion, he still had 230 high-grade spirit stones, 100 foundation nourishing pills, and 30 nascent soul formation pills. In the afternoon, the 2 women had cleaned the courtyard spotless. Approaching Su Xiao, they knelt nervously, their beautiful eyes filled with admiration and longing. Su Xiao smiled. Liuxiang Yin'er, you have worked hard. Saying this, he took out 20 foundation nourishing pills and 20 high-grade spirit stones. You have both reached the 9th stage of foundation building. It is time for you to form your cores. Each of you receives 10 foundation nourishing pills and 10 high-grade spirit stones. Form your cores as soon as possible so you may cultivate in the inner sect. Once you reach the core formation stage, I shall personally transmit the Piaomiao Eternal Life Art to you. Upon hearing this, both women were overjoyed and knelt to accept Su Xiao's gifts. This disciple thanks you, elder. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 20 foundation nourishing pills. Returned 30 nascent soul formation pills. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifted 20 high-grade spirit stones. Returned 300 high-grade spirit stones. After delivering the items, the 2 women bowed in gratitude, but remained by Su Xiao's side. Jean Liuxiang's face flushed with embarrassment as she began massaging his shoulders from behind. Suddenly, a youthful fragrance wafted from her. Senior, these 3 months without you, I've missed you so much. Jean Liuxiang gazed at the elder, whose appearance had somewhat rejuvenated, becoming even more handsome, and her heart swelled with joy. Yin'er, go back first. Your senior sister will massage my shoulders before returning. Yes, senior. Lin Yin'er's face burned with embarrassment as she fled the courtyard. Several days later, word spread across the entire Panlong continent that old Su was still alive. What? That old dog isn't dead yet. He broke through to the nascent soul stage. In the main hall of the Polar Demon sect, Xiao stood frozen, utterly stunned after hearing the elder's report. His narrow eyes were filled with deep shock as anger and resentment surged within him once more. Impossible. The man is over 1,000 years old. How could he still be alive? A final flare before deaths. Yes, it must be nothing more than his last gasp. His time is surely near. Xiao felt his anger boiling over inside him. 3 months ago, he had already accepted that old Su the dog was dead. Yet now, against all odds, he was back. Not only that, he had leapfrogged straight to the nascent soul stage. What the hell is this joke? The 3 elders below reported, Master, please calm your fury. Su Xiao failed his tribulation transcendence lightning tribulation. He no longer possesses the strength to undergo another one. He was previously a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, so recovering to the nascent soul stage is indeed possible. Another elder added, Master Su Xiao is merely a spent force now, nothing to fear. At best, he's just an old man at the nascent soul stage with only days left to live. What matters most right now is the struggle for the Tianren secret realm in Nanzhan Kingdom. In a month's time, the Tianren secret realm will open. Any cultivator below the soul transformation stage may enter and explore. Should the Polar Demon sect secure the Great Dao Divine Pill Master's breakthrough to the soul transformation stage will be but a matter of time. Upon hearing about the Great Dao Divine Pill, Xiao's eyes immediately lit up with greed, and he cast that damn old dog out of his thoughts entirely. The Tianren secret realm in Nanzhan Kingdom opens only once every 300 years, and deep within its depths grows the Great Dao Divine tree bearing the Great Dao Divine Pill upon its branches. Once consumed, the Great Dao Divine Pill grants the ability to comprehend an additional power of the Great Dao. It is the rarest divine pill across the entire Panlong continent. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Just the thought of marrying 2 wives after breaking through to the soul transformation stage made his entire body tremble with anticipation, his face flushing with excitement. Send someone. 3 elders this time, you must dispatch the strongest nascent soul cultivators from our Polar Demon sect. The Great Dao Divine Pill must be secured. A fierce gleam flashed in Xiao's eyes. The 4 selected nascent soul cultivators will each carry 3 cold forging pills. There must be no mistakes whatsoever. Upon hearing this, the 3 elders' brows furrowed slightly. Master, if those genius disciples of ours consume 3 cold forging pills in quick succession, I fear. No matter. Yes, master. At the same time, the news of Su Zhao's survival sent shockwaves through Dao Tian sect, Wanfo Temple, Hawan sect, and the other 4 demonic paths. What? Su Xiao isn't dead yet. Hasn't a whole year already passed? Forget it, he's probably still hanging on by a thread. Let him be. Junior brother, the Tianren secret realm opens next month, once every 300 years. We need to select our most outstanding disciple to enter with the great Dao Divine Pill as our objective. Even if we can't secure the Divine Pill, we must return with sufficient benefits. Hurry up and make the selections. At Wanfo Temple, Amitba, it is fortunate that Master Su has not perished. For 2,000 years I have not witnessed such harmony throughout the cultivation world. I pray Master Su may live a while longer. Yuantong, the Tianren secret realm opens next month. Go to the Arhot Hall and select someone. If you can bring back the great Dao Divine Pill, even if Master Su were to pass away, this cultivation world would maintain its current peace. That would be ideal. At Hawan sect. Hee, you old thing, just as I expected. You won't die so easily. Reclining on a jade couch draped in sable fur, the enchanting Yu Linglong lay half-propped on her side, wrapped in sheer silk, one pale slender arm beneath her head. She was still refining the fortune she had stolen from Su Xiao that day. The fortune was not only abundant, but of remarkably high quality. Just thinking of Su Xiao caused a shimmering glow to rise in her beautiful eyes. Mayor, the Tianren secret realm opens next month. Select 4 disciples at the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage. Tell them not to risk their lives. I don't expect you to secure the great Dao Divine Pill yourself. Simply bring back something worthwhile. A trace of anticipation flickered across Yu Linglong's bewitchingly beautiful face. She no longer had any need for the great Dao Divine Pill. The reason being Su Zhao's inexhaustible reservoir of fortune. With a genius like Elder Su around, breaking through to the soul transformation stage is merely a matter of time. There's no need to risk my disciples' lives competing for the great Dao Divine Pill. Consider it a leisurely journey to broaden their horizons. Hee. In the cave dwelling behind Piamiao sect, Duga Ling, dressed in a green gown, sipped spiritual tea and smiled. Uncle Zhuge, I've already chosen who will enter the Tianren secret realm next month. Have my eldest disciple Shueiyue lead the team. She could have undergone the soul transformation lightning tribulation years ago, but has been suppressing her cultivation specifically for the Tianren secret realm. The old man in Taoist robes with white hair and a youthful face nodded with a smile. Indeed, Shueiyue possesses extraordinary talent, ranking first among all inner disciples. With her leading the expedition, the chances of obtaining the great Dao Divine Pill are quite high. Dear Ling girl, if you obtain the great Dao Divine Pill and break through to the soul transformation realm, this time our Piamiao sect will reign supreme for the next 300 years. When junior sister Ji returns from her retreat, she'll also be greatly relieved. As if recalling something, Zhuge Wu's expression shifted slightly as he spoke gravely. That brat Su Xiao has recently emerged from his cultivation. They say he's broken through to the nascent soul stage. What's the point of all this struggling? Ling girl, find an opportunity to remind that insolent youth not to cause trouble everywhere, just because his lifespan is limited. Just live quietly for the next 50 years. If you cause another incident that wipes out a family like last time, this old Taoist will come personally to arrest you. That wretched youth at his age keeping a mistress and daring to openly defend her in front of the disciples. Sigh, he's quite good at this. On the day of the Outer Sect Grand Tournament Finals, over 1,000 disciples gathered around 10 arenas. Amid the clamor and excitement, the 10 disciples who triumphed today would take a leap to the heavens and become disciples of the inner sect elders. Jin Liuxiang's and Lin Yenner's arenas were placed side by side. Su Xiao had arranged this through Lu Danian, and now he stood between the 2 arenas, stroking his beard and watching the final round with a smile. Once the 2 women entered the inner sect and formed their golden cores ahead of time, it would be more convenient for him to gift them core-nourishing pills. The returned nascent soul pill was exactly what he needed. Wasn't that a saving? Haha, Elder Su actually came. Holy crap, Elder Su is backing Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. Who the hell would dare to beat them? Isn't that just asking for death? We're done for, utterly done for. Piamiao sect is finished. With that old Elder Su, around the whole moral atmosphere is ruined. The nearby disciples kept far away from Su Xiao, terrified of offending this fearsome old man. At this critical juncture, when his lifespan was nearly exhausted, any fool who tried to provoke him was plainly courting death. Those dozens of disciples who had suffered 10 rounds of flogging were still lying in bed. Seeing Elder Su watching from below, the 2 women's confidence soared. Raising their magic artifacts, they could hardly wait to engage the enemy. Elder Su being alive was their greatest support. Their opponents, catching sight of the harmless, kindly old man below, both trembled with terror, their faces turning deathly pale. They too were outstanding genius disciples of the outer sect, but if they offended Elder Su, damn it, would they be assassinated. Before the match even began, the 2 of them had lost all will to fight. In fact, they were already thinking about how to throw the match gracefully in front of Elder Su to earn a smile from him. Destiny Maiden detected by Xiao. Destiny rating B. Return multiplier 10x. Bond level 1. A B-rank Destiny Maiden. Su Xiao's aged eyes moved glancing toward the arena beside those two. On the stage, a girl in a pale blue robe stood holding a sword waiting for the match to begin. The girl stood gracefully tall and slender with a beautiful pure face that was utterly captivating. Her black hair was tied behind her back and her delicate figure was exquisite and slim. Her skin was fair and smooth, her features refined and lovely as fragile and endearing as a lily flower. She was a poised, intelligent beauty. Across the arena stood a stocky, brawny young man. He glared at Bai Xiao, fiercely determined to defeat her and advance to the inner sect. On the high platform, Lu Danian was about to order the final to begin. Before he could raise his hand, he caught sight of Su Xiao motioning with his eyes for him to wait. His heart jolted, and he immediately halted to await the elder's signal. Su Xiao walked to Bai Xiao's arena. The surrounding outer sect disciples retreated in fear, not daring to block him. Bai Xiao, come down. This elder feels a connection with you, and has a few words to say. Su Xiao wore a benevolent smile, a faint gleam flashing in his aged eyes. He had known before coming that Bai Xiao was unlikely to win this match. Her opponent across the arena already exuded the aura of core formation and was on the verge of a breakthrough. The more Destiny Maidens the better. Since he had encountered one, he might as well send her into the inner sect, forge a favorable bond, and make it easier to bestow gifts later. Mie. The Elder Su, are you? Are you calling me? Bai Xiao turned around. As soon as she saw Su Xiao's old face, her face lost its color in fright, and her heart thumped wildly. Elder Su. It was actually this unscrupulous elder, notorious throughout the sect. Yes, you. Haha, don't be afraid. You and I are fated. Come over. Su Xiao's words left all the surrounding disciples dumbfounded. Even the confident young man on the arena had his face instantly fall. Damn it. The old lecher is actually choosing concubines in public now. Is there still any hope for Piamiao sect? In the eyes of countless disciples around him, Su Xiao's benevolent, kind smile automatically turned into a lewd and sinister expression. Each of them was angry but dared not speak. The old lecher had stretched his claws toward Goddess Bai again. This was the last untouched beauty among the outer sect's 3 great beauties. The first 2 had already been plucked by the old lecher. Oh heavens and earth! Sect Master Grand Elder, come out and punish this devil. Bai Xiao walked down from the arena with a fearful expression and walked gracefully to Su Xiao. She struggled to suppress the fear in her heart and saluted him with a smile. Disciple Bai Xiao pays respects to Elder Su. At least she knew her manners, not intimidated by his aura, a fine seedling. A system-verified Destiny Maiden, whether in appearance, talent, or disposition, was a woman found once in 10,000. Su Xiao nodded with a smile. Bai Xiao, don't believe the rumors about me. This elder's lifespan is short. I only want to find a few talented disciples to inherit my legacy. Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner are the same. You and I are fated, and your talent is remarkable. If you enter the inner sect, you will surely soar to great heights. Bai Xiao was stunned by these words. Looking at Su Xiao's kind smile, the fear in her heart gradually dissipated. Elder Su, it seemed, was not as awful as the rumors suggested. Thank you, Elder Su. But this disciple is only at the 8th level of foundation establishment. I'm afraid victory will be difficult this time. She had clear self-awareness. Reaching the final was already the limit of her ability. Su Xiao waved his hand. No matter. Since you and I are fated, I will help you. Once you enter the inner sect, you shall study under Elder One. When you win the match, in a moment come to me. I will pay the apprenticeship ceremony gift for Elder One. Bai Xiao's heart stirred, and a soft light flickered in her beautiful eyes. Entering the inner sect was the dream of her life. Even better, she could become a disciple under Elder One, one of the 3 great inner sect protecting elders. This was what she had yearned for. Thank you, Elder. Bai Xiao knelt and bowed, unable to contain her excitement. Now she understood why Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner endured public ridicule to stay by Elder Su's side. So the elder was actually passing down his legacy. This was a rare and precious opportunity. Do you have a master in the outer sect? Su Xiao asked. Yes, my outer sect master is Elder Mingdan. Oh, it's her. Haha, that makes it convenient. Go now. With me here you will not lose. Thank you, Elder. With that, Bai Xiao held her perfectly curved chest high and walked straight up to the arena. At that moment, the young man opposite was frightened silly, because the old lecher had been smiling at him the whole time. That smile made his blood run cold. Damn, was the old lecher threatening him? At Su Xiao's signal, Lu Danian gave the order to begin. Su Xiao was not worried about Jin Liuxiang and Lin Yenner because he had already given their opponents a meaningful look. On Bai Xiao's side, the young man across from her was so terrified that his hands and feet went weak. He did not dare launch any effective attack against her. The old lecher was staring at him. It was too frightening. Bai Xiao had actually been snatched up by the old lecher too. In the end, terrified that Su Xiao would do something to him, the young man retreated, stumbled, and fell off the arena. Bai Xiao won the match first and advanced to the inner sect. Hiss! The surrounding disciples watched the blatantly fake defeat on stage and stood petrified, as if turned to stone. They looked at the fearsome old man with expressions of fear, anger, and helplessness. Damn it! Goddess Bai had fallen too. With just a few words, the old lecher had successfully plucked the last of the outer sect's 3 great beauties. And he had even threatened the opponent into letting Bai Xiao advance. No. If that terrifying old lecher is not eliminated, the day of Piao sect's destruction is not far off. From above, Lu Danian and the gathered elders of the outer sect watched Bai Xiao claim victory on the arena. Each of these old fellows felt a pang of complicated emotions in their hearts. Elder Su, you don't even bother putting on an act anymore. Elder Su, who had raided a predecessor's cave dwelling, certainly has the boldness now. Yet they merely grumbled in their hearts, maintaining a facade of composure on the surface. Their lifespans were nearly exhausted, and Elder Su had slain even the transcendent 9 tribulations demon Jitian. What chance did these outer sect elders have? Sun Jin, Liuxiang, and Lin Yan'er claimed their victories as the 2nd and 3rd place. Her opponent scarcely dared to strike back against Su Xiao, trembling and tumbling off the arena in surrender. Huh. Well done. Liuxiang, Yan'er, come here. Let me introduce you to a new junior sister. Su Xiao smilingly called the two over where Bai Xiao was already waiting. Elder. Lin Yan'er cheerfully greeted Bai Xiao. They had known each other before, though not intimately. Su Xiao said, once you 3 achieve foundation establishment and can fly on swords, you may relocate to the inner sect for cultivation. I've already spoken with Elder One. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, their eyes sparkled with delight. The 3 immediately knelt before Su Xiao in gratitude. After learning Bai Xiao's age, Su Xiao continued, under Elder One's guidance, Liuxiang, you shall be the senior sister. Bai Xiao, you shall be the 2nd senior sister. Yan'er, you shall be the junior sister. You 3 must get along well. Regarding cultivation resources going forward, do not worry. They shall all be covered by me. Jin, Liuxiang, and Lin Yan'er were overjoyed, bowing in gratitude. Disciples thanked the elder deeply. This was the first time Bai Xiao had encountered such a generous elder. A glimmer of emotion flickered in her eyes. Her former outer sect master had provided her with limited resources. Had it not been for that, she would have already reached the 9th stage of foundation establishment. In terms of talent, she believed she was no less exceptional than senior sister Jean or junior sister Lin. Bai Xiao, here are 10 foundation establishment pills, 10 superior grade spirit stones, and a mid-grade spirit artifact, the Xuanguang ring. Consider these as greeting gifts. Since you are currently only at the 8th stage of foundation establishment, the formal apprenticeship ceremony shall wait. We shall discuss it when you are close to achieving golden core. Su Xiao handed the items over. Bai Xiao received them somewhat dazed. Disciple thanks the elder deeply. Joy welled up within her. She knelt and bowed, pressing her forehead to the ground 3 times in profound respect. These greeting gifts were extraordinarily precious. Her previous outer sect master's entire collection combined could not match what Elder Su had given in a single instance. No need for such formalities. It is fate that brought us together. This is only proper. Su Xiao laughed. In the future, my legacy shall be passed on through you 3. System notification: host has gifted 10 foundation establishment pills successfully. First gift to Bai Xiao triggers a 1,000-fold critical hit. Returning Supreme Comprehension Elixir. System notification: host has gifted 10 superior grade spirit stones successfully. Returning 100 superior grade spirit stones. System notification: host has gifted a mid-grade spirit ring successfully. Returning a superior grade spirit ring. Supreme Comprehension Elixir upon consumption induces a brief state of sudden enlightenment, useful for breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. All disciples nearby watched Su Xiao distributing gifts on the spot. Every single one of them was left stunned. This included Lu Danian and all the outer sect elders and deacons. Elders, are you all simply going to stand by and do nothing about this? Is there no justice left in the Piao sect? The outer sect disciples' faces flushed green with fury. They wished desperately to cut the old man down on the spot. This was utterly insufferable. The sect competition continued. Ultimately, the top 10 outstanding disciples were selected, earning qualification for advancement to the inner sect. Once they had reached golden core stage, the sect would arrange for inner sect elders to take them as disciples. Lu Danian accompanied Su Xiao back to his small courtyard. His bovine eyes were filled with exhaustion. If things continued like this, Uncle Master's reputation would only deteriorate further. Su Xiao snorted with a laugh. A clean conscience fears no slander. Danian, your Uncle Master is merely cultivating talent for our Piao sect. What is there to fear? Huh. Lu Danian was utterly bewildered. Danian quickly reorganized the law enforcement squad. Anyone who dares spread rumors shall be punished according to sect rules. Handle this properly. Uncle Master truly pushes himself too hard. In a residence within the outer mountain lodging area by Xiao reported her glad tidings to her master Meng Dan. That old fool Su is taking you as his successor and gave you so many things. Meng Dan's expression turned to shock, her eyes flickering with complex fury. The old codger is courting death. By Xiao hastily explained, Master, the elder is truly kind. He's not at all like people say. The beautiful woman retorted angrily. Xiao, you are being foolish. Wait here. I'm going to settle accounts with that old fool. With that, the beautiful woman paid no heed to Bai Xiao. Mounting her flying sword, she soared directly beyond the residence. A brilliant sword light streaked across the sky over the plaza. The outer sect disciples below, upon seeing this, were electrified with excitement. It's Elder Meng. Elder Meng must be furious. Finally, our outer sect still has such a righteous and upright elder. Let's go. We'll crouch outside the Elder Su's courtyard and watch Elder Meng dress him down. Elder Meng, at nascent soul 9th stage, the mightiest elder of our outer sect. With Elder Meng taking action, Elder Su is finished this time. So satisfying. Countless disciples followed Meng Dan's swordlight, setting up an ambush in the forest near Su Xiao's courtyard. They wanted to witness Elder Su being humiliated. Su Xiao was cultivating on a meditation cushion in his room. Old man Su, come out. Xiao is my disciple. You're not allowed to corrupt her. The door was pushed open. A woman in a blue Taoist robe entered angrily. Su Xiao raised his eyes, and a faint glint flashed in his old eyes. The woman entering was in her early 30s with a gentle, yet stunning beauty, delicate willow leaf eyebrows, and refined features. Her flat, slender waist was full and voluptuous, her long legs perfectly proportioned and tall. Her magnificent figure drove men wild, her curvaceous form breathtaking. As she moved, she exuded the rich charm of a mature woman. She was a mature beauty, like a blooming flower. Dandan, you've come after all. Su Xiao looked at her, complexity flashing in his old eyes, and sighed softly. Meng Dan said angrily, don't call me Dandan. Old man, don't you see how old you've become now? You're over 1,000 years old, and still acting indecently. And you still have designs on my Xiao. Why haven't you died yet? She slammed the door shut, and sat at the table determined to have a proper talk with this old man Su. Xiao was her disciple, and she would never allow this old monster to lay eyes on her. Su Xiao rose, and sat opposite her, pouring a cup of spiritual tea for her. He sighed deeply and said, Dandan by Xiao has remarkable talent. She's a fine seedling. I give her things, and help her enter the inner sect. What's wrong with that? Meng Dan's willow brows furrowed, and she snorted derisively. Old man, who in the sect doesn't know your reputation? You just have eyes for my Xiao's beauty, nothing more. I won't even ask about Jean Liuxiang and Lin Yenner. Make it simple. Leave Xiao alone, let this gift incident go, and you're forbidden from approaching her from now on. Su Xiao shook his head, and simply asked, Dandan, don't you know how many resources you have? Don't you want by Xiao to follow your old path? Wasted with talent, but stuck at the nascent soul stage. Meng Dan was stunned by this piercing question. She looked at the white-haired Su Xiao, hesitation flashing in her eyes. He was right. She had lacked resources when she first came to the mountain to cultivate, and now she was stuck at the 9th layer of nascent soul, unable to break through. But this was all this old man's fault. Meng Dan's eyes were filled with mixed emotions. 300 years ago, when she entered the inner sect, she could have chosen a senior elder with abundant resources as her master. But back then she was naive and was captivated by Su Xiao's peerless handsome face, becoming his recorded disciple. And she had been with him for a time. But what was the result? The old man was pitifully poor, completely unable to help her with cultivation, and he had ruined her. In the end, seeing no hope, she returned to the outer sect and became an elder, intending to accumulate resources again to break through to the divine transformation stage. The old man had wasted a century or two of her life. Shameless. I don't care. Anyway, you're not allowed to corrupt Xiao anymore. A resolute expression appeared on Meng Dan's gentle and beautiful face. Her tragedy must not happen to her disciple. Su Xiao smiled and said, Dandan, I used to feel guilty toward you, but now things are different. You also know I inherited the resources of a senior's cave dwelling. My remaining lifespan is not long, and these resources would be useless to keep. Isn't this why I'm looking for 3 successors? Dandan, what I owe you from before, I will make up for before I die. The old man spoke with deep affection, a look of guilt flashing across his handsome, elderly face. Old man, look at your age. Do you think you're still as handsome as before? Thinking about this kind of thing till death. Shameless. Meng Dan looked at him with anger in her eyes. Detected daughter of fortune. Meng Dan, fortune level C, return multiplier 20, bond level 2. Oh, Dandan is also a daughter of fortune. Su Xiao's eyes shifted slightly, and his gaze toward Meng Dan grew even more guilty. With such remarkable talent, 300 years had passed, and she still hadn't broken through to the divine transformation stage. It was all his fault. Su Xiao focused his mind and produced an ice blue pendant. The pendant radiated a faint blue light, clearly extraordinary at a glance. This was a supreme-grade magical artifact, the pendant of universal peace. The moment he took it out, Meng Dan's eyes were drawn to it. What a powerful artifact. At least supreme grade. Dan, I feel guilty toward you. This is the supreme grade artifact pendant of universal peace. With it, your chances of successfully undergoing the thunder tribulation increase. Having said that, he produced a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. Dan, you're just as beautiful as before. This is a high-grade beauty-preserving pill. I hope you remain beautiful forever. Dan, I can't use these things anymore, so I'm giving them all to you. I hope you can forgive me. Su Xiao's old eyes were sincere as he handed them over. Meng Dan was utterly stunned. Supreme-grade artifact. High-grade beauty-preserving pill. She looked at the old man before her in disbelief. Suddenly she seemed to see his youthful self. He was still so handsome. Su. Old man Su, you're giving all of this to me. Meng Dan swallowed hard, her smooth fair hands trembling as she took the artifact and the pill. This was worth thousands of high-grade spirit stones combined. These were top-tier items that no amount of spirit stones could buy. It's all for you, Dan. From now on, I'll cover all the cultivation resources for you and by Xiao. Before I die, I will help you break through to the divine transformation stage. Su Xiao saw the surprise and joy in her eyes and nodded with satisfaction. He knew Dan loved him. It was only reality that kept them apart. Su. Elder Su, why do you have to do this? Meng Dan placed the items into her storage bag, and 2 streams of tears fell. Under the bombardment of his sweet words and gifts, her defenses completely crumbled. It was tears of joy. The elder was still as handsome as before. Dan, all these years you're still this beautiful, but I've grown old. Su Xiao lamented. Meng Dan's heart raced with emotion as she recalled the sweet times they had shared. Suddenly the now wealthy Su Xiao seemed even more attractive to her. Elder, don't say that. Although you've aged, your looks haven't diminished. At least to me, you're still handsome. Having received such precious gifts, Meng Dan no longer had the courage to scold him. Dan, I've missed you so much after all these years. Meng Dan's face turned crimson. She now resembled a young maiden, her eyes filled with shyness. Deep within her heart, she loved Su Xiao. Congratulations. Successfully gifted the supreme grade artifact pendant of universal peace. First time gift to Meng Dan triggers a 1,000-fold critical bonus. Reward 9 fire glaze shield. Congratulations. Successfully gifted the high-grade beauty-preserving pill. Return 2 supreme-grade beauty-preserving pills. The next morning, in a room filled with an alluring fragrance, Su Xiao looked at Meng Dan sleeping soundly beside him and smiled with a shake of his head. Dan was still the same as she had been centuries ago, gentle and shy. Old man, I'm leaving first. After dressing, Meng Dan smiled softly and embraced him, and the fragrance of a woman immediately washed over him. Her seductively beautiful face was slightly flushed, and her voluptuous figure exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. Su Xiao nodded. Dan, go cultivate first. If you need anything, just come and tell me. Don't hold back. Come by whenever you're free. You're always welcome here. Meng Dan gave a snort of laughter. Heh, don't worry. You owe me far too much. You'll have to make it up to me in the future. I'll thank you on Xiao's behalf too, but you're not allowed to have any ideas about her. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. Of course, since you're watching me. After a brief tender interlude, Meng Dan slowly walked out of the small courtyard. She's out. Finally out. What's going on? Why did Elder Meng stay in Elder Su's room all night? What the hell is going on? The disciples lying in ambush in the outer Sex Mountain Forest all cast Farsight arts and stared straight at Meng Dan as she came out. They were the ones who had held out throughout the night. Most people had already left long ago. But when they saw Meng Dan's appearance, clearly one after another, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Holy shit. Elder Meng has tenderness in her eyes. Her beautiful face is red beyond belief. Her stride is clearly abnormal. Holy shit. Even Elder Meng Dan, the outer sex #1 elder and the dream girl of countless elders, stewards, and disciples, had fallen for him. Impossible, right? It can't be. It shouldn't be. Elder Meng Dan is an expert at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Oh lord, this isn't real. Meng Dan looked left and right, saw no one, quietly summoned her flying sword, and hurriedly flew toward her residence. This guilty conscience scene was spotted once again by the disciples lurking in the distant mountain forest. Holy shit. I will never live under the same sky as that old villain. Several male disciples on site were angered straight into a faint. If that old villain lives, the Piao sect is doomed. A few more disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood, so furious they nearly stopped breathing. The next day, the entire Piao sect exploded. Rumors that Su Xiao was keeping a female disciple and even keeping her master on the side, were flying everywhere, becoming the must-talk topic for countless inner and outer disciples whenever they met. Now every male disciple, inner or outer, young or old, regarded the old lecher as their ultimate enemy. Even the deacons in the enforcement squad began to go on strike. No, Elder Ming is my goddess. Elder Su, how could you do this? Holy shit. Screw the enforcement. That old codger has taken my dream girl. Oh. The middle-aged and elderly deacons in the enforcement squad beat their chests and stamped their feet in utter agony. The mere thought of Elder Ming made them heave as if vomiting blood. They simply couldn't accept the fact. Lu Danian sat in the enforcement hall, his simple, honest face deathly pale. Elder Uncle, you've gone way too far. In Ming Dan's residence, Xiao rushed into the main hall in a panic and paid respects to her master. Master, outside. Outside is full of rumors about you. And Elder Su. And me? She was almost scared stiff. Now the entire outer mountain was discussing the matter, and she had been dragged into it, as well, with people saying the master and disciple were both shameless women. Ming Dan's beautiful face, however, carried a rosy glow and delight. She had already taken the top-grade beauty retention pill, and now she was glowing with radiance, even more gorgeous than before. Hearing Xiao's words, she shook her head. They're all rumors. Xiao, if you ever run out of resources in the future, go ask Elder Su for them. Your master has already discussed it with Elder Su. From now on, Elder Su will cover all your expenses in the inner sect. Don't believe those outside rumors. Oh. Xiao looked blankly at her master, who had suddenly become even more beautiful. She had a feeling. What people said outside seemed to be true. She was utterly dumbfounded. The matter was too big to conceal, and countless sect members were gossiping. It quickly reached Dugu Ling's ears. Damn, senior brother. He's still carrying on with that Ming Dan. Humph. A beam of cyan light shot out from the inner mountain, heading straight for Su Zhao's villa. With a bang, Dugu Ling kicked the door open again. Senior brother, get out here. What is going on? Are you looking up old flames again? Have you no shame left? Dugu Ling was furious. Her exquisite, beautiful face carried a hint of anger. A little mistress was fine. That was just a casual fling. But an old lover like this made Dugu Ling sense a real threat. Senior brother is allowed to love only me. Su Xiao suddenly sat bolt upright on his meditation cushion and stepped forward with a smile. They're all rumors, junior sister. Calm down. Let's talk this through nicely. Su Xiao invited her to take a seat and poured her a cup of spirit tea. Dugu Ling said angrily, I work hard for the sect every single day, and I've been earnestly preparing for the Tianren Secret Realm trip next month. But you, senior brother, are just fine. Keeping a mistress every day, and now even Ming Dan appears. Do you know the whole sect is talking about you? How can you show your face after this? Su Xiao blinked. Ignoring everything else, he suddenly asked, Tianren Secret Realm. Is the Tianren Secret Realm about to open soon? Of course. I was already swamped. And now I have to deal with your trouble too. Dugu Ling's anger flared. Do you know how busy I've been lately? Every faction has its eye on the Tianren Secret Realm this time. If we don't get good things, our Piao sect might not even keep its position as the leader of the righteous path. You've disappointed me. This junior sister, way too much. Su Xiao remembered the matter of the Tianren Secret Realm. It opened once every 300 years, and cultivators below the spirit transformation stage could enter. Its greatest treasure was the Great Tao Divine Pill, whose rumored effect was similar to his 3,000 Great Tao Pill. His aged eyes lit up brightly, and he stepped forward. Junior sister, why didn't you say so earlier? Don't worry. Leave this Tianren Secret Realm matter to me. Isn't it just the Great Tao Divine Pill? Junior sister, you are my only love. For you, before this old senior brother dies, I will definitely bring back the Great Tao Divine Pill and give it to you so you can advance to the void refinement stage. After listening to his words, she stared at Su Xiao in utter bewilderment, her beautiful phoenix eyes full of shock and suspicion. You, senior brother, are you joking? Even if you have recovered some cultivation and reached the first level of nascent soul, what use is that now, eh? Inside the secret realm, if you use anything tainted with the aura of a spirit transformation cultivator, you'll be teleported out immediately. Those talismans of yours are useless. Dugu Ling looked at the silly old man before her. Though he had become somewhat younger and more handsome after reaching nascent soul, he was still an old man with little lifespan left. Su Xiao smiled mysteriously and said, Don't worry, junior sister. What senior brother inherited from that senior's cave dwelling was not only talismans. First, tell me, which 4 people do you plan to send this time? Dugu Ling mulled it over, blinked, and said, Eldest disciple Shui Wei will lead the team along with my second disciple, and Elder Zhu's, and Elder Lu's disciples Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. They are all cultivators at the 9th level of nascent soul. Each of them has several high-grade magic treasures, and Shui Wei also has her clan's supreme-grade magic treasure. It should be no problem. Su Xiao stroked his goatee and nodded. The candidates are fine, but that second disciple is the weakest and has no proper demeanor. Don't let him go. Just have him cultivate obediently in the sect. I'll take his place as senior brother. With senior brother on the job, junior sister, just sit back and wait for the great Tao divine pill ha. Seeing her senior brother so confident, Dugu Ling could not help hesitating. Could he really have obtained some other benefits from that senior's cave dwelling? Senior brother, this is no joke. Dugu Ling frowned. The final contest for the great Tao divine pill has always been extremely cruel. If one's strength isn't enough, one might die before even activating a life-preserving talisman. The other sex will definitely be fighting tooth and nail. Su Xiao waved his hand. It's fine, junior sister. Trust senior brother. I've frittered away my whole life. This time I want to make a final contribution to you and the Piao sect. If Piao sect is well, then you will be well. His old face was sincere and his handsomeness was overwhelming. Dugu Ling's eyes sparkled brilliantly. She seemed to see again that all-capable, stunningly handsome brother Su from their village days. Senior brother. She hugged Su Xiao, unable to stop fragrant tears from streaming down her face. Senior brother, on the verge of death, wanted to make one final gamble for her. So her senior brother truly loved her. He loved only her. Under Su Xiao's insistence, Dugu Ling finally agreed to let him replace her second disciple and go to the Tianren secret realm. After Dugu Ling left, Su Xiao's old face broke into a smile. The Tianren secret realm is truly tailor-made for me. Su Xiao nodded in satisfaction, anticipation showing in his eyes. Now that he was at the nascent soul realm, he had the two great Tao powers of earth fire and human fire, plus the support of 3 magic treasures. Even against a spirit transformation cultivator, he could put up a fight without talismans, let alone those nascent soul cultivators in the Tianren secret realm. After a quick gilding trip to the secret realm, I'll have a legitimate excuse to give junior sister gifts. Moreover, there were many good things in the secret realm, and he could also profit from them. Once the fiery red canopy was summoned, 9 huge fire dragons were completely under his command. The fire dragons were of the ultimate earth fire, perfectly matching his earth fire Tao and enabling him to unleash tremendous power. As for the supreme grade Tao enlightenment pill, he had no use for it for now, so he put it aside. At dawn, Su Xiao flew on his sword away from the outer mountain, heading for Xiao City. Before the secret realm expedition, he planned to visit Zilai Trading House again to replenish his spatial storage. In an elegant room on the 3rd floor of Zilai Trading House, Ziyun, dressed in purple gauze and flaunting her fair striking figure, brought the items Su Xiao wanted with a charming smile. Su Xiao verified that everything was correct and paid 700 high-grade spirit stones after the discount, making the charming woman before him beam with joy. 120 nurturing golden pills cost 120 high-grade spirit stones. 40 nascent transformation pills cost 400 high-grade spirit stones. 4 nascent soul lightning conducting talismans, 3 nascent soul ice sword talismans, and 3 nascent soul earth fire talismans cost 200 high-grade spirit stones in total. After putting the items away, Su Xiao took out 10 nascent transformation pills and said with a smile, "Unexpectedly, Manager Z has broken through to the 1st level of nascent soul. These 10 nascent transformation pills are for your cultivation." Hearing this, Ziyun's face lit up with joy. 10 nascent transformation pills were a full 100 high-grade spirit stones. This old man was simply too extravagant. "Thank you, Elder Su. Elder Su is getting younger and more handsome with every passing day." Accepting the pills, Ziyun's charming face was radiant. A fragrant breeze swept over as she naturally took Su Xiao's arm. "Congratulations, host, on successfully gifting 10 nascent transformation pills. 10 spirit refining pills have been returned." Su Xiao was slightly startled. Spirit refining pills. These were rare pills used by spirit transformation cultivators, rarely seen on the market. Before long, Ziyun seemed to think of something and spoke softly, her breath as fragrant as orchids. "Elder, I heard that your Piao sect is also going to the Tianren secret realm in Nanzhan State this time." Su Xiao smiled and said, "You've asked the right person, Manager Z. This time I happen to be leading the Piao sect's team into the secret realm." "What, Elder, you're going to?" Hearing this, Ziyun was shocked. Those who went to the Tianren secret realm were all 9th level nascent soul cultivators. The old man had only just recovered his nascent soul cultivation. Was he really going? And leading the team? Wasn't he already close to dying of old age? Su Xiao said, "Don't be surprised. This old man still has some skill. Besides, the other 3 are all geniuses of my Piao sect. It's nothing much." Ziyun blinked her beautiful, seductive eyes. Then 2 lovely streams of tears fell as she began to sob charmingly. "What's wrong, Manager Z?" Su Xiao asked. Ziyun leaned against Su Xiao's shoulder, her tearful eyes shimmering, and said, "Elder, could I ask you for a favor? You don't despise this old man, Manager Z, so just say it directly. If it's not too hard, I'll help." Su Xiao smiled faintly. Ziyun was overjoyed. Although the old man did not have much lifespan left, he had recently become famous throughout the Panlong continent, and everyone feared him. If he was willing to make a move, Zilai Trading House would be controlled by her family from now on. Ziyun said in a pitiful tone, "Thank you, Elder. Elder, this time Donglai State will also send 4 people to the Tianren secret realm, and one of them is Shangguan Jinyu, the young master of my Zilai Trading House. Elder, that Shangguan Jinyu is the youngest genius of Zilai Trading House, and even of Donglai State. At only 100-odd years old, he has cultivated to the 9th level of nascent soul. He is powerful and carries a supreme-grade magic treasure. But that Shangguan Jinyu is a lecher. He is always trying to make a move on me." At this point, she secretly glanced at Su Zhao's expression, her beautiful eyes shimmering. Su Zhao's old eyes shifted as he understood her intention. Just as he was about to speak, the system's voice sounded. "Discovered fortune rival Shangguan Jinyu identity, young master of Zilai Trading House, Donglai State. Quest issued, kill Shangguan Jinyu. Quest reward, the next gift is guaranteed to trigger a 10,000-fold critical." This system's nose really is damn sharp. Su Zhao's old eyes moved, and he sighed with a silent laugh. Then he looked at Ziyi and stroked his goatee, and said with handsome resolve, "Don't worry, Manager Z. That lecher dared to have designs on you. How presumptuous. This old man will not let him leave the Tianren secret realm alive." Ziyin was completely dumbfounded. She hadn't told him to kill anyone. Ziyin was still stunned. "Elder, you agreed far too readily." She hugged him excitedly, a captivating fragrance wafting around her graceful, imposing figure. After a tender moment, as Ziyin slipped into her upper garment, Su Xiao chuckled, "Shopkeeper, Z, since you don't despise this old man, I have little else to offer in return. I still have some years left in me. That Shangguan Jinyu, leave him to me. He won't be returning to Donglai Kingdom." Ziyun gazed at the calm, confident Su Xiao, her eyes brimming with pleasant surprise. In that instant, she suddenly felt this handsome old man growing more gallant by the second. Wealthy and powerful, radiating dominance. If Shangguan Jinyu truly perished in the secret realm, her family would thoroughly control the Zilai Trading House. "Elder, this woman is deeply grateful to you. After you return, I would willingly serve you in every way, Elder Su." A faint shimmer flickered in her eyes. The old man was astonishingly wealthy. Rumor had it he'd excavated a great cultivator's cave abode. The treasures on him before death must be immense. If he also eliminated Shangguan Jinyu, her greatest enemy, surrendering herself was a trivial matter. Su Xiao smiled and said, "Rest assured, Shopkeeper Z. Leave this matter to me." "Thank you, Elder." Ziyun was overjoyed. Days later, the day of departure arrived. Several streaks of light flew from the inner mountain and landed at Su Zhao's residence. "Senior brother, it's time to go." Dugu Ling and the 2 protector elders Zhu and Lu accompanied them, tasked with securing the spoils from the secret realm. Su Xiao stood tall and imposing in a gray robe. His graying hair and beard were perfectly suited, making him look not only handsome, but also imbued with the dignified bearing of an elder. "Uncle Master, you're still alive? Wonderful." As soon as he stepped out, a petite young woman rushed toward him and crashed straight into his arms. A crisp, refreshing scent of a young maiden drifted over. "Shui wed gently now? This old uncle can't take such a rough tackle." I just missed you, Uncle Master." The petite young woman released Su Xiao and giggled. She was petite, nearly 2 heads shorter than Su Xiao. Clad in a form-fitting white dress, she was dainty and alluring. Her porcelain doll-like fair face bore delicate, dazzling dimples. Her luminous white skin seemed ready to burst at a touch, tender and soft. Glossy black hair cascaded to her shoulders, and her 2 small fangs were exquisitely cute, the very picture of a maiden in the bloom of youth. This young woman was Shuiwe Duguling's senior disciple. In less than a century since joining the sect, she had already reached the peak of the 9th level of nascent soul. She was the rising genius after Duguling. Detected daughter of Fortune Shuiwe. Fortune level S. Return multiplier 30. Bond level 1. Su Zhao's old eyes stirred slightly. This little girl who never grew up. Could she also be a daughter of Fortune? An S rank at that. Shuiwe, your uncle was on the verge of dying of old age, and you never came to see me. I missed you too. A wry smile spread across Su Zhao's aged face as he nodded approvingly at her. 30 times, not bad. And at the 9th level of nascent soul, it would be convenient to gift her as well. "Oh, Uncle Master, I was in seclusion before. I only came out recently when Master called me. I came to see you the moment I was out." Shuiwe waved her tiny hand, barely half the size of Su Zhao's. Her eyes sparkled with a strange light as she giggled foolishly at him. "Uncle Master, I heard you've been making quite a stir in the sect lately. Is it true or fake?" All right. Shuiwe, it's been so long since your uncle last saw you. Here are 10 infant transformation pills. You can make good use of them now. Take them as a welcome gift." Su Xiao produced 10 infant transformation pills, and the words barely left his mouth. Everyone around stared at him in sheer bewilderment. Duguling blinked. The 3 elders swallowed hard. The young disciples Xiao Wang and Xiao Li looked at the pills in Su Zhao's hand with naked greed. Damn, Elder Su is absurdly generous. 10 infant transformation pills. That was 100 premium spirit stones. Even their master, a protector elder, couldn't afford such a gift for his own disciples. Huh, all these for me. So many infant transformation pills. Shueihua blinked her large limpid eyes, staring at Su Xiao in disbelief. She snatched them and stuffed them all into her storage pouch. Then she swallowed hard, her big eyes full of stars. Uncle Master, do you like me? I'm willing. As long as Uncle Master gives me good things. I want you to like me too. Rumble. Her words struck like thunder from the 9 heavens, striking everyone on the scene dumb. Even Su Xiao was stunned as he stared at her. Damn, where did this little girl learn such things? Shueihua, shut up. Come here now. Dugu Ling's face darkened with a trace of anger. Shueihua pouted and returned to her side, but not before casting a sparkling, meaningful glance at Su Xiao. The message was clear. Uncle Master, please consider it. Su Xiao was utterly speechless. The 3 elders and the 2 juniors awkwardly shuffled their feet, the atmosphere growing unbearably strange. Ahem. Shueihua is still as innocent as a little girl. Junior sister, 3 elders, 2 young nephews, please pay no mind to such jest. Su Xiao quickly smoothed things over. Since everyone is here, let's set off. The celestial being's secret realm is of great importance. We'll discuss on the way. Right. Elder Su is right. Let's move lest we miss the auspicious hour. Elders Zhu and Lu chimed in to ease the tension. Let's go, senior brother. Dugu Ling shot him a cold glance, barely willing to acknowledge this good-for-nothing senior brother of hers. With an awkward smile, the group summoned their flying swords and soared toward Nanzhan country. Congratulations, host. You have successfully gifted 10 infant transformation pills. First gift to Shueihua triggers a 10,000-fold crit, returning the Primordial Chaos Chi Pill. Primordial Chaos Chi Pill upon consumption grants an indestructible Primordial Chaos Chi. When combined with spiritual power, the might of techniques and treasures multiplies with endless wondrous uses. Nanzhan Kingdom, a grand and magnificent estate on the outskirts. Within the estate, buildings stand dense and closed with carved beams and painted rafters. In the open space at its center stands a massive black stone rising from the earth. The black stone protrudes from the earth over 20 zhang in height, resembling a mountain, majestic and imposing. Its surface shimmers with ethereal radiance, and within it pulses a profound, otherworldly energy. This is the Zhuangguang Divine Stone, the gateway to Nanzhan Kingdom's heavenly secret realm. At this moment, the open area is already filled with cultivators from various factions gathering to explore the realm. The Bloodthirsty Demons sect, the Corpse sect, the 10,000 Poisons sect, the Tao Heaven Gate, the Dual Joy sect, the 10,000 Buddhist Temple. Additionally, roughly 50 to 60 major powers from the 10 nations and orthodox and demonic second and third-rate sects have assembled, bringing the total to several hundred. All of them elite figures from the Panlong continent. Elder Su, I never expected that after a year apart you would look so much younger. Your black hair and beard have all grown back, and you've even recovered your nascent soul cultivation. You're getting more handsome by the day. You make my heart flutter. Su Xiao and his Piao sect companions have arrived. Dugu Ling leads 3 elders in the usual social pleasantries with other sect leaders and elders. Yet Su Xiao has been pulled over by Yu Linglong, the sect leader of the Dual Joy sect, who has wrapped her arms around his. This leaves Su Xiao feeling deeply embarrassed. There are too many people watching. Couldn't she be more discreet? When he arrived, he had already consumed the Hunmeng Ichi pill, and now an indestructible Hunmeng true Qi circulates through his body. Having had 1 point of luck stolen by Yu Linglong, 50 points are returned. Having had 1 point of luck stolen by Yu Linglong, 50 points are returned. You sect leader, please. Everyone's watching. I should head back. Oh, but Elder Su, our Dual Joy sect and your Piao sect are both among the 4 righteous major sects. Dugu Ling is my close friend, and she won't mind. Yu Linglong leans against Su Xiao, refusing to release him. Behind her stand 2 elderly women with silver hair. They are the 2 senior elders of the Dual Joy sect. At this moment, their aged eyes gleam with avarice as they stare at Su Xiao, nearly popping out of their sockets. Such an overwhelming reservoir of luck, boundless and inexhaustible. Their ancient countenances shine with inner light as they observe the old man ahead, their eyes sparkling intensely. Yet gazing at Yu Linglong and Su Xiao, the 2 elder women shake their heads and heave deep sighs. The sect leader has seized the opportunity before them. Beside the elder women stand 4 beautiful disciples of the Dual Joy sect, selected to enter the secret realm. Like the elder women, all 4 perceive the infinite majestic luck radiating from Su Xiao. Their beautiful eyes gleam with fervent admiration. Their delicate faces flush with longing and desire. No wonder the sect leader shows no interest in the great Tao Divine Pill this time. With this Su Xiao present, the sect master's advancement to the Tribulation Transcendence realm is virtually guaranteed. Look, Yu Linglong from the Dual Joy sect is clearly entangled with old Su. In broad daylight, how utterly shameless. What a corrupt age. Those demonic women of the Dual Joy sect don't even spare a dying old man. Simply monstrous. Yu Linglong must be blind. Why should this wretched old Su receive such favor? I refuse to accept. Nearly everyone in the vicinity observes the unfolding scene. They cannot fathom how a decrepit old man could attract the attention of Yu Linglong, the supreme beauty of the Dual Joy sect. Completely incomprehensible. A little insider news. This old Su not only openly keeps female disciples at the Piao sect, but now even their female master has become part of his collection. These rumors have set the Piao sect abuzz. Old Su faces universal condemnation, his reputation in tatters. Heaven. Truly hypocritical. His nickname within the Piao sect is now the terrifying Old Devil. No beautiful female cultivator can escape his clutches. What a scoundrel. He should have died long ago. Around him male cultivators glare with murderous intent, wanting to tear apart this terrifying old demon. Dugu Ling and the three elders glance over. Their expressions grave, they keep a careful distance, even embarrassed to acknowledge any connection. Dugu Ling couldn't be bothered to intervene. Beyond control, utterly beyond control. Yet internally she feels unconcerned. Her senior brother loves only her after all. Everything else is merely play acting. Little Wang and Little Li steal glances at Yu Linglong's figure, faces flushing crimson, barely maintaining their Dao hearts. Even keeping female disciples wasn't enough for this elder. Now he can't resist the Dual Joy sect's enchantresses either. How utterly ruthless. Oh, so this is what Senior Uncle Su prefers. So this is how one should be kept. I must learn carefully, so Senior Uncle Su will continue giving me things. The delicate and adorable Shueiyue blinks without pause, her large eyes fixed intently on Yu Linglong's movements. She even mimics her gestures, swaying side to side and nearly tumbling over. It's a bit challenging, but nothing I can't handle. Go Xiao, you can do it. Watching Yu Linglong and Su Xiao together, some of her admirers can no longer bear it. They refuse to tolerate this dying old man monopolizing their goddess any longer. Old devil, release my jade goddess. I'll kill you. A burly male disciple loses all composure, completely breaking down. Ignoring the numerous high-level cultivators around him, he pulls a long sword from his storage bag and lunges towards Su Xiao. A staggering nascent soul fourth stage aura erupts from him. He intends to personally execute this shameless old demon. No, Laoya, what are you doing? His companions react too late, unable to pull him back. The muscular man has already charged forward, eyes blood-red fury exploding like an uncontrollable volcano. Old Su's ancient eyes shift, slightly momentarily bewildered. Are young people these days so lacking in respect for elders? Before Yu Linglong can respond, he waves his hand. Immediately a trace of the great Tao's laws manifests, enveloping the charging disciple. The man's body trembles, his burning rage suddenly transforming into something tangible. Blinding, terrifying crimson flames erupting from his eyes. In an instant the crimson flames ignite from within, spreading outward and completely engulfing the burly man. He lets out heart-wrenching screams. This spectacle leaves everyone watching utterly stunned. Sect leaders, elders, disciples, all frozen in shock. In less than 10 breaths the muscular man is reduced to a charred corpse, crumbling into a pile of black ash upon hitting the ground. Su Xiao chuckles leisurely. Whose disciple is this? Step forward and claim him. His temper was so fierce it burned himself to death. In all my years I've never witnessed such a thing. What? What happened? The nearby cultivators were utterly stunned. They stared at the charred ash upon the ground, rooted to the spot, their gazes filled with suspicion as they fixated upon Su Xiao. Did Su old man do this? Impossible. That man is merely an old codger on the verge of death, his cultivation realm having fallen. Where could he have obtained such formidable divine abilities? Where's sixth brother? Several companions of the burly man rushed over, circling the black ash on the ground and wailing toward the heavens, their faces twisted with grief. You died so tragically. They were merely elders of a third-rate sect, and since their sect was nearby they had come to the Tiangong secret realm to try their luck. Unexpectedly, before even entering the secret realm, an elder had perished. Su old man, it must have been your doing. May you die a horrible death. The elderly sect leader scooped up a handful of ashes, and together with the other two elders wept bitterly. They had been 6 brothers once. Now only 3 remained. Heaven is unjust. Su old man, my Flying Blade sect swears eternal enmity with you. Ahead Yu Linglong's face darkened as she grabbed Su Xiao's arm. Xiao Fantong, do not speak to Elder Su in such a manner. The overwhelming pressure of the 9th stage of Huashan realm came crashing down, suffocating the 3 men. Dare to disrespect Elder Su again, and your Flying Blade sect shall cease to exist. She then turned to Su Xiao, her dignified countenance instantly softening into one of tenderness and allure. Elder, were you not frightened just now? They are all mine to discipline. These Flying Blade sect people are far too impudent. Su Xiao gazed at the 3 trembling men and blinked his aged eyes. They are your people, Yes, they are an affiliated sect of my Hahuan sect. Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with surprise and adoration as she gazed upon Su Xiao. Just now pressed close against him, she had sensed an inexplicable trace of grand Dao power emanating from his body. This must be the reason the invaders were consumed by raging flames. Elder Su is truly extraordinary. There are definitely secrets within him. She adored it. Sect Master Yu. You certainly do not know this Su old man. He is merely an old lecher. Everyone at the Piao sect knows of his reputation. You absolutely must not be deceived by him. The old lecher only covets sect master's very body. Xiao Fantong and the three others knelt and prostrated themselves, desperately denouncing Su Xiao. Not only sixth brother, but they three as well could not bear to witness their noble and incomparable goddess sect master being intimate with this decrepit lecher. This was worse than death itself. Slander my elder Su. Seeking death. Yu Linglong coldly snorted and raised one hand. Instantly a wisp of pink mist materialized, instantly engulfing Xiao Fantong and his companions. No, Sect Master Yu. He is an old lecher. Everyone knows. The pink mist seeped through their skin, and after their final agonized screams, their skin began to flush crimson and swell grotesquely. With a thunderous boom, the three exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The scene was ghastly and horrifying. Yu Linglong giggled softly. Henceforth whoever dares speak ill of Elder Su shall be an enemy of the Hahuan sect. With that she continued, absorbing the boundless fortune from his person. Sect Master Yu, we are all allies here. That was excessive. Su Xiao sighed with a smile. What is excessive about it? Who let them slander Elder Su? Yu Linglong's exquisitely enchanting face flushed slightly, utterly unconcerned with the countless stunned onlookers surrounding them. Yu Linglong destroyed her own affiliated sect for this old lecher. How ruthless. I cannot accept it. What on earth has attracted Sect Master Yu to that old lecher? I am young and handsome. Why not me? Shameless old lecher. Disgraceful in your senility. Deserving of death by all. I salute those 4 brave souls who dared speak truth. As long as that old lecher draws breath one more day, our clan's future remains hopeless. The young cultivators who had accompanied their elders lamented in their hearts. Yet given the Hahuan sect's status as one of the 4 great sects, none dared step forward to curse the old lecher. The puddle of blood upon the ground served as a grim warning. Old lecher, may you die horribly. Amitba. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Donor Su would be well suited to study at our Wanfo temple. Liaochen clasped his palms together and began reciting sutras guiding the souls of the 4 who had met unjust deaths. Dao Yizhenren stroked his beard and smiled at the nearby Dugu Ling. Dugu sect master, you have accompanied Elder Su for 1,000 years. Now that Yu Linglong has claimed him, you feel no anger. Dugu Ling's phoenix eyes glistened as she smiled nonchalantly. Why should I be angry? Senior brother loves only me after all. That Yu Linglong. Senior brother is merely amusing himself with her. Su Zhao's display of heartfire technique just now. The Dugu Ling had witnessed it clearly. One strike, killing a cultivator of the 4th stage of Yuanying. Senior brother is truly too powerful. He truly deserves to be the senior brother she venerates. Besides, the old man has few years remaining. There are things I cannot do, so let that vixen handle them. Since senior brother does not love her, I lose nothing. Ah. Dao Yizhenren was dumbfounded. Gazing at her infatuated expression, he silently swallowed. Does the Piao sect possess any normal individuals? While Su Xiao and Yu Linglong commanded everyone's attention and became the focal point of the entire gathering, a melodious flute melody drifted through the air accompanied by familiar flower petals drifting down. The Supreme Demon Sect Master, Xiao Mu, has arrived. 8 demonesses bore a palanquin descending upon the open ground. When Xiao Mu puffed out his chest and lifted his chin ready to receive the admiration of the crowd, he suddenly realized that not a single soul in the entire venue spared him a glance. What is going on? Following the direction of everyone's gaze, Xiao Mu seemed struck by divine lightning, instantly freezing in place. What the F? They are not even bothering to hide anymore. In front, the old man Su Xiao was being embraced by his jade wife. She had completely stolen his thunder, drawing everyone's gazes. What the F? Old lecher. I shall tear you to shreds. Them sneaking into the forest alone was one thing. But now they are openly displaying their affection. That is his jade wife. His future wife, the bride befitting a supreme genius such as himself. Rage consumed his heart as Xiao Mu prepared to rush forward and slay that old lecher. He could endure no more. Sect Master, you absolutely must not. That Su Xiao approaches the end of his lifespan. The Supreme Elder has commanded that we must not oppose Su Xiao. When that Su Xiao perishes of old age, Yu Linglong shall simply become the sect master's possession. The 3 elders hastily stepped forward to dissuade him. Xiao Mu's face flushed green with fury, yet he forced down the inferno raging in his heart. He glared at Su Xiao malevolently. Let that old fool enjoy himself for a little while longer. Indeed, what was one decrepit old man nearing death? Not worth the trouble. Entering alongside Xiao Mu were the new sect master of the Patian demon sect Yu Wenhao and his entourage. Clad entirely in black, young and handsome Yu Wenhao conducted himself with great subtlety. Standing within the crowd, his angular features flickered with faint disdain. An old man about to die, yet daring to provoke the Hehuan sect's enchantress. Is he not afraid of being drained dry? Arrogant is he not? Enjoy these final days of recklessness. He reveled in witnessing such ostentatious individuals right before death, their faces twisted with despair and indignation. Chi detection destined enemy. Yu Hao. Identity sect master of the Patian demon sect. Mission issued: eliminate Yu Hao. Mission reward: obtain 1 instance of 10,000-fold critical strike. Yu Hao, the new sect master of the Patian demon sect. Su Zhao's old eyes flickered slightly. He turned to Yu Linglong beside him and asked, "You sect master, I heard there's a new sect master at the Patian demon sect." "Of course, Elder Su. But don't worry with me here, I won't let them seek revenge on Elder Su." This man with boundless fortune and endless surprises. She was starting to genuinely fall for him. Who is it? What's his name? Yu Hao, son of the Patian demon sect's grand elder. Look, Yu Linglong pointed to an unremarkable black-robed man in the crowd. Su Xiao observed with his keen eyes. The man was indeed very low-key, easy to overlook if one didn't look carefully. The penetrating gaze Su Xiao cast caused Yu Hao's heart to jolt. His eyes widened slightly, gazing in surprise at this notorious old dog. Su, his brow furrowed. The old dog Su offered him a warm, kindly smile before looking away. How is this possible? Yu Hao was stunned. That gentle gaze from the old dog just now had actually made him feel a hint of threat. There was hostile intent in that gaze. This shouldn't be. The secret technique he cultivated could completely mask his aura and fortune. Even fortune tellers couldn't divine anything about him. How could that old man single him out for attention? He hadn't even said he would avenge that idiot Emoji Tian. He'd never even met the old dog before. There was something off about this. Yu Hao, always proud of his underhanded methods, felt a thread of wariness growing in his heart. Dare to look at me. Watch me destroy you from the shadows. Gazing at Su Xiao and Yu Linglong together, the cultivators felt like they had eaten fly droppings. Everyone mentally despised Su Xiao once more, then took their seats at the long table hastily set up before the divine stone. The Tianren secret realm was guarded by the Nanzhan Kingdom's imperial family, with the Tribulation Transcendence Realm's ancient sovereign personally overseeing the secret realm's exploration. The 9 major sects occupied the foremost positions, exuding the most imposing presence. Each seated sect master and elder was at the nascent soul 9th stage, their might extraordinary. After the ancient sovereign's pleasantries, he waved his hand, and the divine stone shimmered with radiant light. In an instant, a brilliant white pillar of light shot skyward. As the light pillar dissipated, a luminous aperture large enough for 2 people appeared at the base of the divine stone. The Tianren secret realm is now open. Young friends, please enter. After the ancient sovereign finished speaking, he descended from the stage and waited for the cultivators to enter. The 50 or 60 factions below began their final instructions, once more explaining the rules of the Tianren secret realm. Dugu Ling glanced at Su Xiao and snorted, "Senior brother, once inside the Tianren secret realm, you'll lead the team. I've said everything that needs saying. I've given you the life-saving talismans. If there's danger, activate the life-saving talisman. Once the nascent soul realm's aura is exposed, the secret realm will teleport you out. Remember, the secret realm only opens for 10 days. Plan accordingly." Dugu Ling gazed at Su Xiao, her beautiful phoenix eyes carrying a faint trace of resentment. Although senior brother only loved her seeing him publicly with Yu Linglong, it made her extremely uncomfortable. "Rest assured, junior sister. With your senior brother here, it's a piece of cake." Su Xiao smiled. Shui Yu lowered her head, pondering something to herself, occasionally stealing glances at her senior Uncle Su. What was this girl secretly thinking? Something felt a bit off. Teams of 4 cultivators walked into the luminous aperture, one after another disappearing into the divine stone. Those entering the secret realm were almost exclusively the strongest nascent soul 9th stage cultivators from the various major powers. One could only imagine how intense and ruthless the final struggle for the great Tao divine pill would be. When Su Xiao led Shui Yu, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li to the luminous aperture, the scene exploded. The Piaomiao sect has this old lecher leading the team. That's impossible. Isn't this old lecher on the verge of death? He's participating in this Tianren secret realm exploration. What is the Piaomiao sect thinking? Sending this old lecher in to blow up the secret realm? Blow it up, my foot. Nascent soul talismans can't be used inside the secret realm. That old man just recovered his nascent soul cultivation. Even if he has some tricks facing the geniuses of the various sects, isn't he just walking to his death? The sect masters and elders present were all shocked. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the Piaomiao sect to send this old dog in. When Xiao Mu saw this, his eyes lit up. He quickly grabbed several nascent soul geniuses from the GD demon sect, who were about to leave. You several besides the great Tao Divine Pill, the most important mission is to. At this point Xiao Mu's expression darkened as he drew a finger across his throat. The four nascent soul ninth stage disciples understood instantly, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sect Master, rest assured. We've long despised this old dog. Even if we have to consume all 3 cold refined tempering pills, we'll dismember him into pieces. He won't even get the chance to activate his life-saving talisman. Xiao Mu nodded with satisfaction. Good. Return after completing this task, and there will be generous rewards. From the Patian demon sect's side, Yu Hao quietly instructed his 4 disciples as well, then said nothing more, simply smiling quietly. When it comes to playing dirty, no one in the world can surpass him. Old dog Su, just go die already. I'm doing this for all the female cultivators. After Su Zhao's 4 entered, Yu Linglong unhurriedly walked over and sat before Dugu Ling. She linked arms with Dugu Ling and chuckled, Sister Dugu, don't be angry. The old man is simply too exceptional. I simply couldn't resist. Dugu Ling coldly smiled, Sister, you senior brother is merely playing along with you. You'll never win his heart. She looked the other woman up and down, the corners of her lips slightly curling. Senior brother will only love me this entire life, Sister Yu. Even if he ascends to the next realm, he belongs to me. Dugu Ling was full of confidence, her beautiful phoenix eyes radiating utter contempt. She and senior brother had exchanged vows and become sworn companions since childhood. Hearing this, Yu Linglong was momentarily stunned, her alluring eyes blinking. With a soft laugh, she blossomed like a stunning rose queen. Yes, yes, yes. Elder Su's heart belongs to Sister Dugu. I'll definitely never obtain that. I only want Elder Su himself. We each take what we need. We're still good sisters. Yu Linglong patted Dugu Ling's arm with a playful smile and began chatting about other matters. The 2 women, one as beautiful as a rose and the other as elegant as a lotus, created a strangely harmonious scene together. The secret realm teleported each group randomly. Su Xiao and his 4 companions were sent to a vast grassland covered in crimson leaves. The surroundings were shrouded in mist with light, but no sun or moon, and an indescribable gray haze filled the air. Little Wang and Little Li spun on their heels in excitement at the sight of the fiery red grass all around them. Senior Uncle Su, Junior Sister Shui, flame pattern grass. It's all flame pattern grass. We're incredibly lucky. They hastily pulled out the map compiled by their predecessors and pointed at it animatedly. Senior Uncle Su, Junior Sister Shui, this is the Blazing Herb Plains in the eastern part of the secret realm, famous for producing flame pattern grass. Flame pattern grass is a key ingredient for refining the infant transformation pill. 1 stalk can make at least 2 pills. We landed right here. Maybe we can seize the biggest share. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. Excellent. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and harvest it all into your storage pouches. Yes, Senior Uncle. The 2 immediately drew their magic swords and began harvesting the flame pattern grass in a sweeping pattern, their faces brimming with ecstasy as they worked without a hint of fatigue. Shui Yue's porcelain doll-like face was radiantly fair. Her large, beautiful eyes blinked at Su Xiao. Suddenly she began to move beside him. Her small frame wiggled and twisted as she clumsily imitated the gestures of Yu Linglong that she had found so puzzling. Shuiwa, what are you doing? Why are you fidgeting instead of harvesting flame pattern grass? Su Xiao turned, his floral brows slightly furrowed. This is valuable stuff. Go join Little Wang and Little Li. Oh, alright, Senior Uncle, I'm going. Shuiwa frowned, took out her magic sword, and began cutting flame pattern grass with confusion. What's going on? Senior Uncle doesn't seem very interested. She wasn't sure, but Shuiwa resolved to uncover the secret of her senior uncle's patronage. Putting the matter aside, she excitedly began slicing through the sea of crimson flame pattern grass. All of this was spirit stones. Outside the secret realm, before the mystic light divine stone, all disciples from every sect had entered. The remaining sect masters and elders did not leave. Soon officials of Nanzhan brought 9 colossal spirit walls and arranged them before the crowd. 9 nascent soul cultivators from Nanzhan sat behind the spirit walls and channeled their energy. Instantly images appeared on the walls. The disciples of the 9 great sects, including members of the Misty Cloud sect, who were harvesting flame pattern grass. The view was from a bird's eye perspective. These were the image projection shuttles placed inside the secret realm by the Nanzhan royal family, specially for observers outside to monitor the situation within. Since the shuttles were precious, only 9 had been deployed, and they generally followed the disciples of the 9 great sects. Those Misty Cloud sect people teleported straight to the Blazing Herb Plains. What absurd luck is that? Damn, they're already harvesting. That perverted old dog. His luck is ridiculously good. Various high-ranking members of different sects who held grudges against Su Xiao muttered complaints under their breath. They kept their voices low since the people of Misty Cloud sect were still seated up front. The disciples of the 5 demonic sects and the other 3 great sects were not so fortunate. Some had fallen into rivers and were searching for a place to change clothes. Others had landed in chasms filled with rubble and were struggling to fly upward on their swords. The worst off were the 4 disciples of Xiao Mu's polar demon sect who had dropped directly into a demon beast lair and were being chased and bitten by 3 colossal tigers. The demon beasts in the secret realm all had peak nascent soul cultivation. Having lived there for millennia, their strength far surpassed that of human cultivators of the same rank. Unless 3 or 4 squads cooperated, no one dared to provoke those demon clans. Damn it. Holy shit. Su, you old bastard. What kind of goddamn dumb luck is this? The moment Xiao Mu saw the Misty Cloud sect happily harvesting spirit herbs while his own people were nearly bitten to death by demon beasts, his heart burned with envy and resentment. He cursed Su Xiao furiously in his heart. He found the old man more infuriating with every passing moment. Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong sat together, both nodding in satisfaction. The 4 disciples of the Passion Union sect were faring well too. They had landed in the 10,000 wood forest and were chopping down spirit timber. Though it couldn't compare to precious herbs like flame pattern grass, it was still top-grade material for making magic tools and talismans. Why isn't Elder Su harvesting spirit herbs? Why is he sitting there drinking tea? The 3 elders Zhu Lu and one were aching with distress. He had taken out a set of table chairs and tea utensils and sat there like a lord instead of gathering the nearby spirit grass. What was going on? Wasn't he wasting a perfect opening? If someone came to harvest together, it was bound to be a loss. Dugu Ling smiled. It's fine. Senior brother is old, let him rest a bit longer. Yu Linglong covered her mouth with a soft laugh. Sister Dugu, I think Elder Su has turned his nose up at these spirit herbs after looting that senior's cave. At that moment, 2 4-man squads flew over the blazing herb plains. They were representatives of second and third-rate demonic sects. The moment they landed and saw the dense stretch of flame-patterned grass stretching out before them, all 8 pairs of eyes bulged like lanterns. It's all flame-patterned grass. We're rich, we're rich. Hurry, get moving. Haven't you seen people already harvesting over there? If we delay, they'll take it all. The 2 groups seemed acquainted. They drew their magic swords ready to show off their skills. Suddenly a figure appeared before them. Su Xiao, clad in a gray robe. Su. Old man Su. How did you get in here? The 8 were dumbfounded. Other sects sent disciples in. Why did that perverted old man from Misty Cloud sect come as well? Su Xiao's floral brows knitted slightly, and he said coldly, Which sect do you brats belong to? The 2 leaders, both black-robed middle-aged men, sneered. We are from Blaze Demon sect and Soul-Devouring sect, subordinate to the Heaven-Rendering Demon sect. Old man, move aside. Don't get in the way of our herb gathering. They burst forth with the full momentum of peak nascent soul, their faces showing not a trace of fear. This was the secret realm where spirit transformation talismans were useless. That lecherous geezer was about to die of old age, so there was nothing to fear. If not for the secret realm's unwritten rule against killing before the contest for the Grand Dao Divine pill, they would have gone up and beaten that revolting old pervert to a pulp. This plane is now contracted by my Misty Cloud sect. I'll give you 3 breaths to get lost. Stay and you die. Su Xiao raised his floral brow and smiled faintly. Affiliated sects of the Heaven-Rendering Demon sect. He had already killed the sect master Mo-Jitian. What were a few rotten eggs compared to that? Besides, the system had assigned him a new task regarding the new sect master Yuan Hao. One glance was enough to tell that the man was a schemer plotting against him. Otherwise, the system would never have marked him as a rival of fortune. What a... Old man Su, have you lost your mind? There are rules in the secret realm. Before competing for the Grand Dao Divine pill, no fighting is allowed. The 8 were startled. Their words nearly made him laugh. If they could use force, they would have already gone up to beat up that universally despised old pervert. That's just an unwritten rule. Also, your 3 breaths are up. Rumble. Su Xiao raised a single hand, and 9 colossal red and yellow fire dragons shot into the sky. Each one was as thick as a water barrel. Blazing with searing heat, they opened their blood-soaked jaws wide and charged madly at the 8 people ahead. Flames surged into the heavens, and even the air itself seemed to ignite. The 8 demonic cultivators stared at the fire dragons rushing toward them, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. That old pervert. He actually dared to make a move. You cursed old bastard. No martial honor. The disciples of the Demon Flame sect and Soul-Devouring sect felt the scorching waves rolling off the 9 colossal fire dragons. Their faces taut with alarm, they hastily summoned defensive artifacts to shield themselves. Powerful. Too powerful. Even though the fire dragons had yet to strike, they could already perceive the heaven-defying might radiating from the beasts. The old lecher. He was by no means a mere nascent soul cultivator. Boom. One by one, the 9 fire dragons engulfed the 8 demonic disciples, their searing coils constricting relentlessly while extreme heat ravaged their protective artifacts. 2 disciples of slightly lower cultivation, also at nascent soul, could not even endure 2 breaths before their artifacts were burned through by the crimson and gold dragons. Fire dragons wrapped around their bodies. What kind of divine ability is this? Old Lecher. Stop. You're breaking the rules. Sizzle. The fire dragons roared with sky-shaking flames devouring the two disciples in an instant. The extreme heat vaporized their bodies, reducing them to clouds of black ash that scattered with the wind. Retreat. Retreat now. The two middle-aged captains, struck with terror, screamed at the top of their lungs. The old man had thrown aside all decorum and begun killing. He was merely an old man at the early nascent soul stage, already on the verge of death. How could his fire techniques be so overwhelmingly powerful? Impossible. This power far surpassed nascent soul. But retreat was already too late. Each of the remaining 6 was assailed by at least one fire dragon coiling around them, hammering against their defensive artifacts. Under the siege of these heaven-defying fire dragons, they could only barely defend, without even a moment to strike back. This was a complete crushing of strength. Within that short span, 2 more cultivators had their defensive artifacts incinerated. The fire dragons pierced through their chests, burning them to black ash. Old Lecher, you're openly violating the secret realm's rules. Once we get out, no one will let you get away with this. Watching their disciples being devoured one by one by the fire dragons, the 2 captains turned deathly pale, their eyes trembling with fear. It was over. The old man would never spare them. Haha, I, Xiao, am an inner sect elder of the ethereal sect. What can you 2 insignificant demonic sects do to me? Xiao said with a faint smile. If you have the guts, tell your sect masters to come and chop me down, you little weaklings. The 9 fire dragons were the power released by the 9 fire glass covers stored in his spatial vault. His spatial vault differed from ordinary storage pouches. It was bound to his very mind. 4 long-range attack treasures like the 9 fire glass cover, he didn't need to take them out. He could simply channel spiritual energy into the vault and command them directly. The commotion had long since startled Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Clutching the fire-patterned grass, they stared at Xiao disciplining the demonic sect disciples in the distance, utterly frozen in shock. Master Uncle. Actually killed someone. No way. Weren't they forbidden from fighting until the very end of the secret realm? This had been an iron rule for countless millennia. Shuiyue's big, glittering eyes rested on Xiao's tall and imposing back, then shifted to the demonic disciples engulfed by the fire dragons. A trace of amazement and worship quietly surfaced in her gaze. Master Uncle is so powerful. She even felt that even she would find those 9 mighty fire dragons hard to handle. Master Uncle is truly incredible. Not only is he strong, but he doesn't even follow the secret realm's rules. I adore Master Uncle so much. Old Lecher, our demonic path will never coexist with you. Just wait until you get out. You're dead. Watching their disciples being burned to death one after another, the 2 middle-aged captains, barely holding on, gritted their teeth and produced life-saving talismans. With a whoosh, they vanished from the spot, causing the 9 fire dragons to lunge at empty air. Xiao withdrew the fire dragon, stroked his handsome goatee, and chuckled. Such a trifling demonic sect, overestimating itself. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you gawking at? Hurry up and harvest the spirit herbs. Once we finish this patch, we still need to move on to the next spot. Get moving. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li swallowed hard and replied with trepidation. Yes, yes. This disciple will go cut them right away. Shuiyue followed them to begin harvesting, a smile playing on her fair porcelain-like beautiful face. She was already plotting her next move. Outside the secret realm, 2 middle-aged disciples covered in flames suddenly appeared before the mystic light, divine stone. The 2 rolled on the ground, scorched and howling. Sect Master Elder, save us. That old Lecher is killing people. The sect masters of the Demon Flame sect and Soul-Devouring sect, already prepared to rescue them, rushed forward and unleashed their spirit transformation spiritual power to extinguish the flames, saving the 2. By now the scene was already seething with indignation. That old Lecher openly killed people, violating the rules. He cannot be tolerated by the cultivation world. He must be severely punished. It was bad enough that he kept seducing beautiful female cultivators everywhere. Now he doesn't even follow the rules. If this old villain isn't removed, I'll be the first to object. The ethereal sect must give us an explanation. If this old villain isn't heavily punished, the entire cultivation world will descend into chaos. He must be severely punished. Sect Master Dugu. It's only the first day, and this old dog is already killing people. What's next? He'll turn everything upside down. We demand an explanation. We demand an explanation. All the demonic cultivators behind them refused to let the matter rest. One after another, they began clamoring for Dugu Ling to give them a satisfactory answer. Though their mouths blustered fiercely inwardly, they were deeply shaken. Could the old Lecher really be this powerful? Those 8 demonic disciples might not have come from major sects, but several of them were genuine nascent soul ninth-layer cultivators. Had the old Lecher's fire-controlling arts truly reached such a terrifying level? No wonder the ethereal sect had sent this dying old man into the fray. They wanted old dog Su to squeeze out the last of his value before death, and bring great profits back to the ethereal sect. How shameless. Sister Dugu, I never expected Elder Su's fire arts to be so formidable. I'm afraid even a spirit transformation cultivator would find it hard to withstand. Yu Linglong giggled softly from the side. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with repeated astonishment. The old man had far too many secrets. Dugu Ling along with Zhu Lu, and when listened to the chorus of condemnation around them, their eyes flickering with strange light, yet they remained silent. Sect Master Dugu. 3 elders. Su Zhao's actions violate the rules of the cultivation world. Aren't you going to say something? Before the Divine Stone, the sect masters of the Demon Flame sect and Soul-Devouring sect wore black faces, fury blazing in their hearts. Their disciples had gone in hoping to reap some benefits, but they hadn't gained a single thing. Instead, 6 were killed and 2 forced out. This trip had been a complete waste. The other sect masters and elders of the 9 great sects turned their gaze over among them Yuan Hao, whose expression was dark and whose eyes glinted with sharp killing intent. Old dog, how dare you touch an affiliated sect of my heaven-splitting demon sect? The day of your wretched death will come. Xiao Mu was likewise gnashing his teeth with rage. Old dog Su. He's only fit to act arrogant before nascent soul cultivators. Watching everyone's gaze converge upon her, Dugu Ling's delicate brows shifted slightly as she murmured, everyone, Su Xiao is my senior brother, and also an old man on the verge of death. I'm just his little junior sister with little say before him. If you all want an explanation, then wait until senior brother comes out and settle it with him directly. I can't control what he does. Besides, I can't exactly go in and drag him out, can I? The surrounding crowd sucked in a cold breath. The ethereal sect was going to play shamelessly. In the secret realm on the blazing grass plain, Shui Yue Xiao Wang and Xiao Li harvested every mature flame-patterned grass nearby and stored it all in their storage pouches. The 3 dashed over, faces alight with excitement and eyes brimming with joy. Uncle Master, we've gathered several hundred flame-patterned grass, enough to refine over 1,000 infant transformation pills. Our Misty Cloud sect is going to be rich. Over 1,000 infant transformation pills. That would be over 10,000 high-grade spirit stones when exchanged. Even for the 9 great sects, this was a monumental fortune. Su Xiao stroked his beard and chuckled. A mere 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you're this excited. It's nothing. Take out the map. Let's head to the next spot and keep harvesting. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li nodded eagerly. Now they understood why Sect Master Dugu had sent Uncle Master Su. An old powerhouse like their uncle who didn't play by the rules was just the right fit for this heavenly human secret realm. Even if other sects came looking for trouble, once they left they wouldn't dare strike at an old man who was about to die. What a masterstroke. Xiao Wang pointed at the map and said, Uncle Master Junior Sister Junior Brother. If we head further north we'll reach the iron or mountain range in the secret realm. The mountains are rich in 3 kinds of or mystic iron, ice iron, and crimson iron, all excellent materials for forging magic artifacts. After 300 years of erosion, there must be plenty of raw or scattered around. We need to hurry. Who knows how many people are already digging there? Su Zhao's white brows twitched. Then let's go. With that he summoned his jade-white flying sword, stepped onto a beam of 7-colored auspicious light, and shot off ahead. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li followed closely behind. Shui Wei watched Su Xiao, who trod upon rainbow light, like an immortal descending to the mortal world, her big eyes sparkling. Senior uncle is so handsome. The secret realm had restrictions forbidding flight at high altitudes, so the 4 flew just 2 or 3 zhang above the ground. As they passed deep into the blazing grass plain, roars of savage beasts echoed, as if they had sensed someone passing by. Xiao Wang immediately warned, Uncle Master, those are demonic beasts from the secret realm. Let's keep our distance and avoid being discovered. The demonic beasts here are ferocious. Even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would be no match for them. Su Zhao's old eyes shifted, gazing toward where the 2 beasts lurked. They were 2 enormous black-furred demon wolves, each as tall as 2 men with bloodied maws and razor-sharp fangs. The mere sight of them struck fear into one's heart. Aren't there spirit herbs on the beast's territory? Su Xiao halted his flying sword and asked. Xiao Wang peered at it, then said with both greed and regret, Uncle Master, those are spirit calming grass. It's the main ingredient for refining spirit refining pills. Heavenly treasures like these are usually guarded by demonic beasts. We'd have to gather the other righteous teams and try in the final few days. Su Xiao nodded, slightly pondered for a moment, then said, no need to wait for the final days. We'll go now. Shui Yue Xiao Wang Xiao Li. We'll take on the beasts together. With me here there's nothing to fear. What a... Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were terrified. Uncle Master, a late nascent soul demonic beast in the secret realm has the strength of a 1st or 2nd layer deity transformation cultivator. You can't fight it alone, the 2 hurriedly urged. No matter, it's a trivial matter. Su Xiao said with a calm smile. I'll be the main attacker, you just lend a hand. With that he took the lead, flying straight at the two demon wolves on his sword. Shuiyue's beautiful eyes lit up. Senior uncle. So domineering. Uncle Master. Don't. It's too dangerous. Before the two could even finish speaking, Xiao had already clashed with the demon wolves. 9 blazing fire dragons erupted in searing flames, scorching both demon wolves until their eyes turned blood red, and their fury knew no bounds. Roar! They threw back their heads and howled. Demonic aura billowed around them as they resisted the fire dragon's assault. They then went mad and chased after this human old man. Damn it! We two brothers just came out to take a shit, and the hair on our asses got scorched. This human old man. Despicable. We must bite him to death. Shuiyue, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li arrived one after another. Seeing their uncle being chased by the wolf, they quickly drew the attention of one wolf and surrounded it to attack. Outside, the crowd before the divine stone was dumbfounded. This old Su still wants to fight the beast alone. Has he lost his mind? This is what they call overestimating oneself. Best if the old dog dies in the wolf's jaws. Die already, you old lecher. The crowd wore faces full of mockery, waiting to see Su Xiao in a sorry state. The demon wolf chasing Su Xiao flickered with demonic light all over its huge bloody mouth, wide open as if desperate to bite the old man in two. Roar! With a roar, the wolf lunged viciously, seemingly about to sink its teeth into Su Xiao. That's all. Too weak. Su Xiao hovered lightly on his flying sword as the 9 fire dragons swept in right behind him, hurtling toward the wolf. In that instant, a fiery red longsword flashing with crimson and golden light suddenly shot out, stabbing straight for the wolf's gaping maw. The sword swelled as it rode the wind, its blade continuing to grow larger. Finally, it transformed into a giant sword, as long as 2 men, thrusting directly into the wolf's mouth. This was the Nanming Li Huo Sword. As Su Xiao had reached the nascent soul stage, he could now unleash a fraction of this divine treasure's true power. Thud! The Nanming Li Huo Sword plunged in through the wolf's mouth and burst out through its rear. Piercing straight through its heart, the blade incinerated the beast's entrails completely. Without even a whimper, the wolf collapsed and died on the spot. Meanwhile, Shuiyue summoned an ice-blue gourd. From within, the gourd poured inexhaustible deep blue Ruo water, flooding the surrounding ground into a vast ocean. The giant wolf's movements were hampered in the ocean, allowing Xiao Wang and Xiao Li to hammer it relentlessly with their flying swords. This wolf's hide is too tough. Even my high-grade flying sword can't cut through it. Junior sister, we'd better retreat. We can't kill it. We just can't kill it. The moment those words left their mouths, a towering blast of fiery light arrived. With a single thrust, the fiery red giant sword split open the belly of the wolf trapped in the Ruo water, slaying it on the spot. A petty demonic beast dares to act so insolently. Su Xiao flew over on his 7-colored auspicious light, retracting the Nanming Li Huo Sword and the 9 fire dragons. All right, Shuiyue, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, go cut the spirit calming grass now. I can see several dozen stalks here, enough to refine around 100 pills. Landing, Su Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled softly. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were utterly stunned. Shuiyue withdrew the Ruo water, clutching her crystal blue gourd, her big eyes brimming with excitement. Senior uncle, you're so amazing. Senior uncle, you're so formidable. Shuiyue threw herself onto Su Xiao. Su Xiao shook his head with a sigh. Shuiyue, can't you act a little more proper? Stop throwing yourself at this old man. A shrewd light shimmered in Shuiyue's eyes. That fiery red flying sword senior uncle used just now. It was too powerful. At the very least, it was a supreme-grade magic artifact. And among supreme-grade artifacts, it was the cream of the crop. Senior uncle was not only handsome and powerful, but also filthy rich. No wonder so many older sisters wanted senior uncle to keep them. Senior uncle, I miss you. Hurry and cut the spirit calming grass. The 2 demon wolves also have demon cores worth quite a few spirit stones. Hearing this, Shuiyue's eyes lit up. She nodded and immediately drew her magic sword, running toward the 2 wolf corpses. Let's dig out the demon cores first. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, what are you still gawking at? Get moving. We still have more places to harvest. Su Xiao urged. Oh, yes. Disciples will go at once. The 2 snapped back to reality and hurriedly grabbed their magic swords to cut the spirit calming grass. Too powerful. Uncle Master was simply too powerful. Their minds trembled and their breathing grew rapid. Only now did they truly comprehend the depth of Uncle Master Su's strength. That was a supreme nascent soul cultivator capable of contending with deity transformation experts. Outside the secret realm, a host of sect masters and elders were shocked to the spot by Su Xiao's terrifying strength. Whether of the righteous path or the demonic path, all were stunned when they witnessed power far beyond the nascent soul realm. Didn't they say he failed the thunder tribulation? With strength like that, how could he possibly have failed to cross the spirit transformation thunder tribulation? Are you kidding? Tisk tisk. This old dog Su is no simple man. That blazing crimson giant sword must be the very finest among supreme-grade artifacts, and a pure offensive artifact matched to his fire attribute. Where on earth did the old dog get a divine sword like that? Oh damn it. With the old dog's strength, the only ones in this secret realm who could possibly fight him are the disciples of the 9 sects. And even they may not be able to win. Curse it. That old dog deserves a horrible death. One after another the sect masters and elders sighed in dismay. Xiao had excavated a great cultivator's cave dwelling, reaping abundant resources in the process. His strength had also soared. The heavens were unjust. Since the Piao sect was unwilling to intervene, Old Man Su's power had once again become a terrifying powder keg within the secret realm. Why is that old dog's shadow everywhere? As expected of my senior brother, too powerful. Dugu Ling's beautiful phoenix eyes gleamed with dazzling radiance as she glanced at Yu Linglong beside her. She let out a scornful laugh, brimming with disdain. Inside the secret realm, Xiao and his companions flew for a long while before reaching the edge of the iron or mountain range. Uncle Master, we've arrived. The 4 of them landed and Xiao Wang studied the map, confirming their position, the southern edge of the iron or mountain range. Look, Uncle Master. Iron ore is exposed everywhere around here. No one has been to this area yet. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were overjoyed. At Su Zhao's command, they hastily took out the spade artifacts they had prepared long before and began digging at the mountain range. Iron ore was usually buried beneath the soil with only a small part exposed above ground, so one had to dig patiently. Dig slowly, we still have plenty of time. Su Xiao stroked his goatee, found a flat spot, and sat down to rest. In his previous life, he had worked a 996 grind his entire life. In this life, he would never be someone else's laborer again. He would leave such matters to the younger generation. Shueiyue, why aren't you out mining? What are you doing here? Su Xiao blinked his aged eyes at the disciple niece beside him. Senior uncle. I seem to have been wounded by the demon wolf's demonic aura. Shueiyue suddenly began to grow weak. Her big eyes gave a sly roll, and she fell down beside Su Xiao. Huh, no way. Don't you have that gourd protecting you? Doubt filled Su Xiao's eyes. At that moment her face went pale, and her pretty features lost all their color. What's going on? Your strength is so formidable. Even Xiao Wang and Xiao Li weren't injured. How could you have been hurt? He was completely baffled. He sent a wisp of divine sense into her body. When he probed within, he found something alarming. Every meridian in her body had been severed. It was actually true. Wait, senior uncle doesn't know the healing arts. I'll go fetch Xiao Wang and Xiao Li. Su Xiao was about to go for help, but Shueiyue stopped him. In a weak voice, her eyes dull, she said, Senior uncle, no need. I know them well. They can't do anything. They can't save me. Then what should we do? How about I teleport you out? My junior sister is outside. Oh, she will certainly be able to save you. Su Xiao grew anxious. Shueiyue had entered the sect under his care. If anything happened to her, he would blame himself. No. Shueiyue quickly said, Senior uncle, I don't want to leave. Senior uncle, the Shui family has a method that can save me. Su Xiao's old eyes stirred slightly, and he blinked. What method? Hearing this, Shueiyue's beautiful eyes flickered. Hidden within them was a trace of triumphant glee. Heh. No matter how clever senior uncle was, he still got tricked by me. Then she continued weakly, Senior uncle, I possess the water spirit body, a constitution not seen in the Shui family for 1,000 years. I can condense ice crystals inside my body to heal myself. But this healing method requires the family spirit flame to neutralize the cold. There is no spirit flame here, so only senior uncle's fire art can substitute for it. Su Xiao nodded. Is that so? That works too. Hurry up and form the ice. I'll conjure fire for you. Just say if the temperature needs to be higher or lower. Shueiyue nodded her little head adorably. Then she began to channel her energy. It will be done very soon. Senior uncle merely needs to cast the fire art. But as the chill from her body swept outward, he knew she had begun healing. He could only hold her and cast earth fire to save her. Instantly, the unique fragrance of a young maiden washed over his face. Shueiyue smiled secretly. This way senior uncle would definitely like her even more. To deceive Elder Su, she had truly shattered every meridian in her body and was healing herself with the water spirit body. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were still industriously digging nearby. Meanwhile, the crowd outside the secret realm erupted in an uproar. What the F? This is simply shameless. That's Shueiyue, the newly rising prodigy of the Piao sect. I can't stand this anymore. Once he comes out, I'm going to kill that old dog Su with my own hands. The various sect leaders and elders watched the two of them embracing, completely breaking down. This old dog must die. Heaven's justice demands it. Come on. I'm right here at the entrance waiting for him. I'm an Ascension Transcendence cultivator. If I don't dismember this old dog into pieces, I won't be a man. A person like this existing is simply a desecration to our human race. I'll cut him to death. Several elderly sect leaders and elders were so angry their beards bristled. They directly summoned their secret top-grade spirit artifact, leaping before the mystic light divine stone, standing guard to chop Su Xiao to pieces the moment he emerged. The people from the 9 major sects ahead were all stunned. Even the usually benevolent and tolerant Abbot Liaotzen had his brow deeply furrowed, Buddhist light radiating all around him. Umitba. It seems even our 10,000 Buddha temple cannot redeem a person like Benefactor Su. Xiao Mu's face was ashen, shaking his head repeatedly as he gazed at Su Xiao. Just as the Piaomiao sect remained dazed, an elder suddenly vomited a mouthful of old blood from fury. That old dog Su must die. I swear I won't be a man. Wiping away the blood, this elder pulled out a wolf fawn club, 3 people tall, joining the army of cultivators guarding the divine stone, waiting to strike Su Xiao. This latest development caused the situation to spiral completely out of control. One by one they slammed tables and threw cups, demanding Su Xiao be captured immediately for questioning. Yu Linlong watched Ling by and could only cover her mouth, chuckling lightly. Duga's sister, don't be angry. I think your disciple was injured, and the elder was simply helping her heal. Dugu Ling and the 3 elders could naturally see that Shui Yu was using her water spirit physique to condense ice crystals for healing. But they had a question. When did this girl Shui Yu get injured? The 3 elders were completely bewildered, not knowing what to say. This is absolutely nonsense. Dugu Ling gritted her teeth, her phoenix eyes dark as water. After returning, Shui Yu would first be confined to 3 years of isolation. All respected sect leaders and elders, please calm down first. My disciple Shui Yu was injured while dealing with the demon wolves earlier. This is the Shui family's special healing technique. My senior brother Su Xiao was merely helping her expel the cold. Everyone please don't overthink this. Dugu Ling led the 3 elders quickly to the divine stone, helping down the indignant elders one by one. Even with the Piaomiao sect's influence, they couldn't possibly oppose the entire cultivation world. Junior sister, why haven't you arrived yet? Hurry up and come dig some spirit stones together. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li had come over to rest after digging for a while. When they saw Su Xiao embracing Shui Yu for healing, suddenly their eyes went wide, both freezing in place. What is going on? Boom. Like thunder striking their minds, the 2 were utterly stunned. Senior uncle. Xiao Wang. Xiao Li. Your junior sister was injured, and I was using earth fire to help her expel the cold. Shui Yu's injuries had healed. Walking forward, she said, Senior uncle was just helping me heal. I was gravely injured just now. I was completely cured thanks to senior uncle. The 2 looked at Su Xiao again, their eyes now filled with deep fear. Elder Su, this is absolutely terrifying. Su Xiao couldn't be bothered to say more. The Southern Ming departure fire sword flew out, transforming into a massive blade that he gripped in his hand. He walked toward the 2 of them, wiping the fiery red blade as he chuckled. Xiao Wang, Xiao Li uncle was simply helping Shui Yu heal. If any inappropriate rumors spread within the sect in the future, your senior uncle will be very upset. Clang. Flicking the divine sword, a crisp, resonant sound rang through the heavens. Yes, yes, yes. Senior uncle, please rest assured. You were absolutely healing her just now. No question about it. The 2 felt the ferocious, menacing aura emanating from the Southern Ming departure fire sword. Their legs turned to jelly, and they nearly dropped to their knees. Elder Su, he's going to silence them. This is terrifying. Su Xiao nodded, sheathing his divine sword, and patted both their shoulders with a benevolent smile. I forgot to tell senior uncle, but within the 9 sects secret realm, there are special spirit flying shuttles for communication. The scenes are transmitted synchronously to the outside. So, if there are rumors, it definitely wasn't us who spread them. The 2 trembled with fear, their words coming out in stutters. It would definitely get out no matter what. Now they had to distance themselves immediately. Elder Su's strength was terrifying. They absolutely couldn't let him hold a grudge against them. What? There's still a transmission shadow flying shuttle. Su Xiao blinked his old eyes and looked up. Indeed, in the distant sky above, a small black that was circling back and forth overhead. Just like the drones from his previous life, it seemed to be filming vertically. Su Xiao slowly shook his head and sighed. Should he shoot it down? Too late. One who does wrong has a guilty conscience. A person of integrity fears no slander. Sure, Mei Lao Lu and the others must know I'm recovering from injury. He nodded silently, steadied his heart, and decided not to dwell on it. Senior uncle, thank you for helping me heal. Shui Yu smiled. Shui Yu, you must never do that again. Do you understand? Even during healing, there should be proper boundaries between men and women. His face filled with anger as he berated her publicly. However, since you've just recovered from serious injuries, your cultivation is sure to be diminished. This secret realm is extremely dangerous. Your senior uncle will give you a few items for protection. With that, he took out 2 nascent soul lightning talismans, 1 nascent soul ice sword talisman, and an upper grade spirit ring. Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled. These 3 nascent soul talismans and the upper-grade spirit ring are yours, so you can successfully complete this journey through the secret realm. Huh, you're giving me more. Shui Yu's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, she took the items and said cheerfully, "Thank you, Senior Uncle. Senior Uncle is the best." She looked at the 3 nascent soul talismans and the upper-grade spirit artifact in her hands. The nascent soul talismans, though not very useful to her, were worth 20 superior spirit stones each. As for upper-grade spirit artifacts, no cultivator would ever have too many. This was worth 100 superior spirit stones. With just one casual gift from Senior Uncle, it came to 160 superior spirit stones, far more generous than her master. Indeed, being favored by Senior Uncle means endless cultivation resources. Senior Uncle is truly the best. This scene left the nearby Wang Xiao and Li Xiao completely bewildered. Holy hell, Senior Uncle is actually keeping a mistress. He gave an upper-grade spirit artifact in one go. And nascent soul talismans. These are valuable hard currency. He just gives them away like it's nothing. What a rich old geezer. Don't be fooled by their current harvest, though. That's supplies for the entire sect for thousands of people to share with the sect master supervising outside. 100 superior spirit stones is already a huge sum for them. Alright, go mine quickly. After you're done, move to another spot and keep digging. Su Xiao waved his hand. Yes, Senior Uncle will go right away. The two didn't dare utter a word, scrambling away to mine. Shui Yu happily packed away her treasures, took out a shovel, and skipped after them joyfully. Watching the little girl's healthy and lively demeanor, Su Xiao rubbed his goatee and said with doubt, "Was she really injured? Was she tricking me?" Innocent until proven guilty, he truly had no evidence. And the meridians being severed, that was a fact. Little girl, if I find out you were putting on an act, just wait until I give you a good scolding. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting the upper-grade spirit ring. Received Peerless Grade Spirit Artifact, Flowing Light Starfall Ring. Congratulations to the host for gifting 2 Nascent Soul Lightning Talismans. Received 6 Transformed God Ninefold Purple Thunder Talismans. Congratulations to the host for gifting 1 Ice Sword Talisman. Received 3 Transformed God Ninefold Profound Ice Sword Rain Talismans. After finishing mining the iron ore deposits in this area, the 4 prepared to change locations and continue digging. The Piao sect had prepared 10 large storage bags for each of the 3 people. Carrying these items was nothing. Who goes there? This mining area has been occupied by our Tianshi sect. Leave immediately. Just as the 4 headed north to the next large or point, they saw a dozen figures in black robes digging below. Su Zhao's old eyes flickered. Tianshi sect. They'd encountered someone from one of the 9 major sects. Weren't they supposed to share resources before obtaining the great Tao Divine Pill? It seems might makes right in the end. Piao sect Su Xiao. The old man descended before the Tianshi sect cultivators, stroking his beard. This was a demon path squad of 3 divisions led by the Tianshi sect. Their leader was a somewhat gloomy, beautiful woman with black eyeliner drawn around her eyes. A dozen skulls hung from her waist. The moment she recognized him, her eyes went wide. "Old Lecher, it's you." "Excellent. Tianshi sect. Huangquan Gate. Liguei Gate disciples, hear my command. Help me eliminate this old Lecher." At the sight of Su Zhao's lewd smile and presumptuous beard, the gloomy woman's heart burned with fury. Old Lecher. She'd actually encountered him. She would seek justice for all the female cultivators this man had harmed. Su Xiao and the other 3 were still in a daze when a group of Demon Path disciples charged forward in righteous indignation. Each pulled out their spirit artifacts, summoning wandering spirits and fierce ghosts that lunged directly at the 4. The gloomy woman swung the skulls at her waist, and over a dozen long-haired flying corpses appeared bearing their fangs and attacking without a word. Wang Xiao and Li Xiao were somewhat confused. Senior Uncle's reputation was so rotten that these Demon Path cultivators attacked on sight. Su Xiao? An old lecher like you whom everyone should eliminate dares to make a living in the secret realm. Let me knock out your old teeth." With that, the gloomy woman summoned a black banner spirit artifact, waved both hands, and another 50 or 60 black, chi-emitting magic corpses hopped over. Su Xiao shook his head. Rumors are truly harmful. He knew there was a transmission shadow flying shuttle watching, so he had planned to negotiate first before resorting to force. But the other side went straight for the big attacks. Shui Yue Wang Xiao Li Xiao, just watch. Leave the fighting to me. An old man with little time left doesn't fear making enemies. With a flick of his magical fingers. In an instant, the 5 extremes mountain shot forth, transforming into a massive iron mountain that blotted out the sky and sun. Rumble. The iron mountain descended from above, crushing down with the force of Mount Tai itself, directly suppressing all the ghosts released by the 3 sects. Shui Yue Wang Xiao and Li Xiao had been touched by his words and were about to help. But the moment this awe-inspiring iron mountain appeared, the 3 were stunned in place. Senior Uncle is way too powerful. The Iron Mountain carried the weight of 3 mountains and 5 peaks combined with the mysterious Hongming true qi within Su Xiao's body. The power it displayed exceeded all expectations, directly pressing the mine floor down by 3 feet. This scene directly terrified the gloomy woman and her disciples. What kind of spirit artifact is this? Su Xiao raised one hand, and the 5 extremes mountain flew up once more. At this moment, within the massive crater, the flying corpses released by the 4 Tianshi sect disciples lay scattered everywhere. The zombies had all been crushed into meat patties, over 100 of them. The scene was horrifying. No. My flying corpses. Not only were the Tianshi sect disciples wailing in heartache, but the disciples of Huangquan Gate and Ligue Gate also showed visible pain. This mountain spirit artifact hadn't just flattened the zombies. It had also crushed their summoned wandering spirits and fierce ghosts into oblivion. Those were their most important companions. The old lecher has this kind of strength. Before they could react, the Iron Mountain expanded once more and crashed down toward the disciples of the 3 sects. Watching as 12 people were about to meet the same fate as the zombies, about to be crushed into 12 meat patties. The Iron Mountain descended with a thunderous crash, leaving the scene eerily silent afterward. If you dare to strike first. Now the demonic faction has nothing to say, do they? Su Xiao stroked his beard and smiled, instructing, Shui Yue Xiao Wang Shaoli, go ahead and continue mining. The 3 swallowed hard, gazing at the colossal Iron Mountain ahead, their hearts filled with profound awe. Senior uncle, where did he get so many extraordinary magical artifacts? Incredible. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes carried a trace of fear. They made a silent vow that under no circumstances would they reveal that their senior uncle was keeping the junior disciple as his mistress. Otherwise those meat pies would meet the same fate. The 2 responded and hurriedly began mining. Shui Yu gazed at Su Xiao transfixed. A pretty adorable face flushed crimson. Senior uncle, you're so amazing. What are you staring at? Get moving. Okay, senior uncle. You're so handsome. Need I remind you? Hurry up. Yes, yes. Su Xiao withdrew the Iron Mountain, revealing 8 flattened figures beneath. Dead beyond recovery. Utterly merciless. They hadn't even had time to deploy their life protection talismans before their protective artifacts were crushed to shards. For still escape. Su Xiao shook his head. Let them run. He had the justification since they struck first. Outside the secret realm, the dark-haired woman and her 3 disciples appeared in a daze, hollow-eyed and broken. All 4 stood frozen, their faces drained of color. The moment they spotted the sect leader and elders of Tianshi Zone, the dark-haired woman burst into tears. Master, that old pervert killed people. He attacked without warning. He's a monster. He destroyed all my necrotic corpses. Shi Tongtian, sect leader of Tianshi Zone, wore a thunderous expression. He had witnessed the entire sequence. Difficult to judge. The situation was complex, as this time Su Xiao hadn't struck first. Return. Your skills fell short. Better to return now than later. Don't worry, someone will deal with that old man Su. Fuming with resentment, Shi Tongtian glanced at Dugu Ling, who remained composed, and offered him a faint smile. Damn it. A vein throbbed on Shi Tongtian's forehead. Yet he could do nothing. This time they had broken the rules, first losing the moral high ground. Moreover, even if that old pervert had struck first, people from Piao Yao sect would surely twist the truth. An old lecher this powerful. Heaven itself would not permit it. Behind him the sect leaders and elders exchanged murmurs of dismay. That invincible Iron Mountain of the old lecher, clearly another top-tier supreme-grade magical artifact. This is troubling. Once that Iron Mountain artifact is unleashed, its power cannot be resisted by any nascent soul cultivator. Where did this old pervert acquire so many top-tier magical artifacts? Were they all unearthed from ancient cultivators' cave mansions? What terrifying fortune is this? Piao Yao sect. Shameless. To send someone like that into the secret realm. Absolutely shameless. The 2 sect leaders of Huangquan Min and Ligue Min stood pale-faced, collapsing against the table. Both sects had lost all their elite talents. None escaped alive. In other words, this expedition into the secret realm hadn't just yielded nothing. They'd suffered devastating losses. They had grown accustomed to Su Xiao's overwhelming strength. During this secret realm exploration, Su Xiao had become the central focus. Only the elderly former emperor of Nanzhangguo, a cultivator at the void refinement stage, had perceived something anomalous about Su Xiao's magical artifacts. His aged face showed a flicker of astonishment as he muttered to himself, "Is this truly still a magical artifact?" A possibility surfaced in his mind, but he immediately dismissed it. A nascent soul cultivator could never refine a spiritual treasure, nor could one possess such an artifact. After finishing the mining, Xiao Wang and Xiao Li voluntarily jumped into the depression left by the Iron Mountain, retrieving the storage bags belonging to Huangquan Min and Ligue Min. Senior uncle, these 2 sects gathered quite a bit of, or along with their spirit stones and magical artifacts. A bloodstained pile of storage bags lay before Su Xiao, and both his disciples appeared visibly excited. Divide the spirit stones and artifacts among yourselves and leave the iron ore for the sect. Su Xiao held little interest. The nascent soul cultivators could barely boast a few dozen high-grade spirit stones between them. They were hardly worth the attention of such a revered senior. Thank you, senior uncle. Overjoyed, the two swiftly summoned Shui Yue, and the three divided the spirit stones equally. Each also received one high-grade magical artifact along with several medium to low-grade pieces. In high spirits, Xiao Wang produced the map to continue navigating their route. After exhausting another mining site, they took flight toward the Wanmu forest to the north. System Detection Destiny Daughter. Su Mayor Destiny Level A Return Multiplier 10 Bond Degree 1. As the four descended into a dense forest of colossal trees, a system voice resonated in Su Zhao's ears. Ahead, 4 women from the Hehuan sect were felling spirit wood. The most beautiful among them, a delicate young woman draped in a golden yellow skirt, was gazing at him with a coquettish smile. Elder Su, it's wonderful that you've come. Su Mayor set aside the spirit wood in her hands and led her 3 companions forward to greet him. Upon catching sight of the boundless reservoir of high-quality destiny energy surrounding Su Xiao, all 4 women's faces flushed crimson, their desire to absorb it nearly overwhelming. She was a disciple of Yu Linglong, adorned in an exquisite yellow skirt paired with a matching bodice. Her snow-white skin possessed a captivating luminescence, tender and alluring like fresh milk. Her breathtaking beauty blended the sensuality of a mature woman with the coy bashfulness of a maiden. Her gracefully curved figure, while not as voluptuous as Yu Linglong's, was nonetheless impressive, with a waist slender enough to grasp in one hand. Raven black hair cascaded down her back, releasing an enchanting fragrance that captivated all who drew near. She embodied both youthfulness and mature allure simultaneously. Her 3 companions, though still lovely, were instantly eclipsed in her presence. So you must be young friend Su He? Rest assured, my Piao Yao sect has always maintained harmonious relations with your Hehuan sect. Proceed with your logging without concern, none dare disturb you. Faced with a destiny daughter, Su Xiao proved generous. It was the foundation of his longevity cultivation. The 4 women blinked in surprise, then hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Elder Su. That said, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li Shui Yu, go chop as well. There remains some spirit wood here to bring back to the sect. Yes, senior uncle. Gripping their magical swords, the 3 scattered to begin felling timber. Su Mayor and her companions watched Su Xiao rest upon the ground, his destiny energy radiating in overwhelming waves that caused all 4 women to swallow hard. An unbearable itch gnawed at them. They had completely lost interest in chopping spirit wood. Oh, others have arrived. Another 4-person squad from afar detected the commotion and hurried toward them. Upon recognizing the old pervert himself, their expressions darkened with shock. Glancing at the 4 stunningly beautiful Hehuan sect women blushing nearby, they grew even more alarmed. A chill seized them. This was dire. That old lecher dared to seduce female cultivators within the secret realm. This was unforgivable. Esteemed friends of the Hehuan sect, with us here we shall not permit this old man, Su, to lay a hand on you. A handsome man clad in golden brocade stepped forward, positioning himself to shield the 4 Hehuan sect beauties behind him. The remaining 3 advanced, each exuding an aura of distinction, the mark of high-ranking individuals. Su Xiao regarded the quartet with mild puzzlement, finding their behavior inexplicable. Had his reputation truly deteriorated to such depths? Were they reacting with such alarm at the mere mention of him? Even more bewildering to Su Xiao was the Hehuan sect disciples' expression of disdain as they eyed the newcomers. These audacious souls dared to obstruct their private moments with Elder Su. How infuriating. Who are you? Su Xiao inquired casually. I am Shangwan Jinyu of Dong Laigua, and these 3 are all princes of Dong Laigua. Old man Su, your Piao Yao sect may chop trees as you please, but keep your designs off these women. Shadow transmission flying boats oversee everything above. Everyone is watching. Shangwan Jinyu adjusted his golden robes with practiced elegance, escorting the 3 princes to safeguard Su Mayor and her companions, lest the old lecher's desires overwhelm him and lead him to molest these beauties. An old man like him should not be the one making moves. That role belongs to young men like themselves. Shangwan Jinyu, the young master of Zilai Chamber of Commerce. Su Zhao's heart gave a violent lurch as his aged eyes blinked slowly. Correct. How did you know that, old man? You needn't concern yourself with such matters. Z. The Nanming Li Huo Sword erupted forth before anyone could react. Thud. It sliced cleanly through Shangwan Jinyu's skull, reducing his head to a spray of crimson mist. You have offended this elder. If you wish to live, depart the secret realm at once. Su Xiao retracted his sword, his cold tone cutting through the air as he regarded the three pale, bewildered princes. System notification: host has completed the mission, eliminating the destined adversary Shangwan Jinyu. Mission reward: granted 1 10,000-fold critical strike chance. Su Meier and the other three were stunned where they stood. The three princes of Donglai country trembled with fear. Shangwan Jinyu was the strongest among them, yet was killed in a single strike by that old man. Get out now. Su Zhao's deep, angry voice shattered the three princes' courage. Yes, Elder Su, we are leaving right away. The three quickly pulled out their life-saving talismans and crushed them, disappearing in an instant. No one had told them that mortal danger could exist within this secret realm. They never intended to compete for the great Tao Divine Pill. Madman, that old fool has lost his mind. With Shangwan Jinyu dead, they dared not linger here for another moment. The three were teleported before the Divine Stone, already trembling with terror. The lecherous devil is too frightening. From afar, the ruler of Donglai country rushed forward first to check the three princes' condition. Seeing that no one was injured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his three sons were unharmed. Elder Su had in a sense given face to the Donglai country. Yet he could not fathom how these people had offended Elder Su. President Shangwan, remain calm. Su Xiao killed disciples of the 9 sects. We are incapable of handling this. The ruler of Donglai country glanced at the elderly man behind him, his face contorted with rage, and immediately sought to pacify him. The elder was named Shangwan Filian, president of the Zilai Trading Company. Suppressing his intense grief and anger, he turned his gaze toward the members of the Piaomiao sect led by Dugu Ling. His aged eyes burned with bloodshot fury, as if ready to fight to the death with them. Upon seeing this, Dugu Ling rose and spoke solemnly. President Shangwan, Lord of Donglai, please wait for my senior brother to emerge. When the time comes, I will surely ensure he gives you both a satisfactory answer. Sect Master Dugu. Su Xiao has angered heaven and humiliated men, and now he kills indiscriminately. If he does not give the Zilai Trading Company an explanation upon the secret realm's conclusion, no matter how powerful your Piaomiao sect may be, I, Shangwan Filian, will never let this go. He swept his long robes and returned to his seat. He would wait for that old lecher to emerge and avenge his son. The ruler of Donglai country shook his head and sighed deeply. He bowed to Dugu Ling with folded fists and returned to Shangwan Filian's side with his three sons. What exactly happened with Elder Su? How did he start killing people without reason? The three elders, Zhu Lu and Wan, sighed heavily. Elder Su truly knew how to create difficulties for the Piaomiao sect. Dugu Ling felt mixed emotions. She was pleased that her senior brother's strength had surged dramatically, far surpassing even before his tribulation. Yet she worried that if he kept killing like this, the Piaomiao sect would become the enemy of the entire cultivation world. This was not good. As sect master, she would face immense pressure. The other sect leaders and elders present shook their heads at old man Su. Calling him a lustful demon was almost an understatement. That old man was a devil who committed every possible evil. How could the Piaomiao sect produce such a scoundrel? In the 1,000-wood forest, the corpse of Shangwan Jinyu fell. Su Meier and the other three were filled with dread. Elder Su. His strength was actually this formidable. He resolved Shangwan Jinyu, a nascent soul cultivator at the 9th stage, in a single strike. The four of them swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe that the old man rumored to be on his deathbed possessed such terrifying power. Su Xiao rose with a smile. Do not be afraid. I had a past grievance with that Shangwan Jinyu, which is why I struck. Continue harvesting the spirit woods. Rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to trouble you. Upon hearing this, the four instantly breathed a sigh of relief. So Elder Su had an enmity with Shangwan Jinyu. The four women's eyes brightened, and their fears instantly dissipated. Gazing at Su Xiao, their expressions grew even more animated. Elder Su was not only powerfully strong, but his fortune was extraordinarily abundant. They refused to believe he was truly the dying old man the rumors described. Elder, you have worked hard. These four came out of nowhere to snatch our spirit wood. Thanks to the elder's intervention, they have been driven off. The four wanted to embrace Elder Su and absorb his fortune, but fear held them back. It is nothing. I am acquainted with your sect master. It is only right. Having said this, Su Xiao sat down to rest with his eyes closed in meditation. In his thoughts, he was planning how to reasonably give Su Meier something to trigger a critical hit return. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li were alerted and returned at this moment. Seeing the headless corpse on the ground, their faces immediately changed in shock. After asking about the cause, Su Xiao simply said the other party had offended him. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li trembled with fright. Elder Su kills without batting an eye. By the way, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, how much spirit wood have you harvested? The two handed over the storage bag containing the spirit wood to Su Xiao with some confusion, then went to find Shui Yu to continue cutting. The latter probed with his divine sense and found there were about 50 to 60 logs. He then rose and walked over to Su Meier, whose legs were trembling, and smiled. Young friend Su, my actions earlier delayed your woodcutting. Here are over 50 spirit wood logs. I gift them to you. Su Meier blushed as she accepted the storage bag, her beautiful eyes filled with excitement and joy. Elder Su was actually giving her gifts. Elder, this. How can I accept this? Su Meier's body trembled slightly. There is no reason I cannot give them. Young friend Su and this old Taoist share a connection. I naturally would not let you suffer a loss. Please accept them. Su Xiao stroked his beard handsomely. Thank you, Elder Su. Su Meier yearned for the endless magnificent fortune on him. She linked arms with Su Xiao. Immediately a tempting fragrance drifted toward him. Young friend Su, what is the matter? Su Xiao's aged eyes flickered. Elder, Su Meier has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meier has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. The system voice echoed in his mind, and Su Xiao understood instantly. So the other party had set her sights on the fortune within him. This was a good thing. The more she stole, the more fortune would return to him. The 3 women from the Hahuan sect beside them watched with envy and jealousy. But their senior sister had already taken the lead, leaving them to merely watch. Young friend Su, feel free to absorb the fortune from this old Taoist. I will not mind in the least. Hearing this, Su Meier's beautiful eyes widened in surprise, then transformed into delight. Elder Su actually knew she was absorbing his fortune, and he was willingly letting her do so. In an instant she understood why her master liked Elder Su so much. Elder, there is a cave over there. Shall we go there? Su Meier suggested. Su Xiao chuckled softly and supported her as they entered a concealed cave nearby. While increasing his fortune, he could also trigger the mission's 10,000-fold critical hit by giving her something else. Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting spirit wood. This is the first gift to Su Meier, triggering a 1,000-fold critical hit, returning the 10,000-year spiritual root. 10,000-year spiritual root contains 3 drops of 10,000-year spiritual fluid, each drop capable of reviving the dead and regenerating bone. A supreme healing elixir. 1 10,000-fold critical hit remaining, triggered by the next gift. Inside a concealed mountain cave, Su Meier retrieved a fragrant ermine fur blanket from her storage bag and spread it upon the damp earth. Elder, please. Su Meier helped Su Xiao sit down upon it. Elder, you don't mind if I absorb your fortune, do you? Su Xiao shook his head with a smile. Not at all, Su, little friend. All this fortune you may absorb as much as you wish. This old Taoist lifespan is limited. Don't let it go to waste. Thank you, Elder. The woman's fragrance wafted over. Gently she embraced him and activated her cultivation technique, beginning to absorb Su Xiao's fortune with all her might. The elder is truly too generous. At this moment she felt that this generous and charming handsome older man completely overshadowed those young prodigies. Su Meier has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meier has stolen 1 point of fortune, returning 10 points. Su Meier has stolen 1 point of fortune. The system's notification sounds rang out continuously. Su Meier closed her eyes to absorb. Su Xiao chuckled softly. Su, little friend, we hit it off immediately. This old Taoist feels we share a special connection. This is a supreme grade beauty preservation pill. This old Taoist has no great use for it, so I shall gift it to you, little friend, to forge a bond of karmic affinity. With that he moved his hand and retrieved a pill circulating with special spiritual energy from his spatial storage. Beauty preservation pill. Supreme grade. Upon hearing his words, Su Meier immediately opened her eyes. Gazing at the peculiar pill in Su Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes sparkled brilliantly. This, Elder, you're really going to give me this supreme grade beauty preservation pill? Su Meier was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. A supreme grade beauty preservation pill couldn't be bought on the market at all. Even if one could find one without several hundred supreme grade spirit stones, one shouldn't even dream of it. Elder Su was actually going to gift her something so precious. Su Xiao handed the beauty preservation pill to her. We share karmic affinity. A mere supreme grade beauty preservation pill is a trivial matter. Little friend, just take it. This old Taoist has no use for it anyway. Su Meier looked at the precious pill in her hands, overjoyed beyond measure. Elder, you've been so incredibly kind to me. Elder, being able to know you is truly the greatest fortune of this servant's entire life. She was utterly captivated by the old man's generous gestures. First the spiritual wood, then the supreme grade beauty preservation pill. And that abundance of majestic fortune was simply staggering. Where else in this world could one find someone who was unconditionally kind to her? Congratulations to the host for successfully gifting a supreme grade beauty preservation pill. Task reward triggered 10,000 times critical hit. Returns 9 Yang Dragon Blood Pill. 9 Yang Dragon Blood Pill upon consumption grants a trace of true dragon bloodline, strengthens the organs and meridians, and provides the ability to regenerate severed limbs. 9 Yang Dragon Blood Pill. Su Xiao's aged eyes lit up. Just hearing the name told him it must be extraordinary. And to possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs, no wonder it came from the system. By the way, little friend, I heard that your joy harmonization sex techniques can not only absorb fortune, but also absorb spiritual energy. Su Xiao inquired. Yes, but absorbing spiritual energy is rather troublesome. Su Meier's enchanting face flushed crimson. Oh. Su Xiao shook his head. Then forget it. Let's not trouble you, little friend. Outside, 3 disciples from the joy harmonization sect were chopping spiritual wood. Their hearts were filled with resentment and regret. They had let senior sister seize the opportunity first. Now they couldn't absorb any fortune. Where did Uncle Shi go? Why hasn't he shown up after so long? The 3, Xiao Wang, Xiao Li, and Shui Yu, had not only finished chopping all the spiritual wood nearby. Now all the wood in the entire Wanmu forest that could be chopped had been cut down by them. The 3 female disciples pointed toward the distant cave. Elder Su and senior sister Su are inside the cave. The petite and adorable Shui Yu nodded earnestly beside them, her expression lost in thought. The 3 disciples of the Hahuan sect sat cross-legged on the ground, patiently awaiting their senior sister. Little Wang and little Li were utterly bewildered. Standing at a distance, they whispered to each other. Junior brother, I simply cannot comprehend. Neither can I. A mixture of emotions churned within both their hearts. Inside the cave, Su Meier dressed herself properly, then shyly asked, Elder, is it truly true that your remaining lifespan is running short? Meier refuses to believe it. Her body still felt unwell. Her face flushed red as she had never experienced such things before. Su Xiao laughed and said, Haha, indeed my lifespan is quite limited now. Saying this, he rose and walked toward the cave entrance. There were still many matters to attend to within the secret realm. He could not afford to delay too much time. Su Xiao had taken the 9-yang dragon blood pill. The effect was remarkable. He appeared noticeably younger. Glancing at his status panel, he nodded in satisfaction. Ultimately, his spiritual energy had been drained. By all rights, his cultivation should have severely deteriorated. But thanks to the system's return mechanism, not only had he suffered no loss, his cultivation had actually advanced 1 level. He had guessed correctly. The Hahuan sect could not only absorb fortune and receive returns, but absorbing spiritual energy yielded returns as well. Directly advancing 1 full cultivation level, this is simply too fast. Eyes gleaming with excitement, Su Xiao's heart swelled with joy. Having been through it himself, he understood all too well how difficult cultivation breakthroughs were after reaching the nascent soul stage. He had reached nascent soul first layer at 300 years old, and it wasn't until he was 800 that he barely managed to advance to nascent soul 9th layer. Only after another 200 years of cultivation did he reach the peak capable of undergoing the tribulation of spirit transformation. 9 layers of cultivation spanning fully 500 years. And his junior nephew Lu Danian, though naturally gifted, had been stuck at the bottleneck of nascent soul 6th layer for decades. It was said he had only recently reached nascent soul 7th layer. I wonder if the system will pull any tricks in the future. Su Xiao chuckled inwardly. He knew the system's return mechanism operated with a degree of reasonableness. Constantly absorbing spiritual energy would likely result in the system terminating him. This thing seemed to depend on fate as well. Su Meier smiled and said, Elder, after Meier finishes refining the fortune, may I come find you again? Of course you may visit me anytime. You are free to absorb as much fortune as you wish from me. Su Xiao nodded magnanimously. At this point, what was there left to say? Thank you, Elder. You are truly the kindest. Su Meier was once again moved with emotion. Su Xiao took out 10 transformation nascent soul pills and handed them over, saying, Meier, keep these 10 transformation nascent soul pills. Should you ever find your resources insufficient in the future, come to the Piaomiao sect and find me. Elder has more than enough resources. Do not hesitate in the slightest. He could see that Su Meier had only recently reached nascent soul 9th layer and was still far from the peak. The transformation nascent soul pill was the most suitable medicine for her at present. 10 transformation nascent soul pills. A glint flashed across Su Meier's eyes. Taking them, she joyfully exclaimed, Thank you, Elder. Elder, you are truly incredibly generous. 10 transformation nascent soul pills were worth 100 high-grade spirit stones. To casually bestow such an enormous sum of spirit stones, and not to mention the earlier high-grade youth-preserving pills. Elder, you are far too generous. Endless fortune to come. She was overwhelmed with emotion and embraced Su Xiao. An intoxicating fragrance wafted from her. They indulged in another round of tenderness. Congratulations, host. Your bond level with Su Meier has increased to 2. Congratulations, host. Successfully gifting 10 transformation nascent soul pills to Su Meier. Return reward 20 divine connecting pills. At the same time, on the outer perimeter of Wanmu Forest, dozens of figures clad in black were continuously gathering, forming a massive alliance. The leader was a stern middle-aged man whose fierce expression radiated cold malice. Where are the people from the heaven-breaking demonic sect? Senior Brother Gui, the 4 members of the heaven-breaking demonic sect, have already begun laying out formations within the Wanmu forest. The stern middle-aged man sneered coldly. Excellent. This time assembling the elite disciples of the demonic path combined with the formations laid by the heaven-breaking demonic sect, old Su Dog has only a dead end awaiting him. Order everyone to set out. Follow the plan to the letter. If necessary, administer the cold refinement quenching pill. We must strike to kill in one decisive move. Yes, Senior Brother Gui. Outside the secret realm, everyone stared fixedly at the Piao sect spirit jade, automatically blocking out all else. Old Su Dog is coming out. Someone shouted, and everyone in the crowd instantly perked up, their gazes fixed rigidly on the cave entrance. Only then did they see Su Xiao slowly appearing at the entrance supporting Su Mayer. Seeing Su Mayer's rosy cheeks, her somewhat feeble frame, and her unnaturally unsteady gait, everyone immediately understood what had transpired. Damn it! A crowd of sect leaders and elders slumped in their seats, sighing and shaking their heads. Some covered their faces with their hands, their expressions filled with anguish and lamentation. Old Su Dog had succeeded again. Watching Su Xiao support Su Mayer as they stepped out, Yu Linglong's brows furrowed. Du Guling cast her a mocking glance. Most of the sect leaders and elders present had long since lost their composure, too exhausted to bother remarking further. That old dog Su. He's damn infuriating. Sigh. Fine, I'll just pretend not to see him. Have all the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect gone blind? That old dog Su. I'll curse your ancestors 18 generations. Wait till he comes out. I'll watch him die. That old wretch on his deathbed already. How damn infuriating. That old dog Su. I'll tear you to pieces. With a thunderous slam of his fist upon the table, Xiao Mu's face flushed crimson, his entire body trembling with rage. Fire raged within his eyes, his pupils bleeding red. Gazing at Su Mayer's delicate flushed cheeks reflected in the spirit wall, an overwhelming tide of envy and jealousy nearly broke his control. Damn it all. That old dog Su. Old dog. Xiao Mu was so furious he felt his heart and lungs might burst. He simply could not accept it. Aya! Xiao Mu let out a desperate roar, spitting a mouthful of blood that stained the table crimson. Sect Master, please restrain your anger. The 3 elders beside him were startled. The sect master was genuinely enraged. Ghost Fiend and his companions have already begun their arrangements. With the demonic sects uniting together, Su Xiao's death is certain. The 3 elders quickly moved to pacify him. Xiao Mu watched Ghost Fiend and the other 3 heading toward the 10,000 trees forest on the spirit wall, wiped the blood from his lips, and forced himself to sit down, swallowing his fury. Excellent. This time, I'll watch how that old dog escapes. His eyes flashed with ferocity, his face twisted with hatred. Staring fixedly at the spirit wall, he longed to witness the old dog's demise. Trash. A mere woman has once again clouded your Tao heart. Someone like you does not deserve to be my disciple. The reprimand from deep within his soul struck him like a bucket of ice water, and Xiao Mu sobered somewhat. Master. I truly detest that old dog Su. Master, I beg you, help me deal with him. From now on I shall obey every word you speak. After a moment, the consolidated stage expert spoke coldly. I will say this one final time. That old man is suspicious. He likely carries powerful talismans upon his person. The best course for you now is simply to wait for him to die of old age. As for the great Tao Divine pill, forget it. With me beside you, your breakthrough to the void refinement stage is guaranteed. Do not let your anger corrupt your Tao heart. Xiao Mu trembled with rage. He knew his master was right, but he simply could not accept it. Mayor, she is wife used dowry. Wife Mayor, I despise myself for failing to protect you. Xiao Mu's commotion drew glances from nearby onlookers. All of them regarded him with a measure of sympathy. Look at what that old dog Su had done to this demonic sect genius. Now the man was literally spitting blood. That old dog must die, or heaven itself would find it unjust. Yuan Hao glanced at Xiao Mu, his angular face impassive. If anything, there was a hint of anticipation. Old dog, keep dancing while you still can. Soon you shall be dead. Ha ha. It was then that everyone finally noticed the movements of the demonic sect members on the spirit wall. Cultivators from the extreme frost demon sect, the soul-devouring demon sect, the myriad poison sect, along with dozens of disciples from various second-rate demonic sects, were flying toward the 10,000 trees forest. Even that sleazy disciple of the heaven-breaking demon sect was quietly establishing formation arrays around the forest. In such a short span, more than a dozen array nodes had already been planted. This isn't good. The demonic path is about to strike its senior brother. Du Guling perceived the crisis, her phoenix eyes glistening with frost, her expression tinged with worry. Yu Linglong watched the demonic sect members' movements on the spirit wall, her eyes rarely revealing such gravity. Her own Hahuan sect disciples were still within the 10,000 trees forest. Wonderful. The demonic path stands united. This is meant to take that old dog's life. Truly splendid. With the 4 great demonic sects striking simultaneously and arrays scattered throughout the 10,000 trees forest, even a nascent soul cultivator like the old dog would perish there. Oh my! At last this old man sees some good news. The sect leaders and elders present were deeply stirred, their aged eyes gleaming with expectation as they eagerly hoped the demonic sects would succeed and cut down that old dog beneath their swords. Whether representatives from the 10 kingdoms or the righteous sects, everyone nodded approvingly at the demonic cultivators' focused demeanor. The more they looked, the more appealing they seemed. How could these be demonic cultivators? They were simply heroes eradicating a scourge for the people. The Heavenly Realm's secret land had its rules. Casualties within the secret realm were normal and did not count as grudges. Even if the old dog perished, the Miao sect would at most raise a brief fuss before it passed. In the 10,000 trees forest, Su Meier slowly approached the 3 women. Su Xiao then sensed something amiss about him. Bad. Enemy attack. Xiao Wang Xiao Li Shuiwe, immediate alert. Oh. The 3 men's expressions shifted to alarm as they immediately released their spiritual senses to probe. Indeed, dozens of nascent soul auras were rushing toward them from afar. The target was unmistakable. It was them. Ha ha ha. Old dog Su. Today shall be your death. One by one, shadowy figures in black robes appeared in the distant sky. They rode blades or swords, gazing down at the 2 groups led by Su Xiao and Su Meier, their eyes filled with intense fury and mockery. Gue Li and a few sharp-eyed cultivators noticed the flushed, bewitching face of Su Meier from the Joyful Harmony sect. Something clearly wasn't right. Damn you, you old bastard. Old dog Su. This is a secret realm. The demonic cultivators from the extreme frozen demon sect, the bloodthirsty demon sect, and the myriad venoms sect gnashed their teeth in rage. Gazing upon the enchanting Su Meier, the jealous hatred within them surged violently, impossible to contain. You old lecher. If I don't tear you limb from limb today, I'm not the grand senior disciple of the extreme frozen demon sect. Earlier scouts had reported that the old man and Su Meier from the Joyful Harmony sect had entered the cave. They arrived only to find Su Meier supporting Su Xiao. What the hell? Old dog Su. Damn it. Go die. They weren't about to give this old dog Su even a single extra second to live. The 4 from the extreme frozen demon sect unleashed their artifacts, simultaneously ice blue light erupting violently as they charged towards Su Xiao together. Shuiweli Xiao Wang Xiao, protect yourselves carefully. Meier, use your protective talismans as needed. These demonic cultivators mean harm. This will likely become a fierce battle. Su Xiao gazed at the 4 from the extreme frozen demon sect charging forward, his aged eyes burning with ferocity as his hand swept upward. Immediately he rose into the air upon multicolored auspicious light. The 9 fire glazed tile shield manifested and 9 colossal fire dragons coiled around in all directions, their roars shaking the heavens. They lunged viciously toward the 4 from the extreme frozen demon sect. This old codger still possesses such a formidable artifact. Damn it. Charge. Everyone attack. No one leaves this place alive today. Gue Li, the grand senior disciple of the extreme frozen demon sect, gripped an ice blue blade crackling with boundless cold energy. The moment it contacted the fire dragons, sizzling sounds rang out ceaselessly. In less than 2 breaths, his superior grade artifact blade had been scorched red by one of Su Xiao's fire dragons on the verge of destruction. How can this be? Not just Gue Li. All 4 of them were terrified. The extreme heat from these fire dragons chilled them to the bone. If those fire dragons caught them, they wouldn't survive 2 exchanges. This old man's power is unnatural. Quickly, consume the cold refined fire extinguishing pills. Boom. The ice blue blade in Gue Li's grip shattered into molten fragments under the fire dragon's assault. The extreme frozen demon sect led the other demonic cultivators in focusing their assault on Su Xiao. The bloodthirsty demon sect and myriad venoms sect besieged the Piao sect and Joyful Harmony sect disciples according to plan. The 2 sides clashed violently, the battle shaking the thousandwood forest to its foundations. At one edge of the thousandwood forest, a crystalline blue gourd in midair swelled against the wind, expanding to human height. Endless streams of pale blue water gushed forth, washing away the foul-smelling blood below. Bloodthirsty demon sect. How dare you target our Piao sect? Shui West stood upon the void, confronting the 4 cultivators wielding blood-based divine techniques before her. In this moment, she shed her usual innocence entirely. Her large eyes blazed with battle fervor as her beautiful black hair danced in the wind. Like a goddess descended from the heavens. Senior brother, let's finish them off quickly and help our Sherbois. He's all alone facing dozens of enemies up there. As she spoke, spiritual energy radiated from Shuyue's body, and her form gradually became translucent. With her water spirit constitution's innate divine ability, she instantly transformed into a translucent ice blue form. Splash! She dove downward into the cascading pale blue waters. Instantly, the lake-like pale blue waters came alive, conjuring massive waves that surged violently toward the four bloodthirsty demon sect cultivators. No wonder she's the newly crowned top prodigy of the Piao sect. Truly formidable. The four bloodthirsty demon sect cultivators in their black-red robes stared in astonishment. Not daring to hesitate, their leader summoned a blood cauldron artifact from which thick, pungent crimson blood began gushing forth. The viscous blood carried intense corrosive power. Any plants it touched instantly rotted into black ash, scattering away in the wind. This was the bloodthirsty demon sect's supreme treasure, the beast blood cauldron. Endless waves of thick blood engulfed the four of them as they charged toward the onrushing ice-blue waves. The beast blood cauldron trembled unceasingly, barely holding against Shuiwe's pale blue waters. Kill the remaining two cultivators quickly. Shuiwe is formidable. She's already at the pinnacle of nascent soul 9th stage. I can't hold out much longer. Once you've dealt with them, return immediately to assist me. The leading middle-aged cultivator's face flushed red as he channeled all his spiritual energy into the beast blood cauldron. Endless waves of pale blue crashed against the sea of blood, each strike sending violent tremors through his body, causing him immense agony. Truly worthy of being the Piao sect elder's senior disciple. Overwhelmingly powerful. While the two clashed, the remaining three bloodthirsty demon sect cultivators summoned blood-soaked crimson artifacts and charged straight at Li Xiao and Wang Xiao without a word. The two opponents' expressions shifted as they summoned several superior-grade artifacts surrounding themselves with floating swords that formed the 7-star sword formation. Working together, the 7-star sword formation blazed with radiant sword light, coalescing into a massive translucent blade that lunged toward the three attackers. Meanwhile, the four from the Myriad Venoms sect caught up to Su Meier's group of four. Countless venomous insects, serpents, and pests descended upon them from behind. The four cultivators' fair faces paled instantly. Sisters, defend yourselves. Wait for the Piao sect to assist us. Su Meier landed, positioning herself before the four. With a wave of her hand, a brass bell flew into the wind and transformed into a massive bronze bell suspended in midair. A deafening chorus of bell chimes rang through the forest as pink mist poured from the bronze bell, repelling the endless swarms of insects and serpents. This was her supreme treasure, the Joyful Harmony Bell. Ha! You demonic women of the Joyful Harmony sect. Go die. Su Meier, you shameless woman. Absolutely shameless. So disgusting. So repulsive. Whore. Four hooded black-robed cultivators emerged from amidst the serpents and insects. The leader was an ugly young man. His face was covered in pockmarks and scars as if gnawed by insects. Utterly grotesque and hideous. The remaining three were hardly any better. Throughout the Wanda sect you could not find a single ordinary person. As he finished speaking, the hideous middle-aged man in the lead beckoned with one hand, and a black cloth sack flew into the air, swelling as it rose. Billowing black mist thick with corrosive venom gushed from the cloth sack. Enveloped in that dense black fog, the venomous insects, snakes, and ants all swelled violently in size. Poisonous rats no larger than a palm abruptly grew to the size of cats. Black ants became man-eating ants, and venomous snakes turned into giant pythons. These venomous beasts, as if injected with stimulants, bared their claws and fangs and lunged recklessly at Su Meier and her three companions. Ha! Wicked women. Go to hell. Sluts deserve no good end. The four Wanda sect cultivators summoned their artifacts. Spiritual power quaked as venom churned around them. The instant they appeared, the surrounding trees immediately rotted away. The four women of the Hahuan sect changed expression drastically as they summoned all their artifacts to resist the poisonous beasts and the assault of the four enemies. Under the pink dominion of the supreme grade artifact, the Hahuan Bell, they could barely hold their ground without being overwhelmed. From the very start of the fight, they had wanted to use their life-saving talismans to flee. Sect leader, you had only instructed them to act according to their abilities and bring back whatever they could without setting any strict demands. But now they discovered that in the Wanmu forest their life-saving talismans were completely useless. Someone had secretly laid a formation to render their spirit transformation life-saving talismans ineffective. Demonic scoundrels. Utterly vile. They intended to massacre every last one of them. In the sky, Su Xiao leisurely flew on his sword, directing the Nanming Li Huo Sword to reap the lives of demonic disciples. Are all these demonic cultivators insane? They're nearly all dead, and still they won't use their life-saving talismans to escape. Is this old man truly so hated that they would throw away their lives just to kill me? Su Xiao was almost dumbfounded by the slaughter. The colossal sword formed from the Nanming Li Huo Sword wreaked havoc in all directions, while the three demonic disciples ahead fled in terror on their swords. But nothing could match the Nanming Li Huo Sword's speed. Its blade blazed with fiery red light wreathed in scorching earth fire. In a single breath, the giant sword caught up with the trio. With a wet, tearing sound, the three were severed at the waist, the wounds were scorched black and licked with flames. In a short while they were reduced to flying ash. Damn it, old lecher, where did you get so many mighty artifacts? The 4 GD demon sect cultivators besieged by the 9 fire dragons had already gone pale, terror plain in their eyes. They had already swallowed their second cold refined quenching pill, their spiritual energy surged, and their strength reached nearly the early spirit transformation stage. Yet before the old man's 9 fire dragons they were still forced back step by step with not the slightest hope of victory. How had this old man's strength reached such a monstrous level? He had faced dozens of elite demonic cultivators alone without defeat, and had even slain so many of them. Now besides the 4 of them, only 2 or 3 teams of a dozen or so were still barely holding on. Xiao smiled without a word, too lazy to bother with the GD demon sect cultivators. As he flew on his sword, he formed hand seals and drove the Nanming Li Huo Sword to continue the slaughter. Oh, old lecher, you will die a vicious death. One disciple's artifact was pierced through by the fiery crimson blade, his body caught fire and was reduced to ash in an instant. The others trembled in fear, their fighting spirit gone desperate, to flee at once. But it was not that they refused to leave. A formation had been laid nearby, making their life-saving talismans unusable. Damn that Patian demon sect. We told them all along not to pull such underhanded schemes. Now look, the boomerang has come back to hit them. No. The Nanming Li Huo Sword shot back and forth, leaving the surviving demonic disciples no chance to escape. One after another they died miserably beneath the fiery crimson blade of the Nanming Li Huo Sword. A few other disciples felt the resentment in their hearts surge endlessly until it reached a certain critical point. Then those flames of resentment suddenly became corporeal. Crimson-red fire erupted from within their bodies, burning them completely away from the inside out. Soon the sky fell quiet. All the demonic cultivators from the second and third-rate sects had died miserably at Xiao's hands. Not a single one fled. It seems a formation was laid down, making their life-saving talismans unusable. Those damnable demonic cultivators too sinister by half, courting death. Xiao's face darkened as he withdrew the Nanming Li Huo Sword. Staring at the 4 GD demon sect cultivators struggling against the fire dragons in the distance, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Outside the secret realm, everyone watched this ultimate showdown with rapt attention. One after another the sect leaders and elders shook their heads, sighing with lamentation. These elite demonic disciples are useless. Absolute garbage. The old lecher hasn't even used his full strength. He hasn't even brought out his Iron Mountain artifact, and all the demonic disciples have already fallen. Too strong. Heaven is unfair. Why is old dog Su so mighty? Those GD demon sect people have already eaten their second cold refined quenching pill. Still can't break free of the 9 dragonfire formation. Trash. Plain trash. Old dog Su is too damn arrogant. He only dares to bully nascent soul cultivators. Wait until he comes out, and I'll show him what a true spirit transformation grand cultivator is. Each sect leader and elder burned with righteous fury, clenching their fists as they watched, hating those demonic disciples for their lack of backbone. Nearly everyone present sided with the demonic path, hoping they would slay the old lecherous dog and uphold justice on behalf of heaven. But time and again they were slapped in the face. Old dog Su, you have gone too far. Xiao Mu slammed the table and stood up again, face contorted with anger. Old lecherous dog, I curse your entire family. By now he had roughly discerned the trend of the battle. Without a third cold refined quenching pill, they could never break out of the 9 dragonfire formation. Let alone slaying the old lecherous dog. What are you waiting for? Hurry and take the third quenching pill. But no matter how loudly he shouted, it was of no use. The people inside could not hear him. Only the crowd present turned helpless gazes toward him full of sighs. Taking 3 cold refined quenching pills from the GD demon sect in such quick succession would surely leave one's cultivation utterly ruined. This new sect leader of the GD demon sect was truly ruthless. Dugu Ling watched the spirit screen nervously, worried as she was. Her eyes brimmed with surprise, admiration, and longing. Senior brother. So strong. Amazing. He truly is the senior brother who loves only her and has already married her in proper ceremony. She loves it so much. Her heart raced with excitement. This was the senior brother she worshipped. So handsome. Yu Linglong watched the excited Dugu Ling from the side, snickered, then turned toward the Hahuan sect camp with slightly worried eyes. Above the Wanmu forest, Gue Li struggled desperately to hold off 3 or 4 fire dragons, observing the demonic disciples all around him lying dead and Xiao flying in on his sword. His face flushed crimson from suppressed rage. At last he could not restrain himself and roared, "Take the pill. The third cold refined quenching pill. Patian demon sect. How much longer are you going to wait? Get the hell out here now." Rumble. A tremendous boom shook the sky as layers of light barriers appeared above the 5 Right after that, four figures appeared at the horizon, holding supreme-grade artifacts as they charged crazily at Xiao. Huh. The five elements innate grand formation has been activated. Old lecher. Go to hell. You dare to chase women even inside the secret realm. I curse your ancestors. The moment the words fell, the light barriers in the sky flickered. Immediately after, countless heavenly flames, thunderbolts, ice, swords, and beams of golden light locked onto Xiao, battering down one after another with savage force. Each strike was formidable, carrying the peak power of the 9th level nascent soul stage. By then, the 4 GD demon sect cultivators had finished absorbing their third cold refined quenching pill. Spiritual energy erupted from their bodies and their skin turned crimson. With boundless majestic spiritual power and twisted wrathful faces, they blasted the 9 fire dragons away. Driving the supreme-grade artifact 10,000-year ice crystal soul ahead of them, they lunged murderously at Xiao, as if even the air around them would freeze. This time, they were coming for the old dog's life. Outside the secret realm, nearly everyone rose to their feet in tension, staring fixedly at the spirit screen and holding their breath. This wave would decide whether the old dog lived or died. But just as the 4 GD demon sect cultivators and the 4 Patian demon sect cultivators prepared to pincer Xiao and take his life, they seemed to see something utterly inconceivable. Their bodies halted abruptly and horror flooded their eyes. Old dog, what the hell are you trying to do? Don't you know that inside this secret realm, you cannot use spirit transformation talismans? Above the forest of 10,000 trees, a massive iron mountain floated above Xiao's head, intercepting all attacks from the 5 elements innate formation. Endless lightning, fire, and electricity, ice blades, and golden swords struck against the iron mountain, yet all were repelled by its impenetrable shell. Completely unmoved, Xiao stroked his goatee and smiled faintly. 4 talismans held in his other hand. 2 were purple thunder talismans of the transformed God Knight stage, and 2 were mystic ice sword rain talismans of the transformed God Knight stage. He had come to understand the secret realm's rules during this time. Transformed God-level power could exist within, but the source releasing such power would be teleported out of the secret realm. In other words, if he used the transformed God talismans, he would be instantly transported out of the secret realm. However, the talisman's power would continue to take effect within the secret realm. This was precisely why the heaven-breaking demon sect and the extreme lands demon sect dared not approach. Old dog, you do this, and the Piao sect can never obtain the Grand Dao Divine Pill. Put it down immediately. Using transformed God talismans in the secret realm. Even if you escape, the sect masters and elders won't let you off. The 4 members of the extreme lands demon sect were shaken to their cores, their terror mounting ceaselessly. On the other side, the 4 scoundrels from the heaven-breaking demon sect were no different. Both groups could sense the faint transformed God aura emanating from Xiao's hand, leaving them pale with fear, their bodies already trembling. The old dog. He actually still had transformed God 9th stage talismans. And not just 1 but 4 of them. How much good stuff did this old dog loot from the great cultivator's cave? Ha ha ha. Come on. Come at me. Come cut old me down. Let me blast you little weaklings to smithereens. Xiao burst into laughter, his heart overflowing with satisfaction. Holding a nuclear weapon, that was absolute deterrent power. Mo Tian, who was at transformed God 9th stage, had been killed by 3 of these. How much easier would it be against these nascent soul cultivators who only relied on pills? Put it down first. Let's talk this through. The heaven-breaking demon sect was paralyzed with fear, not daring to make a single move. They were filled with regret. Damn it. Why did we have to set up that shield preservation talisman formation? Now we can't even use our own talismans. The opposing transformed God 9th stage talismans were famous throughout the cultivation world. The shielding formation was utterly useless. Even the former sect master Mo Tian couldn't survive 3 of them. For nascent soul cultivators like them, touching 1 meant instant death. You shameless old cur. Alright, I won't play with you anymore. This old Taoist is getting tired. Let my junior disciples dispose of the bodies for you. Xiao smiled faintly, then simultaneously hurled all 4 transformed God 9th stage talismans, infusing them with spiritual power. In an instant, the 4 talismans shot forth, flying in 4 different directions. As they traveled, the talismans slowly activated, transforming into flying ash and dissipating. Boom. The misty sky suddenly gathered dark clouds, countless thunder arcs flickering within their oppressive aura supreme. What the? You old cur. You've gone completely mad. The heaven-breaking demon sect and the extreme lands demon sect were terrified, faces drained of color, trembling uncontrollably. Because they could already sense it, not just the thunder in the sky. The temperature ahead plummeted sharply, 2 massive deep blue ice spheres manifesting from the void, their oppressive pressure directed squarely at both groups. Shuayu. Xiaowang. Xiaoli. Your senior uncle will go out for some tea first. Don't forget to collect the demonic cultivators' bodies later. The Grand Tao Divine Pill is yours. After Su Xiao finished speaking, he called out with spiritual energy toward the distant Harmony Joy Sect battlefield. Mayor, you and the others will follow my Piamiao Sect disciples after this. Once these demonic cultivators are dead, there will be no more threats in the secret realm. Take your time harvesting. Bring back more treasures for your sect master you. With that, the secret realm's heavenly laws descended, and Su Xiao's tall, majestic figure vanished with a whoosh. He had planned this carefully. By eliminating the remaining members of the 4 great demonic sects, the demonic forces would be completely wiped out within the secret realm. Shui Yu possessed exceptional talent at the nascent soul peak. With this young lady around, they could dominate the secret realm. Obtaining the Grand Tao Divine Pill would be as easy as plucking something from a bag. Whoosh whoosh. The 2 deep blue ice spheres ahead of the thunder erupted into countless deep blue ice swords resembling rain, shooting violently toward the heaven-breaking demon sect and the extreme lands demon sect. Both groups felt the irresistible supreme might of the transformed god ninth stage, their faces turning ashen, eyes wide with terror. It was over. The transformed god ninth stage peak ice swords were absolutely beyond their ability to resist. Suyu old cur. The sounds of crashing echoed continuously. The 2 groups couldn't evade at all. The magical artifacts they had raised were instantly shattered by those ice swords. Thud after thud sounded without pause. In merely 2 or 3 breaths, the 8 cultivators from both demonic sects were riddled with holes by the endless mystic ice sword rain. Their bodies were frozen solid by the transformed god-level cold of the ice swords. 8 frozen corpses dropped and shattered on the ground into scattered ice fragments, their lives extinguished forever. On the scene, only the supreme magical artifact, the 10,000-year ice crystal shatter, and a demonic sword from the heaven-breaking demon sect remained intact. All other magical artifacts were reduced to debris by the mystic ice sword rain. Such was the supreme might of the transformed god ninth stage peak talismans. At the other 2 battlefields, upon hearing Su Xiao's words, Shui Yu and Su Meier were startled. Sensing that incomparable transformed god aura in the sky, their eyes brightened. They deduced that Elder Su still had transformed god talismans, and he had activated them. Elder, rest assured, I will bring back the Grand Tao Divine Pill. Shui Yu's large eyes glistened with tears of excitement as she watched all members of the heaven-breaking demon sect and the extreme lands demon sect perish, her heart surging with emotion. The elder had used an extremely valuable transformed god ninth stage talisman solely for her sake, just to help her eliminate the myriad venoms sect. Deeply moved by the elder, what's happening? Did Suyu old cur use transformed god talismans? Has that lecherous old demon gone mad? This is insane. The 4 ugly men of the myriad venoms sect sensed the transformed god thunder about to descend from the dark clouds above. The 4 of them swallowed hard, already terrified out of their wits. Those were transformed god ninth stage peak talismans. That lecherous old demon. He actually still had this thing. No. Boom. 2 massive purple thunderbolts came crashing down, striking toward the bloodthirsty demon sect and the myriad venoms sect's targeted leaders. Both groups were nearly scared witless. The first moment they raised all their magical artifacts, preparing to withstand the heavenly thunder by force. There was no escape. Absolutely none. No one could escape once locked onto by transformed god ninth stage heavenly thunder. Crack. The formation's light curtain above the forest of 10,000 trees shattered into fragments upon contact with the purple thunder. The formation was completely destroyed. In that instant, the disciples of both sects felt the surrounding formation vanish. Overjoyed, they immediately reached into their robes for their life-saving talismans, desperate to escape the secret realm and survive. But the violet thunder in the sky shattered the formation with terrifying speed and overwhelming might. Just as both groups pulled out their talismans, the colossal bolts of purple lightning struck them dead on. Torrents of lightning erupted, engulfing the 8 figures in boundless thunder. This was the strike of a peak 9th level spirit transformation cultivator. Old Dogsu, I curse you. May you be reborn without an ashole in your next life. Carrying endless despair and unwillingness, the 8 were reduced to ashes amid the thunderous deluge. Their protective artifacts were also blasted to fragments, utterly powerless against the heavenly thunder's might. The blinding pillar of radiant lightning lasted a full 10 breaths before gradually fading away. Shui Ling and Su Meier's groups were both blasted back by the thunder's aftershock, though fortunately they were unharmed. Shui Yue, Xiao Wang, and Xiao Li scrambled forward in panic. Gazing at the charred, sunken ground before them, the 3 stared with lingering fear. Senior Uncle Su's spirit transformation talisman was simply too powerful. Shui Yu's fair adorable face broke into a grin. Hurry and see if any artifacts are left behind, or if any storage pouches are still around. Let's grab whatever we can. Yes, junior sister. Xiao Wang and Xiao Li's eyes lit up as they immediately went to loot the bodies. On the other side, Su Meyer and her 3 companions rose to their feet. Having been closer to the blast, their fair skin was scorched here and there by the lightning. But these were merely minor wounds, and would heal before long. Elder, you've been so good to Meyer. To have a Dao companion like you is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Su Meyer gazed at the spot where Su Xiao had vanished, unable to snap back to reality for a long while. Hee. Senior sister, stop daydreaming. You're already Elder Su's woman. That elder's fortune is all yours, and the sect master's now. The 3 junior sisters beside her covered their mouths, tittering with envy. They were excited too. Elder Su had actually been willing to use such a precious 9th-level spirit transformation talisman for their Hahuan sect. A man so generous was simply too captivating. So envious of senior sister. So envious of the sect master. Senior sister, we want to be close with Elder Su too. Could you introduce us? Su Meyer giggled, her pretty face brimming with pride. I can introduce you, but junior sisters, whether the elder takes a liking to you, is another matter. His standards are very high. The 3 women eagerly rushed to flatter her. That's fine, as long as senior sister introduces us. With that, the 4 women covered their mouths and laughed. The battle at Wanmu Forest left those outside the secret realm utterly stunned. Old dog Su. Damn, he really did have another spirit transformation talisman. And he even pulled out 4 of them at once. Holy crap. The battle ended with the demonic sect disciples completely wiped out. Those demonic sect masters and elders collapsed into their seats, their faces blank, utterly bereft of hope. Xiao Mu was completely dumbfounded. Yuan Hao was in no better state. Like a pair of wretched brothers, they sat there in a daze, their faces pale and ghastly. Old dog Su. I Xiao Mu swear I'll tear you limb from limb. Shaking with fury, once more a sweet taste rose in his mouth, and he nearly spat out blood again. Xiao Mu was absolutely livid. Yuan Hao's gaze was as dark as water as he suppressed the shock in his heart. He had laid his plans out so meticulously. He never expected that lecherous old demon to still have so many spirit transformation talismans. And that old dog actually dared to use them. Damn it. Old dog Su. Congratulations. You are now my Yuan Hao's archenemy for life. I'll find a way to destroy you sooner or later. Extreme rage, yet also extreme excitement. The more wildly old dog Su jumped around, the more satisfying it would feel when he finally brought the man down. A host of sect masters and elders sighed in bitter disappointment. That lecherous old demon still hadn't been eliminated. What a pity. Demonic sect disciples. Trash. Garbage. Shit. A flash of the mystic light divine stone. Su Xiao appeared before the crowd in his gray robe with the air of an immortal. A faint smile graced his handsome weathered face. His figure, strengthened by the 9-yang dragon blood pill, seemed even more upright and brimming with vitality. Even his appearance looked more youthful than before. Junior sister, I'm back. He chuckled softly and turned his gaze toward Dugu Ling, whose eyes were full of stars as she swooned. She gazed at Su Xiao with adoration, starlight shimmering in her beautiful phoenix eyes. Old lecher. Damn you. How dare you come back? I'll have that perverted old demon's life. Before the Misty Cloud sect could even react, everyone present lost their composure at the sight of Su Xiao. They pulled out top-grade artifacts as if they cost nothing. They madly channeled spiritual power into their artifacts, determined to show him what a real spirit transformation great cultivator looked like. Old pervert, go to hell. They cracked their knuckles, especially those demonic elders who had suffered heavy losses. Burning with rage, they waited only for someone to make the first move before tearing the old lecher apart limb from limb. What are you all doing? Su Xiao glanced at the crowd of middle-aged and elderly cultivators polishing their top-grade artifacts, then calmly took 3 or 4 spirit transformation talismans out of his storage pouch. He folded them into a little fan and fanned himself. I advise you all to calm down. Our cultivation world has rules. Grudges from the heaven-human secret realm cannot be brought outside. As sect masters and elders, don't be so stubborn. Besides, this time your demonic sect surrounded us first. He was perfectly composed. Even with a crowd of spirit transformation experts before him, Su Xiao remained as steady as an old dog, utterly unruffled. After all, he still had not only 8 more peak 9th-level spirit transformation talismans in his possession. He even had an ultimate 9th-level void refinement divine talisman, the 9 heavens divine thunder talisman. If he got unhappy, he could wipe them all out. Seeing the talismans in Su Xiao's hand, the crowd froze in place. They all deflated like punctured leather balls, their faces terribly grim. Old lecher. I curse your entire family for 18 generations. He actually still had this many spirit transformation talismans. That cave that old dog dug up must have been a talisman shop in its previous life. Shit. Senior brother. Are you injured? Dugu Ling rushed forward first and embraced Su Xiao. Senior brother. He's so amazing. Wow. He still has so many divine transformation talismans in his hands. Haha, junior sister, how could I possibly be injured? Those demonic sect juniors are nothing but a mere trifle before me. Dugu Ling's cheeks were flushed as she gently led him back to their seats at the Miaozong. The surrounding middle-aged and elderly sect leaders stood frozen in stunned disbelief, their bristles quivering with rage. Old dog Su, still entangled with Dugu Ling. Damn it, are all these women blind? Heaven has no eyes. Xiao stared at Su Xiao and Dugu Ling. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and the blood he had been holding back finally erupted. You can kiss my... His face twisted with fury, his once handsome features contorted beyond recognition. It was like a beautiful flower thrust into pig dung. His mindset had completely collapsed. I'm going to kill you, you old lecher. His skin turned crimson as spiritual energy erupted around him, barely containing his raging emotions. Fool. If you cannot control yourself, then die where you stand. The merged cultivation great master's voice thundered with bitter disappointment and fury. If I slay you, I shall simply take on another disciple. Hearing this, Xiao Mu ground his teeth in hatred. Yet he was utterly powerless to resist. The old dog still possessed divine transformation talismans. He was not someone to be easily dealt with at present. Master, once I attain the spirit void realm, I shall make Su the old dog pay with his life first. The merged cultivation great master spoke heavily. No need. That old man has already surpassed 1,000 years. Having failed the divine transformation tribulation, he will not live to see your breakthrough. Patience yourself and wait for him to die of old age. As my disciple, you must possess both patience and wisdom. Su Xiao and Dugu Ling returned to their seats. Beside them, Yu Linglong embraced Su Xiao. Two fragrant breezes brushed against their faces. Elder, you truly amaze me. This humble one adores you so dearly, Elder. Yu Linglong has stolen 1 point of fortune. Refunded 50 points. Yu Linglong is stealing. Su Xiao glanced awkwardly at Yu Linglong, shook his head, and offered a wry smile. Dugu Ling sniffed disdainfully. Sister, you, my senior brother, will never take an interest in you. Senior brother, tell me now, do you only love me? Speak now. The scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Su the old dog. What a utter bastard. I shall never coexist with that old dog under the same heaven. The sect leaders and elders behind them nearly burst from rage. They too were so furious they spat blood. Elders Zhu Lu and Wen dared not even look. Elder Su, truly a paragon of mid to late life cultivators. Su Xiao. Those demonic cult members attacked first, so that is forgivable, and killing them I shall not comment. But my son Shangwan Jinyu never provoked you. On what grounds did you kill him? Just as Su Xiao was contemplating how to answer, Dugu Ling, a man in brocade robes, appeared before the Miaozong table, accusing Su Xiao. Behind him stood the Lord of Donglai, looking thoroughly embarrassed. The Lord of Donglai shot Su Xiao an apologetic glance. There was nothing he could do. He could not restrain the man, although inwardly he was grateful Su Xiao had spared his 3 sons. Who is this? Su Xiao narrowed his ancient eyes. This old man is Shangwan Filian, president of the Zilai Merchant Guild and father of Shangwan Jinyu. His divine transformation's 6th realm aura blazed forth openly. Shangwan Filian had come prepared to risk everything today. Others dared not be the first to confront the old pervert. But he dared. He would seek justice for his dead son. Su Xiao rose, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze laced with contempt. Your son Shangwan Jinyu publicly harassed Su Meyer of the Hahuan sect and assaulted this elder. He deserved death. President Shangwan, how could I not kill someone who merited death? He sneered inwardly. A mere divine transformation's 6th realm, daring to dance before him. You? My son was absolutely not that kind of person. Su Xiao, you old dog. You are courting death. Shangwan Filian's face flushed crimson as he cursed furiously. I believe it is you who is courting death. Su Xiao snorted coldly, and with a flick of his wrist a divine transformation talisman was thrown before all witnesses. If someone dared curse him to his face and go unpunished, how could he survive in the cultivation world? Let's give Ziyun a buy one get one free deal. Boom. Dark clouds converged overhead, and within them the 9th realm divine transformation aura roared and surged. Purple lightning arcs danced in succession. This was the purple thunder talisman. How dare you use a divine transformation talisman here? Shangwan Filian's expression shifted violently. Feeling himself locked onto by the thunder, his face turned deathly pale in an instant. The sect leaders and elders from all major factions gazed in disbelief. Su the old dog actually dared to unleash a talisman here. You old dog, I'll take your damned life first. Shangwan Filian drew his magical artifact, lunging to strike Su Xiao preemptively. But Dugu Ling and Yu Linglong acted simultaneously from the sides, sending Shangwan Filian flying backward until he collided with the Zhuanglite divine stone. Boom. Purple lightning thundered down, striking Shangwan Filian squarely. Old dog, I will never let you go even as a ghost. After only a few feeble struggles, Shangwan Feilian was reduced to ashes within the ninth realm divine transformation thunder. The Lord of Donglai stood transfixed. Xiao Mu and Yuan Hao fell silent. Every sect leader and elder in the entire venue was dumbfounded. That old dog, truly fearless as though already resigned to imminent death. How dare you lay a hand on an inner sect elder of our ethereal sect sovereign of Donglai? Is that appropriate? Dugu Ling regained her sect master's dignity, her phoenix eyes cold as ice as she stared at him, revealing the might of a ninth-level spirit transformation cultivator. The Donglai sovereign was greatly shaken. He glanced at Shangwan Feilian, who had already been reduced to ashes then swallowed, and said hastily, "Sect master, please calm your wrath. Elder, please calm your wrath. It is all my fault as the Donglai sovereign for failing to govern properly. I have brought trouble to your noble sect." Shangwan Feilian's offense against Elder Su was already a capital crime. Now that he has been punished by Elder Su's talisman, he has only himself to blame. He looked at Su Xiao and an endless dread rose in his heart. That old man already on the verge of death truly could not be provoked. And he had the backing of two great orthodox sect masters. Sect Master Dugu, Elder Su. There are urgent matters in the palace, so I will not disturb you further. Farewell. The Donglai sovereign hurried forward, picked up the storage pouch Shangwan Feilian had left behind, and fled away on his flying sword in an instant with his three frightened princes. He had actually wanted to leave long ago, but Shangwan Feilian would not. And now this was the result. His old life was lost right there. The ninth-level spirit transformation talisman was too mighty, directly cowing a whole host of sect masters and elders. Do not provoke him. Such an old man simply cannot be provoked. And he is an old man nearing death, who does whatever he pleases. Now even Dugu Ling and Yu Ling Long are shielding him. One more glance was enough to enrage one. The sect masters and elders of the second and third-rate demonic sects took their leave one by one from the old Grand Supreme of the Nanzhan Kingdom. They had originally wanted to stay and take care of old dog Su, but now they had completely lost that intention. They might as well simply wait for the man to die of old age. For now old dog Su was not someone to be provoked. He could basically be defined as the one person below the void refinement stage on the Panlong continent who absolutely must not be offended. Nearly half of the people at the scene had left, most of them from demonic path sects. Except for the 5 great demonic sects, almost all demonic path cultivators had left. The Heavenly Corpse sect, one of the 5 great demonic sects, cast a glance at Su Xiao and then silently left with boundless resentment. The remaining 4 sects were waiting for the orthodox cultivators to come out so they could recover the supreme grade magical artifacts left behind. Inside the secret realm, the situation had basically become one-sided. Shui Wei became the big sister of the orthodox side. Over the next 2 days, she led a host of orthodox disciples and harvested the secret realm's resources completely. As for the ethereal sect, every storage pouch they had brought was full to bursting, accounting for more than 30% of all resources. In the end, the Orthodox Alliance set foot on the central island, jointly defeated the beast guarding the Great Tao Divine Pill, and successfully obtained that session's Great Tao Divine Pill. Not every session of the Tianren secret realm allowed human cultivators to obtain the Great Tao Divine Pill. If the orthodox and demonic sides fought too fiercely at the end, leaving too few people, they could not defeat the guardian beast. Master, I obtained the Great Tao Divine Pill. Here it is. The Mystic Gate Spirit Stone sealed the entrance. That session of the Tianren secret realm ended ahead of schedule, and Shui Wei of the ethereal sect took first place, obtaining the Great Tao Divine Pill. Excellent. Dugu Ling looked at the fist-sized divine pill wrapped in halos of light in her hand, her pretty face brimming with joy. Master, all of this is Senior Uncle's contribution. Your disciple merely basked in Senior Uncle's glory. Seeing this, Dugu Ling frowned slightly and said with a smile, Shui Wei, you did very well. After returning to the sect and completing your 3-year confinement, your master will reward you with special resources and promote you to inner sect steward. Hearing this, Shui Wei was overjoyed. Thank you, master. But after a quick thought, she suddenly realized something. Blinking, she asked, Master, what 3-year confinement? Dugu Ling gave a cold snort and said sternly, this is the small punishment your master has decided to give you. After the punishment, I will reward you. Shui Wei was dumbfounded to hear this. What was going on? She had not done anything wrong. Master, I do not want to be confined. Shui Wei was a little frightened and begged for mercy repeatedly before Dugu Ling. Enough, no more talk, Shui Wei. Your master's mind is made up. Just obediently go into seclusion in the back mountain. This time you also collected quite a lot, enough for you to prepare well and strive for the spirit transformation realm. Dugu Ling showed no mercy whatsoever, her exquisite face cold and indifferent. She had already seen that Shui Yue's injury was deliberate. Senior Uncle, please intercede for me, Senior Uncle. Senior Uncle was so good, he would definitely help her. Su Zhao's face darkened. He grabbed Shui Yue, set her beside Dugu Ling, and muttered, set up more warning formations, and don't let this girl escape. Shui Yue, just reflect on your mistakes in seclusion at the back mountain. Su Meier and the other three quietly walked to Yu Linglong's side and handed over their harvest from the secret realm. Meier, do you know your fault? Yu Linglong looked at her, a faint smile on her exquisite face and a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Hearing this, Su Meier's expression changed drastically. She hurriedly knelt and kowtowed without stopping, saying, Master, it's not like that. I merely wanted to absorb Fortune's qi to cultivate. Please don't punish me, Master. The three junior sisters beside her were so frightened that they knelt down together. She had not expected the sect master to care so much. I simply do not like you acting on your own without my permission. Yu Linglong wore a flower-like smile, no anger was visible, but her tone was intimidating. If there is a next time, I will expel you from the sect. Su Meier understood Yu Linglong's meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. Weeping with tears streaming down her face, she kowtowed in gratitude and said, Your disciple knows she was wrong. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. All right, all of you may rise. With that, Yu Linglong stepped forward and helped Su Meier to her feet. The orthodox side returned the collected supreme-grade magical artifacts to the four demonic sects. Xiao Mu, pulling a long-faced glance at Su Xiao, took the 10,000-year ice crystal soul and climbed into his sedan chair, seething with fury and reckless impulse. He was carried away by the 8 demon maidens. Old dog Su, how detestable. I'll make you pay it all back with interest one day. Yuan Hao retrieved the supreme-grade demon blade of the Patian demon sect and slipped away quietly with 2 elders. Before leaving, he cast a venomous, covetous gaze at Su Xiao. Old man, keep dancing. Keep chasing pretty female cultivators. When death finally arrives, I will be right beside you, watching the despair on your face. Die of old age. Impossible. He would use every scheme at his disposal to bring about the death of that shameless old pervert. This was his lifelong foe. Su Xiao secretly noticed Xiao Mu and Yuan Hao leaving in dejection. One was a child of destiny, the other a foe of destiny. Both had been marked by the system for death. But for now, he could not kill them in the open. He had to plan slowly. After all, one was guarded by the divine soul of a soul fusion grand cultivator, and the other was the son of the Patian demon sect supreme elder. Even if he was not afraid, he still had to think of the thousands of Piamiao sect disciples. Congratulations, congratulations, sect master Dugu. Having an elder like Su Xiao in your sect truly makes our Daotian gate envious. Elder Su, hale and vigorous, extraordinary in strength. This old Taoist is full of admiration. Admiration. Taoist Master Dao, his face wreathed in flattering smiles, excitedly offered congratulations along with the Piamiao sect party. Daotian Gate and Wanfo Temple had made a bountiful harvest this trip. They encountered almost no battles, for the Piamiao sect had resolved every conflict. Besides the great Dao divine pill, they scrounged quite a few extra benefits. Amitba, Benefactor Su, you have a karmic tie with our Buddha. If an opportunity arises, this old monk would like to invite Benefactor Su to visit our Wanfo Temple. Abbot Liaochen smiled kindly and said, when that day comes, this old monk will personally explain the Dharma and wash away Benefactor Su's worldly karmic defilements. Su Xiao returned a polite fist and palm salute, but sneered coldly inside. What was this old monk saying? What worldly karmic defilements did I have? Those Buddhist folk must have chanted themselves stupid. After bidding farewell to Yu Linglong and Su Meier, Su Xiao and his group took their leave of the Grand Supreme Emperor of Nanzhan Kingdom and returned to the Piamiao sect. Su Xiao, Dugu Ling, and the 3 elders, Zhu Lu and Wan, were all glowing with elation. Although some parts of the process were too unpleasant to recall, at least the outcome was good. Their Piamiao sect had become the greatest winner of this session of the heavenly human secret realm. They had not only brought back the great Dao divine pill, but also collected astronomical resources. In the next 300 years, the Piamiao sect would sit securely at the top of the 9 great sects, the leader of the righteous path. Only Shui Yue and Xiao Wang and Xiao Li looked somewhat displeased. The latter 2 glanced at Su Xiao in fear, quietly worried that knowing too many of their senior uncle's secrets might lead to them being silenced. The former sighed, her pretty lovely face tinged with worry. If her senior uncle would not speak up for her, she would surely be locked up once she returned. Something is off. The more Shui Yue thought about it, the more wrong it seemed. If senior uncle had truly kept her as his woman, he would definitely have spoken up for her. But he did not. He even agreed to master's punishment. No. There must be something wrong somewhere. Senior uncle has not truly kept me yet. Her big eyes darted round. No matter how hard she racked her brains, she could not figure out exactly where the problem lay. Piamiao sect, the cave dwelling of the supreme elder at the back mountain. Su Xiao had gone back to his small courtyard to live out his days, while Shui Yue had been thrown into confinement at the back mountain. Sect Master Dugu Ling and the 3 guardian elders Zhu Lu, and when finished reporting this session's heavenly human secret realm exploits to Zhuge Wufang. Good. Zhuge Wufang gave each of the four a thumbs up in succession, his ruddy old face glowing as delight rose to the surface. Ling girl, old 1, old 2, old 3. This time you have truly won honor for our Piao sect. When senior brother and senior sister emerge from seclusion and learn of such a harvest from the heavenly human secret realm, they will be greatly gratified. Excellent, excellent. You truly are worthy disciples of our Piao sect. Very excellent. Joy continued to shine in his eyes. Zhuge Wufang was highly satisfied. Spirit herbs such as flame pattern grass were beyond counting, and even spirit refining grass had been gathered in huge piles. Spirit ores, spirit wood, spirit stones, and other cultivation resources had filled storage pouches to the brim. They had even brought back the great Tao Divine Pill. Not even all the previous sessions combined could match this harvest. For the next 300 years the Piao sect is certain to produce geniuses in abundance and greatly increase its strength. The old man took a sip of spirit tea, stroked his beard, and laughed. Duguling said with a smile, senior uncle apart from Shui Wei and the others, the most critical person in this secret realm exploration was still my senior brother. Senior brother excavated a cave dwelling in the 10,000 mountains and obtained not only many formidable magic treasures, but also a pile of spirit transformation talismans. It was entirely thanks to senior brother that we could defeat the demonic path in the secret realm and take first place. Zhuge Wufang listened and nodded with a smile. That little rascal has finally done something decent. All these years of the Piao sect's hard nurturing were not in vain. Before dying, he has repaid the sect's kindness. In truth, with that boy's aptitude, forget the 9th level of the nascent soul realm. If he had not had the sect's support, merely reaching core formation would have been a stroke of incredible luck. Before dying, he also experienced the spirit transformation thunder tribulation once, and even kept. Ahem. All in all, this life has not been a loss. He can now sit in meditation and pass away peacefully. Elder Zhu clasped his fists and said with a smile, Master Elder Su truly put in enormous effort this time. With 4 spirit transformation talismans, he wiped out the 4 great demonic sects. The Heavenly Corpse sect before was also destroyed by Elder Su. Elder Su's contribution is tremendous. Zhuge Wufang smiled and set down his teacup. Little Su did well this time. Old 1, old 2, old 3, from now on keep an eye on any rumors about Little Su and try to clear them up. Do not let them stain Little Su's name in his later years. There is no need to give him cultivation resources. He cannot use them anyway. Instead, do some persuasion work among those female disciples he has. Support it. In the next 50 years, do not let Little Su suffer any grievances. Duguling blinked. The 3 elders Zhu Lu and Wen swallowed hard with strange expressions. Master still does not know what Elder Su has been up to. Would Elder Su put up with this? He is practically public enemy number 1 now. Zhuge Wufang thought of something, frowned, and looked at Duguling gravely. Ling girl, Little Su dug out a great cultivator's cave dwelling. He has quite a few peerless magic treasures on him, and so many 9th level spirit transformation talismans. These are all things that cultivators like us dream of. You and Little Su grew up together as childhood sweethearts. Although you have never truly become Tao companions, you can still be considered spiritual Tao companions. Before Little Su dies, you must keep a close watch on him. These things cannot be allowed to slip away. You must firmly grasp them in your hands. Ling girl, do you understand what your senior uncle means? Zhuge Wufang looked at Duguling and gave her a meaningful glance. She understood in an instant and chuckled, saying with great confidence, Senior uncle, rest assured. Senior brother may keep mistresses and flirt with every flower he meets, but in his heart, he loves only me. Senior brother and I once bowed to heaven and earth and became formally married husband and wife. After he dies of old age, all these magic treasures and talismans of his will be mine. Watching Duguling's utterly confident demeanor, Zhuge Wufang felt deeply gratified. Little Su's thunder tribulation had failed. He was beyond saving now. If his belongings fell into the young Miss Ling's hands combined with the great Tao Divine Pill, their Piao sect would produce another void refining peak cultivator in the years to come. Excellent. The Piao sect's fortune has arrived. Duguling took her leave, returning to prepare for the sect assembly in a few days, eager to share this triumphant news with every disciple. Elders Zhu Lu and Wen remained behind, engaging their master in private council. The details, give me the details. Did that Little Su stir up some earth-shattering incident again? I've already received several communication talismans from old friends, all urging me to rid the cultivation world of this pest and confine the brat. Zhuge Wufang's floral eyebrows furrowed, slightly thoughtfulness flickering in his eyes. The 3 elders swallowed hard. This? How should one put it? Elder Zhu let out a heavy sigh, his face etched with discomfort. Master Elder Su. He publicly cultivated an ambiguous intimacy with Yu Linglong's sect leader of the Hawan sect. We noticed the sect leader scarcely intervened. Her pure physique means she and Elder Su cannot become Tao companions. I fear even the sect leader lacks the means to rein him in. Zhuge Wufang stroked his beard solemnly. Yuling. Have the female cultivators of the Hahuan sect lowered their standards so drastically now? They won't even spare an old man. She likely covets his magical artifacts and talismans. Warn the young Miss Ling. She must not allow Yuling to reap the fruits of someone else's labor. Anything else? Go on. The three elders exchanged glances. Elder Zhu sighed again. It's not just Yuling. In the secret realm, Elder Su also tangled with Su Mayer, Yuling's own disciple. And I mean truly entangled. Furthermore, as everyone knows, Elder Su's reputation in the cultivation world has become less than commendable. Zhuge Wu Fong looked bewildered. Yuling's disciple. That wretched boy enjoys extraordinarily abundant romantic fortune. The Hahuan sect truly knows how to invest. Master and disciple both deployed simultaneously. Clearly the young Miss Ling poses a significant threat. No. Go find her immediately. Make certain she keeps that boy firmly in check. People may be yielded, but treasures must not be lost. Zhuge Wu Fong was utterly speechless. That blasted brat. The beautiful outer disciple girls weren't enough for him. Now he's entangling himself with Hahuan sect cultivators as well. Truly unmatched in his pursuits. Anything else? I heard he's acquired another nickname in the cultivation world, perverted old lecher. And he's only involved with 2 Hahuan sect women. Surely that's not so serious, is it? Elder Zhu trembled. Elder Lu's face drained of color. Elder Wen wore an expression of profound embarrassment. Ultimately bowing to their master's threat, Elder Zhu spoke up. Master, please do not grow angry. Elder Su was only seeking to save someone. How could I be angry? Zhuge Wu Fong chuckled coldly. I know precisely what that boy is capable of. He's surely fallen into the arms of yet another female cultivator. Speak. It goes like this. At that time Shui Yue had been injured. Thus Elder Zhu briefly recounted the origin of the nickname Su Xiao. What a... Zhuge Wu Fong shot upright in sheer shock and awe-inspiring surging pressure from his void refining cultivation uncontrollably erupting from his body. It enveloped the 3 elders completely. That wretched boy. He's a beast through and through. He went as far as to, with Shui Yue. Void refining spiritual power rippled violently, and the entire mountain seemed to tremble. Master, stay calm. Please do not anger yourself. Elder Su had no such intention. It was all that Shui Yue. She acted recklessly and irresponsibly. The 3 were utterly petrified. They hurriedly dropped to their knees, pleading tirelessly on Elder Su's behalf. If this accusation were pinned upon him, there would be no need to wait until his natural end. Their master would likely send Elder Su to the underworld immediately. The void refining spiritual aura gradually subsided, and Zhuge Wu Fong reigned in his emotions. He dares commit such an act. If not for this boy's meritorious service in the heavenly tribulation secret realm, I would have dispatched him to the underworld myself mere moments ago. Zhuge Wu Fong's whiskers quivered with fury, his face contorted into an iron-gray mask of rage. Shui Yue was the hope of the next generation of Piamiao sect, the prime candidate to succeed as sect leader. Extraordinary talent endowed with the water spirit physique, a cultivation prodigy unseen in 10,000 years. That wretched boy is courting death. He was saving her master. Elder Su was saving her life. He definitely had no improper intentions. We guarantee it. Witnessing his 3 disciples pledge with such earnest conviction, Zhuge Wu Fong could only reluctantly choose to believe them. Face dark as thunder, he muttered, Shui Yue's 3-year confinement must be served in full. No early release, not even a moment. As for that wretched boy, merits offset his crimes. Let him spend his remaining years peacefully in the outer mountains. From now on the 2 are never to meet. The 3 elders exhaled in relief and hastily bowed. Yes, master. Several days later, the Piamiao sect's outer plaza hosted an inspiring sect assembly. Nearly every member of the Piamiao sect was present. Inner and outer disciples, elders, deacons, servants, all others without exception. A gathering of thousands, everyone in position. The assembly's keynote speaker, Dugu Ling, meticulously detailed the harvests and triumphs of this cycle's heavenly tribulation secret realm. Throughout her address, she affirmatively and emphatically highlighted inner sect elder Su Zhao's monumental contributions during the secret realm expedition. She nearly elevated him to the status of the sect's veteran hero. She laid a solid foundation for the sect's prosperity over the next 300 years, cementing their position as the foremost sect among the orthodox and demonic 9 sects. Due to the tremendous resources brought back from the heavenly tribulation secret realm, every disciple's annual resource allocation would double for the next decade. The disciples below stared in utter astonishment. When reality sank and they erupted into jubilant cheers, dancing with excitement. How incredibly generous. The sect is simply too magnanimous. I'll surely be a Piamiao sect disciple in my next life. Some had already begun shedding tears of repentance. They should never have slandered Elder Su, calling him a perverted old lecher. Elder Su had been silently contributing to the sect all along. Even on the brink of expiring lifespan, he resolutely entered the heavenly tribulation secret realm in his frail elder's body, risking death to bring back vast cultivation resources for them. Elder Su, forgive us. We wronged you. It's merely sponsoring a few female disciples. What's the big deal? Can't you see Lin Yin'er, Jean Liuxian by Xiao and the others are thoroughly enjoying themselves? This isn't sponsorship at all. It's pure charity. Elder Su were sorry. The disciples who had cursed him most viciously now wept with the deepest remorse. They had grievously wronged Elder Su.